The story begins with the guy lying in a large hospital building. He was unconscious in the ward. Sun was lying with a bandage on his head. The sun from the street was shining on the side of his bed. The main character's name was Sun Zihan. He was a student at the Faculty of Chinese Medicine. When the guy woke up, he was surprised to notice that he was outside the walls of his dorm. Sun sat on the bed excitedly. He tried to remember what had happened to him. The protagonist tuned himself in and concentrated. Memories rushed into his head like a raging stream. The guy remembered his beautiful girlfriends. He very clearly saw deep necklines and beautiful legs. Sun remembered his beautiful long-legged girlfriends. He thought that it was a blessed day for him. The main character was walking with his girlfriends. For him, the pleasure of the walk was greater than that of reading at night. The guy looked down in front of him with great attention. He thought, Sun saw someone interesting to the side. He looked there with great attention. The guy smiled. He noticed that some beautiful girl appeared next to him. A stranger with light-colored hair walked towards the main character. Sun walked and looked at the walking girl with great attention. The main character looked at the stranger. She passed him by in silence. Sun was so absorbed in his staring that he hit his head on the wall at full speed. The main character, sitting on the bed, shouted that his head was splitting. The guy felt the presence of another person in the room. He turned around. An unfamiliar man sat next to the main character and silently smoked. The unfamiliar patient was deep in thought. He exhaled cigarette smoke. The main character looked with great attention at the stranger in the hospital gown. The guy shouted to the surprised man that smoking was not allowed inside the hospital. A nurse came into the room and called Sun Zihan's name loudly. The girl asked the patient if he was awake. The guy was sitting with his back to the entrance. The patient smiled happily to himself. The nurse seemed like a beauty to him. The main character sat silently on the bed. He tried not to show his excitement. Sun noticed a beautiful female doctor. Her name was Zhao Meyer, and she was considered the main beauty of the medical faculty. The girl smiled. She was thin and slender. Zhao loved small dogs and ice cream. The girl looked at the guy with great attention. She asked if he felt better. Sun sat and could not turn his gaze towards his interlocutor. He kept thinking about her merits. Zhao looked at the guy carefully and asked if he was thinking about the love letter. Sun was very disappointed. He thought about the incident with the love letter. The main character was very sad. Tears of memories appeared on his face. Two students watched with interest as one of them received a love letter. The girl read the letter. The guy suggested that they meet in the park, in a sacred place for all lovers. Late evening came. The moon illuminated the surroundings. The main character was waiting for his girlfriend. The main character peered attentively and tensely into the evening darkness. The guy saw a girl approaching him. He called her in a frightened voice. The purple-haired friend looked away. She was silent. The main character looked at the girl who came with surprise. He silently studied her. Suddenly, the stranger whistled loudly. She decided to call someone to her. Sun was very surprised. He could not understand who his girlfriend wanted to invite to her place. Suddenly, a whole bunch of girls came out of the evening darkness. They were approaching. The strangers looked at the main character with great attention. Sun could not understand where the other girls came from. Suddenly, the strangers pounced on the guy. They shouted that the guy needs to relax. The girls threw the main character to the ground. He shouted at them that all this is wrong. Sun thought happily to himself that he had absolutely no strength to resist. The protagonist thought happily to himself that he would have to silently accept his fate. Sun looked around in surprise and noticed that he was lying completely naked on the ground. The guy realized that he needed to escape somehow. He somehow covered his nakedness and ran to the side. People around were laughing. Someone shouted that the guy had decided to cover himself with willow branches. The girls were laughing. The main character was running at full speed towards the entrance to the building. Sun was very upset. He told his friend in the room that his reputation was over. The interlocutor answered the protagonist that he was able to invite the girl on a date. The main character looked at his neighbor and asked what he knew about his girlfriend. The student said that he didn't know anything in particular, but had only heard rumors. The main character asked his friend what rumors he had heard. A friend told the main character that one senior student began to court a girl very actively, like crazy. The girl didn't like the courtship. The guy decided to have an operation for the sake of his health and future happiness in life. A senior student went to the hospital to undergo a minor operation on himself. The next evening, after the operation, the guy was lying on his bed in his room. The student suddenly noticed someone entering his room. He was very scared. The girl Zhao Meyer approached the guy lying on the bed and decided to arouse him. The doctors were wheeling the guy on a gurney. One of the medics shouted that the patient's stitches might burst. The next day at lunch, the same thing happened to the guy. The doctors wanted to save him. One of the medics was shouting that the guy's stitches were cracking again. They were wheeling the patient out on a gurney. The student told the protagonist instructively that from that time on, Zhao began to be called the Queen of Bitches. The main character was sitting in the ward and was immersed in his thoughts. The nurse called him by name. Sun came to his senses and looked at the girl with great attention. The nurse asked the guy if he had hit his head on an advertising sign while he was looking at a beauty. Sun said to his interlocutor with displeasure that rumors about him spread very quickly. The nurse laughed. She told the guy that not only she knew about everything, but the whole university did too. The main character was very upset. He realized that he would be ashamed in front of the whole university. The girl approached the surprised patient. She called him by name. Zhao looked at the frightened protagonist with great attention. She wanted to ask him something. Zhao looked into the guy's eyes. She asked him if the stranger was really more beautiful than her. The main character very emotionally told the girl that she was, of course, more beautiful. Zhao asked her interlocutor why no one hits the advertising signs when they look at her. The main character hesitated. He didn't know what to answer the girl now. Zhao said in a dissatisfied voice that other doctors encounter normal supervisors during their internships. The main character fell silent. He looked at his interlocutor with great surprise. Zhao looked sternly at the guy and said that she would not torture him anymore. The nurse reached into her coat pocket. She said it was time to take her temperature. Sun opened his mouth wide. The nurse told the guy with a smile that they would measure his temperature rectally. The main character was very scared and worried. He didn't want to measure his temperature through his butt. Sun raised his finger up in fear. He decided to distract the nurse from taking the temperature. The main character pointed his finger to the side with displeasure and said that a sick person was smoking there. The nurse looked away carefully. Sun pointed his finger to the side at the smoking patient. The main character was surprised to see how the girl came close to the stranger. Sun was surprised to see the ghostly patient grab the nurse's hand. The main character got scared. He realized that the nurse didn't see anyone in front of her. Zhao turned to the patient and sternly said that he wanted to deceive her. The girl thought about it. She decided that the main character was very afraid of her. Zhao looked at the protagonist and said that she would forgive him for this deception, but only once. The girl came up to the main character and told him to open his mouth. She put a thermometer in his hand. Sun sat alone in the ward. The silence was broken by the sound of the air conditioner. Sun was silent. He looked at the man in front of him with great attention and very intently. The main character was excited. He held a thermometer in his mouth and looked ahead with fear. The stranger was calmly smoking and sitting near the wall. He didn't pay attention to anything. The man exhaled smoke. He sat in place and did not move anywhere. The stranger abruptly threw the cigarette aside. The guy watched this carefully. Sun suddenly noticed how the flying cigarette dissolved into thin air. The cigarette butt completely disappeared and dissolved into the air. The main character was surprised. Sun was so surprised that he even dropped the thermometer that was in his mouth. The stranger turned to the side. He looked closely at the main character. The patient decided to stand up. He slowly pushed off his knees with his hands. The stranger raised himself. His head was down and he was looking ahead. The man took a few steps forward. He moved very easily. Suddenly, the patient pushed off the floor with his feet and began to float. The hovering man asked the main character if he could see him. Sun was very scared. He couldn't believe that he could see a ghost in front of him now. The main character remembered that he is an educated person who lives in a modern society. The scared guy decided that if he passed out, everything would return to normal after he woke up. Sun became more and more frightened. He saw a stranger approaching him. The main character asked the stranger in a frightened voice if he was a ghost. The man was silent. He was slowly flying in the air towards the guy. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened very sharply. It was the nurse who came in. The nurse called the main character's name. She brought him medicine on a plate. The girl handed the pills to the guy on her hand. At that moment, Sun stood up on the bed. The main character took the pills. He thought to himself in fear that he was lost. Sun drank water from a glass convulsively and fearfully. He looked away with excitement. The main character suddenly noticed how the ghost appeared from below on the floor. The patient's head ended up underneath, right between the nurse's legs. The girl left the office and slammed the door behind her. The main character was left alone. The ghost's body rose above the floor. He said to himself in a calm voice that he had seen everything. The man began to rise gradually. He was practically above the floor at his full height. Sun was very surprised and scared. He decided to contact the ghost. The main character asked the stranger what he saw. The man said that he saw what he wanted to admire. Sun said in a sad voice that unfortunately he himself was unable to see anything. The ghost smiled at the main character and told him that he would arrange everything for him if he wanted. Sun excitedly told his interlocutor that he, of course, wanted to see. The main character felt as if a ghost had started to pull him along the bed. Sun began to fall from the bed to the floor. He angrily asked the man what he was doing. The patient's body fell to the floor. He screamed in fear and great displeasure. The nurse heard the boy scream. She decided to run to his aid. Sun was lying on the floor. A frightened girl burst into his room. The nurse angrily asked the patient what he had done here. The girl wanted to step forward but then suddenly slipped. The nurse got scared. She realized that she wouldn't be able to go any further. She was going to fall. The girl screamed. She fell down where the patient was lying on the floor. The nurse collapsed and began to gradually come to her senses. She prepared to get up. The main character was very worried. He looked at the girl with great desire. The main character looked intently at the girl from below. He couldn't take his eyes off her. The nurse came to her senses completely. She looked at the guy with displeasure. The girl kicked the guy and asked angrily, where was he looking? The nurse headed towards the exit of the room. The main character remained sitting on the floor. Sun was very pleased. The man asked him how he liked it. The main character suggested to the man that they both join forces. Then they would have no equal. The ghost explained to the guy that he could only watch. The guy answered the man with displeasure that he himself couldn't even take a look. The main character asked his interlocutor what other special skills he had. The ghost told the boy that he was the greatest sage in the world. He knew all future events for 500 years. The main character looked at the man and asked if he could predict the winning numbers on a lottery ticket. The man answered the guy in a calm voice that he could guess everything without any problems. Sun demanded that the ghost tell him the winning number in this game. After that, the guy ran to the store for tickets. The main character told the saleswoman that he was buying all the tickets. She asked again if he was sure. The main character glanced at his watch. He told the saleswoman to hurry up because time was running out. Sun looked at the lottery ticket with great attention. He was waiting for the drawing to begin. The main character looked at the lottery billboard with great attention. He was anticipating his win. The customers came up. They demanded that the saleswoman give them the same numbers that the main character bought for himself. Sun was sitting near the TV. He was listening to the results of the lottery and the winning numbers. The main character looked at the results and realized that he had not won anything at all. Sun was very upset and dissatisfied. Not a single number matched. He had wasted 200 yuan. The main character was very unhappy with his loss. He turned to the man. Sun noticed that the ghost was very upset. The man also thought that he had lost. The stranger constantly and sadly repeated to himself the words about 1,000 weeks. The ghost said that since the lottery started, he had been buying the same numbers for 1,000 weeks. None of the numbers had ever won. The main character was unhappy. He told his interlocutor that he had spent all his money. Now he doesn't know how to live before. The man told the boy that it was very easy to make money. Sun said that you could collect cellophane from trash bins or plastic bottles. Then you could hand it all in. The main character said that he might be beaten by other garbage collectors. Sun also said that it is possible to work on a construction site. The only question is how decent a boss he will get. The man told the boy that it is not difficult to earn money. He explained that a person with his status would not talk nonsense. Sun looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. He remembered that he had spent all his remaining money. The main character stretched out on the bed and realized that if he trusted a man again, he would go into the world. The stranger said with a serious voice to the protagonist that he was the great ruler of spirits and the owner of the circles of hell called Pangguan. Sun turned around and looked closely at his interlocutor. He didn't know whether to believe him. Sun seemed to tell the man that if he considered himself the Lord of Spirits, then he would be the Lord of Hell. The stranger menacingly pointed his hand at the main character. He shouted that the guy didn't even know what he was capable of. The main character looked closely at the stranger and asked what kind of nonsense he was saying. The man said that he could summon any spirit and make it serve him. The main character asked a man to summon a spirit that would get him money. The man explained to the boy that if he did not fulfill the spirit's conditions, then it would haunt him for the rest of his life. The main character explained that he needed to summon the spirit as soon as possible. He had nothing to live on this month. Next month, he would start a new life. The stranger snapped his fingers and said happily that he would do everything now. A blue glow appeared on the wall near the closet doors. The exit to another dimension began to open. A figure of an unknown person appeared from the portal. The main character looked at everything attentively. Sun was very scared. He realized that his new friend's spell had worked. The main character realized that the man was actually summoning a monster. At that time, an old man was heading towards him. The guest who came looked at the people in front of him silently and with interest. Sun was surprised. The main character looked at the stranger with interest. He decided to ask the man who had just come to see them. Sun came to his senses. He asked his friend what kind of grandfather was standing in front of him now. The man told the protagonist that Song Si Miao was in front of him now. He was very famous and revered. The main character asked the man who this old man was in front of him. The stranger folded his hands in front of him and said words about Lao Dao to his interlocutors. The man happily said that in front of them stood a miracle-working pharmacist named Song Si Miao. The protagonist remembered that under the name of Suna Si Miao, there was a great healer and professional pediatrician. The old man's appearance was different from the portrait they had at school. The man got angry and shouted at the main character that in front of them was a real Song Si Miao. The protagonist calmly answered the man that he now needed to earn a living this month. The old man was silent. He didn't answer the guy and stood opposite him. The man explained to the protagonist that it was very easy to get money. He hinted that the guy should think about what was most abundant in the hospital. Sun replied that there were a lot of patients around them. The man told the main character that he was almost the god of medicine. He explained that the guy could heal several people, and then he would be provided for a whole month. The main character was happy. He realized that he could solve his money problems very easily. The boy bowed and asked the old man to help him treat patients. Master Sun told the boy that he would earn money for him and grant him a wish. In return, he demanded that Sun grant his wish. The main character shook his head very energetically. He agreed with the old man's demand. Sun was happy. He realized that the master would do all the work, and he would get the money. The guy was not worried about fulfilling future desires. The main character noticed with surprise how the master walked through the wall into the room. The main character watched the healer very carefully. He returned through the wall into the ward. Sun said to his interlocutor with displeasure that the master was also a fan of peeping. The protagonist was unhappy because the old man had not yet chosen a patient. The man answered the boy that the healer was busy with research. Sun turned around and told his interlocutors that there were patients with various diseases around. They wanted to get better. The man said with a smile that if you drink water and don't eat, a person can last for half a month. The main character thought to himself that in half a month the price of the accommodation would be sent by mail. There was no need to ask for help. The healer entered the next room and told his interlocutors that they needed to begin. Sun stuck out his hand and said excitedly that he already had a patient in mind. The main character was delighted. He hurried to the door to go into the next room. Sun opened the door wide and looked ahead. There was a bright light in front of him. The main character stood near the open doors of the ward. He looked at the patient inside with surprise. The guy was lying on a luxurious and expensive bed. There was an expensive interior around him. The patient looked at the guest and asked him with displeasure, "Who is he?" The main character entered accompanied by his companions. He told the patient that he had come to treat him. The guy looked at Sun and told him to first cure his head. The main character smiled. He touched his head with his hand and remembered that he had a bandage there. The old man told the boy that he would say whatever he told him. The protagonist cleared his throat. He prepared to talk to the patient. Sun told the stranger that he had caught a cold a few days ago. At first, he had a cough and a runny nose. Yesterday, these symptoms had disappeared. The protagonist told the patient that his body had become motionless. After examination, nothing was found. The man told his guest with displeasure that all information about him was recorded in his medical record. The protagonist told the patient that he now had yellow sputum. He added that the man had not had a bowel movement for 2 days. The guy asked the main character with interest, "How does he know everything about him?" Sun explained to the patient that he can cure him. The man was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the main character could cure him so easily. Sun told the patient that he only had to worry about the timing of his recovery. The man asked the guy with interest if it would take much time. Sun silently showed the surprised man 3 fingers on his hand. The patient was amazed. He decided that the main character wanted to heal him in just 3 days. Sun looked at the patient with a smile and said that he would cure him in just 30 minutes. The man looked at the boy with distrust. He remembered that other hospitals couldn't even find the cause of his illness. Sun said with confidence in the voice to the patient that he would cure him in just 30 minutes. The main character explained that in just half an hour you can bring your body back to normal. At that time, an advertisement for Swiss watches was shown on TV. People watched the watch advertisement with great attention. The announcer said that the first 10 customers would receive a watch for $98. The old man looked at the TV commercial with surprise. The main character was standing next to him. Sun told the patient to put his hand on his chest. After that, he had to press on certain points with his finger. The patient obediently put his hand on his chest. He did everything the main character told him to do. Sun asked the surprised patient with interest, "Does he feel pain?" The main character told his interlocutor that he would cure him only if he paid him for everything. The guy asked how much he needed to pay. Sun looked around with great interest. He thought for a long time about what amount to name. The protagonist looked at the patient with a smile and said that he had to pay him 200 yuan. The man was disappointed. He decided that the guy in front of him was very stupid. The patient asked the protagonist again if he was sure that he would cure him for 200 yuan. Sun looked seriously at the patient and said that he would cure him for 200 yuan. The man opened the desk drawer and took out some bills. The desk was full of money. The patient asked the surprised protagonist if he regretted it. The man told the boy that if he cured him, he would pay him 500 yuan. Sun looked at the man with a serious voice and said that he only needed 200 yuan. The ghost looked at the main character and decided happily that the guy wasn't so bad. The old man commanded, and the main character repeated to the patient that he should undress. The main character strictly commanded the patient to take off his clothes and sit on the chair. The master pointed out to the guy that he should look closely at the man's back. The old man showed the main character the place on the patient's back where he needed to scrape with a coin. Sun had to apply a little force to the man's back and scrape down. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand whether he would really need to use a coin. The ghost reminded the boy that he should have had some coin left. Sun looked at the patient's back with great excitement. He prepared to perform the procedure. The protagonist looked at the patient's back with excitement. He was ready to use the coin. Sun ran a coin across the patient's back. He cried out that it hurt. The old man told the boy that he should use only a little force. The master sternly told the protagonist that he could not use all his strength. The chieftain noticed with concern that there were red marks on the man's back. Sun asked the patient, "What are the sensations?" He was still holding the coin from behind. The man suddenly jumped to his feet and began to swing very energetically from side to side. The patient leaned to the side. He had a lot of strength and energy in his body. The man happily said that he felt better. He asked Dr. Sun what was wrong with him. The guy heard very complex medical terms from the old man. He decided not to tell them to the patient. The main character explained to the man that he had caught a cold. After treatment, he needs to be constantly warm and recover. The guy explained to the patient that he had used a Chinese medicine called gua sha massage on him. The man should drink a lot of warm water and not take a bath for several days. The patient handed the main character some money. The guy said with displeasure that 200 yuan would be enough for him. The man explained that he was giving the boy 200 yuan for the treatment, and the rest of the amount was his gratitude. Sun explained that doctors did not accept the color red. The patient asked the main character in surprise, "Is he really a doctor?" Sun looked sternly at his interlocutor and confirmed that he was a doctor. The man thought about it. He decided that he saw a funny boy in front of him. The patient handed the guy some money and a business card. He said that Sun could call if he had any financial problems. The main character thanked his interlocutor. He said that he was already leaving. The patient happily told the guy that he should thank him. The ghost asked the main character if he had enough money to live for a month. Sun looked at the card and said that he didn't have enough money. The man said to the guy with displeasure that he was insatiable. The protagonist reminded his interlocutor about the lottery. He added that he needed another 100 yuan. The old man happily told the boy that he would help him. Sun and the ghost looked at the master in surprise. The main character was pleased. He chuckled slyly and looked at the man. The guy looked at the man with great displeasure and asked, "What's wrong?" The ghost looked at his interlocutor with burning eyes and said that he should not regret this in the future. The man told his companions that there were no more needed patients in this department. He suggested moving to another department. The ghost looked around. He said that you had to be a good worker to be in such a department. There were a lot of beautiful nurses around. Sun replied to his interlocutor that he completely agreed with him. Suddenly, the man disappeared. The main character was surprised to notice that a man appeared from below the floor and was looking at the girls. The ghost's head moved across the floor, continuing to look down at the nurses. The main character thought to himself with displeasure that his companion was unbearable. The ghost appeared. He told the boy that someone was yelling at the nurse who was taking his temperature. The main character got angry and surprised. He decided to help his friend girl. Sun rolled up his sleeves. He didn't like that some stranger was yelling at Zhao Yanye. The main character noticed how a group of disgruntled people surrounded the girl and spoke rudely to her about something. Sun angrily and excitedly asked the people what they were talking about. The guests were surprised. They turned around and looked at the main character with interest. Zhao was also very surprised by the guy's appearance. She looked at him with excitement. The main character grabbed his girlfriend's hand with great excitement. Sun said in a dissatisfied voice that the patient's family thought they were right. He suggested that they listen to the doctor first. The girl angrily asked the main character how he dared to talk to them like that. Sun calmly asked his interlocutor, "How dare she make a scene in the hospital?" The main character sternly pointed out to the guests a sign in the corridor that prohibited making noise. The man was unhappy with the guy's behavior. He stepped towards him. The interlocutor pointed his finger at the main character and asked who he was. The man said he was the deputy director of the city health department. His name was Yuan Chao. The protagonist said in a serious voice that he had heard the name Yuan Chao before. The man was delighted. He was flattered that his name was so famous. Sun said in a joking voice that one of the restaurants had a snack called boiled Yuan Chao. The man got angry. He didn't like that the guy didn't take him seriously. The ghost was very cheerful. He liked the way the main character spoke to the guests. The girl angrily shouted at the protagonist to get out. She explained that he had no right to enter their room. She asked Sun who he was. The main character was cheerfully surprised. He decided to introduce himself to the girl. The old man at this time silently pointed with his hand at the guy who was sitting on the sofa. Sun pointed to the strange guy and said that he could cure him. The stranger was surprised. He looked at the main character silently and with great interest. People stood around and were silent. They didn't know whether they should believe the guy's words. Zhao was very unpleasantly surprised. She did not understand what Sun just said. The stranger was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the guy could cure him. He asked the main character what health problems he had. Sun was completely confident in his abilities. He had the best medic in the world on his side. The old man explained that the young man had a slight deficiency of kidney yin, which was caused by an excess of alcohol. The main character was scared and worried. He realized that the unknown guy's target was the nurse Zhao Yaner. The man asked his interlocutor with a smile, "Is he really blind?" Sun was very angry. He couldn't believe that he wouldn't have the strength to protect his girlfriend. The ghost told the main character that he couldn't help him in any way. He explained that he would help the guy only if he fulfilled his request. The stranger looked at the protagonist and demanded that he tell him what was wrong with him. The ghost began waving his arms in the air. A bright glow appeared around his body. Suddenly, a very bright burning portal appeared in the air. It was spinning in space. The main character looked at the portal next to him with surprise and interest. The main character looked at the red-haired monster that appeared with great surprise. Sun realized with excitement that the unfamiliar master had come out of the black hole. The old man said with displeasure that he did not want to be near the red-haired monster. The master waved his hand joyfully, and with a smile, the main character felt scared. The master approached the table and looked closely at the guy. The patient was sitting on the sofa. The red-haired monster smiled at the main character and told him to learn everything he told him. The main character looked at his interlocutor attentively. He realized that the monster wanted to help him. Sun told the patient in a serious voice that he was suffering from kidney failure. The woman said with a smile that if her son had kidney stones, they would have found it. The main character said that the guy has kidney stones. He has kidney failure. The guy pointed angrily at the protagonist and said that he had kidney failure. Sun advised the patient to press on both sides of his knees. The guy put his hands on his knees and pressed them. The main character asked the patient how he felt. Sun told his interlocutor to press on the sides of his lower back with his fingers. The guy did so. The main character asked the patient if he felt pain. Sun asked his interlocutor judiciously if he had strong anxiety in the morning. The guy shook his head sadly. He completely agreed with the words of the main character. Sun asked his interlocutor sternly how many times a night he does this. The guy looked at the main character with fear and asked what he meant. The main character discontentedly explained to his interlocutor that he himself understood everything perfectly well. The guy said sadly that it happens to him 4 or 5 times a night, sometimes more. The people around listened in surprise. The main character calmly looked at his interlocutor and said that he was not asking him any more questions. The patient, with tears in his eyes, asked the guy, "Does he really have kidney failure?" The protagonist asked his interlocutor, "Does he really doubt it?" The guy was very scared and devastated. He realized that he had very serious problems with his kidneys. The mother angrily rushed at her son and asked how he could do this to a woman so many times. The red-haired monster told the main character to leave here and not pay attention if they called him. Son calmly headed towards the exit. People looked after him in surprise. The man called the main character very frightened. He called him Doctor. The main character thought about it and he couldn't believe that Dr. Sun could make a mistake. The guy didn't want his relatives to ask him to cure the patient. Suddenly, someone called the main character. A man with a girl stood next to him. Sun, with great attention and looked to the side in surprise, he saw a familiar person. The man told the protagonist that he was going to leave the hospital. He added that Sun could call him if needed. The protagonist reminded the extracted patient not to forget to rest for a few days. Sun turned the corner. At this time, the women bowed and greeted Mr. Sun. The main character entered his room. She carefully locked the exit. Sun felt very tired. He exhaled in a relaxed manner. The ghost asked the main character why he was acting as if he was being persecuted for theft. Sun replied to the man that none of this mattered. He asked what kind of new character was in front of him. The main character stood and looked at the red-haired monster with great attention. The ghost decided to tell the main character the details about the red-haired monster. The man explained that their new friend's name was Wei Ren. He was Wang Wei's younger brother. The main character asked the surprised man with interest, "Who is Wang Wei?" The ghost got very nervous because of the guy's question. He began to calm himself down. The man asked the main character if he knew about bronze acupuncture. Sun said with confidence in his voice that he knew about the 17 bronze techniques. The man explained to the boy that he meant bronze acupuncture medicine. The guy answered his interlocutor that he understood everything. The man told him about the points that are located all over the body. The ghost asked his interlocutor if he knew about acupuncture from the 3 ancient Chinese sages. Sun answered the man that he had never heard of sages. The ghost asked the boy with interest if he was a medical student. Sun explained to the man that he was a student of Western medicine and not Chinese. The ghost looked at the guy angrily and said that he could study Chinese medicine. Sun said with a smile that he had no intention of studying Chinese medicine. The protagonist revealed that the entrance scores for the School of Chinese Medicine at Huaxia University are only a few points higher than the second score on the entrance exam. Sun wanted to tell what happened in the big football league and Huaxia University the year before last. The commander was looking for guys. It took time to assemble a team of blues. In the end, all the remaining numbers were girls. If a student studies medicine, he can choose Chinese medicine. But this is considered equivalent to unemployment. The main character told his separated friends that they wanted to throw him into a fiery pit. The man wanted to tell his friend what would happen if he studied Chinese medicine. Sun explained to the ghost in fear that if he studied Chinese medicine, his parents would break his legs. The man told the protagonist with a smile that everything depended on him. Sun asked his interlocutor what he meant. The ghost reminded that he had called his assistants and they had helped the main character. Now Sun must fulfill the request of his new friends. The protagonist was surprised to learn that his new friends wanted him to study Chinese medicine. Sun was very scared. He hugged the old man and said that in his past life, he was so pure that he didn't even have children. The main character told the master that he could find himself a mature woman, experienced and loving. The old man turned around and silently walked away. The main character was unhappy. Sun rushed to Ren and told the man that he had a fat figure. The main character promised the master that he would help him lose weight. As a result, the fat man will become a handsome man with a car and a bunch of women. Ren looked at the guy with displeasure and told him not to even think about it. Sun fell onto the bed and told his friends that they could do whatever they wanted. The main character shouted in disappointment to his friends that he could not and did not want to study. The ghost asked the boy, "Is it really easier for him to be damned than to study?" Sun answered sensibly that in his next life he would study Chinese medicine. The man angrily demanded that the boy agree right now and not in the next life. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the ward. The main character realized that someone had come. A nurse entered the room. She sternly called the main character by name. Sun sat and looked ahead with a stupid expression. The girl angrily asked the guy what kind of expression he had on his face. Zhao told the guy that he wanted to save her, so she gives him a chance to have dinner with her. The girl looked at the main character and said that she was rewarding him for his efforts. Sun told his interlocutor with a smile that this was his wildest dream. The girl turned around and headed towards the exit. She told the guy that everything was decided. The nurse explained to the main character that she would find him tomorrow after work. The ghost asked the main character if he was happy that a beautiful girl was flirting with him. Ren told the guy to quickly prepare the medicine. The main character asked his interlocutor in surprise, "What should he cook?" The man reminded the guy what he had agreed to earlier, before the girl came in. The ghost reminded that Master Simiao helped the protagonist cure the patient. The man reminded the boy that he had received more than 10,000 yuan for the treatment. The ghost said that the main character donated all the money he earned to poor patients from the hospital. The man reminded the protagonist that he had agreed to fulfill the wishes of the old man and Ren. The main character shouted in fear that he had forgotten everything after Zhao arrived. Sun didn't know what to do. He didn't want to study Chinese medicine at all. The main character thought to himself that he just needed to go with the flow. The pharmacist asked the guy what medications he needed. The main character named the drugs and various potions he needed. Sun thought excitedly and with surprise how such things could be used to make medicine. The main character told the fat master that usually people use several ingredients, but they had already collected about 30 of them. Ren answered the main character with a smile that they would now begin to prepare the broth. The fat man pointed out 6 ingredients to the guy. The rest had to be chosen. Sun was surprised that the master didn't need any ingredients. Ren explained to the guy that in order to earn money, you don't need to immediately play your trump card. The old man thought about it. He realized that the main character would pay for everything. In 2 hours, the potion was ready. The main character examined it carefully. Sun saw a dark liquid splashing in the container. A strong smell emanated from it. The main character wondered with suspicion whether the patient would be able to drink such a medicine. Ren demanded that the guy make 6 round tablets from the drug. The main character prepared a round and black pill. He examined it carefully. Sun asked the master with interest, what kind of thing had he prepared? The old man replied that the boy had prepared liudi ma'aru. The main character was amazed. He asked the master again what he had just cooked. The old man began to tell the boy about the prepared medicine liudi ma'aru. Its components help to cleanse the 6 meridians and improve kidney function. The main character was very unpleasantly surprised. He had no idea how much money he would have to spend. The fat man told the boy that success in their work depended on courage, impudence, and ruthlessness. Sun looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and said that he was very shameless. The main character asked his friend what the fat man died of. The man said that Fatso examined the imperial concubine and deceived the emperor out of money. The man said that the fat man's throat was cut. The main character said with displeasure that the redhead deserved it. Ren said that he lived in wealth and honor. He didn't care about life after death, he treated people. The fat man told his friends that the amount of money they earned for treatment depended on them. Ren said that his reputation was very high. He needed nothing. The fat man asked his friends if they had ever seen a doctor who suffered from lack of money. The fat man said that if a doctor wants to save the whole world, then he must take good care of himself. Ren told his friends that if a doctor doesn't take care of himself, there's no point in him being one. The old man told the master that he should not have deceived other people for the purpose of profit. Ren began to justify himself. He said that everything was consensual. He recalled that he had cured his patients. The fat man said that everyone should have moral boundaries and one should not deceive both good and poor people. Ren told the boy that if he had a conscience, he could become a hero who would save the whole world. The main character suddenly hit himself in the face with his hand. His friends were surprised. The man looked at his friend in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Sun said excitedly that he must keep 200 yuan for himself. Otherwise, he would not have enough to live on until the end of the month. He demanded that his friends bring the pills. Late in the evening, the main character was resting in his hospital. He was lying on the bed. The moonlight fell on the protagonist's bed. The guy lay in thought. Suddenly, a fat man approached the main character from the side and called him. Ren advised his friend to get up early and go to bed early too. He also forbade the guy to eat meat along with alcohol and debauchery. Sun said that Chinese medicine recommends not eating unhealthy foods or drinking alcohol. The main character recalled periodic rest and replenishment of strength through sleep. The main character thought that if a person gives up debauchery, he will accumulate energy. The fat man said that the guy is very smart and talented. He needs such a student. The old man said that he would first take on the main character so that the guy could fulfill his goals. The master told the fat man that when he finished his training, he would take on the boy. Ren asked his interlocutor, "Did the main character really say that he wants to study in boredom?" The fat man said that he would teach the boy medicine and provide him with knowledge about earning money. The girls themselves would go into Sunya's arms. The old man shouted to his interlocutor that he would finish him off now. He hit him with his hand. The fat man shouted to the old man that he was finished. He swung his hand. The man stood and calmly watched as the ghosts fought among themselves. The main character was deeply asleep. He didn't even suspect that Ren was fighting against the master. The next morning, the main character woke up in the hospital building. The sun was shining brightly outside. Sun opened his eyes and looked around him with great attention. The main character noticed the faces of his friends. He immediately saw that they were very beaten. Sun came to his senses completely. He saw the old man and the fat man smiling at him. The guy angrily shouted to his friends that they wanted to scare him to death. The man told the main character that his friends would not let him die. They would teach him medicine. The main character asked with displeasure, when did he agree to study medicine? Ren reminded his interlocutor in a dissatisfied voice that he had agreed yesterday. The main character said that he only agreed to cure the patient. He did not say that he would study medicine. The old man was unhappy with the main character's words. He wanted to tell him something. The man looked at Sun and told him in a reasonable voice to think about it. The main character told his friends that they couldn't do anything to him. Pangguan told his interlocutors that they had fulfilled the boy's wish, and now he was pretending not to know them. The man told his interlocutors that the boy was of no use to them. He explained that they could choose the method of his execution. The master and the fat man conferred among themselves and the old man won. He received the right to choose. The master whispered something to the Pangguan man. The old man replied that he understood him. The main character asked his friends with great fear, "What are they planning?" The old man pointed his finger at him. Sun got scared and decided to run away. He decided to save himself by running away. The main character flew out of the hospital window. He fell from a great height to the ground. Sun realized that he was in danger of dying. He was falling from a great height to the ground at speed. The people below noticed something. They looked up. Someone said that something was falling on them. Sun shouted angrily to his friends in flight that he fully agreed to their terms. The main character shouted in flight that he was ready to study Chinese medicine. He had almost fallen. At the last moment, the guy saw the earth approaching him. Sun, with his eyes closed, suddenly felt for himself that the earth turned out to be very soft for him. The main character opened his eyes very sharply. He realized that he did not die from the fall. Sun noticed with surprise that his head was lying on the nurse's chest. The girl very shyly asked the guy why he was talking about Chinese medicine. The main character told the nurse with a smile that he had just had a nightmare. Zhao said to the guy with displeasure that he was sleeping in broad daylight. She wanted to tell him what she heard from Teacher Z. The nurse said that if the guy doesn't feel nauseous or dizzy, he'll be discharged tomorrow. The main character looked at his girlfriend and said that he understood everything. The nurse looked at the main character with a smile and told him not to forget about the evening date. The main character became worried. He realized with fear that he would see the girl in the evening. Sun was very scared. He remembered that he had no money. He would have to work part-time as a dishwasher. The boy looked at his friends. The fat man and the old man were standing there laughing at his problems. Sun glared at his friends and turned to the three of them. The master and Ren stopped laughing. They looked at the guy with great interest. Pangguan turned to the main character and studied him with great interest. Sun fell to the floor. He asked his friends to help him. The main character told his friends that they shouldn't watch their student embarrass himself in front of a girl. The ghost sternly asked the boy if he really wanted to study Chinese medicine. The main character asked who exactly he would study with. He couldn't have two teachers at once. The fat man explained that he knew about injections, and the old man knew about medicines. They would teach the boy together. Sun told his interlocutors that he agreed. He asked them to help him earn money. The friends angrily told the guy not to hurry. Sun became very worried. The students explained to the boy that when he entered the Chinese medicine specialty, then they would help him. It's very easy to change your major at university, but not in medicine. The head of the Chinese medicine department was ready to personally help Sun. The main character continued to beg his friends. They were silent and did not answer him. If a guy wants to transfer from the faculty of Chinese medicine to another specialty, then it will be useless to even dream about it. The main character asked his friends with displeasure why they did this to him. Sun told his friends excitedly that it was already evening. and he hadn't drunk a drop of water yet. The guy warned him that it would soon get dark. At this time, a girlfriend in an evening dress came in. She called the main character by name. Sun was very surprised and worried. He was still wearing a hospital gown. The girl asked the guy with displeasure, why hadn't he changed his clothes yet? She asked, is her friend really going to have dinner with her in a hospital gown? The main character looked at the girl with great desire and interest. Sun told his interlocutor with great excitement that he would now change his clothes. The main character took off his top shirt. The girl looked at him attentively. Zhao thought happily to herself that the protagonist was taking good care of his body. Sun was almost completely undressed. The girl asked her friend why he froze and did not change his clothes further. Just slyly asked the guy what part of his body she hadn't seen yet. The main character glanced slyly at his girlfriend. He had already almost completely changed his clothes. Sun put on light shoes on his feet and prepared to go outside with the girl. The main character took his wallet with him. He was completely ready for the walk. Sun told his girlfriend that they could go. The girl looked at him attentively. Zhao slowly walked up to the main character. She looked at him very carefully. The main character stood very excited. He just looked at the girl. She was silent. The girl brought her face closer to the main character. The guy was very excited. The girlfriend closed her eyes and stretched out her hands to the surprised guy's head. Sun was amazed. He realized that the girl wanted hugs. He didn't know what to do. The main character realized that he should now gently embrace his girlfriend's slender waist. Sun thought that perhaps he should grab the girl hard and tightly and kiss her tenderly. In his dreams, the guy imagined that he would kiss the girl sharply and not say a word to her. The main character was surprised. The girl carefully reached out and grabbed the bandage on his head. Ao began to very carefully unwind the bandage from the guy's head with her hands. The main character thought to himself with displeasure that he was already dreaming about kissing his girlfriend. Sun turned his gaze downwards. He carefully examined the girl's form. The nurse asked the guy if she was beautiful. The main character answered that she was very beautiful. Sun thought to himself that he had barely glanced at the girl and she had noticed it. Zhao looked sternly at the guy and wanted to warn him about what would happen to him if he dared to peek at her again. Zhao extended her fingers forward and threatened the guy that she would gouge out his eyes. The main character jumped back in fear. The girl stood calmly nearby. Zhao looked at her friend calmly and said that they needed to go. The guy and his girlfriend were on the street. The girl got excited and said that the taxi had already arrived. A car pulled up. The main character and the girl got inside and slammed the door. Zhao told the driver excitedly that they were going to the Paris Spring. The main character sat and looked with great joy at his girlfriend next to him. Sun suddenly very clearly remembered about a restaurant called Paris Spring. The main character remembered that the restaurant was very expensive with top-notch Western cuisine. The guy got excited. He put his hand on his pocket and remembered that he didn't have much money. The protagonist became worried. He realized that he only had 200 yuan with him. The guy was completely immersed in deep thought. His girlfriend asked, "Is he really hot?" The driver told the passenger that his air conditioner was on full blast. Sun said to the driver with a smile that his air conditioner was bad. The guy thought to himself that they would arrive soon and that would be the end. The car pulled up to the entrance of the restaurant. The main character thought that everything happened very quickly. Sun paid the driver for the fare. He handed him change of 60 yuan. The main character was sitting with his girlfriend. They were eating expensive food and drinking expensive drinks. Sun sat opposite the girl at a table. A live orchestra of several musicians played on the stage. The girlfriend looked at the main character and asked if it was tasty or for him. Sun drank wine from the glass. He confirmed to the girl that he liked everything. The main character devoured the food with gusto. He told the girl that everything was delicious to him. Zhao sat opposite him at the table and looked at the guy with great interest. A group of customers came in. The guy said discontentedly that they had reserved a place by phone yesterday, but other people were sitting there now. The main character and his girlfriend were surprised. They looked at the clients who came with surprise. The waitress bowed and asked forgiveness from the gentleman in front of her. The girl suggested that the guests wait in the recreation area. When the other visitors leave, they will provide a table to the customers. The guy turned to his companions. They were heatedly discussing something among themselves. The clients agreed. The girl showed them where they could go to the next room. The restaurant manager named Zach appeared. He was ready to resolve the misunderstanding with the customers. The man bowed to the guests and said that he apologized on behalf of the restaurant. The boy calmly responded to the man that he accepted his apology. Zach explained to the customers that according to the rules of their restaurant, unkempt people cannot enter. The manager explained to the interlocutors that their clothes did not meet the restaurant's requirements, so they would have to leave. The guy asked his interlocutor with displeasure, "Where are they dressed so sloppily?" Zach decided to point out to guests the basic dress code in their restaurant. The man instructed the guests that they must wear a bow tie or tie with a formal suit. Zach pointed to his shoes and said that restaurant customers must wear leather shoes. The girl was unhappy. She said that the man was not doing his job properly. Zhao said in a dissatisfied voice that the man was simply picking on customers for no reason and throwing people out. The guy reminded the manager that they were supposed to have spare suits for customers in the locker room. Zach threw up his hands and explained to his interlocutor that they had run out of spare suits for the guests. The guest became very angry. He looked at the manager with great hatred. The people in the restaurant fell silent. They watched everything that was happening with great interest. The main character got angry. He stood up and slammed his palm on the table with all his might. Zhao looked at her friend with great attention and surprise. The main character walked confidently towards the manager and the client. Sun walked up to the manager and told him in a stern voice that he was talking nonsense. Zach asked the guy again with displeasure, "What did he tell him?" The main character repeated to the man that he was talking nonsense. The people around fell silent. The orchestra stopped playing and the musicians looked away with excitement. The clients looked at the main character with great fear. They were waiting for what he would say. Sun told the manager sternly that he saw a bunch of spare suits for the guests in their locker room. The main character said that no one else entered the locker room after him. This means that Zach deceived the guests. The manager told the customer that they were in an expensive restaurant and demanded that he watch his language. Sun reminded his interlocutor that the restaurant's instructions stated that their customers were gods. Zach angrily told the guy that the restaurant no longer welcomed them. He called the security guards. The fighters in suits arrived. The manager demanded that the guards escort the client to the exit. One of the guards hit the main character. The guy got a bruise under his eye. The main character missed another blow. Several guards were around him. The clients noticed that there was a fight near them. Someone said that the forces were clearly not equal. The main character took a very strong blow to the stomach from a large guard. Sun noticed a huge fighter standing next to him and preparing to strike him with all his might. At this moment, someone approached the man from behind and hit him on the head with all his might. Zhao hit one of the fighters with her shoe with all her might. She couldn't knock him out. The man turned around angrily and grabbed his neck with his hand. He looked at the client with hatred. Suddenly, the main character saw something very frightening. He looked piercingly in front of him. The client called his grandfather in a frightened voice. Something happened to the old man. Sun thought to himself with displeasure that the boy was so scared that he even called his grandfather. The main character looked closely and noticed that the old man was lying unconscious. Next to him was his grandmother. The grandfather lay down and could not get up. The woman next to him supported his head. Zach angrily ordered his subordinates to quickly throw out the problematic clients. The guy tried to escape from the guard's hands. He shouted for them to let him go. The main character noticed with excitement how one of the fighters attacked the girl and grabbed her by the arms. Sun looked away in fear. He didn't know what to do now. The main character shouted loudly to his friends to help him quickly. The ghosts looked at the guy in surprise. They didn't know what they could do to him. Panguang told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he had not yet entered the faculty of Chinese medicine. Sun was very worried. He looked to the side and realized that the old man could die soon. One of the guards swung his fist to knock the main character down with a blow. The guy shouted to his friends in great fear and said that he would pay anything for their help. At this time, Sun received a very strong blow. He was then blown to the side. The man asked the guy sternly, "Will he really do anything?" The main character looked at his interlocutor with excitement and confirmed that he would do anything. Panguan clicked his fingers and activated his magic skills. After this, a burning portal to another dimension appeared in space. An unfamiliar warrior confidently emerged from the burning portal and stepped onto the ground. The fighter walked confidently towards the man in front of him. Panguang confidently told the fighter to help the guy. Sun would fulfill any of his requests for this. The warrior was silent. He looked at the people in front of him with great attention. He thought. The fighter closed his eyes and said that he was entering the body of the main character. The ghost entered the guy's body. After that, the main character's eyes lit up brightly. The girl was very scared. She looked very warily at the guard who was swinging at her. The man swung his arm to knock the girl off her feet with a powerful blow. The main character arrived just in time. He picked it up and hit the guard with all his might. The fighter did not expect a blow from the guy. He did not have time to defend himself and flew back. The main character ran up and hit another guard with all his might. He knocked over a table with dishes in midair. Sun ran up behind another fighter and hit him with all his might with a powerful blow. The guard fell unconscious to the floor. The main character ran on to take down the fighters. The girlfriend watched with great surprise as Sun beat up the guards with professional techniques. Sun ran up and hit one of the guards in the face with all his might. The fighter fell to the floor after the blow, knocking over several chairs with him. The guard lay unconscious on the floor. He could no longer get to his feet. Zach looked ahead in amazement. He couldn't believe that an ordinary client could beat up all of his guards. Sun knocked out a fighter who ran up to him from behind with a very powerful blow of his hand. The main character sternly told the restaurant manager that they were Chinese. Sun looked sternly at his interlocutor and wanted to explain to him who he was. The main character told Zaku sternly that they are not stupid Chinese. Sun swung his arm and with a very powerful kick threw back another guard. People around were recording everything that was happening on their phones. Someone said that they saw Bruce Lee in front of them. The tired protagonist told the girl that he seemed to have laid everyone down. Sun felt very weak and exhausted. The main character fell exhausted to the floor. His girlfriend ran up to him from the side. Zhao hugged the guy with great excitement and asked him, what happened to him? Sun noticed with amazement and excitement how people started running next to him. The main character looked at the lying old man. He realized that he couldn't touch him. Sun extended his hand to his grandfather. He still decided to try to help him. Suddenly, someone from the side shouted to the surprised people to stop. An unfamiliar guest in glasses told people not to touch the old man. The client told the other visitors sternly that the old man might die otherwise. The guy explained to his interlocutors that he was the deputy chief physician of a military district named Lu Bin. The doctor said that the old man's high blood pressure had caused him to have a heart attack. The client asked the doctor to save his grandfather. Lu explained to his interlocutors that it was his duty to save people. He would do everything in his power. The main character thought cheerfully to himself that the young doctor was just showing off. The fat man said with a smile that if they start treating the heart attack, the old man will die. Sun shouted very loudly to the doctor to stop. He was afraid for the old man. The main character extended his hand forward towards the guy. He wanted to stop him as soon as possible. Lu turned around and asked the guy with displeasure why he was yelling at him. The main character crawled along the floor with all his might. He wanted to explain that the old man had not had a heart attack. The doctor asked the main character with interest, what had happened to the patient then? The main character thought about it. He didn't know how to explain his grandfather's illness. The medic was silent. He sat and looked at the main character with great interest. Sun thought excitedly to himself. He realized that the old man's illness could be related to his heart. The main character was very excited. He did not know what to answer his interlocutor. Ren and the master were silent. They watched the main character with great interest. Sun told himself that he needed to calm down and find out all the symptoms. The boy realized that his grandfather was suffering from oxygen starvation. The old man covered his airways with his hand, not his heart. The main character loudly and excitedly shouted to the doctor that the patient had asphyxia. The doctor was very surprised. He could not understand why the guy made such a diagnosis. The red-haired fat man was delighted. He realized that Sun had made the correct diagnosis for the patient. Liu looked at his grandfather lying down. He realized that he needed to clear his airways. The medic knew that the old man had not eaten anything. He wondered what could have blocked his airways. He realized that it could have been a buildup of mucus. Liu thought to himself with displeasure that there were tools in the hospital that could help him, but there were no such tools in the restaurant. The doctor realized that if the grandfather breathed through his mouth, the clot would spread even further. The main character shouted at the doctor to move away. Liu asked the guy again what he said. Sun looked at the doctor with displeasure and shouted at him to get out of here quickly. The main character suddenly approached the patient and leaned over his face. People around looked at him in surprise. Liu was very surprised. He could not understand how the guy wanted to help the old man. The girl and the ghosts stood and watched Sun's actions with interest. Sun pressed his lips to the old man. He wanted to help him free his breathing. The main character sucked some liquid from the body of an unconscious grandfather. Sun looked at the old man with concern and realized that he needed to perform artificial respiration now. The main character put his hands on his grandfather's chest to press down on his ribcage. Ren looked at the guy and said worriedly that he better not do that. The fat man explained that old people have fragile bones and you can't do that to them. Ren said that if you press on the chest, the splinter in the bone can penetrate into the heart. As a result, there will be internal bleeding. Liu looked at the main character and realized that he now had a chance. The medic threw the guy aside and demanded that he move away. Liu said that 5 minutes after the onset of asphyxia is the best time to save a life. The medic said to the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he didn't understand why he was being slow. Sun got angry. He pushed the medic aside with a blow to the shoulder. He wanted to help his grandfather himself. The main character reminded the medic that he told him to back off. Sun turned to the ghosts and asked how he should carry out the procedure correctly. The fat man explained to the guy that the old man had a spasm in his chest muscle. First, the spasm had to be eliminated, and then artificial respiration had to be performed. Ren thought excitedly to himself that he couldn't let his student disgrace himself. The main character excitedly asked the fat man how he could do all this. Ren looked at his friend and showed with his fingers that he needed needles. The main character asked those around him who had needles for acupuncture. The people around were amazed. They looked at the main character with surprise. Sun thought to himself, displeased that none of the people in the restaurant could have needles. Suddenly, one client raised her hand. Everyone looked at her with interest. The girl asked the guy if sewing needles would be suitable for him. The guest handed the main character some needles. He looked at them in his palm. Sun put the needles in his mouth and prepared to use them on the patient. The fat man said that he needed to unbutton the old man's collar and free up his chest area. Sun reached out his hands to his grandfather's clothes and began to unbutton his collar. The protagonist unbuttoned the patient's top shirt. He noticed that there was more clothing underneath. Sun was surprised. He saw that his grandfather was wearing a lot of clothes in the very hot weather. The main character was amazed. He could not understand why the old man was dressed so warmly. Sun tore the t-shirt and saw the old man's body. He prepared to use the needles. The fat man told the main character with excitement that he had to do everything quickly. Sun turned around and confirmed to Ren that he would do exactly as he had told him. The fat man told the boy to stick the needle in half a finger deep. The hand should not shake. Sun took the needle in his hands. The main character looked at his hands with excitement. He could not understand how accurately to count half a finger. Sun put the needle to the patient's body. He realized that there was very little time left. The fat man told the guy to hold the needle more gently. Now the main character could do a heart massage. Sun looked with excitement and noticed that his grandfather was not moving at all. The fat man pointed to the guy with his hand where he should stick the longest needle. Ren explained to the focused protagonist that the needle had to be stuck all the way in. The fat man explained to the guy that his hand should not shake during the procedure. Ren explained to the protagonist that he had to drive the needle deeper and deeper. The fat man sharply commanded the protagonist to pull the needles out of his grandfather's body. The old man suddenly came to his senses. He began to convulsively inhale air. People around were happy. They realized that grandfather was saved and would live. Xiao was very happy. She realized that her friend was able to save the dying man. Pan Guang looked at the red-haired fat man with great attention. He stood and smiled. The ambulance arrived. The main character thought to himself in a relaxed manner that everything should have already ended. Sun stood near the exit. At that moment, doctors ran into the room with a stretcher. The girlfriend is scared. She asked the main character if everything was okay with him. Sun looked at the girl and said that he was fine, but he could be cheered up by her kiss. Zhao was unhappy. She didn't know what to say to the guy's proposal. The main character realized that now there was no time to waste. He grabbed his girlfriend by the hand. The doctors carried out the unconscious grandfather on a stretcher. At that time, Sun was leading his girlfriend by the hand. The main character grabbed his girlfriend by the hand and led her to the side. He wanted to take her away from the restaurant as soon as possible. Sun excitedly explained to the girl that it was time for them to leave quickly. Zhao looked at the main character with great attention and interest. She remained silent. The main character ran out into the street with the girl. He called a taxi to him. Sun put his girlfriend in the car. He told the driver that they needed to go to the medical university. The main character sat and held the girl's hand. They rode silently in the back seat. Sun suddenly felt very uncomfortable because he was holding hands with Zhao. The guy abruptly pulled his hand away from the girl's hand. He screamed very loudly. Zhao looked at her friend with surprise and excitement. She asked why he removed his hand. The main character explained to the girl that it was all just an emergency. Sun Zahi got worried. He prepared to tell his interlocutor some more unpleasant news. The girl looked at the main character with great attention. She waited for what he would say. Sun opened his wallet. and said that he only had a couple of pieces of paper and small bills with him. The main character explained that he would only have enough money for a couple of glasses of water in a restaurant. In the end, he would have had to empty all the dishes to pay. Sun thought to himself with displeasure that this freebie had come at a very high price for him. The girl laughed very slyly. She thought to herself that the guy turned out to be very stupid. The main character cried out to himself in frustration that this was the end for him. Sun remembered with fear that he had beaten up foreigners in a restaurant. The main character convulsively grabbed his head with his hands. He decided that he was facing a life sentence. Zhao looked at her friend with interest. She didn't understand where his heroic courage had gone. The girl thoughtfully told her friend that he would not be able to hide all his life. She asked the guy what he would do. Sun explained to his interlocutor that he would become a hermit and hide in the forest. After that, he would come out of the forest when the term of the case expired. The girl was disappointed. She couldn't believe that her friend was saying such nonsense. The taxi arrived. The main character told the driver that he didn't need change and that he would take the girl home. Sun stood near the car window. He waved goodbye to the girl. The main character shouted to his girlfriend that they would see each other again. The taxi drove off to the side. The students around did not understand why the main character was dressed so strangely in an evening suit. Sun was surprised. He didn't understand why people were all looking at him so strangely. The main character remembered that he was wearing evening clothes. He felt very awkward. Sun ran to the side at full speed. He decided to return to the hostel first. The main character was running at full speed towards the entrance to the dormitory. The students looked at him with surprise. Sun walked up the steps to the dormitory at full speed. The main character saw a familiar guy. He thought that he really missed the hostel. Sun stood near the door to his room. He prepared to go inside. The main character took hold of the handle of the front door and prepared to open it. Sun walked into the student room and told his surprised friends that he was back. Friends laughed for a long time at the main character and his appearance. Student Gao Shan saw an interesting news headline on the internet. It was reported that the Paris Spring restaurant was closed due to numerous violations. The main character was happy. He realized that nothing would happen to him for fighting in the restaurant. The protagonist's friends felt that he had a very heavy burden on his soul. Sun didn't tell any of the students that he was going to change his major. They would have found out about it themselves. Very soon, everyone at the university knew that Sun translated into Chinese medicine. The main character really regretted that he was being transferred. He didn't like the looks of the people around him. Sun noticed with surprise that some unknown man called him to his side. The stranger grabbed the boy by the hand and greeted him. He said that Sun was very young. The man told the main character that he would not pay for tuition, but would receive a scholarship. The stranger led the protagonist by the hand to his new dorm. The man was standing with the guy near the entrance to the building. He told him that they had arrived. The main character was surprised. He noticed that they were standing in front of the entrance to a luxurious villa. The man told the main character that they wanted to settle him in this place for some reason, if he didn't mind. The main character was surprised. He could not understand why he could be against living here. The stranger waved his hand at the protagonist and told him to take care of himself. He himself prepared to leave. The main character went inside the building. He looked around carefully. Sun put his hand on the wall and saw that everything around was very beautifully arranged. The main character looked around with great admiration. He saw a luxurious interior. Sun looked up and saw a luxurious chandelier under the ceiling. It illuminated the room. The protagonist looked at the floor in front of him. He noticed luxurious marble. Sun looked ahead and noticed that there were some strangers sitting in front of him. The main character looked at the girls sitting next to him on the sofas with surprise and interest. There were drinks and food on the table. Sun looked at the girls with great desire. They were all thin and seductive. The main character looked at his new acquaintances without taking his eyes off them. At this moment, someone called the guy by name from the side. He turned around in fear. The main character turned to the side and saw an unfamiliar man in glasses in front of him. The stranger asked the main character, "Has he really just transferred to him?" The main character extended his hand to his new acquaintance and told him his name. Sun looked at the stranger with interest and asked, "Is he really a butler?" The guests were very surprised when they heard the words of the main character. One of them laughed. The man said that he lives in this villa. His name is Shi Feng, and he is a first-year doctoral student. The main character bowed to the guy with apology and asked him to forgive him. She waved with a smile at his new acquaintance and said that this time he had not been given such a low rating. The main character looked at his new neighbor with interest. He remained silent. Shie told the main character that he would take him to a new room. Sun looked at the girls on the sofa. The main character slyly asked his friend how he could meet girls at the table. Shai replied to the guy that he would now introduce him to all his girlfriends and tell him about the rules of living there. The man whispered in the main character's ear that he shouldn't do anything stupid and there wouldn't be any problems. Sun listened with great excitement to the warning from his new acquaintance. She said joyfully to the protagonist that now it was time for him to get acquainted. The man pointed to the girl with the green scarf and said that her name was Wang Suqing. Shai then wanted to introduce the main character to the sex goddess. The man told the boy that the girl with dark hair was called Zhege Hong Ye. Shai said happily that the young and incomparable student's name was Zhang Xiaofang. The man said that the last neighbor needs no introduction. On the sofa, dressed in pink, sat a beauty named Zhao Feifei. The main character was very surprised and excited when he saw this girl. Sun remembered with excitement that Zhao had 4 million subscribers. The main character remembered personal information about the beauty Zhao. Sun knew very clearly about himself that the girl had tens of millions of comments on the social network. The main character happily thought to himself that he had ended up in heaven in this place. The main character was very happy because he would have a bunch of new girlfriends. He smiled contentedly. Suddenly, one of the students called Shi. The main character became wary and worried. Van asked the man very displeasedly, why did he stop? The girl asked her interlocutor to tell the guest about the rules of the villa. Shi agreed with the student's demands. He prepared to tell the guy everything. The main character waited with great attention to what the man would tell him now. Shai explained that the boys are not allowed to enter the second and third floors. Punishment may follow for this. The man explained to the frightened protagonist what kind of violation castration could be. Guys must be clothed. The punishment for running around naked will be castration. She said that it is forbidden to bring strangers into the villa. Otherwise, there will be punishment for this. The man pointed at the main character and reminded him about castration. The guy was very scared. He subconsciously grabbed his hands. Shai said that if a girl needs help, then a guy should immediately run to her. The man warned the boy not to spread information about the girl Zhao Feifei. Shai cheerfully reminded the main character that castration awaits him for violating this rule. The main character felt scared. This place no longer seemed like paradise to him. Sun excitedly told his new acquaintances that he had the wrong door. He prepared to leave. The main character said goodbye to his friends and said that he would not disturb them. The student decided to warn the guy what would happen if he dared to leave. Van told the main character that an accident could happen to him in a crowded place. Van told the guy that in a crowded place a girl would jump on him and start screaming that he was a cheater and a womanizer. The girl asked her interlocutor if he remembered one guy. The main character got scared. He realized who his new girlfriend had just reminded him of. Sun remembered one guy who was yelled at by a girl. He was then beaten by a crowd. Shai came up behind the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. He wanted to take him to the room. Sun calmed down. He agreed to follow the man to his room. As he said goodbye, the guy turned his head to the side and looked at the girls for the last time. Sun said dreamily that he would like to live alone in such a big villa. The man told the boy to unpack his things and rest. The next day, the main character arrived at the university. His studies were starting. The man led the protagonist to the door. He said that Chinese medicine is studied in practice. Shai told the guy to come in. He pointed to his seat. The man asked the boy if the robe was too small for him. At that time, Sun was trying to put it on. The main character explained to his interlocutor that the robe was a little too big for him. The man put a whole pile of books on the table. He told the guy that he would get used to it. She explained to the main character that he should memorize all the books in his free time. Sun heard a suspicious smell from the side. He turned around carefully to look. The main character was surprised to see a girl with red hair enter their office. The client silently walked in and placed some document in front of the doctors. Shi looked at the girl with great interest. He asked what she was complaining about. Sun was very excited. He looked at the client with great admiration. The main character was especially struck by the fact that the girl was incredibly beautiful. The client explained that she had been feeling dizzy and nauseous while eating for a couple of days. The protagonist realized with excitement that the client had described the symptoms of pregnancy to him. The doctor demanded that the girl give him her hand. He wanted to take her pulse. The client asked the doctor with a smile which hand exactly she should give him. She sternly explained to his patient that she should give him her left hand. Sun was very excited. He looked at the patient in front of him with admiration. The guy suddenly felt to himself that he was very aroused. The doctor called the main character by name. The guy was very scared. She demanded that the protagonist take the girl's pulse. He promised to teach Sun how to make a diagnosis. The doctor turned around and asked the patient if she minded being examined by Sun. The girl smiled at the doctor and said that she didn't mind at all. She agreed to go with the guy. Shuri put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and told him to be more careful. Sun began to measure the patient's pulse. He tried to concentrate and not get distracted. The main character gave himself instructions not to think about anything unnecessary and to concentrate. Shai said judiciously that a woman's pulse is like a gentle stream. A man's pulse is like a wide, turbulent river. Sun closed his eyes. At this time, the doctor said that a small ridge could be hidden in the girl's gentle stream. The main character very clearly imagined the pulse as a flowing mountain river. The doctor came up from behind and very abruptly put his hand on the main character's back. She demanded that the guy get up. The main character agreed. The patient noticed with surprise how the guy in front of her very abruptly jumped to his feet. Shuri looked at the patient silently and with great attention. He wanted to tell her something. The girl looked slyly at the main character and said that he was a good specimen. Sun felt very embarrassed. He decided to step aside. The patient asked the doctor what she was currently sick with. Shuri looked sternly and with a smile at the girl and said that he wanted to congratulate her. The doctor explained to the surprised patient that she was 2 months pregnant. The client was unpleasantly surprised. She said that now she wouldn't even have enough money for an abortion. The girl turned around abruptly and ran to the exit. The main character and the doctor were silent. Sun sat opposite Shi and looked at him for a very long time in silence. They were all thinking about the strange patient. The main character and the doctor arrived at the villa building after work. Sun, accompanied by his companion, approached the door of the building. They prepared to go inside. The man took hold of the door and prepared to open it. Someone approached from inside. A frightened girl opened the door. She was expecting Sun and his companion to arrive. Sun stood with the doctor. They looked at the girl with great surprise. The interlocutor looked at the guy and said that she needed an escort. The girl was carrying a basket of fruit in her hands. She was walking accompanied by Sun. Van asked her companion again if he had heard all her words exactly. The girl explained to the main character that there are difficult people in the hospital. He should listen to her and not say too much. The main characters are scared. He asked the girl if it was possible to make him not go with her. The girl sternly told the guy that he should play along with her. She explained that she didn't want to go either. Wang explained that Hong Ye had dragged Shu's boyfriend with her. That's why she was forced to take Sun with her now. Sun Yu didn't want to go with the girl either. He did it only because of the rules. The main character and his companion approached the right door. Van said that they had arrived. The girl promised her friend that if he behaved well, she would buy him a drink. The door to the ward opened. Van and his companion prepared to go inside. The girl happily greeted Aunt Ma and told her that she had arrived. The woman told her guest to come in. Inside the room, a man was standing near the table. Van greeted Uncle Nayu. The man asked the girl who the guy next to her was. The girl grabbed the main character by the hand and said that he was her boyfriend. Van explained to the protagonist that Uncle Niu, who is a good friend of her father, was standing next to her. The man explained that he had been friends with the girl's father since school. He invited the guests to sit down and make themselves at home. Ma handed the guests food and said that they could eat fruit. The girl waved her hand negatively. The main character reached out and took the apple. He thanked the woman. Ma asked the guy where he works. Sun replied that he is a third-year student. The woman asked the boy if he was studying Western medicine. Sun replied that he was studying Chinese medicine. Van sat and listened to her boyfriend's conversation. She was very unhappy. The girl was unhappy. She regretted taking the main character with her. Suddenly, Van turned to Uncle Niu and asked him why he went to the hospital. The man explained to the girl that he had an old illness that had reactivated in his youth. He had not taken care of his health and was now reaping the consequences. The girl slyly said that her friend was also studying Chinese medicine. The woman asked if the main character would be able to examine Uncle Nu. The main character got up from the sofa and said that he would, of course, examine the man. Van angrily asked her friend if he understood what he was doing now. The girl angrily told the guy that Uncle Nu holds a very high position. Van angrily told the guy that they were in a military hospital. He couldn't treat people here. Sun explained in a calm voice to the man that he wanted to take his left hand. The guy was taking the patient's pulse. The girl thought to herself that Sun was not standing on ceremony at all. The main character was completely immersed and focused on the process of measuring the pulse. Sun suddenly felt something very positive. a joyful expression appeared on his face. After a short pause, a gloomy expression appeared on the main character's face. Van looked at her friend with great concern. She decided that the guy was retarded. Sun closed his eyes and sank into deep thought. He prepared to tell the man the diagnosis. The main character said to the patient with a smile that he could cure him of this disease. The main character confidently confirmed to his interlocutors that he agreed to help the man. Sun explained that he could cure the patient. Wang and Uncle Niu were very surprised. The girl thought to herself with displeasure that she had made a mistake in taking Sunya with her. She did not know what to do next. The main character decided to explain to his interlocutors the details of his treatment plan. Sun drew a treatment plan on a piece of paper. He explained that it would take 1 week to recover. The main character handed the paper to the woman. He explained that the medicine should be taken in the morning and in the evening. Ma was surprised. She didn't know whether she should trust the guy and his recipe. The patient said in a sad voice that he would show the prescription to Dr. Feng. Van asked Aunt Ma to stop. She wanted to tell her something. The girl asked the woman if she wanted to contact the talented head doctor from office 301. Van asked the woman about the doctor who is her father's student. The girl reminded that Feng is the most successful doctor in China. Wang knew very well about the very talented and successful Dr. Feng Zhang. The woman answered the surprised girl that it was Fenna she meant. The girl was scared. She thought angrily that the main character would be finished when they returned to the dorm. Van coughed in displeasure. She realized that they were in a very awkward situation. The main character sat silently. He felt very awkward. Sun suddenly felt a fat man appear right next to him. Ren explained to the guy with a smile that he would now have to dodge. He explained that there would be a boo. The main character looked at the ghost in surprise. He didn't understand what kind of boo he was talking about. Ren quickly explained to the surprised protagonist that Feng Zhang was seasick. The doctor, accompanied by his companion, walked down the corridor. He was heading to the ward. Sun turned out the bag containing the fruit. The people around were very surprised. The main character held the bag in his hands and prepared to put it on the doctor. Sun ran up very quickly and prepared to throw the bag on top of Feng. Uncle Niu was very surprised and amazed. He did not understand what the main character was doing. Sun wrapped the doctor's face with a bag on all sides so that he wouldn't vomit on the floor. Feng was surprised. He couldn't understand why the guy suddenly put a bag on his head. At that very moment, the doctor suddenly vomited. People around him felt severe discomfort. The main character grabbed a bag of vomit and decided to take it out as quickly as possible. Sun ran out of the room at full speed. He was carrying a package in his hands. Feng held the paper in his hands. He angrily asked those around him who wrote the recipe. The man timidly pointed his finger at the main character. Sun became very excited. Van was very scared. She realized that now it was definitely the end because of Sun. Feng looked at the protagonist with suspicion and asked if he had written the recipe. Sun confirmed in a frightened voice that he had written the recipe. He thought to himself that the recipe might be bad. Van was very scared. She understood that she could get into trouble because of the main character. The doctor held the prescription in his hands. He asked the main character who taught him medicine. The main character explained to the doctor in a calm voice that he received the prescription from his ancestor. Feng looked at the guy with great displeasure. He asked what ancestor he was talking about. The main character said that his ancestor's name was Sun Jiaran. The guy added that he belongs to the 245th generation of the Sun family. The girl became worried. She told the doctor not to take the guy's words into account. Suddenly, the doctor bowed to the surprised protagonist and said that his name was Feng Zhang. The doctor explained that he was the 247th generation great-grandson of Feng Si. His ancestor was also a disciple of the founder of the Sun clan. The main character became worried. He didn't know what to say or do next. Van was surprised. She couldn't believe that her friend really turned out to be a good doctor. The man asked the doctor in fear what was happening now. Feng explained to the patient that the prescription on the piece of paper was very effective in treating his illness. The doctor held a piece of paper in his hands. He pointed out to his patient the ingredient in the prescription. Feng explained to the man that he himself did not know what component was missing, so he did not write out a prescription. Sun looked with concern at his frozen girlfriend. He asked, "What's wrong with her?" Van was silent. The doctor asked the main character, "What is this component called smoke flower?" Feng said he had found that the medicine was supposed to invigorate men. The main character explained that the smoke flower is a dandelion. Van listened to these words in silence. The girl felt empty. Feng thanked the guy for the instructions. He said that he would prepare the medicine now. The woman asked the surprised guy if he went to the same group as Van. The girl smiled happily and wanted to explain everything to the woman. Van grabbed the guy by the hand and said that he was not only her classmate but also her boyfriend. The woman asked the protagonist to sit down and for someone to make him some tea. Sun felt happy. The guy looked at his girlfriend next to him. He felt something inside him. The main character felt uncomfortable. He didn't want it to continue like this. The girlfriend looked angrily at the guy and didn't want him to give them away now. Van hugged the protagonist's arm even tighter. She decided that this time she must reject Mr. Niu's son and his wife forever. Sun felt very uncomfortable. The girl pressed his hand to her chest. The main character felt a very strong resentment because of the touching of his girlfriend. Ma asked the guy very worriedly if everything was okay with him. Sun was very worried. The main character answered the woman with a smile that he was just a little nervous and that everything was fine with him. At this time, the doctor returned. He opened the door and called the main character. The man told the boy that the medicine was ready. He added that the acupuncture kit was also ready. Sun was very happy. He told the patient to take the medicine. The main character asked Ma to bring him a towel. The protagonist placed a towel on the patient's back. He prepared to inject the needle. The girl looked at her friend. He seemed handsome to her when he became serious. Feng watched the guy with great attention. He realized that he was using a special technique. The doctor thought to himself in surprise that the main character used the legendary Zhuanyuan technique. The main character told his interlocutors that everything was ready. He added that they should be treated according to his recipe and then the disease would be defeated in a week. Feng took a closer look and noticed that the protagonist used various points for acupuncture. The man thought to himself in amazement that the guy had healed the patient with a hot towel. Feng realized that the protagonist had performed the injection at the exact time very accurately. Wang told the woman that she was leaving with her friend. The doctor thought that the guy was very good at his job. At that moment, a woman called him from the side. The doctor stood and looked ahead. He did not hear his name being called from the side. The man asked the doctor what about further treatment. Feng replied that the guy had written everything down. Nu asked the doctor to look at the prescription. It might be that something needed to be changed. Feng responded emotionally that the master could not be doubted. The main character and his girlfriend were driving in a car through the city at night. Suddenly, the guy sneezed loudly. The girl looked at him with excitement. Van put her palm to the guy's head. She asked if he had caught a cold. The girlfriend looked slyly at the guy and said that he was overexcited or overwhelmed. The girl told her interlocutor that he was very good at Chinese medicine. The girlfriend asked the main character why he wanted to study at the Western medicine department. The main character understood that he could not tell the girl about the ghosts. Sun glanced at his girlfriend. He decided to tell her the details about his studies. The guy told the girl that it is very difficult to enter the Western department. You need to get a lot of points there. He wants to test his abilities. The main character said that Western medicine has a lot in common with Chinese medicine. Sun said in a serious voice that knowledge of Chinese medicine would complement his current knowledge. The guy happily thought to himself that he had gotten rid of the girl. Van called her friend by name. The girlfriend looked at the guy and demanded that the guy promise her something. The main character was daydreaming. He decided that the girl would ask him to become her boyfriend. Wang asked her friend excitedly to cure Zhao Fei. The main character mechanically answered his girlfriend that he agreed with her request. After that, he got scared. The girl joyfully shouted that her friend Fei would be saved. The car stopped. The main character slammed the door and went out into the street with his girlfriend. The students looked at the guy and the girl with great attention. Someone even decided that they were dating. Sun looked happily at his girlfriend. He decided that he should be the first to ask her out. At this time, someone from behind called the main character by name. He became worried. Sun was very scared. At first, he even decided that someone wanted to kill him. The guy turned around and saw a familiar student in a white outfit next to him. Sun thought to himself in fear that this time he wouldn't be able to get off so easily. Wang greeted the girl Zhao Yun very happily and with a smile. The main character looked at his girlfriend's thin figure with great attention. Sun saw the student's thin legs and shoes and felt her strong charisma. The main character looked at the girl's face with great attention. He knew that she was the first beauty of the university. Sun looked at the girl's smile with great attention. He decided that she was angry. The student very slowly approached the main character and his girlfriend. Panguan said cheerfully that you can place bets. He voiced the probabilities that the main character will get punched in the face. The old man looked at the man with great displeasure and said that he was shameless. The fat man calmly and silently watched everything that was happening and said that he was bored. Pan Guang asked the protagonist if he wanted to call on the Holy Spirit for help. The man told the protagonist that he could charm the girl. Sun told the ghost to get lost. Zhao came close to the main character. She looked at him with great displeasure. The girls unanimously asked the main character if he was dating any of them. Sun was scared and worried. He didn't know what to tell his girlfriends. The female students looked at each other and asked at the same time if Sun was their boyfriend. It was late evening. The guy and his girlfriends were standing under a lamp. Van realized that she needed to defuse the situation. She extended her hand to the student. Van smiled calmly at her interlocutor and told her name. Zhao smiled at the girl and told her name. The protagonist looked at the girl silently. Zhao slyly explained to her interlocutor that she was the protagonist's sister mentor. Wang grabbed her new friend's hand and greeted her. Zhao said she was glad to meet her. The girls very happily told each other that each of them was very beautiful. The main character looked ahead in surprise. He couldn't believe that everything had gone so smoothly. Zhao told her friends that she had to go and they would see each other next time. Wang asked her interlocutor to sit with them. The main character told his girlfriend that he would make a delicious cappuccino for her. Sun asked the girl very persistently to sit with them. Zhao told her friends that she couldn't refuse them. She wanted to try Sun's coffee. The main character, accompanied by his girlfriends, entered the villa. They opened the door. Shu sat at the table with the girls. They looked attentively at the guests. The girls were sitting at the table and banged their glasses together. Someone shouted for Zhao to drink to the bottom. She asked the guy, "Are the girls really that familiar with each other?" Sun answered the man that the girls had just met. The main character told his interlocutor that he felt awkward. The man told the guy not to intimidate himself. Van told her friends very emotionally about what happened to them. The girl very clearly showed her interlocutors what had happened to her. Van told the students what happened to her and the main character. The girlfriends raised a toast to her. The main character happily devoured the food. He was allowed to dine with everyone because he was the center of attention. The girlfriends insistently demanded that the guy tell them something too. It was difficult for the main character to look at the students. They were all dressed very revealingly. Very soon evening came and the guests decided to go to their rooms in the villa. The girlfriends explained that Yan Ir should stay with them for the night. They had many free rooms. The main character and the man went to their rooms. They wished each other good night. Sun lay on the bed for a long time and could not fall asleep. He looked ahead into the darkness. The next morning, the main character woke up. He was very upset because of what Sun sat and looked ahead with great excitement. He did not understand what had happened to him. The main character asked the man about what happened. Panguan reminded the guy about yesterday. The main character remembered that the ghosts forced him to study in the afterlife last night. He couldn't sleep. He slipped in stealthily. He approached the door and prepared to open it. He decided to go and have something to eat. The main character looked carefully at the open door. He noticed one of the students there. Sun noticed something very exciting. There was a beautiful girlfriend in front of him. A girl in a tracksuit was running on the track. She was listening to music through headphones. Sun looked at the girl with great contempt and a piercing gaze. One of the students quietly asked the guy if the girl in front of him was beautiful. The main character was surprised. He did not expect that one of his girlfriends was next to him. The student approached the guy from the front and prepared to kiss him. Sun was very scared and amazed. He didn't expect to see his girlfriend here. Sun couldn't understand why Zhao decided to kiss him at this time and in this place. The girl Van was very surprised when she saw the main character and his girlfriend. Van asked her friends what that morning kiss was. The protagonist felt embarrassed. He turned away abruptly. Zhao also felt embarrassed. Sun looked at Van with a smile and asked her why she also wanted to kiss him. The main character told his interlocutor with a smile that it was his first kiss and now she is responsible for it. The girlfriend looked at the main character with great displeasure. The guy became worried. Zhao shouted angrily at her friend that she was going to kill him now. The main character was in nature. He communicated with his spiritual teachers. The interlocutor handed the guy a special pair of handcuffs. He asked if he had made a mistake with his choice. Sun replied that he had not made a mistake. The guy asked if it was possible to open this thing only with a password. The main character tried on the handcuffs and remembered how he got them from the red-haired fat man. Sun noticed that one glove did not fit him. He decided that it was intended for a thinner person. The guy waved at the saleswoman and thanked her. He decided that he would study the handcuffs later. The customers approached the saleswoman, At that moment, some noise was heard from the side. The guy grabbed the girl by the hand and shouted that she had stepped on his boss's foot. He added that she wouldn't get off with just pretty eyes. The main character looked closely and noticed his girlfriends, Zhao and Wang, in front of him. Sun realized with fear that he had to help his girls now because they were in trouble. The man very sternly told the boy that his first lesson was courage. The stranger sternly pointed his hand to the side at the guy and said that he should save the girls. Sun asked his brother Bruce in fear, was he really joking? Bruce told his interlocutor sternly that every fighter must have something important. The fighter sternly told his interlocutor that he must have unimaginable enthusiasm and boundless courage. The main character listened to his interlocutor with great excitement and surprise. Sun slyly asked the ghost if he himself was really scared. Panguan was lying on the ground near the girl's feet. He was waving his hand at the guy. Sun told the man that if he was not afraid of him, he could possess him and protect the girls. Panguan explained to the guy that if he could, he would have possessed him long ago. The ghost told the guy that if he saved the girls, he would receive a reward. Sun looked away with excitement. He heard the screams of the girls next to him. The female students angrily shouted at the guys who attacked them to let them go. The bandit was not displeased. He said that the girl still dared to insult them. The guy swung his hand to hit the student. He asked, "Does she really want to be beaten?" The female students closed their eyes in fear. They could not escape from the attacker. At this time, the main character ran up from the side and grabbed the attacking guy by the arm. Sun asked the stranger very angrily, "Didn't they teach him that girls shouldn't be hit?" The female students looked at the main character in surprise. They did not expect Sun to come to their aid. The stranger kicked the guy in the stomach with all his might. He flew to the side. The guys surrounded the main character from all sides and began to beat him with their feet and hands. One of the strangers angrily swung his hand to hit Sunya on the head. Sun didn't have time to dodge. One of the bandits hit him in the face with all his might. The main character began to fall due to strong blows. He could no longer stand on his feet. The guy's face was badly smashed, and blood splashed around him. The students were scared. They shouted at the attackers to stop. The main character did not defend himself and took a very strong blow to the head from below. Sun, after receiving powerful blows from his opponents, flew to the side and fell to the ground. Sun was sitting on the ground with his back against the wall. There was blood on his face. The frightened girls ran together and wanted to help the main character. The student shouted at the guy that he is an idiot. 3 people attacked him, and he was alone. Sun sat silently, powerlessly, sat near the wall. Bandits stood around him. One of the bandits angrily asked the guy, "Does he really think he's strong?" Sun sat and silently looked ahead. He prepared to fight further. A bright light appeared in the protagonist's eyes. He felt that his strength had been restored. Sun noticed Bruce and Panguan standing next to him. They were looking at him with interest. The main character firmly understood that he would have to act through force. Sun put his hand to his face and realized that his martial master would definitely reward him. The main character decided that he could deal with his rivals alone. The main character concentrated. He realized that he himself could fight back further. Sun looked angrily at his opponents. He realized that he could handle them. The bandit asked the main character with displeasure, "Is he really tired of living?" He shouted that he would teach him a lesson now. The attacker swung his hand. The protagonist remembered the teacher's words that there are 12 months in a year. The fat man told the guy that there are 361 acupuncture points in the human body. Ren told the main character that there are 108 hidden points on the human body. The fat man taught the protagonist to use the Xuan Yuan technique. Sun clenched his hand into a fist. Sun remembered the words of his teacher, who told him that he should stick the needles quickly and accurately. The protagonist opened his eyes. He noticed his opponent's fist approaching his face. Sun turned his head in different directions to protect himself from the blow. The protagonist quickly dodged and swung his arm to hit his opponent. Sun knocked out the attacker with one blow. He immediately headed towards the rest of the bandits. The female students looked at the main character with great excitement and surprise. 2 bandits sped up to try to neutralize the main character. Sun managed to neutralize the attackers with very powerful and strong blows. The main character acted very quickly. He beat the bandits and they fell to the ground unconscious. Sun was able to neutralize the attackers with very fast and powerful blows. The main character stood and looked at his girlfriends with great excitement. Zhao and Wang were very shocked. They realized that the protagonist had neutralized all the bandits. Wang ran up to her friend and said that he was very cool. Zhao asked the guy if everything was okay with him. The girls told the main character quite clearly that they were very worried about him. The female students came up and started kicking the guys lying on the ground. The girl turned around and looked at the main character with excitement. She called him by name. The main character turned to the student in surprise and waved his hand at her with a smile. Van very shyly thanked her friend for his help and for saving her. The girlfriends told the main character that they were inviting him to a restaurant to eat noodles as a thank you. Sun answered his girlfriends that he was an omnivore. Sun headed to the restaurant, accompanied by his female companions. They ordered food. The waitress served the dishes with food on the table and wished us bon appetit. Van said to the guy with a smile that if there was not enough food, they would order more. Sun was delighted and grabbed the chopsticks. He thought to himself that he was very hungry. The main character began to gobble up the noodles from his plate with great appetite. One of the customers turned around and said with displeasure that the main character did not look like a gentleman, but was eating with two beauties. Sun continued to eat his food with gusto. Suddenly, he felt something unusual. The main character felt something from below under the table. He even stopped eating. Sun felt the girl from below the table touch him with her foot. The main character thought to himself in surprise that one of the girls was trying to seduce him with her legs. Sun looked at the students in surprise. He didn't understand why they were sitting with indifferent faces. The main character thought to himself that all women are true actresses. Sun thought that it didn't matter at all which of his girlfriends wanted to seduce him. He decided to continue sitting and enjoying himself. The main character sat and rested. His girlfriends looked at him with interest. Sun suddenly felt that the girls had stopped and were no longer petting him under the table. The main character decided to himself that he would continue to eat in peace. Sun looked up and noticed that girlfriend was looking at him with displeasure. The student blushed. She held out her chopsticks to continue eating the food. Wang noticed that something was wrong with her companion. She asked if Xiaofang was okay. Van suddenly stopped eating. She looked at the guy with displeasure. The girl blushed and became embarrassed. She thought that the main character was touching her under the table. Van felt awkward. She decided to turn to the main character. The girlfriend turned to Sun in a shy and dissatisfied voice. The girl angrily asked her friend, "What is he doing under the table?" The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand who could touch his girlfriend under the table. Van sternly pointed her finger at the guy and said that he was touching both of them under the table. Sun felt very embarrassed. He decided to justify himself to his girlfriend. The main character decided to check who was under the table. He climbed in and looked under the tablecloth. The visitor watched the guy's actions with surprise. She didn't understand what he was doing. Sun noticed with great fear and surprise a predatory snake on the floor under the table. People started running out of the restaurant. Sun couldn't understand how a snake could appear in this place. The girls looked at their friend in fear. The main character shouted that they needed to run. The students grabbed it and ran away. They were scared of the snake. The main character froze in place from surprise. Van did not manage to jump away from the table in time. The predatory snake rushed towards its victim very quickly to bite the girl. A predatory snake bit the girl on the leg. Van and her friend screamed loudly. At the last moment, the main character thought that the snake was somehow preoccupied. The girl jumped out from behind the table and started screaming loudly for someone to save her. Van noticed with horror that the predator had wrapped itself around her leg. Someone from the kitchen shouted that a poisonous snake had escaped from them. The cook was afraid of the escape of a dangerous snake. He said excitedly that they were finished. Some people said that the snake was definitely poisonous. Sun tried to help his girlfriend. The guest explained that the more poisonous the snake, the tastier it is. The restaurant is ready to do anything for money. The woman said in fear that this is not how you do business. Sun grabbed the snake and tried to tear it away from the girl's leg. He thought that now was not the time to be afraid. The main character felt that the snake was very strong. He could not tear it away from the girl's body. Van began to lose consciousness due to the large amount of snake venom. Xiao looked at her friend with great fear. She shouted at the girl to hold on. The girlfriend asked the main character in a frightened voice to save Van. The main character realized that he would now have to go to the end. He grabbed the snake with his hands tighter. Sun sank his teeth into the snake. The predator released the girl's leg from its mouth. The predatory snake turned around and prepared to pounce on the guy to attack. The main character grabbed the snake with his hands and threw it far away. People around were scared. Visitors ran in all directions from the snake. The predator very quickly crawled to the side across the floor to hide as quickly as possible. The main character thought with displeasure that he needed to quickly suck the poison out of the girl's body. Sun glanced at the girl in front of him. He felt very awkward. Sun prepared to suck the poison out of the girl's leg. He realized that he had to save the man's life. The main character thought that he shouldn't think about the fact that it was the first time he touched such a place. The people around were very surprised. They couldn't understand what the main character was doing. Sun almost touched the bite site with his lips. There were bloody marks there. An old man suddenly appeared from the side. He hit the main character on the head. Sun raised his head. He asked the master with displeasure what he was doing. The old man explained to the boy that the snake's poison was very strong. If it got into Sun Yu's mouth, the boy would die very quickly. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand what he should do now. The old man explained to the boy that he had something in his hands that could solve the problem. Sun was surprised. He couldn't understand what could be so special about what he had on his hands. The main character saw magic handcuffs on his hands. He remembered them. Sun thought to himself discontentedly that there was only one technique for removing fluid. The main character looked at the girl and realized that he could influence her blood circulation. Sun took out the magic needle. He realized that the procedure could be harmful to the girl's health. The main character prepared to use the needle in his girlfriend's body to save her from the poison. Sun thought to himself excitedly that saving his girlfriend's life was much more important. The main character found the right place on the student's leg and stuck a needle there. Sun kept a mental count between acupunctures. He reached number 99. The main character counted to 100. At this time, poison appeared from the girl's wound. Sun relaxed. He exhaled and told himself that he had done it. At this time, an ambulance arrived at the restaurant building to take away the patient. The girl was in a wheelchair in the hospital. The nurse said that the patient should not be allowed to do any physical activity. The nurse told the guy not to let his girlfriend get tired. The main character thought to himself that Su Qing would never agree to become his girlfriend. The nurse asked the patient sternly and displeasedly if he understood her. The main character excitedly explained to his interlocutor that he understood her. Sun thought to himself that he was looking at the nurse for too long. She might decide that he was a womanizer. Zhao asked her friend with interest when she got a boyfriend and why she didn't know about it. Zhao turned to the protagonist and asked him to take Su Qing to the ward. Sun was pushing his girlfriend in a wheelchair. They went into her room. The main character brought his girlfriend to her bed. She needed to climb over. Van rose from the wheelchair. She braced her hand on the bed to get up. Zhao put her hand on her friend's shoulder and told her to wait. The girl looked at the main character and reminded him that the patient should not be allowed to do any physical activity. Zhao looked at the guy and said that he could carry his girlfriend to the ward in his arms. The main character was surprised. He was very confused by his girlfriend's request. Van became very worried. She looked at the main character with fear. Sun looked at his girlfriend with excitement and wanted to explain to her that this was all a misunderstanding. The protagonist looked at Zhao. He wanted to tell her that he didn't want to move Wang to the bed. Zhao asked her friend slyly if she would mind getting help from her boyfriend. Sun was surprised to see that the girl agreed. Sun thought to himself in fear that he had picked up girls in his arms for the last time in kindergarten. The girlfriend asked the guy with a smile why he was standing there. The main character realized that it was time to act. He extended his hands to his girlfriend. Sun decided to lift his girlfriend in his arms. He felt very constrained. The guy grabbed the girl by the legs and held her in his arms. He felt very awkward. Sun looked at his girlfriend's face. She was very embarrassed and scared. Van looked at her friend and he seemed very handsome to her. The girl remembered that the guy saved her twice in one day. The student decided that it would be very nice if the main character were her boyfriend. The main character carefully carried his girlfriend in his arms to lay her on the bed. Sun suddenly slipped and began to fall along with the girl onto the floor. Van got scared. She realized that the guy couldn't hold her and was now falling. The main character screamed in fear. He fell on top of the girl's body. Sun fell face down on his girlfriend. She screamed in displeasure. Zhao was scared. She was surprised because the guy fell on his girlfriend. Sun happily thought to himself that he was lucky, since he had buried himself in the girl's body. Van angrily and discontentedly shouted at her friend to get off her. The main character raised his face in fear. He felt very constrained. Suddenly, the guy slipped even further and fell completely on top of the girl. Sun pressed himself even closer to his girlfriend. She screamed in fear. Zhao was very surprised. She looked at the main character and his girlfriend with fear. After the fall, Sun was lying down. His head was completely pressed against the patient's. The main character suddenly jumped to his feet. He decided to somehow justify himself to the girl. Sun looked to the side and noticed that there were traces of water on the floor near the bed. There was an uncomfortable silence. The protagonist felt awkward. He wanted someone to say a word. Van asked as if nothing had happened what they would give Hong Ye for her birthday. Zhao calmly replied to her friend that they could look at the gift in the online store. The girls sat and talked among themselves about the gift. Sun stood to the side. Zhao suggested giving her friend some jasper stones. The main character decided to quietly disappear to the side. Suddenly, one of the girls called the guy. He turned to them in fear. The students asked the main character to help them choose a gift for their girlfriend. Sun agreed to help. One of the girls showed the guy a picture of a stone on her phone. Sun replied that the stone was good. Sun thought that his girlfriends had decided to buy him an expensive gift. He didn't know what to do. Zhao waved to her friend and said that he could go back. Sun agreed with her. The guy walked out into the hospital corridor. He realized that he didn't have a penny in his pocket. The main character returned to his villa. He didn't know what to do now. Sun plopped down on his bed. He remembered that he and Hong Ye had met not long ago. The main character decided to himself that he and the girl live under the same roof. Sun looked into his wallet with great attention and saw that he had spent all his savings. The main character thought to himself with displeasure that he needed to come up with something. The protagonist turned around and asked the ghost Panguan for help. The man suddenly appeared next to the guy and looked at him questioningly. Sun asked the man for a job. He explained that he urgently needed money. The ghost repeated out loud the question about the guy's request for quick money. Panguang answered the protagonist that he could not help him with money and threw up his hands. Sun fell onto the bed. He said that he would die of hunger without money. The main character said that he wants to go to the next world to beat him there. The man told the boy that if he would learn from someone, he would give him one superpower. Sun turned around and asked what kind of superpower he would give him. Panguang told the boy that he would teach him to see through clothes. Sun would gain the skill of see-through. Sun was very happy because he would be able to see through clothes. The protagonist excitedly answered the man that he was wondering who he should go to now. Panguan asked the guy if he wanted to start studying now. Sun joyfully shouted that time does not wait. The sooner he starts, the sooner he will learn everything. The man activated his magic skill. Fire appeared on his hand. Panguang told the protagonist sternly that it was time for them to leave. Sun asked the man what was going on around them. They were standing in a circle of fire. The main character asked the man what he was doing. The ghost answered the guy that he had thought of something. Sun won't be able to satisfy the old man and Bruce Lee in one night. The main character thought that the words of his interlocutor sounded very strange to him. Panguang raised his finger and told the guy that he had found a ghost for him. The man pointed his finger to the side and told the guy that he would definitely satisfy the new ghost. A stranger appeared. He looked like a warrior with combat knives. Panguan said that Li Yidao was standing in front of them. The next day, the main character woke up sweating and extremely tired. He couldn't understand what was going on. Although Sun trained in his sleep, he felt bad in real time. At this moment, he was suddenly disturbed by a fly that flew past. Z instantly eliminated it. Guan, in turn, noted that the young man was in good shape and had not trained all night in vain. Suan was overjoyed to see Pan and pounced on him with a request, so that he could finally teach him that very ability. Especially since he had already dealt with Old Man Sun. Uncle said that he could easily teach him this skill. But there is one caveat. The ability of through vision can only be used once a day. Moreover, it can only be used for 1 minute at a time. The guy was shocked by this condition and he began to behave aggressively. Guan urged him to calm down and stated that this technique could be improved. The teenager immediately began asking him how exactly it could be improved. Pan replied that at the next level he would be able to use it twice a day and for 2 minutes. Zai urged him to finally reveal this super ability, and his uncle broke into a smile, after which he demanded that Zhuan take an oath before casting the spell. A moment later, the young master headed to the living room to test this skill. Sun was in anticipation and couldn't think of anything else. He couldn't wait to test his skill. However, when he entered the room, he did not find any of the students and became upset. Then the young man looked at the time and realized that it was most likely lunch break. At this time, the door suddenly opened and the main character was delighted, believing that the girls had returned from lunch. But a few seconds later, Feng entered the room, and Xuan realized that now was definitely not the time for such skills. A joyful Shai in turn greeted Z and noted that he had just been looking for him. Because he urgently needs his help, the guy invited him along. A puzzled Sun asked what had happened and what kind of help he needed. The young man replied that today was Hong Ye's birthday and they couldn't be late for the restaurant. Arriving at which, they saw young girls at the table. The ladies called them to join them. Xuan immediately asked Su King if she was okay, and Wang nodded her head in approval. Juge pointed out that since their superstar couldn't come, he could eat a double portion. The teenager was genuinely happy, but he completely forgot about the gift. Feng, in turn, was more prudent and handed the box to Hong. Following him, the others hastened to present her with their expensive gifts. Thus, Sun found himself at quite a disadvantage and immediately began to sweat. After which he put his hand in his pocket and suddenly felt something special with his fingers. The teenager realized that he still had some kind of gift for the beautiful Zhuge. A moment later, the main character handed her his wrist bracelet and congratulated Yi on her birthday. Everyone present was perplexed because the gift looked plain. Sure found himself thinking that he shouldn't give something like that to such a lovely girl. Wang also couldn't understand why he suddenly decided to give it to Hong. Xiaofang said with a smile on her face that Zai's gift was indeed much more valuable than the others. After all, it was with the help of this gold bracelet that he defeated those scum in the restaurant and saved Qing, adding that he gave her only one copy and kept the other one for himself. In this regard, Zhang asked the young man if he was thereby confessing his feelings. The young master was perplexed, realizing that he had driven himself into a corner with this bracelet. Feng noted that this accessory suited Zhuge perfectly, since her family was a line of doctors. At some point, Su even began to envy her beloved friend. Hong Ye happily accepted the gift and thanked the teenager. Unexpectedly, Wang called her to try on the bracer to make sure it fit her. The girl immediately put on a leather bracelet, which really suited her perfectly. The friends started talking about this, and Xiao noted that the lovers' bracers were very cute. Hu asked her to stop this circus, but Fan said that she even blushed from her words. Soon they were served various delicious dishes and drinks, and it seemed the party was a success. The girls, as always, eagerly drank wine and continued to discuss Zhuan's gift. Suddenly, the birthday girl announced that everyone was required to come to the party. The guys decided to refuse due to the dorm rules. However, the girls insisted on their own, after which they hurried to the restroom. The young master asked Feng if they really needed to go to the party. Sure was sure that it was better to go. After some time, the guys dressed up in respectable suits and went to continue the celebration. They were overly confident in themselves, as evidenced by their businesslike gait. But as it turned out, most people at the banquet were in ordinary clothes. Naturally, our handsome men did not understand why and began to look around. Feng said that if he had known, he would have definitely come in casual clothes. But the self-confident son noted that no one would care about them. At that moment, the charming Hong unexpectedly came out to them in a luxurious dress. Everyone was stunned by her amazing appearance and could not take their eyes off her. Xuan and Shai also froze in place and forgot about everything. They looked only at her. The girl urged them to go inside and join the others in the backyard. Other guests assumed that she invited them as clowns, since their attire could not be explained otherwise. Moving further into the backyard, they discovered a rather interesting picture, where they didn't need their suits as everyone was swimming in the pool and having a good time. The main character caught himself thinking that even through vision would not be needed here. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out to him, but the guy didn't understand who it was. The charming young lady seemed familiar to him, but the young man still had no idea who she was. The perplexed yawner couldn't understand why he was pretending not to know her. While Feng tried to take the young man away from her and not stare so obviously, eventually, Zhao asked him why he was not responding and was acting so strangely. The young master continued to silently wonder who she reminded him of so much. At that moment, an unknown guy suddenly called out to her and called her by name. The young man asked to introduce her to his friends and asked who they were. Meanwhile, the protagonist couldn't believe that it was really Yonner in front of him. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind about how to get rid of the obsessive teenager with the help of Sun. Zhao demonstratively turned away from him and walked towards Z with a businesslike gait, after which she suddenly took him by the arm and asked the young man to address her as befits him. Then, leaning against Zhuan, she called his name. The teenager could not understand what she was doing and why. With the next phrase, the girl literally killed the impudent man on the spot, saying that Sun was her boyfriend. Naturally, Z was surprised by this, but in fact he was extremely pleased to hear it. Unlike the birthday girl's restless admirer, who was furious, he could not stand this picture and immediately left in an unknown direction. Everyone was surprised by the teenager's decision, and Sun began to make fun of him. Saying that he left without saying goodbye is extremely impolite on his part, adding that it was high time to introduce cultural education lessons in their country. Suddenly, the guy turned around and said angrily that the beauty had found her monster, after which he decided to leave the gala banquet in honor of Hong's birthday. Surprised, Yenter asked Z if he was really angry with him. The bewildered young man asked why he should be angry with this scum. Zhao claimed that he had insulted him, but Zhuan did not react to this. The guy took her hand and said that there was no need to react to this in any way, and especially not to get angry, because they were all just jealous of him. The girl instantly blushed. Meanwhile, the guests began to bustle about and arrive, as the banquet had already begun. Yunner urged them to hurry so as not to be late for this event. The young master instantly grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying that in that case they needed to hurry. Zhao liked the guy's determination and self-confidence. It couldn't help but captivate her. However, they completely forgot about their friend Feng, who stood sadly to the side. At this time, the restless admirer Yun began to look for his offender and asked the guests if any of them had seen this man. His henchmen said they would deal with this upstart, and besides, he didn't give E anything, which means they have a bad relationship. But at that moment, they saw the incredibly beautiful heir and noticed that she was simply superb. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was this impudent fellow next to her. None of them knew the name of this lovely lady, and some did not recognize her as Zhao. Xuan, in turn, proudly led the girl towards the tables, which did not please certain guests. Suddenly, the main character and Yanher were called out by the joyful sisters Fang and Qing. The male half of the banquet also noticed that the young ladies were wearing elegant dresses. Wang and Xiaozheng asked the couple if they had come together. This question was also of interest to the thugs of Zhao's unknown admirer. The main character didn't know what to answer, and didn't expect to meet them right now. The girls were shocked at how quickly the young man had attached Yanner to himself. Fan suddenly asked the guy when he managed to get so close to the beautiful Zhao. Air also showed curiosity about more specific details, whether they had kissed yet, or he intends to start a harem of girls to use for his own selfish purposes. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly rushed towards Sun. Everyone could only guess what she was planning. The teenager himself understood that if she made a scandal now, it would be a disgrace. He had already begun to think about the possible consequences and how he would have to get out of this situation. But suddenly, Wang grabbed his hand and happily said that she was not against the harem, after which, the smiling Su even called on Sister to help with this. The girl was naturally taken aback by such a request, but decided to play along. And also smiling sweetly, she said that they would not have any problems with this. The young master was in seventh heaven and could not believe what was happening. Zixuan, in turn, did not know what they had planned, but he liked it madly. The two beauties continued to play their role and accompanied the teenager everywhere. They decided to ask Sun if he liked it when girls gave him so much attention. Naturally, the guy reacted to this extremely positively and said that he was literally happy. However, some people didn't like this and wanted to beat him up, because Zhuan had taken all the beautiful ladies for himself. At that moment, grandfather Zhuge came out to them with his granddaughter Hong, and everyone began to congratulate Ye. The old man began to deliver a congratulatory speech, and everyone listened to him attentively. The grandfather thanked everyone present for coming to the birthday of his charming granddaughter, and they brought such a huge number of gifts, and the day after tomorrow, he himself will turn 80 years old. But he asked that no one give him anything. Suddenly, someone shouted that one person did not give a gift to Hong. The sinister, unknown admirer of Ye pointed his finger at the young master and said that he had not given her anything. Of course, everyone started to talk about the young man and say that he had no respect for the Zhuge family at all. The granddaughter immediately introduced her grandfather to her classmate Zhuan, and she added that in fact he presented her with a gift during the day and immediately greeted the old man. Mr. Zhuge, in turn, was puzzled as to why this young man was dressed like a waiter, after which he asked what exactly he had given to his lovely granddaughter. An excited son replied that he had given her the wristband, and the grandfather smiled. Then he said that it was still quite a nice and possibly expensive gift. But for some reason Z said that he did not spend any money on this valuable item. Someone from the crowd asked him if the guy had really used it himself first and then given it to her. Grandfather understood that nothing could save this fool, but he tried to help him. Unexpectedly, Zhuge asked his granddaughter to show him this very wrist bracelet. The girl didn't know what to do, because she understood that Sun's gift would most likely not please the old man. Yi's obsessive admirer was truly enjoying what was happening. He naively believed that Xuan would now be disgraced and would never be with Hong again. A few minutes later, the upset girl brought Zhuge's leather bracelet. Naturally, some ill-wishers could not miss the chance to mock Z's gift. They said that it was some kind of dirty rag, and even if someone had thrown it away, they wouldn't have picked it up. The old man, in turn, began to carefully examine the leather object. Realizing that this was actually a true treasure, Juge was at a loss. Where did the guy get such a relic from? They were all waiting for the moment when Grandpa would disgrace Xuan. However, suddenly, the old man called for everyone to be silent, as these were the Phoenix Bracers. What is a priceless gift? The guests present were shocked by this turn of events. Looking at the artifact, Zhuge continued to claim that it was an incredible thing. For in fact, it is the bracer of the acupuncture gods and an unimaginable relic. Everyone thought that the old man was mistaken, because the valuable item looked so pathetic. Grandfather asked the boy where he got the very precious Phoenix bracer. The main character, without thinking twice, replied that his mentor had given him the bracers. Zhuge was shocked and assumed that this youth might indeed be the heir of the gods, after which the old man asked if he knew the incomparable Zhuan Yuan technique. The teenager said absolutely calmly that he not only knew it but also owned it, which literally shocked his grandfather. Zhuge asked him again, stuttering. Naturally, he wanted to test the young man and asked what hidden points there were in this technique. Sun began to list all the acupuncture points at length, and zooming with the beak of a chick. And he even knew about the heart with Baiman and Shuihui with Jingzhen, which impressed Zhuge. Thus, Z named all 36 points and even several secret ones that were described in the ancient book. The only way to explain this was that the teenager really was the heir to the Xuan Yuan technique. However, it was unclear how he could not know about the Phoenix Bracers. And not understanding their true value, all this seemed rather strange to the old man. The worried granddaughter asked her grandfather if everything was okay. As his face literally changed, Zhuge noticed that the guy was constantly in the company of various girls. Naturally, he assumed that he clearly had a difficult relationship with them. But on the other hand, if he gave the bracers to his granddaughter, it means he likes her. In connection with this, the old man asked where the second dragon bracer was, which was a pair to this bracelet. Sun replied that he had this bracelet, and his grandfather suddenly remembered the ancient records, where it was said that the god of acupuncture gave the bracelet to his wife and the owners of these bracelets should get married. Zhuge, in turn, said that this was not a simple gift, adding that it was a wedding gift. Everyone was shocked by such a statement. The young master had no idea that the bracelet he had given would lead to such absurdity. The angry girls immediately began to pinch the guy's back, hinting that he needed to immediately correct the situation. Xuan, of course, tried to explain to the old man that he had misunderstood him, but Zhuge didn't want to listen to him and demanded that the teenager confess his love to her. However, at this moment, Hong could no longer bear it and called on her grandfather to shut up. The angry girls, in turn, literally incinerated Z with their gaze. But he didn't know how to get out of this situation because everything had really gone too far. The old man understood that the womanizer should get what he deserved, and perhaps then he would come to his senses. Yi nervously clutched the leather bracelet in her hand and thought about how Xuan had set her up with this gift. But most importantly, she wanted to understand what this bracer meant, since her grandfather suddenly started talking about the wedding. Hong decided to interrogate him after the event to sort everything out. Unexpectedly, Sun asked to turn on the music and said that he would sing, since it was Ye's birthday today. A moment later, the main character began to sing so loudly that the guests immediately covered their ears. Xiaofeng and Su Qing looked at each other and laughed at Zixuan's yet another talent. People continued to cover their ears from the teenager's disgusting vocals. However, girls suddenly started helping him, which saved him from yet another disgrace. The notes of the song became much more pleasant, and as a result, everyone began to congratulate Yi on the holiday. The waiter didn't understand why they started singing so early and brought out a huge cake. His colleagues immediately pounced on him with complaints because he had to leave after the old man's speech. The puzzled guy replied that he was told to take the cake out during the song. The grandfather, in turn, waved his hand and called on his granddaughter to blow out the candles, after which, taking a small blowtorch to light the candles, Yi thought about her desire. Suan watched the luxurious celebration and envied the rich life of the people. Meanwhile, Feng approached the young man and handed him an envelope with money. A puzzled Sun naturally asked where he managed to get the money. Shur smiled and said that he actually won the recent argument. And after he left with Zhao, the waiters dragged him away and argued with him. They thought that Z would soon be thrown out of the banquet, but he was sure of the opposite. Thus, they managed to have a great time and earn some money. The young master thanked his friend for his help. He could not even imagine how things would turn out. Meanwhile, Grandpa finally lit all the candles on the beautiful and big cake. Then he called on Hong to make his deepest wish and blow out all the candles. The girl walked up to the cake and closed her eyes. Everyone was in anticipation of the moment. After which, with a light breath, she blew out all the candles except one, which was on top of the cake. One of the guests immediately shouted about the unblown candle, thereby urging the birthday girl to try harder. The girl took a deep breath and tried to blow out the candle again, but this time she was unable to do so. Zhuge told her that she could just pretend and didn't have to blow out the candle. Hong agreed and blew again, but someone decided to help her with this. As a result, the candle was blown out, but everyone understood perfectly well that it was not Yi who did this. Turning around, the old man and his granddaughter saw Zixuan smiling and realized that it was his doing. Behind whom stood the embittered Suqin, the young man urged her to calm down. Yanter noted that he was much better at singing, which was doubtful. Adding that he was trying too hard to please the birthday girl, Sun understood that he would not return home alive. Grandfather, in turn, said goodbye to all the guests and encouraged everyone to continue having fun, after which he asked his granddaughter to accompany him, and naturally the girl agreed. Hong knew perfectly well that he would ask her about what happened. Suddenly, Zhuge asked her if she had a boyfriend, and the girl answered in the negative. Then he asked if she wanted to hear her grandfather's advice, and Ye nodded her head in approval. And then the old man said that in fact this son was a good man and suitable for her. The granddaughter was shocked by such an unexpected statement and tried to object, but Zhuge interrupted her and said that she should remember what he always told her. In order to achieve something, you need to put in maximum effort, adding that she must understand one simple but very important thing. Their family business helped them survive for decades and was always based solely on medicine. Hong noted that she was well aware of this and never denied it. But the Xuanyuan technique alone won't help them much, and it won't lead to anything. The old man assured her that this guy clearly possessed more than one ability. Zhuge also stated that the most important thing to him was her life and their family business. And although Tsu is not perfect, it will be easier for her with him than with these arrogant guys. Moreover, he proved his sincerity to her because the young man gave her the Phoenix bracer. The girl looked at the leather bracelet once again and realized that she didn't want to marry him. This is what I wanted to tell my grandfather, but the old man had already gone to his room. Having said only one thing that she must remember, the jasper is carved out of the stone. Soon the guests began to go home, and the young master decided to wait for the right moment to explain everything to Yi. Xiaofeng urged her friend not to get too drunk and to return to them quickly. Finally, the main character plucked up his courage and called out to the hero of the occasion. King and Yanner immediately approached him and asked what he wanted to talk to her about. Suan realized that he would not be given such an opportunity now and hastened to take his leave. Zhuge looked after them and waved her hand with a smile. But she herself was depressed. After all, she had to make an important decision about the teenager. She understood perfectly well that her grandfather was partly right, but at the same time she really didn't want to marry Sun. Hong looked at Phoenix's bracer again and realized that she couldn't do it. Meanwhile, our tired heroes finally returned from the banquet to their villa. Entering the living room, they found Fei looking sad and sickly. The girl was incredibly happy about their return, which she reported in a trembling voice. Xiao and Qing immediately ran to her and asked if she was okay because Zhao looked unwell. The friend replied that everything was fine with her, but everyone was sure of the opposite. The girls noticed that she was cold and that it was not normal. They were really worried about Fei. Su asked the young master to examine her because he knows the Xuanyuan technique. The protagonist approached Zhao rather hesitantly and looked at her carefully. The young lady slowly turned her sad gaze to him and sighed heavily. Zixuan found himself thinking that she really did have a great figure. King in turn said menacingly that he should examine her state of health and not her appearance. Fan urged the young man to sit down on the sofa with Fei to at least take her pulse. Sun immediately sat down next to the sickly Zhao and touched her cold hand. At this time, Simiao also measured her pulse, and the guy asked what was wrong with her. The old man said with difficulty that she was in fact very ill. The worried teenager asked if the healer could cure her. Sun replied that he could not promise that. A few minutes later, Zhang urged Xuan to make a conclusion, but he didn't know what to tell her. After all, even old man Simiao was not sure about the diagnosis and that he would be able to cure the girl. Suddenly, Fei pulled her hand out of Sun's hand and sat away from him. The guy didn't understand anything, after which the young lady suddenly said that her illness was not so easy to cure. Then she wished everyone good night and said that she was too tired and needed to rest. Zhao hurried out of the living room and went upstairs to her room. Yan Er's tears began to well up and she couldn't understand what was happening to her. King sadly stated that she had this disease since childhood and she was cold every night. Previously, this would happen for a few minutes, but now she suffers for hours. And unfortunately, the disease is only progressing. Xiao added. Even Zhuge examined her and said that it was a rare disease, cold fever. And in that case, she might not even live to be 30. It was terrible. Fang burst into tears and began to tearfully ask Zi to help her overcome this illness. The teenager thought he didn't know for sure if he could help her with this disease. Everyone present literally began to beg him for help because Fei was still very young and did not deserve such a fate. The young master said that since they had placed their hope in him, there was no other way out. Then he agrees to do everything possible to pull her out of this terrible state. Guan noted that people are always difficult to treat, and Zhao would be even more difficult. The protagonist realized that Uncle Pan simply did not want to tell him how to do it. Then Sun turned again to the old healer for help, but he was also reluctant to make contact. Simiao glanced at Guan, hinting that he should still help Zi. But Uncle had a different opinion. Sun said that if he didn't say anything, then he wouldn't have to ask him for anything else. Finally, Pan said what he actually had to say, but it would clearly change his understanding of medicine. Suan replied that his very existence had already broken his consciousness and understanding of the world. Moreover, not long ago he himself forced him to study Chinese medicine, which has undoubtedly turned his views on life in particular upside down. Adding that Guan's shameless behavior had completely broken his sense of morality, and based on the above, there is nothing wrong with doing it again. Uncle smiled, and still agreed to tear his remaining consciousness to shreds, after which he looked approvingly at Simiao and urged him to reveal the secret of Chinese medicine. The old man turned to the young master and asked if he had heard of the yin-yang theory. Adding that men usually have 5 yang and 4 yin, Sun suddenly interrupted him. Having said that he understood perfectly well what he was talking about, the elder was surprised. Zi continued to say that those guys who have 4 yang and 5 yin look more effeminate, and having 3 yang and 6 yin, one can completely change orientation. Pan and Sun were shocked by the young man's knowledge in this area. Guan even praised Xuan and noted that he had no idea how knowledgeable the guy was, after which the uncle suddenly decided to leave them so that the young man could finally learn the truth. He himself went off, as always, to engage in immoral things, spying on girls in the women's bathhouse, which he reported for some reason. Then he added that Zi was obliged to carry out some special task for him. Sun clearly did not want to help him in such matters, but he could not refuse him either. Finally, Pan left, and Zhuan found a beauty on the internet who had 8 yin and only 1 yang. But Simiao said that in fact she has a maximum of 6 yin and 4 yang. The puzzled guy asked why, since she is the most beautiful in Korea. The elder replied that almost her entire face had undergone numerous plastic surgeries. In this regard, Zi asked whether a girl with 9 yin was really the ideal. Song noted that yin repels yang, and where there are 9 of them, there is no yang at all, and such people do not live long. The teenager became lost in thought and suddenly declared that it was curable. After all, in the afterlife, there are a huge number of the best doctors of all eras. There is also the Xuan Yuan technique. The young man happily said that they need to hurry there. With this good news, Sun hastily went to his incorrigible uncle, who, in turn, was busy with his dirty deeds and did not want to be distracted. Zai was genuinely happy that he finally understood how to cure the unfortunate girl. However, at that moment his stomach began to rumble loudly, signaling his hunger. Deciding that he needed to have a good meal first, Zhuan went in search of food. But as soon as the guy opened the door to his room, he found Xiaofan. The young lady was already working hard on the treadmill early in the morning, and Sun stared at her. Watching her train, Zi suddenly remembered that he was hungry, and he hurried to leave the confines of his room. But Zhang saw him. Fan greeted the teenager happily, and naturally Sun reciprocated. Shuan noticed that she got up so early every day for her training. Xiu said that he was the one waking up too late and continued running. In passing, the main character said that he had found a way to cure Fei. The girl was stunned by such good news and asked the young man again, but at that moment, she completely failed to notice how she stepped off the path, after which Fan fell right on top of the young master. The morning did not start with coffee. A moment later, they collapsed to the floor. Zhuan did not expect such a turn of events. As a result, Zhang lay on top of Zi, thereby preventing him from breathing normally. It is worth noting that Xiao, in turn, was not in a hurry to get up. The teenager motioned for her to rise, then reached out with his hand to push her away. But as he grabbed it, he caught himself thinking that this part of the body was suspiciously soft. A shocked Fan immediately asked him what he was doing, after which he immediately stood up and turned away, offended. Sun began to assure her that it happened by accident. However, the young lady was too upset with Zhuan and even hit the teenager. Then she suddenly jumped up from her seat and ran to her room, still not believing him. Zai continued to claim that he did not do it on purpose and simply wanted to get up. He could not understand why he was always so unlucky with the female sex. Suddenly, the guy heard footsteps. He realized that the girls had already woken up and were heading here. In connection with this, Sun hurried to escape because if Fan told them about what happened, then he would be in trouble. But as soon as he approached the front door, karma caught up with him once again. It was at that very moment that a joyful Hong ran through the door and announced her return. Zhuge didn't even notice how she slammed the door on Xuan, who was writhing in pain at the time. Finally, Yi noticed him and realized that she had accidentally caught his eye. The girls immediately ran up to Z and asked if he was okay. Hong, in turn, asked him for forgiveness, because she did not know that he was standing behind the door. The young master lay with a broken nose and thought about only one thing: what he had done to deserve all this. Su remarked that it was rather foolish to rush headlong to meet Zhuge. Unexpectedly for himself, the teenager understood Guan at that moment and happily lay on the floor. However, hearing Xiao's voice, he became nervous and hurried to get up to hide quickly. The girl calmly walked down and greeted Hong Ye. She looked as if nothing had happened between them, smiling sweetly and acting naturally. Suddenly, Zhuge announced that now was the time to give gifts. Within a few minutes, the girl gave gifts to everyone except the main character. Naturally, Zhuan asked her a very logical question. Where was his gift? Hong smiled sarcastically and said in a mysterious voice that he had given her something too expensive, and so she decided to give him a special gift. Sun was pleasantly surprised. Everyone else was at a loss as to what gift she would give him. Yi suddenly leaned against the young guy. He literally began to melt, after which she said that she was giving him the opportunity to go with her to buy a gift for his grandfather. The young man did not believe what she said for a moment and simply froze in place. Then, slightly belatedly, he reacted angrily to her mocking proposal. After all, there is no worse punishment for a man than going shopping with a woman. Friends began to joke that this was actually a great gift for him. Naturally, Hong specifically wanted to piss him off in order to distance herself even more from him. So Yi decided to do everything exactly the opposite of what her grandfather advised her to do, so that Z would not even think about falling in love with her, but on the contrary, would begin to fear her like fire. And then the old man would stop pestering Zhuge about the wedding. Meanwhile, the embittered young master went shopping and did not understand why everything was this way. After all, he was really lucky to find a way to finally cure Faye. But she resists and says that her body is too complex and therefore there is no point in even trying. And if he weren't her fan, he wouldn't care about her life at all. But he spent all his money on drugs and now he just can't go back. As soon as Zhuan entered the house, he smelled an incredibly enticing scent and couldn't pass by. Heading to the kitchen, Sun expected to find something tasty there. Entering inside, the young man discovered a huge feast where everyone was eating to their fill. A joyful Feng urged the teenager to immediately join them and have a snack. But Z ignored the offer and walked towards Faye with a dissatisfied face, after which he stated that he was indeed able to cure her illness if she wanted to live on. Shai instantly became furious and said that now was not the best time for such jokes, but the main character assured him that he never jokes about such things. Besides, he had already bought all the necessary medicines and whether she would trust him or not was her decision. A moment later, the girl, still with the same sad look, said that there was no need to do anything. Then Sun replied that if he had not been a fan of her work, he would not have helped her at all. After all, millions of people adore her, and if Zhao dies, then everything she has strived for will collapse in an instant, and her popularity will no longer have any meaning. And he spent the whole day preparing equipment. I also spent all my money on medicine, and she says that she doesn't need all of it. Xuan clearly began to raise his voice unnecessarily and continued to persuade the poor girl. Everyone present was shocked, because they had never seen him in such a state. They sat silently and watched what was happening, having lost all appetite. Finally, after a couple of minutes, Sun finally spoke out and summed up that if she didn't want it, then he didn't care either. Then he nervously pulled out the prescription and said that her family knew the best doctors, and she should at least show them this recipe so that they can look at it and roughly understand what to do with it. Since he is not going to babysit her anymore, let them mess around with her. Suddenly, Faye burst into tears and Zai felt uneasy. He realized that he had gone too far. Her friends were also stunned and didn't know what to do with her or how to help her. Suddenly, Zhang stood up from the table. The protagonist thought that she was about to express her dissatisfaction to him. However, the young lady just stood there silently and continued to shed tears. and the young man felt awkward. The deathly silence dragged on for a while, and Sun decided to somehow console Faye. The young man spread his arms and wanted to hug her, but the girl did not reciprocate. And as a result, Zhang simply ran past him, heading to her room. Hong immediately called out to her, but Faye ignored her as well. Xuan stood there like a pillar. An angry Zhuge crumpled up his recipe and said that he had no right to talk to her like that, and she will definitely find out from her grandfather about this recipe. Qing noticed that the guy got into trouble, and he should watch his language so as not to get into similar situations in the future. He was only supported by Feng, who said that he had said everything correctly, but he needed to choose a more appropriate intonation. The young master was simply shocked and did not understand what he had done wrong because he was trying to save Faye. A few minutes later, Ye talked to her grandfather about Xuan's recipe, after which she went down to Zhao, who was still depressed with hopelessness. It was written on her sad face. Seeing Zhuge crying, Faye tried to calm her down and said that she was already used to it. But as it turned out, Yi cried from happiness, because her grandfather assured her that she could really be cured with this recipe. The young lady, in turn, was stunned by such information and did not know what to say. Hong took her hands and said that from now on, she would no longer suffer. Zhao realized at that moment that she had been wrong to blame the teenager because he wanted to help her. For a moment, she remembered their last conversation, where Sun claimed that he had spent so much effort to overcome her illness. Zhuge hurried to tell everyone this good news. Naturally, her friends were delighted, and while everyone was preliminarily congratulating Zhao, Ye wondered where Z had gone. Feng replied that he went to his room to read manga. Suddenly, Faye came across a bathtub and asked if it was a two-seater. Shi pointed out that Xuan had bought it. Su said with a smile on her face that he probably bought it for Yonner to atone for his guilt towards her. Xiaofang replied that he most likely bought it specifically for Qing, and also smiled sarcastically. She herself understood perfectly well that it was good that no one saw them then. Otherwise, there would have been gossip. He looked at the laughing girls in surprise and did not understand what the reason was. In connection with which I asked what happened and why they were all laughing. However, her friends all refused to explain to her what the matter was. Just when Zhang dared to tell her what happened, Xuan came out. The young master asked if the bathtub he ordered had already been delivered. Hong immediately asked him point-blank who exactly he had bought this bathtub for. A puzzled Z replied that he had actually bought it to cure Faye. Unexpectedly, Zhuge's answer caused a sharp laugh, and the others realized that they had guessed wrong with the conclusion. And later, for some reason, they got angry at Xuan again. The guy couldn't understand what was going on. The only thing he clearly realized was that he needed to leave immediately before the girls went completely wild. However, he was not given such an opportunity by Yi, who suddenly grabbed him by the t-shirt. Then she urged him to wait at the door while she changed her clothes, and they went to her grandfather for a present. The teenager realized that he could not get out of this ordeal and headed out the door. A moment later, the girl came out to him, and they got into her luxurious car. Sun, in turn, drew attention to her extremely provocative and expensive appearance, in connection with which he assumed that in fact they were planning a date, because such a revealing outfit could not foreshadow anything else. Hong noticed the boy staring at her and decided to play a little, yet pressed the pedal sharply. The young master was horrified and did not understand why she was in such a hurry. Looking at the speedometer, Z found that they were traveling at a speed of 140 kilometers. Naturally, Zhuge deliberately tried to intimidate Xuan so that he would not imagine unnecessary things about her. As luck would have it, there were too few cars on the road, which allowed Yi to accelerate even further. After a few minutes, they finally reached their destination, and Hong calmly got out of the car. The main character literally crawled out of the car and touched the ground with trembling hands. Sun was finally calmed down that they had finally arrived, and this horror was over. After which he asked where they had arrived. Ye replied that they were in the Fuyuan region. Zai asked again why they came here if she wanted to buy a gift for her grandfather. The girl said that there was a huge base of stones here, adding that they would now buy stones at random. The young man was surprised. Then our heroes went inside, where they were met by an extremely friendly fat man, who offered his goods on the occasion of her grandfather's anniversary tomorrow. He said he had deceived her last time, but it turned out that Guo had been deceived himself, and now the goods had arrived from Myanmar. Chuan noticed the superstar with some rich guy. Zhuge noticed that Sun was completely out of the context of buying the stone and was staring at Pan. The fat man called the girl inside and offered her his loader, but the young lady refused. Since she had her own loader, at that moment she pointed her finger at Z. Of course, Hong specifically wanted to drive the young man so that he would literally be exhausted. Xuan in turn continued to look at the charming supermodel Zhang. Realizing that she had dressed up like that on purpose for her rich suitor, unexpectedly, Sun dared to ask Pan for an autograph, which she really didn't want. As a result, the girl simply ignored the obsessive teenager, after which she began to work on Van so that he would buy her a Lamborghini, since today they were lucky enough to acquire the Imperial Jade. The guy replied that he was even ready to rent the presidential suite to properly celebrate this event. They continued to be polite to each other for a long time and did not pay any attention to Z. Hong noted that she hadn't seen him for only a couple of days, and Wong already had a new girlfriend. In response, the guy pointed at Xuan and asked if he was really her boyfriend. Pan also chimed in and said that Yi had a nice appearance but a disgusting taste in men. Juge was not at all affected by this accusation, but on the contrary, it encouraged her. In this regard, she noted that this applies to him, since Van doesn't care with whom and when, and even found a new girl. And not long ago, he even got involved with a pregnant girl. Zhang was shocked by such information. And so she began to sort things out with him, but the man quickly sent her away. Then Hong suggested that they play again, since he won last time. Juge began to nervously declare that he had not won then, but had stolen her material. The sly one noticed that her name was not on it, and the one who bought it got it. And if he loses this time, he will give her his car and return the material. But if she loses again, she will have to go to a restaurant with him for dinner. The main character could not contain his emotions and attacked the impudent man with his fists, who in turn immediately ordered his thugs to deal with this youth. Unexpectedly, Yi stood up for Xuan and demanded that he not do this. Wang ordered his men to move her out of the way, but under no circumstances to injure her, which is what they did. The young master realized that it was necessary to act with certainty, and so he naturally turned to his friend Bruce for help. But at that moment, Zhuge suddenly agreed to his conditions, shouting loudly. Wang immediately ordered the bandits to stop, because he naively believed that he would win. He was already rubbing his hands and reminded her what would happen if she lost. Yi agreed, adding that if luck smiled on her this time, he would leave here naked. Naturally, Wang agreed. He was not afraid of Hong's conditions because he was overly confident in his victory, after which an old man covered in rings and bracelets approached him. Juge became quite tense because she recognized him as the very same Snake King. The self-confident appraiser asked his patron when they would start work. Xuan asked Hong who this old man was, and the girl sighed heavily. Then she sadly replied that he was the king of snakes and he was an expert on stones. Mary's son said that in that case he would be the emperor of stones, at which Wang laughed out loud, but Z was determined and had no intention of losing, knowing that soon they would all change their minds and realize how unique he was. Of course, Juge doubted his coolness and handed him a flashlight, but the main character unexpectedly refused, saying that he could see well enough anyway, but Yi said that it would be better if she chose the stone, and he would just have to shine the light on her. Xuan nevertheless took the lantern and began to examine the area with many stones. Van, passing by them, smiled and said that he would wait for her at the stone cutting. Sun wanted to teach the upstart a lesson as quickly as possible and demonstrate his level, and Hong understood perfectly well that she was not his rival and would definitely lose. At that moment, a smiling fat man approached them and asked if she had chosen the stones. He hesitated and finally said that she couldn't do that. The protagonist, in turn, called on her to give way to the Emperor of Stones and walked forward in a businesslike manner, after which the young master instantly used his see-through vision. Zai could not deny himself such an opportunity and glanced at the lovely Hong. Then he concentrated on his work and looked through all the stones in the hangar. Soon Xuan moved from his place and walked rather hesitantly towards the stones. Van and his friends continued to laugh at the newcomer and were sure that he had no chance. After a certain amount of time, the teenager was finally able to find a suitable specimen. Sun immediately reported this to Guo and asked Zhu to take the stone. Everyone was puzzled and clearly doubted his ability to distinguish precious stones. But Zhuan insisted that she immediately buy the stone, as he said it contained a treasure. Yi understood that he was too big, and besides, the guy's skills were questionable. However, the restless Z continued to insist that he was telling the truth. Finally, the young lady agreed to trust him, since she had no choice, and asked Guo how much he cost. The fat man, smiling broadly, remarked that he would sell it to her, as an old friend, at a discount. The final price was 10 million yuan, and Xuan and Zhuge were horrified. He quietly told Sun that she didn't have that kind of money, and so he needed to choose another stone. Then Z asked the fat man to borrow this copy from Miss Hong's account. But the girl flatly refused to get into debt, and the guy chose a smaller stone. Guo asked for 50,000 for him, and only because he was Juju's acquaintance. However, the young master urged him to lower the price even more, and the fat man in turn asked how much he was willing to pay for it. Without thinking twice, the teenager poured out some small change to him. Guo was shocked but agreed. Then the boy grabbed a small stone and said that they would soon become rich. Wang and his gang once again began to make fun of the young man, but soon was confident in himself. Approaching the boys, Xuan asked if they were cutting the stones. The masked men happily accepted his copy and began to cut it up. Z even showed them exactly where to make the cut, and Yi, in turn, couldn't stop being nervous. And after several procedures with the stone, they finally completed the operation. Sun didn't move from his place and carefully watched the cutting of the stone, tension hanging in the air. A few seconds later, a beautiful emerald was discovered inside the stone. Everyone present was simply shocked by the teenager's abilities. Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief and was delighted with such an incredible find. People immediately began asking to sell this emerald for 5 million, but Z said that it was worth no less than 10. One of the rich people offered him 9 right then and there, but the guy didn't want to sell it cheap. Even Zhuge urged the young man to come to his senses and sell the stone, since after cutting it, it would not be worth more. However, the young master was unwavering in his decision and asked to continue cutting the stone. In a few minutes, the carvers had finished the job, and the result was more than excellent. The old man instantly paid Zhuan all 10 million for the precious emerald. The teenager generously gave 10,000 yuan to the carvers for their work, and they were pleasantly surprised, and he transferred the remaining amount to Go's account to buy back that big stone. Sun understood that the merchant did not understand stones, because Zhadiant was located in the center like a web. Finally, they bought a huge boulder, inside of which, according to Z, was another treasure. Van in turn decided to clarify whether this was the stone he was using in their dispute. The main character answered with complete confidence that this very stone would become his guarantee of victory. And if they somehow lose, then Xuan will fulfill his demand. And agreeing to dine with him in a luxurious restaurant, Van did not welcome such jokes from the young man, after which he asked Juge if she was sure about her choice of stone. In fact, Hong wasn't 100% sure, but last time Sun's instincts hadn't let her down, and given this fact, she decided to trust him, in connection with which she stated that she was confident in her decision. The boy immediately called the master to begin cutting the precious stone. The Snake King showed the carvers exactly where they should make the cuts. After a certain time, they cut a huge number of stones, the total amount being about 70 millions. Van's new passion noted that she wanted to buy a pendant made of this beautiful stone, and as always, he could not refuse her. Seeing how worried Hong was, Zhuan took her hand and assured her that everything would be fine. The girl instantly blushed with embarrassment and turned away from the teenager. Zai then asked the carvers to start with polishing, and only then to cut the stone. Wang noted that this might take too much time, and he was in a hurry. He quietly whispered to Sun that if they lost, he would have to kill this upstart. But Xuan said that even if they won, they wouldn't let him go so easily. At first, the young lady did not quite understand his words and tried to figure out what he had in mind. A few seconds later, Juge found herself thinking that she was starting to like Z. The guy, in turn, very confidently called on the carvers to get to work. After a few minutes, everyone was shocked because there really was a treasure in front of them, namely, the Black Warrior Turtle, 4 swords. It was truly an incredible sight. Even Van and the Snake King remarked that they had never seen anything like it in their lives. He couldn't believe what was happening. She was delighted and said that it was a priceless treasure. The young master admired his work and understood that now everything would be different. Suddenly, one of the visitors felt ill and collapsed to the ground. Everyone was scared. Sun immediately woke everyone up and said that he had a clot in his heart. Meanwhile, Wang tried to escape, but Xuan noticed and stopped him, after which he helped the young man get back on his feet and recommended that he get more rest. The joyful Hong Ye suddenly shouted loudly that Z had finally managed to win. The girl threw herself at him with hugs, and naturally the guy reciprocated. However, at that moment, their noses accidentally bumped, and they unexpectedly kissed. Then the blushing ones abruptly moved away from each other. Juge instantly pretended that nothing had happened. She could only embarrassedly squeeze out gratitude to the main character. In a great mood, Xuan called himself the true Emperor of Stones. But Wang began to protest against such a victory and said that he had chosen the stone, not Ye. But he was arguing with her, and therefore the victory cannot be counted in any way. The angry guy asked how, in his opinion, the victory was counted. The old man said that only if this stone belonged to her. Everyone began to discuss that no fool would naturally give her several billion, and Van was counting on this. At this time, the young master approached Juge and asked her if she liked this wonderful stone. Of course, the girl answered positively, so Z simply gave it to her, which literally shocked everyone present because no one had ever given them such gifts. But Sun indicated that she would have to work off this favor, namely, to feed him for a whole month, without any excuses, even if he asks her about it at night. In response, the girl laughed and said that she definitely agreed to this, after which she looked at Van with a businesslike gaze and urged him to admit his defeat. The stunned guy began to fulfill the terms of the bet and stripped down to his underwear. Hong also demanded the keys to his car and then chased the shameless man away. Xuan, in turn, decided to make fun of him and urged him not to be too upset. Then he hugged him in a supposedly friendly manner. Wang could not bear such shame and hurried to leave the place. Juge looked at her savior with approval and literally began to applaud him. In fact, the young man managed to press on certain points of Vanu, and an unpleasant surprise was soon awaiting him. After which our tired heroes headed home in a new luxury car. Arriving at the house, Sun hurried to get out of the car as it was already late and it was time for him to sleep. Suddenly, Hong Ye called out to the teenager and a dissatisfied Zhuan approached her. He said he was desperately sleepy and asked what she wanted this time. Suddenly, the girl kissed him again and immediately started the car. The stunned youth looked after her and did not understand whether today's events had really affected her so much. In any case, the guy was satisfied and went to bed in a good mood. The next day, the young master also woke up in a good mood. Xuan couldn't get yesterday's events out of his head and literally blushed. Suddenly, his lips began to hurt badly. Sun couldn't understand what had happened, after which he remembered that at night he had been in excruciating training with Bruce, who tried to explain to him the basics of Kung Fu, but was subsequently simply beaten up. Z began to blame Guan and called him to him, saying that it was clearly his idea. At that moment, Feng approached him through the door and said that Hong had prepared breakfast. The main character immediately ran to the kitchen and declared that he was incredibly hungry. At the table, Zhuan saw the girls and, as always, the sad Fei whom he stared at. King urged him not to stare at her. The boy immediately turned his gaze to the table full of food. He made everyone laugh, then finally sat down at the table and began to eat silently. At this moment, Zhuge suddenly received a call from her grandfather, and the girl naturally rushed to answer. Concerned, Hong immediately asked if there was any result. The old man stated that none of this recipe should be taken internally under any circumstances. Everyone was shocked by this information, and they immediately turned their puzzled gaze to Z, who continued to eat breakfast absolutely calmly and did not see a problem in it. After the teenager had a good meal, he felt much better. Sun then stated that this recipe was actually for taking a bath and was not to be taken orally. At this time, an unknown voice came from the phone. "What is the treatment plan then?" The young man replied that he could tell him, but he still wouldn't understand anything. Grandpa Juge's colleague was infuriated by this and began to say that some bastard had no right to talk to him like that. Then Xuan asked him if he knew about the Xuan Yuan technique. The old man asked a counter-question, whether he himself understood these techniques and where he learned about them. Z stated with great confidence that he not only knew about them, but also knew how to use them. At this point, Grandpa Ye intervened in the conversation and said that he personally saw this kid's abilities. His colleague asked him what this guy was to him, and Zhuge proudly called Sun his son-in-law. Everyone was perplexed, and Hong, in turn, hastened to hang up. Naturally, everyone stared at her and waited for an explanation, so Yi found herself in a rather awkward situation. The young lady immediately began to deny it and say that they were not dating him. Xiao asked why she was so nervous if they had nothing. King also showed curiosity and asked what kind of relationship he had with Z. The girl remained silent while the others waited for an answer, but none came. Then the extremely persistent Su asked Feng what he thought about it, but he had already disappeared without a trace. Shi only managed to say that he urgently needed to work. No one understood such strange behavior from the young man, and only more questions arose. Returning to the hospital, Zhuan saw a crowd of people in the corridor. Sun ran into Feng's office and asked why there were so many patients today. Shi calmly replied that now is simply the peak of the disease, and that is why there is such a stir. Sun suggested that he divide all the patients among themselves to make the work easier, to which Feng replied that if he found even one patient who needed Chinese medicine, he would laugh. The young master, in turn, accepted this challenge and went looking for potential clients. Xie literally began to call people and say that they were specialists in Chinese medicine. But people were extremely pessimistic about his proposal and drove him away. Some even believed that it had outlived its usefulness and that no one believed in its effectiveness anymore. Noticing an elderly grandmother, Zhuan suggested that she also experience all the delights of Chinese medicine. A huge muscular guy immediately stood up for her and responded instantly. He grabbed Sun by the robe and said that if he interfered with his business, he would be in trouble. The young man immediately asked for forgiveness and said that he had misunderstood him. Realizing that this person is deceiving patients and promising to provide them with the best medical care, after which, walking down the corridor, he noticed an incredible picture. There were a huge number of beautiful girls in the hall. Zhuan did not understand what this was connected with. In connection with this, I decided to immediately use my X-ray vision. However, the result was quite unusual. All the girls literally turned into skeletons. The teenager instantly stepped back and turned away from this disgusting sight. Suddenly, a stranger called out to him and said that the guy had no right to do such things. He was also in the form of a skeleton, and a frightened Sun collapsed to the floor and told him not to come closer. The stranger noted that even if he was wearing a white coat, this did not give him the right to stare at girls. Gradually, the through vision disappeared, and the skeleton slowly became covered with flesh. Z noticed that the stranger had black lungs from smoking and was horrified. The guy was smoking a cigarette and asking what he was doing there, urging him to leave the place immediately. At that moment, the entire crowd of girls suddenly headed towards him and asked Teacher Fan when it was their turn. The main character finally realized that these were students from the film school. The man hastened to report that he had caught the impudent fellow who dared to spy on them. One of the lovely ladies leaned towards the young man and whispered in his ear that he knew how to be unnoticed. Xuan turned around and saw a rather pretty young lady standing in front of him. Xie could not take his eyes off her and literally peered at the beauty. But she didn't like it, and the girl immediately reprimanded him. Sun sat up and noticed that the guy was starting to have problems with his lungs. The stranger said that this trick wouldn't work on them and that he wouldn't be able to deceive them. Fan wondered if the young man had really decided to charm his student. Xuan ignored him and asked when he last had a checkup. The man replied that he already knew about his problems due to excessive smoking. The young master assured that if he continued to do nothing, he would soon develop lung cancer. Hua asked if he could cure him. Xie confidently replied that he could. Since he studies Chinese medicine, at this moment everyone laughed because they underestimated her. Then Sun decided to demonstrate his knowledge and noticed that there were yellow spots on Fan's face. The boy was amazed at how well the young man spoke and asked him if he could really cure him. Xuan said quite confidently that for 300 yuan he would do everything in the best possible way. But the girl thought he was a liar, and she said that even for a regular examination they don't charge that kind of money. However, Fan still decided to take a risk and trust the talented doctor. As Hua walked down the hallway to Feng's office, he noticed his student hiding around the corner. The puzzled guy asked why she followed them. The restless girl declared that this man was in fact a fraud. The main character, in turn, hastened to object and began to convince her otherwise. But the young lady still could not calm down and stood her ground. Z noted that a real man does not argue with a woman. Meanwhile, Shari had been sitting idle for several hours, exterminating flies. Feng had already started praying to the gods that at least one patient would visit him today. A moment later, Xuan opened the door to his office wide and said that they had work. Shai recognized the client as the same Fang Hua who was the mentor of the stars. In this regard, the teenager stated that he would call the head physician for such a patient. Fan didn't expect to be recognized, but Feng hurried to go get the director. Soon, old man Zhang arrived to personally examine the patient. Everyone was interested in the result. The head doctor soon concluded that Hua's lungs were fine, but he needed to quit smoking. Fan's disciple immediately ran up to Ye Xuan and called him a swindler once again. The majority of people were of the same opinion, believing that Z was simply deceiving Hua. However, the young master was sure that he needed treatment, and he told him about it. The angry girl said that she would give him 300 yuan, just so that he would finally leave her teacher alone. But Sun continued to insist that he needed to be cured, and that they knew nothing about medicine. Fan nevertheless made concessions and agreed to let the boy undergo his treatment. The teenager immediately demanded that the teacher strip down to his underwear, and a puzzled Hua asked why. He himself had already begun to think that such a young doctor did not understand medicine and simply wanted to deceive him. After which Z handed him a glass of water. Fang kindly refused and said that he did not want a drink. But Xuan insisted, as this was the beginning of their treatment, then gave him 2 teapots of water. A stunned Hua asked how much water he needed to drink. Sun thought for a moment and soon came up with a shocking answer. He needed to drink 7 teapots of water. The mentor continued to drink water and thought of only one thing: for this to end as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Zai began to carefully insert needles into his side. A few seconds later, Fan suddenly felt ill and grabbed his throat. Everyone was scared. The extremely worried girl asked what was happening to him. Xuan asked Feng to quickly help him restrain Hua so as not to make the situation worse. However, at that moment, Fan suddenly vomited black liquid right onto Sun. There was an incredible stench in the office, which everyone began to talk about with discontent. Finally, the teacher cleared his throat and felt a little better, but the young lady could not calm down. In connection with this, she began to aggressively ask what he did with her mentor. Z, in turn, ignored her and demanded that Hua drink more water. Fan immediately grabbed a glass of water and began to drink again through force. At the same time, Zhuan did not remove the needles from his body, which contributed to his speedy recovery, after which he vomited black liquid again. No one could understand what was wrong with him. But as it turned out, this gave an immediate result. The worried student immediately ran up to him. The young lady asked him in a trembling voice if everything was all right. Suddenly, Hua felt much better and said that he finally felt free. But at that moment, a policeman entered the office and another student told him that this young man had taken their teacher. Nobody could understand what was going on and they began to wonder why the police had come here. Another girl said that they couldn't get through to them and thought they had problems. But Fan claimed that it was a mistake and that he was simply being treated, and the young lady was in shock. She immediately apologized to the police officer for the false call. Hua, in turn, hurried to get dressed and thanked the doctor, adding that he felt much better. Suan asked Feng to prescribe him medicine for the tumor. Everyone was surprised. Fan asked why he couldn't prescribe the medicine he needed himself. Sun replied that he was just an intern and could not do that at the moment. Everyone was horrified to learn that the guy was an ordinary intern. The student immediately began to insult the young man, saying that he was definitely a fraud and should be removed from work altogether. Hua objected to her. After they finally left the hospital, Z asked who she was. Feng said in surprise that this was a future star, and her name was Quan Bei-er. Bei finally persuaded Fan to go to another specialist, and they went to Zhang, who in turn confidently stated that Hua does not have lung cancer. Moreover, he only has asthenic fever and pneumonia, but overall he is fine. Quan reacted violently to this news and became angry at the young master. A stunned Feng immediately asked Fang if he really smoked. Hua replied that he was a long-time smoker and had been unable to break this bad habit for several decades. Zhang immediately grabbed the guy's hand and decided to measure his pulse again. He said it was amazing that after so many years of smoking, he could actually have cancer. Bei-er, puzzled, noted that he was now exactly like that intern, who pierced her mentor with 4 needles and forced him to drink a lot of water. Shocked, Feng stuttered and asked where exactly the man had stabbed him. Hua lifted his shirt and showed him the needle marks, and Zhang was literally taken aback. He stated that the teacher was actually very lucky to meet this young talent. Quan and Fan were shocked that this intern actually turned out to be a capable specialist. Meanwhile, the main character naively believed that now there would be no end to the number of patients. After all, he demonstrated his abilities to the fullest extent, and everyone finally saw his skill. However, when he entered Shu's office, he found no one there except him and asked where everyone was. Feng sadly said that he only knows acupuncture, and no one needs it. After which he gave him a thick book and said that Sun was obliged to study it. Z was shocked, but Shai said that it was nothing, since he had previously studied the Compendium of Medicinal Substances and showed an even larger book. And at the exam, he was given a version with drawings of 5 roots, and they even made him write the names. Chuan noted that it was like trying to identify a bird just by looking at its paw. The young man decided to joke and, lifting his trousers, asked if Feng could tell who he was by his leg. At this time, Hua and his student Bei were heading to see the talented doctor. After all, Zhang told them that this practitioner used the secret technique of Xuan Yuan to heal Fan. However, when they entered his office, they saw a rather strange picture. Feng was looking at Sun's leg for some reason, and the guy also paid attention to them. Quan and Hua apologized for disturbing them and left the room. The young master hastened to explain to them that they had understood everything completely wrong. Shu asked how the teacher ended up in their hospital again. Fan showed the flag and said that he would like to give it to this talented intern because he saved his life. Zhuan smiled and kindly said that the teacher was too kind to him, after which he began running around the entire office to figure out where to hang this flag. At one point, Sun accidentally ran into Beir and apologized. In response, the girl blushed and offered to exchange numbers. Zai was shocked. Naturally, the main character also felt shy, and Quan dictated her phone number to him. He couldn't even imagine that such a beauty would suddenly ask him for his number. After some time, they finally returned home to the girls. Feng was clearly upset. Shu, in turn, said rather threateningly that he had brought this bastard to them. The bewildered Zhuan became frightened and urged his friend not to joke with him like that. The girls couldn't help but laugh. Sun couldn't understand what was going on. At this point, Qing stated that they were willing to let him cure Fei. The young man sighed with relief and urged them never to scare them like that again. Then he began to brag that they should have allowed him to start treatment earlier. After the guy assured them that he could definitely cure her, Zhao suddenly screamed. Zhuan immediately fell silent, and the girl asked why he was so sure that he could help. The girls began to say that he possessed the unique Zhuan Yuan technique and had cured Uncle Niu. Z, in turn, nervously said that if she didn't need help, then he wouldn't treat her, and he wouldn't try to persuade her either. Then the young master hurried to his room and slammed the door loudly behind him. Feng noted that Sun had cured a man of cancer today, so naturally he should be trusted. He added that the patient even gave him a flag as a token of gratitude. Fei, in turn, also decided to go to her room, which she told everyone about. Su said that this Cixuan was an ill-mannered and somewhat evil person. Xiao Feng disagreed with her and called him caring because he always worried about others. Hong suddenly reminded everyone that they would be going to a women's restaurant today. Meanwhile, the angry protagonist lay on the bed and could not calm down. Guan suddenly appeared and asked what had happened and why he was in a bad mood. Sun literally pounced on him with complaints because his through vision worked in an incomprehensible way. Realizing that the young man was not in a good mood, Pan hurried to leave, but Z threatened him that if he left, he would deal with the souls himself. The uncle immediately began to justify himself, saying that he had fulfilled his promise and the boy had become the Emperor of Stones. The enraged teenager said that this was not what he wanted at all, but to look at the girls. Guan once again promised to improve his technique, but in doing so, he needed to satisfy one more soul. Zhuan asked again if he would really be able to enjoy the joys of life after this, and Pan answered positively, after which Sun finally calmed down and went to bed. But in the middle of the night, he woke up. Opening his eyes, the boy assumed that he had already memorized the pharmacopoeia in verse. Looking around, he realized that he had finally returned to his home and fulfilled his uncle's request. This meant that the X-ray vision had improved and needed to be checked. The young man immediately went out into the corridor and tiptoed towards the sleeping girls. But suddenly he saw the door to Fei's room ajar. Zhuan was surprised. The young master decided to use through vision from the very beginning. Sun immediately saw how the poor girl was literally shaking from the cold. She was dressed as if she were going to the North Pole and even covered herself with 3 blankets. During a full scan, Z also discovered that the disease had begun to progress. He was well aware that it was necessary to act quickly and decisively. As a result, he immediately kicked the door down and flew into the room like a madman. Where it was hot enough, for the first few seconds, Zhuan couldn't figure out what was going on. However, after that, the young man noticed the heater was on and took action. The teenager immediately threw all 3 blankets off her and picked her up in his arms. Her body was incredibly cold. Sun hurried to carry her out of the room, after which he put her in the bath and quickly went to get his medicine. Then the guy filled the bathtub with hot water so that it would warm up at least a little, and he hurried to pour out the ingredients for the treatment. All this time, Fei was sleeping. She continued to shake from the cold, and suddenly the young man remembered that he needed to undress. Zhuan instantly took off all of her outerwear, leaving only her nightgown. He tried his best to control himself, which was quite difficult to do. A few seconds later, the girl opened her eyes and saw Z in front of her. Sun gave Zhao a tube and urged her to breathe through it. She needed to go underwater. Half asleep, Fei still followed his instructions and picked up the phone, after which she began to gradually sink under the water, realizing that she had no other choice. The main character caught himself thinking that she was really very beautiful. After a certain amount of time, the bathtub turned red, and Zai hurried to take her out of the bathtub. When the girl emerged, the teenager was momentarily confused and forgot what to do. Fei urged him to concentrate on his treatment. Zhuan immediately turned away. Then he gave her a plate with medicine and said that she needed to drink it. Zhao, in turn, smelled the disgusting smell and was not very willing to accept it. But the young master assured her that it was safe and she could have some sweets. Finally, the young lady gathered her strength and knocked over the plate, drinking it all down. After she ate the cookies, Sun said that she also needed to get 60 needle injections all over her body. At this point, Faye began to doubt his professionalism, as it all seemed rather strange. In connection with this, she asked if he was really a doctor, and the surprised Z answered positively. Zhao took a long time to make the decision and couldn't believe that she really needed to do it. However, a moment later she undressed completely and threw off her nightgown, after which she said, rather uncertainly and in a trembling voice, that she was ready. The teenager almost lost consciousness and literally fell into a stupor from such beauty. For a long time, he could not pull himself together and overcome himself. But he understood that there was no time to waste. Faye looked at him with her sad eyes and asked, "What next?" Xuan noted that acupuncture can actually be done without taking off one's clothes. To her shock, the young lady stated that he should have told her about this in advance. After which she began to look for her pajamas. The angry girl immediately grabbed the nightgown. She then demanded that Z turn away immediately, which he subsequently did. Turning around, Sun saw Zhao wrapped in a towel and urged her to at least pull her hands out. Faye immediately lowered the towel and freed her hands. The guy approved of her action. Suddenly surprised, his sister asked what he was going to do. Suen replied that he was simply cold, and so would put on a pair of underwear. Naturally, the young lady guessed what was going on and urged him to continue the treatment as quickly as possible. The teenager demanded that she stand still and not move, as she could become paralyzed. Zhao blushed and asked if perhaps she should take off the towel. Sun, also embarrassed, said that this should not be done, since then he might make a mistake. Then he asked her to sit down so that he could finally begin the acupuncture. But at the most inopportune moment, irresistible thoughts began to visit him again. Zai took her hand gently, and a puzzled Faye asked what he was doing. Suan said that it would be better to do all this in the bedroom and picked her up in his arms. Zhao continued to ask stupid questions about what he would do next, and the young man said in surprise, "I'll start acupuncture," after which he brought her into the room and again fell into a stupor. The girl did not understand what was happening to him. Sun blushed and said rather hesitantly that she needed to lie down on the bed. After some time, the girls in the house woke up and hurried to leave their rooms. Suddenly, they heard suspicious sounds coming from Faye's bedroom. They immediately rushed upstairs to find out what was going on and what had happened. When they arrived at Zhao's room, they found that the door was open. Qing, Hong, and Xiao were at a loss. The girlfriends immediately burst into the bedroom and saw an incredible picture. The guy was on the bed with Faye and said it wasn't what they thought. But the mechanism was set in motion, and the girls, without thinking twice, simply beat up the impudent fellow. The young master said in a choked voice that the needles needed to be removed from Zhao's body. They finally realized that the young man was actually giving her acupuncture. They looked at their friend and discovered that she had needles stuck all over her body. After a certain amount of time, they were all having breakfast together at the same table. Due to the girls' efforts, Zi's head was bandaged. Suddenly, Feng said that dinner would be on him today. Everyone was surprised. The protagonist assumed that Shi had received his salary, which he asked him about, but the guy replied that he hadn't received his salary yet, but it was time for him to leave. The girls were shocked by this news and began to question him. Is he really going to leave them? And is he so tired of them? Suan added that from now on he would not quarrel with the girls and cause him trouble. Feng said that was not the case at all, and that he was leaving for a good reason. Sun, smiling, asked if he had really found a rich lady and was going to move in with her. Shai said his diploma was approved and he could graduate from university, and he was also offered a job at Jinjing Hospital. Of course, all his friends were happy for him and began to congratulate him on this success. After which the young man asked if they wanted shashlik or to go to the buffet. King noticed that there was absolutely no meat in that shashlik and a lot of potatoes. Xiao added that the 50 yuan buffet was a total nightmare. Then Fei volunteered to help them and said that she would take them to Huoguo and call Yaner. The happy girls hurried to get dressed and pack their things, and Zi, like a true gentleman, helped them. Shi, in turn, decided to give Xuan a selection of books and declared that if he did not find a decent job, he would live at his expense. The teenager thanked him for the gift, but he thought that Feng urgently needed to find a job. Then he said that tomorrow he would also give him a gift, and the young man was surprised. Soon they finally got ready and went to a restaurant, where everyone laughed at Zi's headdress. His girlfriends, in turn, also could not resist because it was their fault that he was disgracing himself so much. Suddenly, Quan called out to him. The young master did not expect to meet her, Bayer immediately told her sister and her fiancé that she would not have dinner with them because she had met friends. A joyful Faye greeted her old friend, and Kwan was also happy to see her. And she immediately threw herself into her arms, saying that this was an incredible coincidence. The teenager was extremely surprised and asked if they knew each other. Zhao said that they were colleagues, and of course they knew each other. Bai asked if they had come together. Suddenly, Kwan walked up to Xuan and asked him with a mischievous smile whether he liked Faye. Sun knew how to answer so as not to get into more trouble and said that she was just his friend. At this point, Qian intervened and invited them all to join them, saying that it was all at his expense. After all, he understood perfectly well that Mr. Wu would clearly like one of them. But Qing noticed that her mother did not allow her to communicate with strangers. As a result, they went to the restaurant separately from Qian's company. This left him perplexed. The old man became angry and did not know how to teach them a lesson. His passion asked what they should do now, since Bai Ear had left and Mr. Wu would not like it. The director said that everything depended on her. The girl noted that when he got the leading role, she would definitely thank him. After going inside, they sat down at the table, and Kwan, in turn, hastened to introduce herself to those present. Su noticed that another celebrity had appeared in their circle. Hong added that Zhao had told them a lot about her. Faye suddenly asked why Bai suddenly changed her mind about having dinner with the director. The girl said that she asked Miss Chai Lei to take her to star in an advertisement, but Qian decided to pursue her, and so she ran away to them. King nervously stated that Chai wanted to drag them into this too. Jia Sao urged her to calm down, and she assured the unfortunate Kwan that they would definitely find her a part-time job. After they finally started eating dinner, Bai Er thanked the girls. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu was indignant that Dao had not brought him Kwan. Hinting that he had decided to deceive him, Qian stated that he would not dare to do such a thing to him. The old man said that he could not do anything, because she left with a crowd of beauties. The boss immediately perked up and asked what pretty girls he was talking about. The young lady in turn confirmed the truth of Dao's words and noted that there really were many beauties there. Tian said that he had already found out everything and that they were now on the top floor. He suddenly jumped up from his seat and ordered the old man to take him to them immediately. Having gone upstairs, they approached the door and the director said that the girls were behind it. Curious, Wu carefully opened the door to look at the young ladies. When he saw Qing, he noticed that she was quite pretty and had a good figure. Then he looked at the others, where one was more beautiful than the other. He really liked Yaner and Hong. The gentleman also paid attention to Xiaofun, who was in no way inferior to the others. But when the guy turned his gaze to Fei, he was horrified and immediately moved away from the door. Wu stuttered and asked Director Qian how she ended up here. At this moment, the girls noticed that the door was open and hurried to close it. The frightened boss ordered his subordinates to leave the place immediately. The puzzled Dao and the girl looked at each other and could not understand what had happened. Enraged, Wu hit the old man and said that Qian had decided to frame him since Lady Zhao was there, adding that his family, compared to hers, was simply nobody and he had to know about it. Dao hastened to reply that he indeed did not know of her presence. Wu continued to be indignant about Fei, because if it weren't for her, he would have taken those beauties. Suddenly, Qian announced that Qi Iosian was holding a charity dinner today. The guy didn't understand what he was getting at and asked what the director wanted to say by this. Then the old man asked the gentleman if he knew whether Zhao had been invited there or not. Yu began to understand and, smiling broadly, said that Fei could not help but go there. At this time, our heroes were in full swing celebrating Feng's promotion and drinking heavily. Suddenly, Zhao's phone rang, and it turned out that it was Uncle Zheng calling her, who informed her that she was obliged to attend a charity dinner that evening. Zhuge sadly said that if she had to leave, then of course they would understand. Fei immediately apologized to Shi and said that she needed to go to a charity dinner. The teenager politely replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and that they would have another opportunity to meet. Quite unexpectedly, the girl asked the young master for permission to leave. Everyone was stunned and could not understand why she was asking him. The protagonist let her go, but on one condition: that she return before 2 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, Zhao had an idea and invited them all to join her. However, Xuan refused and sadly said that there was no way he could go with them, because he can't show up with a bandaged head at such an important event, after which he asked Quan why she didn't want to go with them. Bayer replied that there were rich sons at such banquets, and this could lead to problems. So Sun agreed to take her to the university. Walking down the street, all passers-by could not miss the opportunity to make fun of his headdress. Zai complained that he had not left money for a taxi to avoid being teased. Meanwhile, Wu was following them in his car and didn't understand why this guy didn't take a taxi. Suddenly, his phone rang and he hurried to pick it up. And he ordered his thugs to get down to business immediately and to call the rest back. They continued to laugh at Xuan, which couldn't help but irritate him. In connection with this, the teenager suggested that Quan take a less crowded road. Bai, in turn, was frightened and could not understand what he was going to do. After which, they abruptly turned into a dark alley. The young lady already wanted to run away. Suddenly, the young master saw 5 black silhouettes in front of him and instantly stopped. Suddenly, one of them attacked Sun and struck him, but Z managed to dodge. Then he attacked the big guy in response, which he in turn did not expect from the kid. The guy couldn't understand why they decided to attack him, because he clearly didn't look like a rich man. And then he struck the thug again, causing him to fall to the ground. The other 4 balaclava-wearing bandits said he shouldn't have done it, after which they immediately began beating the main character. However, Xuan did not feel any pain at all because after training with Bruce, he was no longer afraid of anything. Meanwhile, Quan couldn't understand who they were and why they were beating him, not knowing how to help Z. Suddenly, the young lady loudly called for help, and the bandits immediately paid attention to her. One of them declared that this girl was their main target, and so they attacked her, which gave Sun a chance, who immediately rushed into attack. One after another, the teenager threw them in different directions. They were perplexed. At the same time, Z also managed to gloat, saying that they were huge but extremely weak. However, the restless giants continued to resist and attack the young man. Later, the same fate befell them, and Xuan dealt with the thugs without any difficulty. And no matter how hard the bandits tried, they could do nothing to counter the young master. The last thug instantly backed away and tripped over a stone. As a result, he fell to the ground and began to beg the teenager to spare him. Sun wondered where the insolence had disappeared to, since not long ago he had wanted to kill him, after which he brutally beat the big guy using the abilities that Bruce taught him. However, it was at this moment that the police arrived and ordered the youth to stop the fight. Z turned around and slowly raised his hands up, claiming that they attacked him first and it was self-defense. After some time, he was taken to the police station, where Xuan repeated that he was innocent. At the same time, he called the law enforcement officer uncle, which outraged him since he is not that old. Then Sun addressed him differently, calling him his police brother and saying that it was self-defense. But an extremely stupid employee claimed that 3 of them had concussions, and the rest of them were completely covered in blood, hinting in every way that he had deliberately beaten them. He added that this was an excess of self-defense and that he could face a real prison term. Xuan was shocked by such stupidity of the police because everything seemed obvious. The bandits were wearing balaclavas. It was at least strange. But the investigators said that if the guy confessed, he would reduce his sentence and urged him to write a confession. Sun decided to answer the stupid question in kind and began to tell how he used to fish with explosives as a child. At this moment, a colleague urged Machin to urgently look at the computer, claiming that it was the same person. Sai glanced at the monitor and thought, Zai knew that if they looked into his computer, they would find extremely interesting files. Machin looked at one of the beaten bandits, then back at the monitor, after which he delivered the verdict that it was indeed him. The guy didn't really understand what was being discussed. Then they hurried out of the office, leaving the teenager alone. An hour passed. Xuan couldn't understand what was going on and why they hadn't returned yet. A couple of minutes later, Sai finally entered the office and angrily slammed the table. The perplexed young master asked what had happened and why he was so angry. Machin instantly looked at the guy and asked for forgiveness, saying that he had already forgotten about him. After which he hurried to remove the handcuffs from the main character and declared that his girlfriend would now testify. He then personally delivered them to their homes and once again apologized to the young man. He also thanked Sun for capturing a very dangerous A-ranked criminal, adding that they had tried to interrogate him, but it was all in vain and they would have to call another department. Z suddenly expressed a desire to talk to him. Machin flatly refused, saying that he was not an employee and that it was even more impossible to beat him out of confessions. But Xuan assured him that by sticking just a couple of needles into him, he would tell everything. So Sai agreed, but urged him to act carefully. Soon the policeman took the boy to the thug, and Sun urged him to tell the good story. Having said that if he did tell, he would save himself from suffering, he showed him the needle. However, this did not work and the bandit said that he could even kill him. But then they would come for him and kill him. Z, in turn, decided not to coddle him and immediately stuck a needle into his neck. The criminal screamed like crazy from pain and said that he couldn't take it anymore. Then Xuan threatened him with a second needle and remarked that he could end it all. If he only tells her his name and why she attacked him, he will also have to confess to all his crimes. He finally confessed that the master had ordered him to kidnap him and Bai, after which he gave his name as Chen Chuan. Moreover, Chen told everything about his gang and the number of members in the group. They realized it was Wu. A few minutes later, Ma Chen, as promised, drove them home, and Quan in turn thanked him. The joyful girl also said goodbye to Sun and went to her home. C, like Z, was staring at the young lady who seemed to be moving slowly on purpose. Suddenly, a law enforcement officer said that the young man should not lose such a girl. The next day, everyone went to breakfast and talked about what had happened. The young master was desperately sleepy, as yesterday had been a very busy day, and he returned only late at night. The topic of conversation was naturally about how an unknown person beat up some thugs. Kang noticed that someone had beaten up the son of the deputy head of the Ministry of Finance, Wu Chuohan. The girls were curious about who this hero was. Zhuan only smiled, but did not admit that it was he who sent them to the hospital. At this moment, Feng sadly said that he needed to go and that someone would come for him now. Sun suddenly remembered that he had never given a gift to his friend Shi. A few minutes later, they all came out to see Feng off and urged him not to forget about them. The young master, in turn, hastened to give him a certain box. The guy leaned towards him and whispered to him. If this was really what he thought it was, Z replied that he would find out when he opened it. In fact, the young man gave him an instruction manual for the Xuan Yuan technique. It was clearly supposed to help Shi. Hong suddenly suggested that they all go for a little walk together, especially since the weather was favorable. Fei immediately refused and stated that she had very important things to do and needed to leave. Then Yi asked the main character if he wanted to keep the girls company. However, by that time he had disappeared without a trace, as the young man had already run away somewhere. After all, Z understood that they would, as always, force him to carry bags and go shopping. After running around the dormitory, Sun didn't find anyone and was glad that he could rest peacefully. But as soon as the teenager ran out of the corridor, he collided with Zhao and the girl flew back. However, Xuan managed to catch her and the frightened Fei did not have time to fall. The guy was surprised that she didn't go out with the girls and assumed it was because of him. The young lady shyly asked what materials needed to be purchased for the treatment. Sun, in turn, hastened to give her a list of the necessary ingredients, after which he showed a notebook that he had recently found and handed it to her. Chao was shocked because these were the records of all the corruption schemes of that scoundrel, and if she gave it to her grandfather, then Wu would be finished. After some time, Fei returned home with her shopping, and Z began the acupuncture. Soon the guy finished and sighed with relief, as it was quite a complicated procedure. Suddenly he noticed her clothes lying next to her, and if it weren't for Guan, Sun would never have done such a thing. Thinking that she had fallen asleep, the young man quietly took her underwear and headed for the exit. In fact, the girl was not sleeping and saw everything. She was shocked and did not understand why he needed her clothes. Suddenly, Xuan came back and approached her. Fei was scared and didn't know what he was planning. Then Zai carefully covered her with a blanket and finally left her room. She, in turn, was pleased by the young man's concern. But this did not change the fact that for some reason he took her personal belongings, after which the young master returned to his room where Pan was waiting impatiently. Seeing the girl's personal belongings in the teenager's hand, Guan was delighted. Uncle immediately reached for them, but Zhuan raised his hand up, preventing him from reaching them. An indignant Pan asked the guy what he was doing and why he wasn't giving him Fei's underwear. The protagonist suddenly announced that he intended to change the conditions. Guan was shocked. Uncle decided to ask him if he really liked Zhao or Yaner that much. Sun smiled and said that he actually liked both of them. However, Pan urged him to make up his mind and choose only one girl. Zi objected, as he could not decide which of them he liked more. Guan then said that he did not need Zhao's personal belongings, and the young man thanked him for his understanding. But at the same time, he stated that Zhuan was obliged to help him deal with the overseas devils. Naturally, the teenager agreed, and at night in his sleep, he set off on another painful mission. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door and he heard the girl's voice. The guy became wary, because he believed that it was Fei who noticed the loss and came to get her clothes. A moment later, Zhao shyly entered his room and was unable to start a conversation for a long time. Then she finally said that it was time for them to continue her treatment. Sun was surprised by such zeal of the young lady. As a result, they immediately went to the bathroom to carry out the necessary procedure. Where Fei began to undress in embarrassment, Z in turn instantly turned away. The teenager couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Zhao's luxurious body, after which he plucked up his courage and reached out to her. The girl was shocked by this turn of events. Suddenly, Xuan hugged her, and Fei asked him what he was doing with a surprised expression. A couple of seconds later, the young guy moved closer to her and unexpectedly kissed the young lady. Confused, Zhao began to try to escape from his embrace and even hit Z, but he continued kissing her and didn't think of stopping. The girl was in shock. However, after that, she hugged Xuan and forgot about everything. A moment later, they stopped and looked into each other's eyes. Sun called her name in a hesitant voice, trying to tell her something important. Melted, Zhao smiled and asked him what he wanted to tell her. Suddenly, the young man asked Fei to become his girlfriend. The young lady was waiting for this. Happy Zhao reciprocated his feelings and agreed to become his forever. A stunned Xuan asked her again if she really agreed to be with him and if this was not a dream. Smiling Fei said that this was not a dream and that she really wanted this. They looked at each other with loving eyes and couldn't tear themselves away. At that moment, the door handle to the bathroom suddenly turned. Ziyi immediately moved away from Zhao and pretended to look at the treatment method on his phone. King stood at the threshold and glanced at Fei and Sun. She found it all suspicious. Su urged the boy to work harder at his treatment and not to think of doing anything stupid. After which, she finally left the room and closed the door behind her. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that her visit helped him to restrain himself because it was extremely difficult to do, unexpectedly, Zhao thanked the teenager. Xuan was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. Fei added that she was very afraid that she would not live to see her 23rd birthday. But his treatment really helps her. After all, at one time she tried a huge number of different methods, but nothing helped her. Subsequently, her fear only increased and she lost all hope of recovery. And one night she would freeze and die alone. Zhao burst into tears. Then she suddenly threw herself into Zai's arms and declared that she did not want to die. Sobbing, Fei asked if he could definitely cure her. The guy stroked the girl's hair and replied that she would live. In response, the young lady pressed herself even closer to him and once again thanked him for his help. Only a few minutes passed, and Sun found that Zhao had fallen asleep in his arms. He felt sorry for the girl, realizing the fear she had been living in lately. Z carefully picked her up and carried her to the bedroom so that she could get a good rest. Meanwhile, it was late night. Everyone went to their rooms and went to bed. The young master stood by her bed for some time and looked at his beautiful chosen one. Zhuan bitterly realized why she had behaved like this all this time and refused treatment, after which he returned to his room, where the curious Guan asked what had happened. The protagonist quite happily declared that Zhao had finally become his girlfriend. However, Pan considered it necessary to remind the teenager of one important detail. Girls with 9 yin have very high demands, and it will not be easy for him with her. Z actually forgot about it and asked Guan what he should do. The uncle said that he had just one spirit that could help solve this problem. Sun urged him not to waste time and to come to him quickly to settle this matter. The next morning, Zhuan greeted the beauties. Zhao noticed that he woke up quite early today. Z smiled and said that if he was needed, he would be in the backyard, where the guy intended to consolidate the new Long Hu techniques and began to cultivate. At that moment, the girls approached him and said that he had been doing something incomprehensible since early morning. The bewildered teenager could not understand why he had disturbed them so much and what they were talking about, after which the girls went to the house, where they ran into Zhao, who asked where her friends were going in such a hurry. But they did not answer. Fei then went to the backyard and asked Sun what happened to them. However, noticing something unusual, she blushed sharply and hurried away. At first, the young man could not understand their reaction, but when he finally understood why the girls were behaving this way, Ziyi himself hurried to his room before he was completely disgraced. After this, Zhuan was, at the very least, ashamed to look his girlfriends in the eyes. But walking down the corridor, the young master came across a crowd of girls. Even Quan came to their dorm. He couldn't understand what she was doing here. The protagonist instantly broke into his charming smile and greeted by ear. However, for some unknown reason, the girl immediately burst into tears, which shocked him. Sun, in turn, asked her in surprise what had happened and why she was crying. Is said that her family wanted to get together, but her brother suddenly disappeared and was later found in a mental hospital. Juge also sadly added that her brother turned out to be autistic. At this moment, Fei suddenly intervened and assured Quan that everything was fine, because she has already sent her people and soon they will return his brother home. Bayer was happy and thanked her friend, her tears suddenly turning into a smile. And just 2 hours later, the younger brother was brought to their dorm. Zhuan knew full well that this was actually a genetic problem. The girls immediately began to show the boy attention and ask his name. In response, the child reacted extremely inadequately and began waving his arms. Quan immediately rushed to her brother and began to calm him down, but Dongsheng burst into tears even more. The girl hugged him and began to stroke his head, saying that everything was completely fine. The girls, in turn, asked for forgiveness for accidentally scaring the baby. Bayer noted that her brother was simply very afraid of strangers. Sun then wondered whether the Xuanyuan technique could cure autism. In this regard, Z asked if he had a medical record and whether he could look at it. The relatives gave the young doctor the poor boy's medical history. The boy looked at the card and asked Quan at what age he was diagnosed with this disease. Bai replied that he was about 7 years old. The girl also stated that when her mother was very ill, her father wanted to sell the apartment to raise money for treatment, but she was against it. Then they had a big fight, after which Dongsheng began to speak very rarely. And later this developed into autism and he practically does not perceive the outside world. However, Zhuan confidently said that he would cure the child with the piano, and everyone was surprised. As a result, they went to the film academy where Z became fascinated with the girl. Naturally, his girlfriends didn't like this, and Yaner asked where he was looking. But Sun was so engrossed that he didn't even pay attention to Zhao, which instantly pinched him, and the teenager screamed in pain like a madman. The young lady wondered if there weren't enough pretty girls around him. A puzzled Zhuan asked if he couldn't even just look. The enraged individual shouted in one voice that he was forbidden to do this. Then they hurried to the piano room. It really looked gorgeous. Sun immediately sat down at the musical instrument, and the surprised Fei asked if he really knew how to play it. The teenager smiled and proudly said that now she would witness another one of his talents. After which he began to play. Everyone present was shocked by his abilities. The girls noticed that he was playing the doll and bear waltz, which was a famous piece. Suddenly, an unknown guy called out to them and nervously asked what they were doing there and who let them in. Zhao turned around and recognized him as Dong, and the dumbfounded youth also recognized her. Zhang remembered confessing his love to her, but Fei did not reciprocate his feelings and rejected him. The teenager began to stutter and said that outsiders were not allowed in here. He then called on Sun to get up from the piano, pointing out that he did not know how to play it. In response, Z asked if he himself could play a musical instrument. An angry Dun pushed him off his chair and immediately sat down at the piano, confidently saying that now the teenager would see his undeniable talent, after which he really backed up his words with action and started playing the piano. Fei was pleasantly surprised, because it is the 8th most difficult melody in the world, Islami. At that moment, the unknown girl began to confess her love to the smug Zhang. After playing his melody, Dong turned to Xuan demonstratively and asked if he liked his playing. Z replied in the negative and demanded that he leave as he needed to heal the man. The young man, in turn, went to turn on the broadcast in order to disgrace him in front of the entire university. Meanwhile, the young master began to play the piano simply divinely. Fei was shocked by Sun's skills. She couldn't figure out what kind of melody it was, but at the same time she was very beautiful, so the whole institute heard this piece. Even Dun did not expect this. Most of the students liked the main character's music and wondered who it was that played the piano so beautifully. Dongsheng was also captivated by the melody and noted that he liked it very much. Suddenly, Xuan used Longhu's technique and started playing much faster. The boy suddenly covered his ears with his hands, and everyone present was perplexed. However, a moment later, the guy returned to the calm and gentle melody. Younger brother Quan immediately reached out to his parents and sister, saying that he loved them very much. Dun, in turn, could not understand what kind of music it was, which surpassed even the work Flight of the Bumblebee. Zhao burst into tears and literally admired her young man. The other girlfriends were also pleasantly surprised by Zai's skills and understood that he was a miracle doctor. Zhang and his girlfriend hurried away at this time, while everyone was admiring Xuan's performance. After some time, Sun was completely exhausted from playing spiritual music. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even stand up. For several minutes, the young man tried in vain to do so, but all to no avail. Then he had to turn to his friends for help. The first to volunteer to help him was naturally Fei, and the girls were surprised by her determination. Yaner followed her. They took the teenager by the arms and helped him to rise. Xuan, in turn, asked if they both really liked him that much. The girls didn't like his statement and immediately dumped him. As a result, Z literally collapsed onto the chair and subsequently broke it. As a result, They hurried to escape before they were noticed and forced to pay for the material damage. After a certain amount of time, they all finally returned to the dorm together. The young master was terribly tired and wanted to rest, but suddenly Kwon stopped him and thanked him for his help. After all, he was able to cure her younger brother. Sun said that friends should help each other. Suddenly, Xiaofeng noticed that he was sweating heavily and smelled bad, so he needed to take a shower. However, on the way to the bathroom, he was stopped by Hong, who was trying to take her aunt's pulse. She asked him to examine the woman, since he was much more knowledgeable about medicine. Z immediately noticed that the woman's lips were slightly blue, her sinuses were dry, and the whites of her eyes were yellowish. Xuan, in turn, asked when exactly her health had worsened. Kwon noticed that when her mother gave birth to her little brother, she lost a lot of blood. A puzzled Zhuge asked the young man why he didn't take her pulse. The teenager replied that this was a consequence of a difficult birth, and that it was not necessary to measure the pulse, adding that ideally she needs at least another month to fully recover. Hong didn't understand how this was possible because after a difficult birth, people can't recover for years. Sun said that it was not a complicated disease and was quite common. Then he asked her to argue, since she didn't believe him. The girl asked how exactly they would argue with him. Ziyi said that if he didn't cure her within a month, he would give her the Xuanyuan techniques. Then Yi said that if she lost, she would become his girlfriend. The young man was shocked. At this point, one of the girls shouted out that this was a really bad idea. A puzzled Hong asked why and who disagreed with this, but everyone remained silent. Then Zhuge said that they would leave these terms of the dispute. Xuan looked at Fei's displeased expression and assumed that she had resigned herself to it. And if he wins, he will already have 2 girls, and naturally Sun agreed. The girls in turn were shocked by this turn of events and did not know what to say. Z made a healing potion in a few minutes and gave it to his aunt to drink. When she drank the contents and put the mug on the table, there was a scorpion inside the cup. The woman smiled sweetly and said that she was already feeling much better. The self-confident Xuan asked Ye if she liked this result. At that moment, Hong's phone suddenly rang, and the girl noticed that it was her grandfather. Zhuge remembered that it was his birthday today and hurried her friends to get dressed up and go to the party. And after a while, they were fully armed and beautifully dressed. The young man noticed that the old man's guests had awesome cars. He suddenly informed her friends that Sun was her boyfriend for today. Naturally, everyone agreed with this and they went to the festive banquet. The surrounding men noted such beautiful girls and wanted to meet them. And of course, they were all wildly annoyed by the young Dr. Z, who was strutting around in Hong's company. At this time, the joyful grandfather saw his granddaughter with Zhuan and called them to his table. The protagonist greeted Mr. Zhuge and congratulated him on his birthday, after which he hastened to introduce them to an unknown man named Capo. And also, with a girl named Kana, they greeted them kindly. The young master looked at the girl and caught himself thinking that she was quite attractive. Hong noticed this and immediately pinched. Zhuan barely held back the hellish pain. Zhuge also introduced the young man to the guests and called him a friend of his wonderful granddaughter. The extremely impudent Capo noted that many years ago it had been agreed that Yi would become his bride. Grandfather laughed and replied that it was a joke and he shouldn't take it seriously. To which the young man replied that in that case their families could feud and this would lead to irreparable consequences. Sun could not tolerate the impudent man's antics and called on him to shut up, but the guy suggested that they sort things out man to man. Zai in turn accepted the challenge and called him to follow him to resolve everything. The capo looked menacingly at the teenager and said that he asked for it. Yan, who was watching what was happening, noticed that this restless person was always finding problems. However, Fei disagreed with her and stated that that guy must have provoked Zhuan. The girl assumed that something had happened between Zhao and Sun since she had never defended him. Meanwhile, the self-confident young man urged Capo to resolve their misunderstanding. The guy smiled slyly and declared that he was now going to the next world. Then he dealt a lightning-fast blow to Xuan, who never expected such agility from him. As a result, the young master flew back literally several meters. Capo businesslike straightened his jacket and noted that the kid was showing off. The protagonist hurried to get up and declared that he had turned out to be quite fast. The surrounding guests assumed that the guys were simply filming spectacular videos. Suddenly, Z said that he was giving him a head start and conceding a couple of blows, which naturally angered Capo, and he immediately attacked the teenager again. Sun said that today he would beat the impudent fellow so badly that his own mother would not recognize him, which once again provoked the young man, who again rushed at him. However, this time Zhuan had a gift for him, in the form of his notorious needles. Capo, in turn, tried to block them and covered himself with his hands, which subsequently got stuck in his wrists. As a result, he could not move and did not understand how this was even possible. Zai walked towards his opponent with a completely relaxed and smiling face, after which he gave him a mocking slap and noted that the guy should be more respectful and modest. At this time, Kana appeared on the horizon. She was shocked that Sun possessed the Zhuan Yuan technique. The girl immediately struck the teenager, but he managed to dodge. Then the young lady, with a lightning-fast movement, snatched the needles from her brother's hand. She intended to save Capo and finally deal with this impudent man. At this moment, Zhuan released another batch of needles, but this time at Kana. The girl experienced extremely unpleasant sensations and hurried to pull them out of her hand. Then she demonstratively threw them aside and said that she would kill him. However, the young master informed her that in fact she was not his rival. A moment later, an angry Kana struck Z again, but he managed to grab her hand. Then she kicked him, but Sun dodged again and her foot landed right on his shoulder. The bewildered young lady ordered him to let her go immediately. Smiling Zhuan grabbed her leg and noted that if she admitted defeat, he would let the girl go, after which he still did not mock her and finally let go of her leg. As a result, Kana dropped her to the ground and thereby twisted her leg. The person subsequently fell straight onto the protagonist, but Z stood his ground and held her. Thus, their faces were literally a centimeter from each other, and the guests in turn were surprised. Suddenly, Kana pushed the teenager away and ordered him not to come near her. At this time, Kim Hao-sun and his son Anji arrived at the banquet straight from Korea. The young master realized that this was clearly not a good sign and hurried back to Old Man Juge. Along the way, he took his needles from Capo's back to finally free him. The guy immediately felt lightness in his body and realized that he could move. At that moment, his sister came up to him and asked if he was okay, and his brother said that this young man possessed the Zhuan Yuan technique. Suddenly, Kana hit her in the face. The teenager was shocked and did not understand what she was doing. The perplexed Capo asked her if she had really been saving her strength for this. But in fact, the young lady thus realized that that guy had taken away her power. Meanwhile, Hyosun greeted his grandfather and challenged him, because 30 years ago he lost. To his surprise, the old man accepted the challenge on his own birthday and told Kim about it. Unexpectedly, Xuan spotted Feng in the crowd of guests and greeted him. The young man was pleasantly surprised. Z asked why he didn't help him. The boy replied that Capo and Kana were superior to him in strength. Sun also asked his friend a question that interested him. Who are these Kims? The doctor said that they were from Korea and wanted to appropriate the achievements of Chinese medicine. Hyosun turned to Juji and said that this time he brought a patient with him. Suddenly, a huge guy appeared and called himself Pu Zifan. He asked the old man to examine him. However, Hong suddenly expressed a desire to do this instead of her grandfather. Mr. Zhuge in turn agreed and said that Yi would now examine him. The girl immediately headed towards the thug, assuming that there was some kind of catch. Jifan asked the young lady to take his pulse, which she did. Hong took his hand and concentrated. She measured his pulse for a long time, but she did not find any errors, and therefore Ye said that Pu was completely healthy. But Hyosun was quick to say the opposite, because they didn't just come for no reason. At that moment, Capo approached the young doctor and put his hand on his shoulder. Z asked what was the matter. Then the guy offered him a bet. If he personally found the disease in Zifan, then he would leave Ye alone. Otherwise, Sun would step aside. Zuan stated that she was not his property and he could not dispose of her. However, he agreed to change the terms of the deal and immediately broke into a sly smile, adding that if he succeeds, he will tell him something about his sister. Capo began to wonder if he was really ready to leave Hong for his sister. Finally, the boy agreed and reminded him what would happen if he lost. But Z was confident. The young master immediately used his X-ray vision and began to examine Pu's organs. The protagonist noticed Zifan's heart and realized that it was double. Meanwhile, Hyosun called his grandfather to examine the brute, as his granddaughter clearly failed the task. However, at this moment, Zhuan announced his candidacy, and everyone was surprised. A puzzled Song asked who he was and whether he could represent Master Juji. The old man immediately called Sun his son-in-law and asked how if he was against it. Hong, in turn, instantly blushed from embarrassment and began to smile, unlike her friends who literally incinerated Zai with their gaze. Kim suddenly noticed that the old man had chosen an extremely bad son-in-law for himself. Then the young man declared that it was a shame to bring a man with a double heart. Jifan and his patron were stunned by the teenager's conclusion. The enraged Hao Sun said that it was impossible to know about this using Chinese medicine methods. Zuan said that he could not understand these methods of such multifaceted Chinese medicine. An embittered Kim asked how he could have found out about this. The young doctor decided to play a little game with him, and smiling, challenged him to guess. Sun nervously noted that they had come from far away and could not leave with anything. Then he invited everyone who had health problems to have a competition. The main character, in turn, asked him who would help them. Suddenly, an unknown girl raised her hand and said that she wanted the doctors to examine her. Zuan saw a rather pretty girl in front of him and, as always, he stared at her. The puzzled guests recognized her as the wife of the owner of the Zhuge clan's pharmacy. Her husband immediately urged Jing En to come back and not make a circus here. But the young lady ignored him and went to Z, who assumed that she was an agent of the Koreans. Hao Sun grinned and suggested that his grandfather start examining the girl first. The old man turned to the young doctor and urged him to show everyone his abilities. Sun immediately asked Jing where exactly she felt discomfort. En smiled and adjusted her hair, saying that she felt discomfort all over her body, after which Z asked her to stretch out her right hand, and it was noticeable how he blushed. The teenager took her hand and began to measure her pulse, but the girl kept twisting her hand, as if she was deliberately not giving him the opportunity to carry out this procedure. The guy thought that she was seducing him. After all, at some point, Jing began to run her little finger across his palm, and Zhuan assumed that she was writing a word with her fingernail. It suddenly dawned on him that the young lady had actually given him a clue, and he realized she had poisoned herself. Sun quickly informed everyone about this, and most people began to panic. Qi calmly asked if the young talent could determine what exactly En had poisoned herself with. At this moment, Uncle Guan suddenly appeared and asked if Z needed help. The boy was glad to see him. After which, the head of the Ouyang clan of the Sui dynasty appeared, who was knowledgeable in treating poisons. However, at this time, Angie could not stand it and urged Zhuan not to waste their time. And either he will tell her what she was poisoned with or he can get out of here. A moment later, the teenager said that the girl was poisoned by the slow-acting poison of the white sun, also called imperfect. The embittered Hao Sun nervously asked how he knew that Jing had been poisoned with this particular poison. Sun replied that it was more than elementary and could be determined in a second. Then he demonstratively turned to En and asked if she wanted him to remove the poison. Naturally, the girl expressed such a desire, and they went into the house, where the young master prepared a certain salad in a minute. Everyone watched closely what was happening. After which, the main character added some liquid from the bottle to the plate. Suan gave her a bowl and urged her to drink it to the bottom, and the puzzled Jing agreed. And she instantly knocked over the plate, thereby drinking its contents, just as the young man had said. An extremely indignant Hao literally burst into the room and declared that this was impossible. Kim Sun rather casually grabbed En's hand and began to measure her pulse. He couldn't understand how the guy expelled the poison and her pulse stabilized, which is what he asked him about. Z said in a businesslike manner that vodka, turtle meat, and Chinese cabbage could remove poison from the body. He also added fish scales, silver nut, and ginkgo with soot. Everyone was shocked. Hao Sun stuttered and asked how he was able to know about this and do it. Kim suddenly grabbed her hand and accused her of betraying him. The girl confessed absolutely calmly. Then Sun swung his arm to hit her. However, Zhuan got ahead of him and delivered a crushing blow with lightning speed. As a result, Hao fell to the ground and Sun began to finish him off. The bodyguards intended to help him and immediately rushed to his aid. However, Capo stood in their way and did not let the guards through, thus giving Z the opportunity to finish the job, who in turn decided to make fun of the arrogant Kim a little and shoved some herbs into his mouth, after which he poured vodka down his throat. The guests were simply shocked by what was happening. Suan also hastened to thank Capo for his help, but the boy did not reciprocate. Meanwhile, the bodyguards hurried to take their boss away from this party of life. Suddenly, Capo asked what exactly Sun had stuffed into Hao's mouth. Z, smiling broadly, declared that the turtle meat and the tricolor shiritza had poisoned him. The guy noted that this would not poison him, but at most would send him to the toilet for half a day. The teenager urged him not to think about it and pointed out that he had lost the bet. At that moment, Kana approached them and began to whisper something to Sunya. Capo assumed that she was threatening him. After the festival, Zhuan returned home tired because he had made one mistake. He told his girlfriends about how he gave Hong a gemstone, and they started pinching it. Going to his room to get some proper rest, the young man noticed the silhouette of a girl on the bed. Z immediately turned on the light and saw Jing. The teenager was literally taken aback, and in turn asked if he was the one who killed Haosen. The young man was shocked by this news. She also stated that turtle meat and tricolor shiritza with vodka form a high-quality poison. The young master naturally understood what she was getting at and asked what Jing wanted. The girl said that something terrible happened at 1 o'clock in the morning at the intersection of Nanjiao district. Namely, a terrible accident. The guy was taken to the hospital where he suddenly died. Jing added sadly that the pathologist had already managed to examine his body. The main character assumed that the truck that collided with his car was her doing, which is what he asked about. The young lady calmly reported that her sister was driving and continued to tell that he bought her and her sister for $10,000, and her evil stepfather dishonored her sister, but she was luckier because she simply became their spy. And initially, she wanted to kill them all herself because she was already poisoned. But Zhuan removed the poison from her body. Z held needles behind her back, after which Sun asked if she by any chance wanted money from him. In response, Jing said that she had sworn a long time ago that whoever killed Kim would be worthy of one privilege. Namely, he would become her master for the rest of his life. The teenager never ceased to be surprised. Anne was wearing only a towel and declared that she would fulfill any whim of her master. At this moment, Uncle Guan suddenly appeared and reminded the young man of his duty. Because of this, Zhuan had to ask the girl to lower the towel a little. Jing immediately jumped up from her seat and took off her towel. Sun was stunned by what happened. Z instantly took off his jacket and covered the uneducated lady until Pan was completely ecstatic. Naturally, my uncle didn't like this and he said that he didn't really see anything. However, the young doctor said that it was his problem since he had not found the right angle. So, he fulfilled his condition. Guan noted that the guy was extremely cruel to him. Then he told some rather interesting information about N's past life. The girl was extremely spoiled and led a rather dissolute lifestyle, but now she is innocent. What the surprised Z immediately asked Jing about. The young lady said that her husband did not like girls and she considered him her brother. Swan said that she could spend the night here, but he had urgent business. N in turn suggested that the teenager was also inexperienced. Sun thought that what she really needed was Zhuan Yuan techniques. At this time, Guan noticed that the girl herself agreed, and he, like the last coward, ran away. But the guy didn't want to talk about it, so Pan urged him to go and study drifting techniques. And after some time, he found himself in a parallel dimension, where he was driving a luxury sports car. However, he still couldn't master the drifting techniques and he started to get nervous. Suddenly, his uncle shouted to him that the teenager had huge problems. Waking up in the real world, Zhuan saw his embittered girlfriends in front of him. A puzzled Sun asked what had happened and why they were so angry. The enraged Qing immediately accused him of being an impudent man who dared to take a mistress. Z, in turn, tried to explain everything to them and said that they had misunderstood. He himself had no idea how to get out of this situation because he couldn't talk about the murder. The young man didn't even have time to say anything before he received a slap in the face from the angry Sue. As she was leaving, the girl said that Juji's family was already looking for him. Xiaofang tried to stop her, but it was to no avail. The young master noticed Fei's upset expression and spoke to her, but she didn't even listen to him. At Z's house, no less angry grandfather and Hong were waiting. The main character realized that now he would be in trouble. Nervous Yi asked the guy if Jing was really in his room. At this moment, Un suddenly came out to them. She was wearing only Xuan's shirt. Everyone present was simply shocked by her antics and did not know what to say. The stunned Gao was completely beside himself and angrily shouted her name. After which, Shan pounced on the girl and asked why she deceived him. Meanwhile, the unknown person called Sun to go to another place to talk. Entering the room, the teenager became wary and did not understand who he was and what he wanted. Suddenly, the man showed his ID and said that he was the head of the 6th Department of the State Secrets Department, and his name is Chang Long. The main character was perplexed and seemed to begin to understand where this was all heading. Chang said Mr. Kim died yesterday from poisoning and that turtle meat and a tricolor turtle were found in his stomach. Suddenly, the teenager interrupted Lun's speech and knelt down, after which he confessed everything. Chan was extremely surprised by this outcome and stated that the young man turned out to be very honest. He also added that there was an accident at the intersection at night, but Zhuan said that he had nothing to do with it. In addition, Wu was also brutally beaten and ended up in one of the city hospitals in serious condition. Sun, in turn, confessed to the beating, realizing that the end had come for him. However, Lone said that if the guy helps them with one thing, he will get him out of jail. A joyful Z said that for this he was ready to help them with even dozens of things. Chang smiled and noted that Zhuan said it himself and he didn't force him. Then he asked Sun if he knew what poison caused the skin to turn purple. The young man immediately turned to the old man for help, who encouraged him to repeat after him. A moment later, the teenager said that this could happen from the creeping ragwort and was a slow-acting poison. Shocked by Xuan's knowledge, Long asked him to follow him. They then went to the hospital, where Chang said that if Z saved the patient, he would be cleared of the law. They can also buy a new passport for Jing and have her undergo plastic surgery, completely changing her appearance. The main character said that he first needed to expel the poison. Surprised, Chan asked if the young doctor could really do it. Xuan confidently stated that he could of course handle it, although it wouldn't be easy. However, the elder urged Z not to deceive him, since this man could no longer be saved. But Sun was sure of the opposite. The old man remarked that this had really happened and the student had surpassed his teacher. The teenager asked for a transfusion of pure blood for the patient and for a wooden bath to be prepared for him, and they also needed to be taken to the music room. After a certain amount of time, the young man performed all his manipulations on the patient. He also used Xuan Yuan techniques, and a miracle happened with the help of acupuncture. The patient suddenly woke up. Chang was delighted with this result and thanked Z. Lun immediately gave him a certificate and said that from now on he was clear before the law. The teenager asked what it was, and the head of the State Secrets Department replied that he was now a freelance agent of their unit. Sun asked a reasonable question about salaries, but Chang said that freelancers did not receive them. A frustrated Zhuan said that in that case he would have to find a part-time job. After some time, Z went on another mission to the other world where he tried to cure some thug. He suddenly asked Simiao if there were any other points in his secret technique. The elder urged the youth to continue to explore Qinkuai and not move. At this moment, Uncle Guan called on the boy to urgently return to the real world as he had uninvited guests. It was Zhang's daughter, Feng Qing. The girl said that they were going to have a party today and there would be a whole bunch of beauties there. Of course, Zhuan couldn't miss such an event and went with her to the banquet, where there really was a huge number of girls. Some guy stopped them and said that one race, as always, costs 10,000 hit. King gave him 50,000 yuan and said that she intended to win back her losses from yesterday. Z became curious and asked how much Feng had spent on illegal racing. The girl said that it was only 200,000 and if she got this money back she would definitely buy herself a branded watch. She called him only so that the car would have a counterweight, since the car is unstable on turns. At this moment, an unknown person suddenly approached them and greeted Qing. Then she suggested that they compete again, and Feng in turn agreed. And just half an hour later she paid her for her latest loss. The rather impudent girl, who had tasted victory, offered to go for another ride. The sad young lady shook her head in a characteristic manner, thus declining. But the young master suddenly asked the defeated Jing how much her watch cost. Extremely upset, Jing replied that it was around 400,000 yuan. Then Zhuan suggested to the stranger to play big. If he wins, then she will owe him 400,000, otherwise the car will be hers. Feng was shocked. Sun assured her that if he lost, he would explain himself to her father, and she agreed. A moment later, they were waiting for the start of the race to finally find out who was the better driver. The young lady stated that if the teenager did win, she would agree to have dinner with him. Soon the race began and the girl immediately took the lead, something Z never expected. She said that he couldn't win because she was the sister of the European racing champion. However, Zhuan was absolutely sure of the opposite and set about proving it to her. The teenager couldn't catch up with her for a long time, but soon he finally approached the car. At the turn, Qing began to scream loudly. Sun urged her to calm down so that they would not fly into the ditch. The rival, in turn, tried in vain to throw him off her tail and applied maximum effort. At some point, the young master was able to get around her, and the girl was in shock. This happened at the next turn, where the main character demonstrated his drifting skills. Those watching the confrontation came to the conclusion that this guy had a chance to win. The young lady naturally could not accept the defeat and tried to catch up with him. In connection with this, she pressed the pedal and gradually approached Su's car. But she lost control and her car veered to the side. The girl began to understand that this was the end, and that she could not only lose but also say goodbye to life. As a result, their cars collided with each other and she flew into a ditch. Xuan immediately stopped and ran out of the car, asking if everything was okay with her. He found the girl wincing in pain and holding her side. Sun decided to use his X-ray vision. Z saw that she had 2 broken ribs and a damaged liver, and she needed urgent hospitalization. The boy inserted his needles and asked Feng where the nearest hospital was. Realizing the seriousness of it, the frightened Qing said that it was where her father worked. Yuan asked her to tell him to prepare for liver surgery, after which he moved into the wounded racer's car, and they went to the hospital. The young man urged her not to twitch, as shaking could harm her and even kill her. Meanwhile, on the turn, 2 policemen were discussing the impudent racers. Suddenly, the young master's car literally flew right in front of them. They recorded that the car was traveling at a speed of 240 kilometers. Law enforcement officers immediately contacted the department to stop the offender in the Maserati. Just a few minutes later, they finally arrived at the hospital, and the young lady was taken to the operating room. Suddenly, another unknown girl called out to Xuan and asked if his name was Sun Tzu, and the young man answered in the affirmative. Her name was Wang Jia, and she accused him of giving out her family's secret techniques to everyone. The puzzled teenager asked if he was telling the truth and if the Xuan Yuan method belonged to her family. At that moment, the police officers pounced on him, saying that the entire department had gone on a mission because of him. Sun was laid on the floor and handcuffed. Z said that he had saved a man. The police also charged him with forged documents and showed him a state secrets department ID. However, the main character claimed that they were in fact real. At this time, Zhuan's phone rang, and one of the investigators hurried to pick it up and turned on the speakerphone. It was Chang, who announced that his subordinate had been shot with poison arrows and needed help. The police officer remarked that he would definitely contact him later, but Long demanded that Z be called immediately. A colleague ordered his partner to interrogate him while he checked the phone number in the database. The investigator immediately asked how many people were in his gang. Sun said that they had misunderstood everything. Chang continued to demand that Zhuan be called, as he realized that the boy was not at home. The teenager shouted loudly that he was actually at the police station. The law enforcement officer, in turn, immediately hung up. He stated that it was useless to talk to accomplices, especially since the special forces had already left. But the young master continued to claim that he was a member of the State Secrets Department. At that moment, a frightened policeman burst into the office and declared that this number really belonged to the head of the State Secrets Department. However, the investigator was not convinced and said that the number could also have been faked. Suddenly, agents from the department burst into the station and demanded that their employee Zhuan be released. The man pointed to the entrance to the ward and told the main character to go in. Sun walked into the room and noticed his girlfriend lying unconscious on the couch with Jia standing next to her. The main character asked his girlfriend in fear what she was doing here. The girl was also very surprised by Sunya's appearance in this room. The man asked the young people suspiciously if they knew each other. The guy and the girl emotionally said that they didn't know each other. The interlocutor told the guy and the girl not to be angry with each other. Sun and his girlfriend turned their heads to the side so as not to even see each other. The man explained to his interlocutors that he had invited them to expel the poison from his bride's body. The groom handed the guy a document. It was the girl's medical history. The main character gave his medical history to his girlfriend for analysis. The girl said excitedly that the patient had been poisoned with white arsenic, but the arsenic antidote had not helped her. The main character and his girlfriend simultaneously extended their hands to measure the patient's pulse. Sun thought. He stopped his hand. Jia measured the patient's pulse. The girlfriend got angry. She screamed and hit the main character on the head with all her might. Sun asked the displeased girl what she was doing. Pangguan said with a smile to his friend that the girls were beating him again. Jia said excitedly that the patient was not poisoned with arsenic, but with a more powerful poison. The groom asked fearfully if it would be possible to extract the poison from his girlfriend's body. The interlocutor replied that she would try. Jia began to very actively stick needles into the patient's arm in order to heal her. The girl grabbed the unconscious patient by the arm and lifted her above the body. Jia tapped her fingers very actively on the patient's hand. The main character asked his girlfriend with interest if she used the point method. The main character told the man that he needed to get into that world to study the method. 4 hours later, Sun watched his girlfriend's actions with great attention. Jia was very tired. She and the man looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The girlfriend asked the guy with displeasure, "Did he really come here to sleep?" Sun asked the girl with fear if they had managed to extract the poison from the patient's body. Jia said that she concentrated all the poison in her left leg. The leg will have to be amputated. Sun explained very joyfully that there would be no need for amputation. The groom was very happy when he learned that amputation could be avoided. The girlfriend told the main character that he has 2 hours, but she doesn't believe that he will succeed. Sun grabbed the golden needle in his hands and prepared to use it on the girl. The main character quickly, and with all his might, stuck the needle into the girl's blue leg. Jiajia thought with surprise that all the guy's movements were honed perfectly. The main character apologized to his brother Chan. The man responded to the guy to save his bride. Sun sighed to himself and concentrated. He prepared to continue the procedure. The main character studied the patient's body with very quick movements in order to bring her back to normal. Jiajia was very surprised. She realized that the guy knew the method of the Wang family points. The main character grabbed a large and long golden needle with his fingers. Sun thrust the golden needle into the girl's body at the 109th point with all his might. The girlfriend asked the happy guy, very frightened, "What kind of dot is this?" The main character turned around and told his girlfriend that he wouldn't tell her what that dot was. It was late evening. The protagonist continued to treat the patient to remove the poison from her leg. Sun sternly commanded Chan to begin using the scalpel. The man touched the scalpel to the girl's leg to make a deep cut. Dark blood from the unconscious patient's foot began to flow into a bowl. The main character explained to the man that the black blood had to come out completely. Chan asked the guy if he had removed all the poison from the girl's body. Sun told the groom with a smile and a confident voice that his bride would soon wake up. Jiajia said with displeasure that the girl might only wake up in a couple of days. The patient came to and opened her eyes. The friends around her became very worried. Chan was very happy. He called his bride Xiao Xian with a smile. The girl called her fiancé Chang Glong in a weak and quiet voice. The man excitedly grabbed the girl and told her to rest. The poison was removed from her body. Chan turned to the main character and his girlfriend and said that they needed to talk. The man approached the window with his companions. He asked them who could have injected poison into his bride. Chan said in a serious voice that his fiancée was poisoned by a black witch from a hidden wild clan. She specializes in murder. The main character and his girlfriend were very surprised and scared. The man told his interlocutors that if they learned anything about the Black Witch, they should contact him. Chan smiled at his friends and said that they would be witnesses at his wedding. The guy and his girlfriend very abruptly refused the man's offer to be witnesses. Chan said in a dissatisfied voice that he shouldn't have invited his friends to his wedding. The protagonist stood next to Jiajia. He stopped a taxi and said that it was time for him to go. The protagonist waved to the man and said that he hoped they would never see each other again. He prepared to get into a taxi. Jiajia pushed her friend away with her hand and sat in the back seat of the car next to him. Sun asked his girlfriend in amazement what she was doing. The girl asked the guy with displeasure, "Can't he really pay for a beauty in a taxi?" The protagonist returned to the villa with his companion. He asked Jiajia how long she would follow him. Sun opened the door to the building. He asked his interlocutor with great displeasure why she didn't go home. The girlfriend strictly asked the guy, where did he learn the Xuanyuan technique and the point technique? The main character answered his girlfriend that he would not tell her and she could guess as much as she wanted. The guy was suddenly surprised and scared. He noticed how his girlfriend wanted to hit him. Jiajia punched the protagonist in the face with all her might. The girlfriend angrily demanded that the guy tell her everything she wanted from him. Sun looked at the girl with displeasure and shouted at her not to make him angry. Jiajia swung her fist again and hit the guy in the face with all her might. Sun fell to the ground from a very powerful blow. He did not have time to defend himself. The girlfriend reached out and grabbed the frightened guy by his clothes. Jiajia continued to hit the guy in the face and shouted at him angrily that he was weak. Sun looked away. He decided to respond to the girl's blows. The main character jumped to his feet and pushed his girlfriend away from him with his hands. Jiajia was very scared. She asked the guy excitedly, what did he think? The main character very quickly tied up his girlfriend all over her body. Sun told the girl angrily that she would now find out how good he was. The main character swung his arm and hit the girl lying in front of him on the butt with his hand. The girlfriend screamed in fear. She didn't know what Sun wanted to do to her. The main character became worried. Someone from the side called him and asked if he had returned. The main character heard with fear how someone asked him if he had returned. The girl was happy. She realized that now someone could come to her aid. Jiajia called out in a very loud and frightened voice for someone to help her. Sun hit the girl on the neck with all his might and she lost consciousness. The main character heard someone looking for him throughout the building. He was carrying his girlfriend in his arms. Sun ran very quickly into his room to hide the unconscious girl. Jiajia was on the bed. The protagonist untied her and threw a blanket over her. The guy heard a loud knock on the door. It was his girlfriend. She was calling him by name. Sun opened the door with a calm look and voice and greeted Fei. Zhao asked the guy suspiciously why he was sweating. She thought he was doing something bad. The girlfriend excitedly prepared to tell the main character something very important. Zhao told her friend that her parents wanted to meet him. Sun was very surprised and amazed. He decided that he would meet his future mother-in-law. Zhao shouted back at the protagonist in displeasure, saying that she had never agreed to marry him. Sun looked very happily and contentedly as his girlfriend ran away from him down the corridor. The main character happily thought to himself that Zhao hadn't caught him red-handed. The guy looked around with excitement. He was looking for his ghostly assistant. Panguan appeared. He asked the guy in a dissatisfied voice what he wanted. The main character said to the man with displeasure that he wanted to learn martial arts. Panguan told Sun that Bruce Lee could teach him. Then he would introduce him to other spirits. The main character spent the whole night in a room with his girlfriend. The boy woke up the next morning on the street. The sun was shining brightly. Jia hit her friend with all her might. The main character excitedly shouted to the girl that he had forgotten something and that she should not hit him. Sun covered himself with his hand from above to prevent himself from being hit on the head. The main character looked at his girlfriend in front of him with a very frightened look. The girl looked at the main character very angrily and said that he was sleeping well. Jia, you swung your fist with all your might to finish the guy off with a powerful blow. Sun began to run away. He shouted to the girl that they would see each other again. The girlfriend wanted to grab the main character with her hand on the go. Sun jumped very sharply to the side. The guy watched with interest as the girl ran forward past him by inertia. The girl flew forward sharply. She didn't have time to stop and almost hit the door. Sun suddenly grabbed his girlfriend from behind with his hand and shouted at her to watch out. The guy couldn't hold the girl back. She suddenly jerked forward and he tore off a piece of her clothing. Sun felt very embarrassed. He held the piece of clothing in his hands and didn't know what to do. Jia was very scared. She tried to close herself with her hands. The girl shouted at the main character with displeasure that he was still looking at her. The guy asked his girlfriend for forgiveness in a very trembling and frightened voice. Sun shouted to the girl that he had things to do and that he needed to leave. He slammed the door behind him. Half an hour later, the main character, dressed in formal attire, stood next to his girlfriend. Zhao told her friends Su Qing and Xiaofang that the main character would belong to her today. The girlfriends were very surprised. They didn't understand where the guy and the girl would go today. Wang asked her interlocutor Fei sternly where she was going to go today. Zhao replied to the girl with a smile that they would take a walk in the capital village today. The main character headed towards the exit with his girlfriend. He shouted goodbye that they were leaving. Jia glared at the boy. She decided to find him in the capital village. The main character was greeted by the girl's mother, Zhao Fei. She thanked him for curing their daughter. Sun looked at the woman with a smile and said that it was nothing to him. The woman wanted to introduce a guy to her daughter and get her acquainted. I greeted the girl with a smile. He looked at her with interest. The main character looked at the guy with displeasure. He realized that he was facing another competitor. Fei's father introduced the man next to him. It was Li Xian, the head of the Jinghua medicine factory. Next to Li Xian was his young and beautiful wife named Zhang Shuya. Am I the son of rich parents and have just graduated from a foreign university? The main character greeted the guy with a smile and a friendly voice. The guy extended his hand to the main character and said that he could call him Brother Li. Sun extended his hand in response and shook the hand of his new acquaintance in a friendly manner. The protagonist smiled and happily greeted his brother Li in front of him. The woman told the guests that it was time to eat. She added that Zhao and the guy Li Ya should sit next to her. The girl was very unhappy. She decided to explain something to her parents. Zhao grabbed the protagonist's hand and told his surprised parents that he was her boyfriend. People were very surprised after the girl's confession. They looked at her in amazement. The mother told her daughter that although the guy had cured her, it was not worth dating him because of that. Sun looked at the woman and said that she should be happy for her daughter's happiness. The mother sternly asked the boy if he could provide a good life for Zhao. The main character said confidently that he has abilities, so money means nothing to him. Li asked the guy with displeasure, "What abilities does he have?" Sun told his interlocutor that he had become very successful in medicine. He had cured a girl and the governor of Nu. The man was very surprised. He asked the main character again, "Did he really cure the governor?" The girl's father exchanged surprised glances with her mother. They were very shocked. The woman turned around and said slyly that they would not interfere in the affairs of the young people. The guy and his girlfriend were delighted. The door opened and suddenly Jia appeared. She happily greeted her friend. Fei Fei was also happy. She introduced her friend Jia to her parents. The girl was talking to her friend's mother. The main character was frightened and decided that Jia had come to bother him. The woman invited all the guests around to sit down at the table. It was time to eat. The main character suggested to his girlfriend that she sit in the seat next to him. Jia very abruptly and quickly sat down in the seat next to the surprised protagonist. Zhao came up and offered her friend to change places with her. Jia replied that she was fine where she was. Li smiled and suggested to his girlfriend that she sit next to him. The guests were sitting at a round table. They were silent and looking ahead. Li looked slyly at the protagonist and asked him to examine him. Sun looked at his interlocutor and said that he might have liver problems. He suggested that he get checked for cancer. Li said that he studied at Harvard to study poisons. His problems with his body may be due to his work. Jia looked at the guy with a smile and said that his perfume smelled very delicious. Li replied to the girl with a smile that he had a very good body odor, not perfume. Jia smiled at her friend and suggested that they switch places. Li looked around in surprise as the girls moved from place to place. Jia asked with a smile that the girl Fei Fei would switch places with the protagonist. Sun was very unhappy. He could not understand what his girlfriend had planned. The main character carefully studied the man and the young guy opposite him. He sat. He looked ahead with a silent, piercing gaze. The boy's father also looked slyly ahead. The main character decided that these two people were very suspicious to him. Sun clearly decided to himself that something was wrong with his interlocutors. The main character remembered the words of his teacher. The old man asked the boy if he knew how to identify a witch or a sorcerer. Sun replied that a witcher could be identified by his handsome appearance. The main character said that the witcher can have a strange poison and have skills with poisons. Sun remembered that the sorcerer had a strange addiction to food. The girl offered him to eat radish. The guy answered that he doesn't eat that. The main character, smiling, offered his interlocutor a drink from a glass of alcohol. Li very categorically answered his interlocutor that he does not drink alcohol. Jia smiled and offered the guy some meat. She handed him a piece on chopsticks. Li categorically replied that he does not eat fatty foods. The main character smiled slyly to himself. Sun turned to the side and looked with interest at his girlfriend next to him. Fei Fei sat and looked at the guy with great excitement. Li at this time refused another meal. Li looked at his table neighbor and said that he would help himself to food. The girl agreed with him. The main character silently looked at his girlfriend. He studied her carefully. Jia turned to the side and looked at Sun with a sly look. Sun stood up and asked the girl to change places with him. He said that he wanted to sit on her chair. Jia agreed to change places with the protagonist. She said that Li was ignoring her. The main character exchanged a silent glance with his girlfriend. They changed places at the table. Sun sat down next to the woman and smiled. He wanted to approach her with a conversation. The woman asked the main character how many people were in his family. Jia walked towards her friend and said happily that she was coming to her. Jia shouted in a frightened voice at the protagonist to start. The main character swung his arm to hit the guy in the face with a sharp blow. The girl was surprised. She couldn't understand why Sun decided to attack her neighbor at the table. Li leaned back sharply in his chair. He was able to protect himself from a blow to the face with his hand. Sun didn't have time to hit his opponent with his fist, and instead hit a young woman. The man got scared. He saw the girl fall unconscious face down on the table. The main character swung his hand and abruptly threw needles at the man. Li was very scared. He excitedly called out to his unconscious girlfriend. Sun swung his arm and launched the needles in Li's direction to hit him. The main character looked at Li with a menacing gaze and said that he was his rival. Li looked angrily at his opponent and shouted that he was his enemy. The sorcerer launched large black centipedes from his hands at the main character with all his might. The people around were very scared. They noticed how the main character hit the dangerous insects with his needles. Li glanced to the side. He noticed that his centipedes were nailed to the wall. Sun said in an angry voice that the black sorcerer would meet his end today. He held his needles in his hands. The sorcerer suddenly ran to the exit with all his might. The main character became worried. Sun shouted at his fleeing opponent to stop. Li was running at full speed through a high-rise building. The sorcerer ran with all his might. He tried to hide from the main character as quickly as possible. Li looked to the side with excitement and fear. He expected Sun to appear next to him. The main character ran as fast as he could after the sorcerer. He shouted at him to stop. Li stopped abruptly and turned around. He was ready to hit the guy with his hand. Li couldn't hit the main character. Sun very quickly dodged to the side. The main character swung his fist with all his might to hit his opponent. Sun was able to land a very powerful blow to his opponent's face. The guy, after a very strong blow, flew to the side and fell to the ground. Lee rose from the earth. He looked at his opponent with great displeasure and anger. The main character prepared to take the needles out of the glove on his hand. He told the sorcerer angrily that this time he would not be able to escape. A girl ran up. She shouted to the main character that she had contacted the State Secrets Department. Jia, excited and frightened, asked her friend if the sorcerer would run away. Sun turned to his girlfriend and said that he wanted to tell her something. Jia was very scared and worried. She realized that her friend wanted to tell her something. The main character turned to his girlfriend and said that he wanted to ask her something. Sun slyly asked his girlfriend if she would now consider him a hero who saved the beauty. Jia answered the guy with displeasure that she did not consider him a hero at all. Sun stopped looking at the sorcerer. He asked the girl to promise him something. At this time, a huge centipede very quickly crawled into Lee's mouth. Jia replied to her friend in a shy voice that she hadn't thought about that yet. The main character turned to his girlfriend with a smile, asking her to help him with something. Sun asked his girlfriend to help him explain himself to Fei. Jia was very angry. She didn't like the guy's request for her. The girl hit her friend on the head very quickly and very hard. Sun explained to his girlfriend that he only asked her for help. There was no need to hit him so harshly. Jia angrily shouted at the protagonist to be careful. Lee suddenly jumped up from behind. The girlfriend abruptly pushed the guy aside. The sorcerer attacked her with pink mist. The girl fell to the ground after being attacked by the enemy. She was unconscious. The main character called his girlfriend by name in a very frightened voice. Sun glanced sharply to the side and noticed a completely healthy and smiling sorcerer. The main character sharply asked Lee what kind of poison he used. The sorcerer answered the guy angrily that he would pay for everything he did to him. The main character swung his hand with needles and told the guy that he would tell him everything now. Sun thrust a set of needles into his opponent with all his might. He screamed loudly. The main character carried his girlfriend in his arms. He called Director Chan and said that he had returned to the State Secrets Department and that he would soon rid Jia of the poison. The director told the main character that he had already been arrested, so he could calmly remove the poison. Sun hurriedly carried his unconscious girlfriend in his arms. Sun hurried to carry the girl into the hospital room to help her as soon as possible. The nurse told the protagonist that the medicines were ready. She pointed him to the hospital table. The main character tore off his girlfriend's outerwear and prepared to put it down. Sun carefully placed the unconscious girl on the hospital table. The main character concentrated and prepared to remove the poison from the girl's body. The old man told the protagonist that sorcerers do not value their own or other people's lives. Therefore, the sorcerer will not tell the truth about the removal of poison even under torture. Sun looked at the unconscious girl with concern. He couldn't understand why they were poisoning the employees of the State Secrets Department. He couldn't believe that he could have lied to him about the method of removing the poison. The main character looks at his girlfriend with excitement. A nurse comes up from behind. The nurse asks the guy, "Does the patient need a bathroom?" Sun answered his interlocutor that he had made a mistake with the treatment method. Sun concentrated. He took the needle out of his glove and prepared to use it. The nurse watched in amazement as the guy performed acupuncture on the patient. The main character was very focused and tired. Sweat was pouring down his face. Sun heard a nurse approach him from the side. He looked at her with excitement. The main character threw the needle into the nurse's body with a very quick movement. The girl stood with a knife in her hands. She felt that she could not move from the spot. The nurse asked the guy in a very angry voice how he had discovered it. The main character looked at the girl cheerfully and said that she was pierced in 3 places. The nurse said with displeasure that she had been successfully hiding for 3 years. She couldn't have let it slip. The girl with the knife in her hand said that she was a professional spy. She couldn't let it slip. The protagonist said in an important voice that the assistant should not question the doctor's methods. The nurse said in a dissatisfied voice that she hadn't done anything anyway. Sun told his interlocutor that the assistant should wipe the sweat from the doctor's forehead, but she did not do so. The protagonist said in a stern voice that the assistant should stand in front of or next to the doctor awaiting instructions. The guy explained to the girl that she was standing behind him. It was very suspicious. The protagonist gave instructions to the agents to arrest the spy. The guy focused on healing his girlfriend. He had no more interference. Sun said to himself that he was a doctor and he had to heal. He stretched out his hands to the girl. Jia was lying on the bed. She opened her eyes and looked at the protagonist. Sun happily told the girl that she had woken up. He prepared to remove the poison. The patient came to her senses completely. She looked at the guy with great displeasure. Jiajia jumped up on the bed very abruptly. She shouted that she was fine. Sun was very excited. He shouted to the girl that he hadn't even finished the operation. The girlfriend discontentedly told the guy that the poison had only knocked her out. Jiajia told the protagonist in a frightened voice to turn away. She wanted to get dressed. The irritated protagonist turned away and became lost in thought. Sun thought to himself and realized that the Vaydun had injected a sleeping pill into the girl's body. Chan appeared. He told the main character that he had cured the girl correctly. If Sun had used the sorcerer's method, the girl would have given her soul to God. Sun said excitedly that he knew it was all a trap. He asked the man how he knew about it all. The man said that his assistants arrived and he arrested them. During interrogation, the criminals admitted that they wanted to steal the black box. Sun asked in a frightened voice, "What is this black box?" Chan replied that the black box contains the key to the secret poison of the sorcerers. The man put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He told him that he would show him the black box. Sun and his companion went into a separate room. There was a box on the table. The man said that many people had been poisoned because of this box. The main character activated his magical skill called see-through vision. Sun looked through the box and noticed that there were some gems inside it. The boy asked the man what he would do with the box. Chan replied that the box would be destroyed so as not to harm people. Sun smiled and asked his interlocutor to give him the box instead. Chan realized from the guy's expression that there was a valuable thing in the box. The man ordered his subordinates to open the box immediately. The subordinates came up and opened the lid of the box with a stick. People around looked inside the box and saw sparkling stones there. The man said that there was a treasure worth several billion in front of them. Sun answered his interlocutor that he had not thought that there would be anything valuable inside the box. Chan told the boy that he could choose one stone as a reward. A ghost appeared from the side and told the main character to take the gray stone. Sun pointed his finger into the box and said that he was choosing the gray stone. The main character was at home in his room in the villa late in the evening. Sun lay on his bed and dreamed that he would finally be able to get rich. The guy looked at the stone in his hands. He decided that he would have many girls and a villa. Pangguan appeared nearby. He asked his friend with interest why he was so happy. The main character asked the ghost, "How many billions can the stone be sold for?" The man replied that the stone was made of crystal. Sun asked in a dissatisfied voice, "Is crystal really worth nothing now?" The man told the boy that he was holding in his hands an unusual crystal. The main character asked with interest whether his stone was really more expensive than the emerald. The ghost said that the techniques of the Temple of Extermination are hidden inside the stone. Any sorcerer would give 10 emeralds for such a stone. Sun thought excitedly that if anyone found out that he had this stone, he would be finished. Pangguan told his friend. That old man Xuanyuan was waiting for the results of the stone's examination. The next day, the main character woke up early in the morning in his bed. Sun sat on the bed. He remembered that the old man taught him new techniques, but he didn't know if they would be useful to him. The main character pulled out a clump of hair from himself. He decided to use it for his magic skill. Sun held a small piece of his hair in his hand. He decided to use it for a special technique. The guy threw his hair far to the side. It lit up as he fell. The main character thought that with the help of such technology, he could learn to fly. There was a knock on the door unexpectedly. The guy was very surprised by the unexpectedness. The girl was standing with the man. She waved her hand at the guy and said that they wanted to talk to him. Sun was very surprised. He called the girl Hong Yi and the man Long by their names. The main character told the guests that this was his bedroom. He asked Hong Yi not to come in here. The girl reminded the main character that he lost the bet about treating the baby's mother. She demanded that Sun not be so stingy and asked if the guy considered himself a man. Sun looked at his girlfriend and suggested that they stay alone so that she could find out what kind of man he was. The man told his interlocutors not to quarrel. They still had important things to do. The main character was surprised. He didn't like that they wanted him to become the director of the plant. Sun thought that if he were to be the director, he would hire a beautiful and handsome secretary. Hong told the Strictly guy in response that she would be his secretary. The main character told the girl that if she became his secretary, she would beat him 3 times a day. Hong got very angry. After that, she hit the guy on the head several times. The man said that they checked the drug factory. Now they need Sun to become a shareholder of the factory. The main character answered his interlocutor sensibly that he had no money. The man told the guy with a smile that he wouldn't need the money. The protagonist jokingly told the man that he couldn't become his sponsor. Sun reminded him that he didn't like guys. Hong wanted to beat up the main character. The man grabbed her hand and told her to be quiet. The man said that the Zhuge family would run the factory. If the protagonist provided his ancient healing methods, he would receive 25% of the shares. Sun was delighted. His eyes lit up with excitement. He liked the proposal. The main character woke up the next morning with a very heavy head. Sun sat up in bed. He thought the old men had almost torn his head apart with their noise. The guy sat down at the table and took a sheet of paper and a pencil with him. He was supposed to write recipes. Sun was immersed in his studies. He was writing down the ingredients for a new medicine on a piece of paper. The old man in glasses looked closely at the prescription. He said that it would be suitable for treating a cold. The grandfather abruptly snatched the paper from his interlocutor's hands in order to read the recipe himself. Grandfather said with displeasure that it is impossible to soften the throat when treating the lungs. The interlocutor answered him that the recipe contains dandelion. Sun asked his girlfriend who the old man was sitting on the sofa. His girlfriend replied that the famous doctor Zhang Kaiyuan was sitting next to the grandfather. The old man sat and held the piece of paper in his hands. He didn't really like the recipe. The main character, in a dissatisfied voice, suggested to his grandfather that he offer a better option. The grandfather smiled at the main character and told him to learn from him. Sun read the recipe. He said that there was nothing good in driving the cold out of the meridian in 3 days. The grandfather angrily asked the boy if he knew how many people he had cured with this recipe. The main character asked his interlocutor if he knew why this recipe had long since ceased to be used. Sun crumpled the paper in his hands and said that the ingredients were not suitable for the elderly, pregnant women, and children. The grandfather was amazed. He was very surprised by the words of the main character. The old man said in a displeased voice that he would not stoop to the level of the youth. The girlfriend told the guy that his recipe was good, but there were a lot of cold medicines on the market. Sun handed the girl a piece of paper and said that he had a recipe for cancer prevention. The main character was walking along the corridor. He said that he had agreed with his interlocutors and was tired. The main character happily thought to himself that he would soon have money and girls. Sun opened the door to his room and noticed that someone was sitting there. He was very surprised. The guy saw his girlfriend Fei Fei sitting on his bed. The girl called him by name in fear. Zhao asked the guy in an excited voice to sit next to her. Sun asked the girl what she wanted to tell him. The girlfriend was very hesitant. The girl told the main character that she wanted to enroll in an American journalism school. Sun looked at his girlfriend with a smile and said that he didn't mind her going to America. Zhao looked at her friend with great interest and love. She called him by name. Fei Fei asked the guy sternly, "Will he look for other girls when she leaves?" The girlfriend suddenly fell silent. She looked at the guy with great displeasure. Sun excitedly replied to his girlfriend that he could not look for other girls. Zhao suddenly grabbed her friend with her hands to pull him close. Fei Fei told her friend that she didn't care how many girls he had. The main thing for her was that she was his first. The main character, in a passionate impulse, grabbed his girlfriend by the head and called her by name. The door suddenly opened sharply and a girl named Hong appeared on the threshold. She was very angry with the main character. Hong was very unpleasantly surprised by the fact that Sun was sitting on the bed hugging Zhao. Hong was very angry and surprised. She pointed her finger at the guy and the girl. Zhao threw the guy aside with a sharp movement. She shouted that everything was wrong. Zhao, with a trembling voice, wanted to explain to her interlocutor what had just happened. Fei Fei pointed her finger at the protagonist and said that he was the one who made her do that. After that, Zhao suddenly ran to the exit. The main character remained on the bed. The main character decided to justify herself to the girl in a frightened voice. Sun was very scared and worried. He thought that he was finished because the girl was angry. Hong addressed the guy in a calm voice. She was not angry with him at all. The girl looked at the main character and told him to be more gentle with Fei Fei. After this, the girlfriend abruptly left the room and slammed the door behind her. Sun was very surprised. He could not understand what had just happened and why the girl had left. The whole day passed. The guy was at home and resting on his bed. Sun lay on the bed and tiredly waited for the girl to come to him. The guy looked at the door with displeasure. He couldn't understand why the girl hadn't arrived yet. Sun remembered to himself that Fei Fei had winked at him before leaving. The main character became worried. He decided that the girlfriend had sent him some kind of hint. Sun realized joyfully that Zhao had hinted to him to go to her room. He decided to go. It was late evening. The guy carefully decided to go to his girlfriend's room. Sun walked barefoot down the corridor so as not to be heard. He was approaching the right door. The main character stood near the door and listened attentively. He prepared to go in. Sun turned the door handle and happily noted to himself that it was open. The main character quietly entered the room. He looked around with interest. Sun thought happily to himself that he had come to the girl Fei Fei. At that time, she was sleeping under the blanket. The guy stretched his arms towards the girl with great desire. He wanted to hug her. Sun put his hands under the blanket to his girlfriend. He decided to stroke her. The guy felt the girl under the blanket snoring loudly. He decided to approach her. Sun brought his face closer to his girlfriend. He wanted to ask her something in a whisper. The guy asked the girl why she didn't close the door. At that moment, the light suddenly turned on and the boss turned around in fear. Zhao was amazed and wanted to ask the guy, "What is he doing here?" Sun was surprised to see Fei Fei standing to the side next to him. The main character turned around in fear to see who was lying on the sofa in front of him. Sun looked closely and was surprised to see a sleepy Hong Ye lying next to him. The girl opened her eyes and could not understand why the guy was here next to her. Hong was very scared. She screamed loudly and decided to rush after the guy. The girl with an axe in her hand angrily shouted the main character's name. He was running away at that time. Hong screamed at the guy that she would stab him. Her friend told her angrily to cool down. Hong said in a dissatisfied voice that the guy came to hunt at night. She added that it was very good that she and Fei Fei swapped rooms. The girlfriend looked at Hong Ye with suspicion and wanted to slyly ask her something. The girl asked her friend how the main character was able to come into her room. Hong replied that she didn't know. The main character remembered to himself that the door to his girlfriend's room was open. The main character came to his work. He opened the office doors and said that his boss was busy. Sun happily and with a smile greeted Old Man Feng in the room. The doctor smiled and said that today he was approving prescriptions. There was no way he could miss such events. A nurse came in. She told the doctor that there was an accident on the Jinjin Expressway and there were a lot of injured people. The guy said excitedly that he was coming. Feng suggested to the protagonist that someone should examine the patients instead of him. Sun agreed to the proposal. Feng said that the doctors should examine the seriously injured first, and he would arrive soon. The main character was sitting at the table and examining patients. He said sternly that there should be silence in the queue. Sun told one of the patients to take her medication strictly as prescribed. The girl thanked him with a smile. At this time, some client came in. The girl turned her head and looked at him. The client looked at the unfamiliar guy with a loving gaze. She decided that he was a doctor. A stranger in a suit asked the main character if he was Sun Zixuan. Sun sat at the table. He looked at the stranger with great interest and distrust. The main character looked at the guy and asked him who he was. The stranger said that he was the older brother of a girl named Wang Jiajia named Wang Yicheng. The main character asked the guest slyly, "Has he really come to propose?" Yicheng explained to his interlocutor that his sister already had a fiancé. The protagonist asked who the girl's fiancé was. The guy prepared to sit down at the table. He told his interlocutor that they didn't need to talk about it now. Yicheng looked at the protagonist with a stern gaze and said that they needed to make a bet. The patient ran up to the young guy and shouted with a smile that she felt bad. Sun remembered to himself that he had just examined this girl. The patients all ran up to Yicheng and all shouted in unison that they felt unwell. The main character got very angry. He decided that the guy was stealing his business. Sun continued to work and examine patients. After half a day, he was very tired. The main character said to himself that he looked at all the people, but was very tired. Sun looked away with interest and noticed that Yicheng was still working and examining the boy. The main character looked at his new acquaintance and realized that he had problems. Sun asked the young patient with a smile, what hurt him? The boy said in a dissatisfied voice that he was 9 years old. His stomach hurt, his head was spinning, and he felt sick. The main character told Yicheng that if he couldn't make a diagnosis, he would do everything for him. Sun took the young patient's pulse. He couldn't understand what was wrong with the boy. The woman excitedly asked what had happened to her Xiao Tian. The main character became worried. He realized that the boy was seriously ill. Sun told the woman sternly that her son's father should know about his illness. A man named Tao Fan ran in. He angrily asked the doctor what happened to his son. The girl looked at the man with fear. She called him by name. The main character threw the patient to the floor at full speed. He shouted for her not to come near. Sun was lying on top of the surprised woman. She was on the floor at the time. The protagonist stuck a thin golden needle into the patient's neck. The amazed Tao asked the guy very frightened, "What is he doing?" The main character looked at the man excitedly. He prepared to take out another needle. Tao very angrily and fearfully asked the main character what he was doing. The man threatened the guy and demanded that he explain everything to him in detail. Sun slyly told his interlocutor that he had a very difficult relationship with this girl. Tao glanced at his girlfriend. He said in a frightened voice that after the divorce, this girl always supports him. Sun told the man in a stern voice that his mistress had planted poisonous worms in the guy's body. Tao was very surprised and amazed. He did not believe the words of the main character. The main character explained to the man that when the worms reach a large size, the boy will die. This is a murder without a trace. The mistress wants to give birth to her heir and take the property from Tao. The man was unhappy. He shouted at the guy that he had no evidence at all. Sun said in a stern voice to his interlocutor that he would now see everything with his own eyes. Yi Cheng asked the boy if he could pull the parasite out of the boy's body. Sun smiled and told his interlocutor that he would show what he was capable of. The main character came up to the boy from behind. The little patient was sitting on a chair. Sun began to stick gold needles into the boy's body from behind. This was supposed to help with the extraction. The boy suddenly vomited very sharply. Black liquid came out of him. The boy's vomit on the floor contained large red worms. Tao was surprised. He looked at the worms and realized that the main character was right. The man looked at his girlfriend Nana with displeasure. He couldn't believe that she wanted to poison his son. Teo wanted to say something to the protagonist. Sun answered the man that his people would take care of the rest. The boy thanked the protagonist. Sun replied to the patient that there was nothing to thank him for. Sun said with a smile to his interlocutor that he had lost the bet. Tao was very surprised that the guy had learned the 8th level Xuanyuan technique. Sun told the guy cunningly that he used the Zixuan heart technique. Yichen didn't believe the guy that he used his personal technique in treatment. Yichen discontentedly suggested to the protagonist that he fight him. If Sun loses, he will have to tell him the whole truth. The main character demanded that his interlocutor get him a doctor's certificate. If he won, Yichen was surprised that the guy didn't even have a certificate. Sun and his companion walked in and told Director Lun that they had done their job and needed to go. After half an hour, the main character was able to fully beat his opponent. The beaten Yichen could not understand what kind of technique Sun used against him. The main character sternly told his opponent that he had lost and had to give him the certificate. Yichen ran to the side. The protagonist remembered with pleasure that he was taught to fight by the best fighters. Jiajia happily told her friend that he was very cool. It was the first time she saw Yichen so pathetic. The main character looked at his girlfriend and suggested that they have a fight. The interlocutor was surprised. She did not understand what the guy wanted from her. Jiajia turned around and ran sharply to the side. She shouted to the surprised guy that she had a lot of things to do. After the main character said goodbye to Wang Jiajia, he was attacked by 2 black sorcerers. Sun, near the murder of the sorcerers, went to the other world to find their souls. He arrived there together with Pangguan. One of the demons told the guy with a smile that he died. The other sorcerer said that Sun died from the poison that entered his body when he searched their bodies. The protagonist said angrily that he dove into the water to prevent the poison from getting under his skin. His phone was finished. The main character angrily accused the sorcerers of dying and not telling him where the treasure was. One spirit told his friend that they were already dead and therefore could not tell Sun anything. The demon discontentedly told the guy that he could try to beat him. Sun answered the sorcerer that he could fulfill his request. The protagonist told the demonic warriors next to him to beat up the black sorcerers. The sorcerers were very scared. One of them shouted not to beat them. Another evil spirit offered to tell the main character everything. The next morning, the main character was sitting at home in his room in the villa. Sun was very happy. He sat at the table surrounded by books. Sun looked at the golden balls in the box. He said to himself that he had become rich. At this time, there was a knock on the door and someone unexpectedly called the main character. Sun opened the door and asked the visitor what he wanted. Feng said that Mr. Hu's grandson had fallen into a coma. They needed to examine the guy. The main character thought. He remembered where he heard about Mr. Hu. Feng reminded the protagonist that he saved the life of a man named Hu Yuanqin at the stone auction. Feng confirmed to the protagonist that the matter was very urgent. Sun replied to his friend that they would go now. In the Hu family's house, a doctor was talking to a man about his grandson's illness. The doctor stood with the nurse. He wanted to say something important to Mr. Hu. The doctor spread his arms. He said in a sad voice to the man that it was impossible to save his grandson. The main character said to the man in a confident voice that he would cure his grandson without any problems. The main character asked the girl if she was Mr. Hughes' fiancée. The interlocutor confirmed it. Sun asked the girl if she was still a girl. The interlocutor was surprised by such an unexpected question from a stranger. The protagonist angrily told the girl to answer if she wanted the guy to survive. Sun told his interlocutor that she should show love initiative towards her partner. The girl looked at the guy in amazement. She was surprised by his unexpected request. The bride told the protagonist in a shy voice that she would be able to fulfill his request. Sun smiled. He liked that the girl agreed with him. The protagonist told Feng to prepare the medicine. He told the other visitors to leave. 15 minutes later, the main character commanded the naked girl to come to him. Sun handed the bride a dish with the medicine and told her to drink it. The girl replied that she would do so. The main character sat and carefully searched for the necessary point on the patient's body. Sun found a point on the girl's body and prepared to push the needle there. The girl felt a shiver run through her body. She closed her eyes. The main character told the bride to satisfy her grandson, then he would survive. The man was very excited. He walked along the corridor and could not understand why his grandson was being treated for so long. Hu asked the protagonist, "Is it really possible to cure his grandson?" Sun told his interlocutor not to worry. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A healthy and strong guy jumped out. Sun and the man were very surprised. The grandson was beaming and full of health. He smiled at his interlocutors. The grandfather asked the boy if everything was okay with him. The grandson replied that everything was fine with him. The guy was happy when he saw the main character. He ran up to him. The patient happily told the protagonist that he would be his brother for the rest of his life. Sun shook the patient's hand and said that he was younger than him. The grandson answered the boy that he saved his life and age meant nothing. A doctor came up from the side. He told the main character that he wanted to know how extensive his knowledge was. Sun asked his interlocutor with concern how he wanted to determine his knowledge. The main character, accompanied by a doctor, arrived together at the hospital building. The doctors were greeted by the King of Belgium, with a nurse next to him. The doctor said that the granddaughter of the King of Belgium, named Marie, was seriously ill. There was an unconscious female patient lying on the couch. Sun asked what the girl was sick with. The doctor explained that the patient had muscular dystrophy and had a couple of years to live. The main character turned to his companion and said in a confident voice that he would manage in an hour. The doctor was very surprised. He couldn't believe that Sun could cure the patient so quickly. The king asked the boy if he could handle it so quickly. Sun confirmed to the man that he could handle it. The king sighed and told the protagonist that he had hopes for him. An hour later, the main character and the nurse prepared to treat the girl. Next to the main character, there was an aquarium with a snake. Sun asked the girl what her name was. The nurse answered that her name was Sophia. The boy demanded that the nurse cut her mistress's clothes. Sophia was very surprised. She was shocked by such a request from the attending physician. Sun explained that the patient must not move, so they would cut her clothes. Sophia took the scissors in her hands. She asked the lady for forgiveness. The nurse carefully began to cut off the girl's outerwear with scissors. The cut pieces of outerwear began to fall to the floor near the bed. The main character looked at the body of the young patient with great appetite. Sun looked at the beautiful girl and she seemed very sexy to him. The nurse called the guy very sharply. He immediately came to his senses and was distracted from his thoughts. The main character said in a stern voice that the examination was over and he was starting treatment. Sun took a needle and stuck it into the girl's leg at a special point. After that, the guy took another needle and stuck it into his leg next to the first one. Sun inserted all the necessary needles into the patient's body. Now it was time to continue the procedure. The main character put his hand in and pulled out a predatory snake from the aquarium. Sun stuck a snake under the girl's leg. The predator bit her immediately. The nurse was very scared. She didn't understand what the doctor was doing with the patient. Sun brought the snake closer to the girl's body in his hand. The predator bit the patient. After a snake bite, a greenish pattern appeared on the girl's body near the needles. The main character looked at the girl's body. He happily thought to himself that the injection was a success. Sophia asked the guy with interest what kind of treatment technique he used. Sun thought happily to himself that he could show off in front of his interlocutor. The main character said that he used the best acupuncture technique of the 7 stars. He invented it himself. The nurse told the guy that the name of the technique is very strange. Sophia also said that Sun is very immodest. The main character was unhappy. He didn't like the nurse's words. Sun turned to the side. He decided to carefully examine his new acquaintance. The main character liked the girl. He looked at her with great attention. Suddenly, a button flew off the nurse's clothes. She was very scared. The button flew off and hit the main character in the face at full speed. Sophia asked the guy with fear if everything was okay with him. Sun answered the girl that he was fine. The nurse, with excitement and fear, pointed out to the guy that his nose was bleeding. Sun knew that he had plugs in his nose. Sophia looked at him with excitement. The guy realized that he had to look serious, then he would look handsome. Sophia told the main character that if he healed her mistress, she would be alone with him for a couple of days. Sun looked at the nurse with great excitement. He was surprised by her words. The guy told the girl that she better not stay alone with him. Sophia asked her interlocutor with displeasure, "Is she really ugly or fat to him?" Sun told the nurse that she was not a commodity, but a doctor. Sun made an incision on the girl's body in a special place using a scalpel. Red blood and dark poison began to flow heavily from the girl's leg. Sun told the nurse in an excited and exhausted voice that everything was ready. The guy turned his head to the side. He told the girl that her mistress would soon wake up. At this time, Sophia suddenly grabbed the protagonist's head with her hand. The nurse kissed the guy very unexpectedly. He was very surprised. Sun thought to himself, very surprised, that the girl had kissed him. The main character thought about it and decided to himself that he would not resist. Suddenly, there was some noise from the side. Sophia turned sharply to the side. Maria came to her senses. She told the people to dress her first and then they could continue. The patient asked the protagonist, how can she thank him for saving her life? The nurse felt very shy. Maria looked at the guy and said that she was ready to belong to him forever in gratitude for saving her life. Sun was very surprised. He did not expect such a proposal from the patient. The main character happily thought that if he agreed to his girlfriend's proposal, he would have both a wife and a concubine. Sun wanted to address his interlocutor in a very shy voice. Maria said that if Sun did not agree with her proposal, then she would not insist. The girl ordered the nurse to invite everyone into the room. Sun was very unhappy. He did not have time to say that he wanted to agree with the girl's proposal. The king was surprised. He couldn't believe that his daughter was now completely healthy. The man happily hugged the girl. Sun told Dr. Liang that he had won. The doctor told the guy that he had not lost either. The medic suddenly handed the main character a wad of money. Sun watched in amazement as Liang told the king that he had already made a recovery plan for Mary. Her condition would soon return to normal. The main character was very unhappy. He realized that the doctor had appropriated his personal success. Liang told the boy that he could go since his work was already finished. The protagonist said in a stern voice that Miss Maria did not need to be restored. There was only one last step left for her recovery. Sun pushed the doctor aside and rushed towards the surprised patient. The main character picked up the frightened girl in his arms. He told her in a calm voice not to be afraid. Sun very carefully placed the patient's feet on the floor. She had to try to walk. The girl, with uncertain and trembling legs, was able to take a few timid steps. Liang was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the girl had regained her walking skills so quickly. The protagonist said that the patient was infected with the golden worm disease. She did not have muscle atrophy. The doctor was very shocked and surprised. He did not believe the words of the main character. Liang shouted in a frightened voice that he absolutely had to examine Maria. Sophia held a medical document in her hands. She happily said that the lady's tests were completely normal. The main character looked at the nurse with joy, silence, and excitement. The King of Belgium was very happy that his daughter was completely cured. Liang was also very surprised. He couldn't believe that Sun was able to cure the patient so easily. The father shook the main character's hand and thanked him for saving his daughter. Sun said shyly to the man that it was already late and he had to go. The King of Belgium stopped the protagonist. He wanted to tell him something else. The man handed the boy a gold Swiss watch as a gift. Sun said excitedly to the man that the watch was very expensive and he could not accept it. The king told the boy that he was giving him a friendly gift. The main character thanked the patient's father. The king told the guy that if he came to Belgium, he should call him. The main character was driving along the road in an expensive car with a guy. The friend handed him a new phone. The main character thanked him in return. Sun happily held the device in his hands. He asked the guy if there were any toys in the phone. The interlocutor answered that there were. The main character arrived home to his villa on a clear day. He approached the door. Sun stood near the doors of the villa. He prepared to open them and go inside. The main character was surprised to see that he was met inside the villa by a bunch of girlfriends. The girls all called the main character by name in a friendly and dissatisfied voice. Van told the guy with displeasure that he wanted to go back to his home for a couple of days. Hong asked the main character sternly, "Will he take Fei Fei with him?" The girlfriend looked slyly at the guy and told him to take them with him. The main character remembered to himself that he wanted to take part in the Council of Doctors and take Fei Fei to his place, but he didn't think that everyone would find out about it. Girlfriend strictly asked the guy if he considered them his friends. Sun answered the girl that he thought so. The main character confirmed to his girlfriend that he considers the girls his friends. The girlfriends asked the guy if he considered them to be roommates. Sun replied that he did. The students asked the guy if he would take them with him. Sun answered his girlfriends that he would take them. The girls were very happy. They prepared to travel with the main character to his homeland. A couple of days later, the students and their companion arrived in his homeland. Sun was pulling suitcases at the airport. For him, the honeymoon had turned into a group trip. His girlfriends were walking in front of him. One of the passengers said that the main character is very rich if he has so many beauties with him. The girlfriend reminded the guy that he pays for them everywhere. Sun was very surprised by such words. The girl said that the main character's parents might find out that he transferred to Chinese medicine. Sun and his companions left the airport building and went outside. The man and the woman were standing on the opposite side of the street. They waved their hands at the guy. The main character greeted his parents joyfully. His father and mother waved their hands at him. The girls headed off together to meet the main character's parents. Sun was very excited and scared. He looked at the students in amazement. The girlfriends greeted the boys' surprised parents with smiles and joy. Sun said in a sly voice to his parents that his girls were standing next to him. After a short pause, the main character shouted that his girlfriends were standing next to him. The man and the woman smiled amicably. The father could not understand which of these girls was his son's bride. The taxi driver asked the passengers with displeasure how long they would take to get ready. The boy's father said that they were finishing up soon. The driver said discontentedly that his master would need the car for lunch. The driver was unhappy. He asked the passengers with displeasure, how much longer can they mess around? The main character was unhappy. He didn't like that the driver was persistent. Sun waved to the driver and greeted him, calling him Uncle Jiang. Sun handed the man a box and said that he had brought him a small gift. The guy explained that he and his girlfriends would be going by bus, so the driver was free to go about his business. The main character watched the car drive away. He remembered that the driver's forehead had turned black. This meant that it was better not to go with him today. The main character woke up scared early in the morning in his room. His girlfriends asked him to go shopping with them. The students walked around and chose different clothes for themselves. The main character paid for all of it. After that, the guy and his companions went into a restaurant. The girls liked the food. Sun paid for everything. The trip home turned out to be very expensive for the main character. He spent a lot of money everywhere. 3 days later, the girls left the international airport and flew home. Sun was glad that his girlfriends had finally flown away. The guy thought that he had spent all the money he had received from the Black Sorcerer's treasures on the girls. The main character came home. He told his parents in a joyful voice that he was back. The boy opened the door to the apartment. The father told his son joyfully to go with them. Sun did not understand where the parents wanted to go. The father said that Zhang had hit Uncle Wu with his car. Now they invited the man to dinner to relieve his stress. Sun remembered to himself that Uncle Zhang was unlucky that day. He also injured his father's friend. A man and a woman came in. They greeted Mr. Sun. The protagonist's father told the guest that he would drink 3 extra glasses. Uncle Yu greeted the main character very joyfully. The guy greeted him back with a smile. The guest shouted to his friends with a smile on his face that everything was great. The man turned to the girl Lily and asked why she didn't greet people. The young and beautiful girl joyfully greeted her interlocutors. The woman told the girl with a smile that she had grown a lot and become prettier in 6 months. The father turned to the side and sternly told the girl to say hello to Sun. Lily smiled excitedly and shyly at the main character and greeted him. The host immediately invited all the guests to sit at the table so as not to stand at the entrance. The men were sitting at the table. They clinked their glasses of drinks together. Uncle told his friend that Mayor Zhou's son-in-law would have a brain operation tomorrow. He promised the surgeon to offer him as an assistant. Mr. Sun thanked him. Uncle Wu suggested that after the protagonist graduated from university, they would marry him to Lily. The man laughed joyfully. The people around him looked at him in surprise. The wife told her husband that he had just started drinking and his brain had already switched off. Mr. Sun explained that it was all a joke from his friend. The woman said that Lily was already dating the son of the head of the administration. Uncle Yu shouted with displeasure that Lily had not yet married her boyfriend and the main character would be better for her. The man slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He named his daughter and the main character. Sun decided to calm the man down with a smile. He got really worked up. The daughter looked at her father with concern. He worried her a lot. The man told the main character that he should have dinner alone with his daughter. They should have a good talk with each other. The main character agreed with the man's proposal. He went with the girl. The main character stood opposite the girl. They were waiting for the car. The guy addressed her with the words, "Suddenly, a car drove up and braked sharply in front of the people." The driver got out from inside on the sidewalk. The guy with long hair greeted his girlfriend by name. Lily told the main character that her boyfriend Liu Yaji was next to her. The girl told her boyfriend that her former classmate was next to her. They would now have to take Sunya with them. Liu told his interlocutors that he knew where they could have a tasty meal. The main character agreed to go. Liu and his companions entered a large building into an apartment. He apologized for being late. The girl greeted Lily. The guest told his interlocutors that a former classmate of Lily's named Sun had come with him. Liu told the protagonist that he wanted to introduce him to other people. People were sitting at the table. The hostess told all the guests to begin their meal. The neighbor asked Lily what the main character's parents do for a living. At this time, Sun was getting ready to eat. The main character ate meat with gusto. The girl said that Sun was from a simple family and was a third-year medical student. The guests sat and watched with great interest as the main character devoured the food. Lily asked her friend if her store had brought in new goods. Zuo Fan told her interlocutor that the store had brought in new brands that had gone on sale. At that time, Sun was eating pasta with gusto. The girl looked at the hungry protagonist with displeasure. She decided that the spirit of gluttony had entered him. Sun abruptly reached out and grabbed the bottle of drink. His girlfriend glanced at his watch with interest. The girl grabbed the guy's hand sharply. She looked at the watch on his hand with great attention. A friend asked a girl if he really was groping her, and she grabbed his hand. The girl pointed to the guy's hand and said that he had a rare watch from Switzerland worth millions of euros. The guest said in a dissatisfied voice that the watch might be a fake. The disgruntled Sun reached for his watch. He shouted, "This is all a rip-off." The girl said that the watch can't be fake because it has a production number. There are diamonds on the back of the case. The girl said that she would call now and check. After the call, she said that she wanted to check the watch for authenticity. The interlocutor confirmed over the phone the authenticity of the main character's watch. The girl told the surprised guest that a company representative confirmed that the owner of the watch was Sun Zixuan. The girl turned to the side in surprise and looked at the guy. At that moment, Sun's phone rang. The main character looked at his phone with displeasure. He couldn't understand who was calling him at such a time. The girlfriend looked at the guy in surprise. The girl ran up and unexpectedly snatched the phone from the main character's hands. She shouted that this was the first time she had seen this Gresso model in reality. The guest couldn't understand what kind of phone model it was called Gresso. The girl sternly said that such a phone belongs to an elite brand from Russia. The phone is made of gold, platinum, and diamonds. The guest did not believe that the main character had such an expensive phone. The phone can remain intact even if it heats up to 800 degrees. The device is so reliable that it can even reflect a flying bullet. The girl said that the keyboard on the telephone was made of diamonds. The guest happily said that foreigners can buy such a phone for $58,000. The girl shouted joyfully that the phone was in huge demand, but the collection was limited. Liu asked the main character to rent him a phone for a day. The girlfriend told the guy with a smile that she would be his guarantor. The main character thought he didn't want to give his phone number to anyone. Sun told his interlocutors with a smile that he was not greedy, but the phone was given to him by the King of Belgium. He could not give it to anyone else. Liu was very angry. He was unhappy because the main character refused to give him the phone. The guy's girlfriend was also unhappy. She didn't understand where the main character got such expensive things from. The guest said in a dissatisfied voice that there was nothing special about an ordinary watch. Liu was very unhappy. He decided to activate all his connections to spite the main character. The guy's phone rang. He picked it up and asked with displeasure, "Who was calling?" Liu was very surprised when he realized that his interlocutor was a very important person. The guy apologized to his interlocutor. He said that he didn't know that he was calling him. Liu told his brother Joe that he would come to him now. Liu said in a confident voice that the mayor's son was in Fulu now. They should have a drink with him. The main character ate meat with appetite. The guy suggested that he join him. He promised to show successful people. Liu said that a phone and a watch mean nothing. The most important thing is status in society. The main character arrived at the restaurant with his companions. They were getting ready to go in. The girl told her friend that there were very respectable people inside, so they should drink and leave immediately. The woman greeted the guests and told them to come inside. One of the guests happily jumped up from his place on the sofa and ran to the sun. The main character was surprised. He did not expect to meet his friend Jian here. Jiang Fan was a lord from a major clan in the capital. He was glad to see Sun here. The mayor's son, Zhou Peng, asked his friend, "Is he really acquainted with the main character?" Jiang said with a smile that Sun was the mentor of his girlfriend's father, named Feng Qingqing. People around were surprised. They couldn't believe that the main character had such a high status. Jiang told his surprised friend that the protagonist had cured the head of the new province. A friend asked Zhou if he knew the Zhao family from the capital. The guy replied that this family is the most respected in the country. Jiang told the surprised guests that Zhao Feifei was the protagonist's girlfriend. The people around were amazed. They couldn't believe that Sun had such influential friends. Zhao was very much amazed. He was surprised by the main character's close acquaintances with influential people. Sun asked his friend how he knew about his secret. Jiang replied that he was very close to the Feifei family. The guy raised his glass of wine. He said that Zixuan's friends could drink with him now. The guy knocked over a glass of wine. All his guests drank along with him. Jiang told the guests that they could leave. He wanted to chat with the protagonist. Sun asked his friend how he ended up here. Jiang told him that his third grandfather would have to undergo surgery for a brain tumor tomorrow. The grandson said that he came to personally support his grandfather. Sun remembered, with excitement to himself, that he knew Chinese medicine. Jiang looked at his friend and asked him to help him as needed. The main character replied to his friend that he would do everything in his power. Late in the evening, the boy returned to his home apartment. His parents lived there. Sun wanted to go into his room unnoticed. The mother asked her son how his harem was doing. The main character told his father that he had only one girl, who was the most beautiful of the rest. The man told the boy that all 6 girls were not bad. The woman told her son that all the beauties could be his girlfriends. The main character went into his room and closed the door. He urgently needed help. The guy looked around very excitedly. He called the ghost. Pong Guan appeared. He asked the guy discontentedly, "What does he want?" Sun asked the ghost for help. He needed to learn how to operate the brain. The main character and his companions arrived at the city hospital of Yanhai City. The servant opened the door of the approaching car and told the passengers to come through. Sun got out of the car and headed to the hospital with Zhao and Jian. The main character walked along the corridor with his friends towards the office doors. Zhang pointed to the operating room door for his friend and told him to go in. The protagonist approached the door to the ward. He heard that some doctor was very unhappy because Sun Jixing became an assistant. Sun got very angry. He realized that there was some kind of conflict going on between the doctors inside the ward. The protagonist kicked the door open. The doctor angrily told his assistant to leave because he was useless. The doctors were surprised by the uninvited guests. They turned to the doors in surprise. Sun ran into the room and angrily asked who had insulted his father. The doctor was unhappy with the young people's arrival in the ward. He grabbed the main character by the clothes. Sun looked at the medic very angrily. He was ready to hit him. The doctor said his name was Qian Dayang. He was the chief surgeon at the hospital. The doctor asked the guy, would he really dare to hit him? The main character angrily asked the doctor if he was really taking credit for his father's achievements. Sun hit Qian in the face with all his might, causing the doctor to fall to the floor. The man grabbed the protagonist to stop the fight. Sun shouted in displeasure that Qian hadn't gotten enough yet. The surgeon stood up from the floor. He said that the main character is the same as his father. One of the guys ran up and hit the doctor on the head with his fist as hard as he could. An angry Zhang and Zhao kicked the medic while he was lying on the floor. Zhou turned to the protagonist and told him to entrust this matter to them. The beaten surgeon asked his attacker with displeasure who he was. A doctor from the side told the surgeon that the person standing in front of him was the son of the mayor of Zhou. The surgeon was very surprised. He could not believe that the mayor's son was in the room next to him. The doctor was very surprised. Everything that was happening seemed incredible to him. Qian could not believe that the son of the mayor of Zhou was now next to him. Jiang called his uncle. He said that a doctor named Qian Dayang needed to be checked thoroughly. 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the hospital. They entered the ward. The guy watched with interest as the police led Qian out of the office by the arms. The doctor told the boy that the surgeon had been arrested, and they were short of personnel. Jiang told the doctor that the son, father, and son would help him. The main character smiled at the doctor and told him with a smile to trust him. An unfamiliar guy came in. The girls around him looked at him with admiration. He asked the main character if he had a doctor's certificate. Sun was surprised. He asked his friend with displeasure. Who was he? The guy said his name is Guo Huairen. He is a world-class surgeon. Sun took documents out of his pocket and showed that he had a doctor's certificate. He was amazed. He couldn't believe that Sun's level was higher than his. The surgeon thought. He prepared to say something to the main character. He pointed at the boy and said that he was a doctor of Chinese medicine. The father was surprised that his son turned out to be a doctor of Chinese medicine. Sun replied to his interlocutor that Chinese medicine also provides for surgical operations. He looked at the guy and continued to compare him, whose medicine would be better. The main character turned to the doctors and asked who would trust him to perform the operation. Sun turned around and noticed with surprise that the doctors around him had disappeared somewhere. He laughed very joyfully at the main character and his failure. The surgeon told the guy with a smile that no one wanted him to have surgery. People stood around the guy and quietly laughed to themselves at him. Sun realized that he was out of luck. He had no assistants to perform the operation. The main character was surprised. He heard someone next to him say the amount of $1 million. The doctor was surprised. He realized that the operation would definitely take place now. Jiang said he was betting $1 million on the protagonist's success. He offered the doctors a waiver of liability. The doctors were told they would get the money regardless of the outcome. He listened to the people around him talking. They couldn't believe that anyone would risk their relative. A man came up from behind. He angrily asked the people, "Where is the contract?" The patient told the surprised people in a confident voice that he was ready to sign the contract. He asked the man, "Is he really ready to leave all his relatives for the sake of money?" The patient replied that he was already very ill. The man said that if he does not survive the operation, his family will receive $1 million and will live with dignity. The guy told the patient to give him his card. He prepared to make a transfer. The protagonist told his opponent that if he still wanted to compete, he should add $1 million as a bet. He was very angry. He looked at the main character silently and with displeasure. The doctor agreed with his rival's demand. He shouted that Sun wouldn't succeed anyway. The patients were lying on tables in the operating room, with doctors standing around them. He, dressed as a surgeon, told his subordinate to prepare the anesthesia. The father told the protagonist that he had no experience as an anesthesiologist. He suggested asking a doctor to help them. Sun took out a golden needle. He answered his father in a confident voice that he would do everything himself. The guy stuck a needle into the patient's neck. He asked how old he was. The patient said excitedly that he was 48 years old. His name was Yu Jiming. The main character asked the man to tell him about his family. Yu said that he has a wife and an 18-year-old daughter. The main character activated the skill of through vision. He held a scalpel in his hand. People around were surprised. They noticed that the patient was still conscious, and the guy had already started the operation. People were amazed that the patient was not in pain, although the main character had already started making an incision. Jiang said in a sly voice that the guy used painkillers with a needle. Half an hour later, a bright light appeared from the ward. The operation was over. The people near the door covered themselves with their hands. The light seemed very bright to them. The audience was amazed. They noticed that the patient got out of bed. Yu said happily that he didn't even notice anything, although the operation was already over. At that time, he was still performing an operation on himself. For a client, a girl approached. She asked the main character to perform an operation on her brother. The assistant told the doctor to wait. The anesthesia had not yet taken effect on the patient. The doctor shouted very angrily that the success of the operation depends on skill. The protagonist told his rival that he could undergo a re-examination. Jiang asked the guy to perform surgery on his uncle. He added that the guy had become even more experienced in the medical field. The main character smiled at his friend and said that he would do the operation without any problems. Sun told his rival that after the results of the re-examination came in, he would have to transfer $1 million to Jiang Fan's account. The main character headed to the elevator. Jiang looked after the guy and said that he was a good boy. Jiang suggested to his friend to give the main character a new house. Zhou agreed with the proposal. Late evening came. The main character and his father returned to their apartment. The man felt very bad. Sun asked his father why he drank so much at the banquet. The father told the protagonist in a weak voice that he wanted to talk to him. Sun looked at his father with displeasure. He waited for what he would say to him. The father asked his son why he was so good at Chinese medicine. Sun knew he couldn't tell his father anything about ghosts. He didn't know how to get out of it. The main character said that he recently saw an old man who fainted and he saved him. The old man turned out to be from the Feng family, which owns Chinese medicine. The man was delighted. He liked the story from the main character. Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The father sternly reminded his son that operations must be learned through practice. The main character told his father that he has a very good teacher in his classes. Sun explained to the man in a stern voice that he had learned everything through hypnosis. The boy told his father that the teacher had put him under hypnosis and then given him the knowledge of how to perform operations. The father pointed at the boy and told him not to make things up anymore. Sun bowed to his father to show that he agreed with his words. The man fell asleep. The main character carefully covered his father with a blanket. Sun heard interesting news on TV. He turned around with great attention. The announcer said that many disemboweled snakes were found near Mount Fengshan. The police are identifying the suspect. The main character thought he could not understand who could kill so many snakes near the city. Sun entered the room and noticed a ghost there. Pan Guang told the boy that the time had come. The main character asked the ghost to send his father to another world to teach him how to operate the brain there. Sun explained that his father had been promoted today, but he lacked the skill to perform surgeries. The ghost thought he didn't know what to answer the main character to his request. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of Pan Guang and began to ask him to fulfill his request. He promised to satisfy even more ghosts. The man told the boy that he would teach his father, but he would only do it once. Sun explained that he had already put his father to bed. He added that Pan Guang should not let himself be discovered. A few days later, the main character and the ghost were walking along Fanshan Mountain. Sun asked the man how the sorcerers knew that golden snakes were found here. Pan Guang asked the boy if golden snakes were the most poisonous. The man said that the snakes could have been disemboweled by their golden kin. Sun asked the ghost, "Is it true that golden snakes cannot be tamed?" The main character asked his interlocutor if his medicine could dissolve the poison of the golden snake. The man explained that if the boy was poisoned, he would die. His medicine could only make death easier. The main character noticed a stick sticking out of the ground on the side. He looked at it with displeasure. Sun swung his arm and kicked the spider with all his might so that it would not interfere with him. A predatory snake suddenly appeared from the side. It rushed at the man at full speed. The main character saw a snake and screamed very loudly from fear and fright. The main character managed to grab the snake with his hand in time. He looked at it with fear. The ghost reminded the guy that he had caught several thousand snakes in the other world. He didn't need to be afraid, Sun replied to the man that the snake had just scared him. The main character asked his interlocutor if golden snakes like to eat kidneys. The man confirmed the guy's words. Sun looked at the ghost and said in a confident voice that he had an idea. The main character beat up a huge number of predatory snakes. They lay unconscious on the lawn. Sun and the man disappeared into the bushes. Pan Guang asked the guy if he was sure about it. The main character answered his interlocutor that he needed to try. At this time, a flying golden insect appeared. The main character watched carefully. The golden insect flew up to the snakes and began to wound them from all sides. Sun swung his net and hit the insect with all his might from above in order to catch it. The flying predator was able to break through the net and calmly flew off to its side. The main character was surprised to see how the golden insect began to fly away. Sun was dissatisfied. He watched sadly as the golden predator disappeared into the sky. The protagonist activated a magical skill called the Zixuan technique. At this moment, the insect suddenly flew up to the guy and hit him in the hand at full speed. Sun closed his eyes in fear. He decided that the insect was about to attack him. The main character felt that nothing was happening. After that, he opened his eyes. Sun noticed with surprise how a golden insect was hanging in the air next to him. The guy started to wave away the flying predator in order to hide from it. Sun noticed with amazement that the insect was flying around him and did not attack. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand why the insect didn't bite him. The man told the protagonist that the golden snake had turned into his totem insect. The ghost cheerfully advised the guy to look at his finger. Sun held out his finger in front of him and looked at it carefully. An insect immediately landed on the finger. The main character watched with great interest as the golden snake hung on his finger. Late in the evening, the guy was sitting on his bed. He asked the man, "Will they start soon?" Pongwon replied to the guy that he would very soon get to the medical council. The ghost told the boy that he would send him to the wild field. Sun agreed with this proposal. There was a knock at the door. The main character opened it and saw a stranger. Mayor Joe's secretary appeared. He told the guy that the mayor was inviting him to a meeting with foreigners. Sun was surprised. He could not understand what kind of meeting with foreigners he was being invited to. The secretary told the boy that the mayor had instructed him to deliver the invitation. Sun asked his interlocutor to give him time to get himself in order. The main character, accompanied by his companion, arrived at the airport. They were preparing for the meeting. The cars pulled up to the plane's steps. The main character was in one of them. The secretary opened the door and asked the guy to come to the car. Sun looked into the car and greeted the guests very joyfully. The main character was very surprised and scared. He saw that there were people he knew sitting in the car. The King of Belgium sat in the back seat with his daughter and a nurse. Sophia said in fear that her mistress needed help again. The main character looked closely and noticed that Maria was unconscious. The main character examined the unconscious patient in the car very carefully. Sun shone his vision on the girl and noticed that she had a Legong worm inside her. The worried king asked the boy in fear what had happened to his Mary. The main character explained to the man in a serious voice that a parasite had settled in the girl's body. The man was very surprised and amazed. He could not understand what kind of parasite Maria could have. The main character said that there is a gang called the Golden Cicada. What is happening is very similar to their methods. The gang members blackmail rich people and then lie low. Sun explained that gang members never target the same victim more than once. The protagonist told the king that he could pay the gang to remove the parasite. Sun explained to the man that he still had a choice and that he could trust him with the matter. The man said angrily that the gang might plant a parasite in the girl again, and he wouldn't be able to cope with it. The king told the protagonist that he chooses the second option. You can't bow your head to evil. Sun thought to himself with interest that aristocrats are very stubborn. The guy told his interlocutors that they needed to prepare for healing. In the room, a bird's body was being cooked in a cauldron. The main character was sitting nearby. Sun sat at the piano and played. He waited patiently for the medicine to be prepared. The main character was sitting at the piano and playing. Sounds of music could be heard around. The surrounding music affected the girl's body. She was still unconscious. Suddenly, a huge parasite appeared from the patient's mouth. It was crawling out. Suddenly, a huge black worm jumped out from inside the girl. Sun reacted very quickly. He launched a golden needle towards the parasite. The main character was able to defeat a dangerous black parasite with the help of a golden needle. The nurse asked the lady with great fear if everything was okay with her. Maria answered her interlocutor in a weak voice that she felt much better. The main character said with a smile that the girl was already healthy. Sophia could not believe that her mistress had completely recovered. Sun explained that the girl should eat poultry to restore her body. The main character was observed through a hidden camera in a stuffed bird. The gang members in their office kept a close eye on the main character. The militants were very unhappy that Sun was able to drive out the parasites. They saw it on video. The leader angrily ordered his subordinates to kill Sun. The guy couldn't be left alive. In the evening, the main character got ready to leave. He left the hotel. Sun approached the taxi. He told the servant at the entrance that if anything happened, to call him immediately. The guy got into the car. He told the driver to take him to the Boshu area. The main character stretched out on the back seat of the car. He said to himself that he was tired as a dog. Sun decided to take a nap in the back seat. He closed his eyes and began to rest. The main character did not notice that the driver in the car turned out to be a criminal. The taxi car quickly sped down the street and took the main character with it. The taxi, with the main character in it, pulled up behind a truck on a country road. The car with the stick inside stopped behind the back of a large truck. The kidnapper told the guy angrily that they had arrived. The main character came to his senses. Sun looked around with interest. He said that the place around was gloomy. The driver was surprised that the guy already understood everything. The main character replied that he understood everything from the very beginning. The doors of the truck opened. The gang members were standing there. The main character said angrily that he would use this chance and deal with the whole gang. The driver jumped out of the car very quickly and shouted to his accomplices to attack. Sun threw a golden needle at the kidnapper and hit him while he was running. The driver fell to the ground after a needle hit him in the back of the head. The main character approached the body of the lying driver. He was unconscious. Sun told the bandit cheerfully that his hand had slipped. The criminal shouted at the guy that he would now beg them for death. The main character looked angrily at his rivals and shouted that he was very scared. Sun took out several gold needles and prepared to attack the bandits with them. The main character launched a whole bunch of needles towards his opponents. The criminal jerked to the side and noticed a sharp needle flying towards him. Sun told the opponents that he was giving them two options. They take the corpses of their fighters and get out. They also forget about Maria. The fighter told the guy that in the second option, he wanted to kill them all. The main character told his interlocutor that he was the boss if he was so smart. The bandits rushed in a whole bunch at the main character. They wanted to find out what he was like. Sun shouted to his rivals that they could try to catch him. Sun jumped very sharply from his place to the side to defend himself from the attack. The leader shouted to his subordinates to block the guy's path. Sun got into a fighting stance. He noticed one of the fighters appear in front of him. The main character looked back and noticed another rival appear from behind. One of the bandits accelerated on the roof of the car and threw himself on the guy from above. The fighter was flying from above. He stretched out his hand to hit the main character right away. Sun hit his opponent, who jumped on top of him with a very strong blow. The fighter received a very strong blow in flight and immediately began to fall to the ground. Sun looked happily to the side and noticed that one of his opponents had fallen. The fighter released several predatory snakes from his hands in the direction of the guy. Another fighter launched huge and predatory insects in the direction of the main character. Sun shouted angrily back at his opponent that he didn't want to play with him. The main character launched his golden insect against the bandits who attacked him. The insect very quickly struck predatory snakes and insects in flight. The bandits were very surprised. They realized that they saw a golden cicada in front of them. Suddenly, the fighters fell to their knees on the ground and bowed to the guy. The bandits bowed to the main character in unison and called him master. They asked him to spare them. The main character was very surprised. He could not understand why the bandits called him the master. The fighter took off his hood and said that from this day on, they would no longer be a gang. They would be the Temple of the Golden Cicada. Sun would be their master. The protagonist did not understand why he would be the master of a sect. The fighter handed the guy the keys to his house. He asked him to accept this gift. The main character looked at the key with interest. He remembered that his brother didn't have an apartment, and he decided to give it to him as a wedding present. Sun smiled joyfully at the bandits and said that he would now be their master. The main character arrived at the airport and was climbing the steps of the plane to his flight. Sun prepared to board the plane to fly home. There were other passengers around. A guy with a bag was walking between the seats on the plane and looking for his seat. Sun walked up to his seat and noticed an unfamiliar passenger next to his chair. The main character was very surprised. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. The passengers next to him looked at the main character. They envied him. Sun told the girl that she had sat in his seat. He asked the stranger to move. The passenger told the guy with displeasure that she liked to sit by the window and look at the views. The main character became worried. He didn't like that the girl didn't want to change seats. The passengers were amazed. They really liked the girl's voice. They looked at her with loving eyes. Sun said to the girl in a dissatisfied voice that he also liked to look out the window. He asked her to make room for him. The strangers were surprised. They couldn't understand why the guy was speaking so rudely to the girl. Suddenly, a guy from behind stood up from his seat and addressed the passenger. The stranger told the girl that he could free up his seat by the window for her. The stranger decided not to conflict. She got up from her seat and moved to the next one. The passenger said that she had already sat down in her seat. She asked the guy not to touch her when he sat down. Put it quietly and silently smiled at his neighbor. He decided to take his place. The main character put his foot on the armrest and prepared to step over the girl. Sun stepped over the seat where the surprised passenger was sitting with wide strides. The guy sat down in his seat and asked the girl if he had touched her. The passenger got angry. She looked at the main character with great displeasure and didn't know what to say. The plane, together with the main character, was approaching the destination airport. Sun walked out of the airport building. There was a crowd of passengers around him. The main character saw a huge bus standing in front of him. It was a meeting of traditional Chinese medicine. A battle of doctors was planned. Some guy shouted to Sun that he had come to meet him. Sun approached the stranger and said that the battle of doctors sounded pretentious to him. The guy replied that they were not breaking the law. The stranger pointed to the open door for the main character and told him to get on the bus. Sun went inside the bus and noticed a passenger inside that he already knew. The main character realized with surprise that he saw in front of him the girl from the plane. The stranger was sitting on the chair. She also looked at the guy with fear. Sun smiled at his interlocutor and happily waved his hand at her. Suddenly, a girl walked past the main character and called out to her friend named Zhang Chenchen. The passenger waved to her friend and said she didn't think they would get on the same bus. The stranger turned to her friend Hong Luan and said that she wanted to see the scene of the lover being caught this time. Hong was very unhappy. She looked at her interlocutor with hatred. The main character asked the guy who the girls were in front of him. The interlocutor said that Zhang was very good at silver acupuncture. The girl's family Hong Luan belongs to a secret clan. Sun thought to himself that he better not touch the two girls. He needs to focus on the battle. The host of the event happily welcomed everyone to the Battle of Doctors. The man said from the podium that the battle would soon begin. He told the participants that if they were in danger, they should signal for help, but in this case, the participant would lose. Now, people have the opportunity to read information on pieces of paper. The main character read that the first 100 people who find the plant indicated on the piece of paper will be selected. He read about ginseng. The presenter fired a pistol and told the participants to begin. The main character, along with the other participants, ran forward at full speed. The competitors ran into the forest, leaving only clouds of dust near the stands. The man asked the host if ginseng grew in these mountains. The host replied that there was no ginseng, but luck was part of success. The main character looked at his watch with great attention. He was walking through the forest. The guy said to himself with satisfaction that the nearest road was far away. Sun saw with great excitement how a signal flare appeared in the sky. The excited protagonist decided to run and see who had given up so quickly. Sun ran at full speed through the forest to find one of the participants. The main character noticed how other guys were running next to him. Suddenly, a very bright light flashed on the lawn and illuminated the surrounding area. One of the guys was grabbed by a huge snake. He tried to shoot it off with a pistol. The main character, along with other participants, were very scared. The participants started to run back. They were very scared when they saw a wild snake. The guy with the gun was screaming in fear at the people around him to help him escape. The main character jerked to the side very sharply. He decided to try to help the guy. One of the participants said that the main character decided to feed the snake with himself. Sun stood next to the huge predator. The main character was displeased and surprised. He couldn't understand who pushed him into the clearing. There was a girl sitting near a tree. She couldn't understand what she had just crashed into. Sun stood in a fighting stance against the snake. He prepared to fight against it. The main character thought to himself with displeasure that he would have to act now. The poisonous predator looked at the man in front of him with great attention. Sun waved his arms and legs to the sides. He decided to impress the snake. One of the participants said that the snake was blind and deaf. Another guy explained that it was better to use fire against the predator. Sun was still trying to scare the snake. A girl named Zhao came up and told the guys that they were cowards and could only talk. The contestant told the girl that Sun should have taken care of himself first and not risked his life. The other guy said that the main character would be the second to be eliminated. Sun watched with great fear as the snake tried to attack him. He prepared to defend himself. At this time, a golden cicada appeared next to the main character. She looked at the snake. The main character watched joyfully as the snake suddenly rushed to the side into the thicket. Sun told the guy that the snake had broken only 12 of his ribs. Rescuers would arrive soon. The lying participant thanked the protagonist. One of the guys told his friends that the forest was dangerous. He suggested dividing into teams. Sun excitedly shouted to his colleagues to take him in. The guy told the main character that he was causing problems. He lacked basic knowledge. The girl said that she would be on the team with the main character. The participant shouted that Zhang had gone crazy. Zhao said to her colleagues that they were afraid to act when they saw danger. She regretted joining them. It was late evening outside. The moon was shining in the sky. The main character stayed with the girl. Sun followed his new girlfriend. He happily thought that the beauty had decided to team up with him. The main character thought to himself that the girl could not resist his charm. The main character ran behind through the evening forest after his new girlfriend. Zhao told the boy that after they entered the forest, they were immediately attacked by mosquitoes. Now there is not a single mosquito around them. The girl asked the guy excitedly, was there really some kind of insect predator next to them right now? To answer the girl, the main character thought and remained silent. He did not answer anything. Pangguan suddenly appeared from below the girl. He told the protagonist that he had a golden cicada, so no mosquitoes or animals would touch him. The ghost told the main character that he could give him a new ability in advance. Sun was very surprised and amazed. He did not understand what kind of ability a man could give him. The ghost began to descend underground. He told the boy that he himself must discover his new ability. Zhao slammed his hand down on his shoulder with all his might to kill the mosquito. The girl shouted very discontentedly that mosquitoes had flown to her again. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend. He thought to himself that the golden cicada's safe zone was 5 meters. Zhao told her friend to follow her. Sun walked and thought to himself excitedly, what new ability could he get? The main character decided that he could become as strong a fighter as Spider-Man. Sun twisted his hand in a fighting gesture. He decided to test his fighting skills. The main character began waving his arms in all directions in combat gestures. Sun looked at his hand and realized that he had not gained any new fighting skills. The main character thought to himself and decided that he could gain the ability to run at the speed of lightning. Sun thought about it and thought that he could get Superman's skill for himself. The main character decided to himself that he could get the abilities of the king of the dance floor from Pangwan. The girl wanted to ask her friend with displeasure, what is he doing there next to her? Zhao glanced to the side and noticed the protagonist performing dance moves. Sun was ashamed. He told the girl that she would not believe that he was just dancing. The girlfriend told her friend in a very displeased voice that he was a pervert. Suddenly, the girl tripped over something and began to fall to the ground. Zhao fell to the ground and noticed a huge black insect appear on her leg. Sun shouted in fear at his girlfriend not to move. The insect bit Zhao on the leg. A large black centipede climbed off the girl's leg and ran to the side. Zhao screamed in a frightened voice that it hurt. She pressed her hand to the bite site on her leg. The main character told the girl that she was bitten by a black-headed centipede. The insect bite is not dangerous, but it paralyzes the body. The girlfriend asked the guy in fear what she should do. Sun explained to his interlocutor that he would drive the poison out of her, but she would have to recover for 3 days. The girl agreed to her friend's proposal. She drank some water from the leaf. The girlfriend noticed that the main character looked at her very angrily and with interest. Zhao threatened the guy that she would not give herself to him if he harassed her. The main character looked at his girlfriend angrily and silently. He didn't answer her. The girl asked the guy with great fear, what is he doing? Sun extended his hands to her. Zhao angrily warned the guy that she would scream. Sun angrily told his girlfriend that no one would hear her screams. The girl turned away in fear. She decided that the end had come for her. The girl sat on the ground and trembled, her eyes closed. She was very scared. The main character unexpectedly calmly put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. Sun picked up the girl in his arms to carry her to the safe place. The main character calmly explained to his girlfriend that he was just making fun of her. Sun put the frightened girl down near the tree. He told her to rest. Zhao felt very embarrassed. She quietly replied to her friend with agree. The main character stretched out near the tree. He decided to sleep because it was already very late. Suddenly, the ghost appeared. He told the boy that he needed to study in the other world. The main character was unhappy. He didn't like that the man wouldn't let him rest at all. The next morning, the boy woke up and stretched. The girl was sleeping on the ground next to him. Sun looked at his girlfriend with concern. He noticed that she couldn't move at all. The guy asked the girl in fear what had happened to her. Zhao answered the guy that she could not turn her body. She asked him to send a signal for help. The main character shouted in fear to his girlfriend that she couldn't just give up. Zhao said in a weak voice to her friend that if she didn't give in, she would only cause him trouble. The main character picked up the girl on his shoulders. He said that he would carry her on himself. Sun grabbed his girlfriend from behind to hold her securely in his arms. Zhao was amazed. She couldn't believe that the guy would be able to carry her everywhere. The companion told the guy that she weighs 55 kilograms. He won't be able to carry her for long. The main character told his girlfriend sternly that he did not accept her objections. Sun continued to walk confidently with his girlfriend through the bright forest. The sun was shining from above. Sun walked through the forest with the girl on his shoulders. He tried not to show his tiredness. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The main character walked with his girlfriend in silence. Sun noticed with interest that the girl was becoming easier for him. He decided that he himself was becoming stronger. A ghost appeared. He told the guy cheerfully that he thought everything right. Panguang explained to the mountain hero that he had a new ability. The man said that the boy had now become like the first man on Earth. Sun was surprised. He turned to look at the ghost with great interest. Panguang looked at the girl's backside with great attention. He told the guy that as he got used to the weight, he would become stronger. The ghost disappeared into the ground. The main character could not understand where the man was going now. Sun felt the girl start to tremble. He asked with fear, "Is she really ill?" Zhao told the guy in a frightened and shy voice that she had been suffering since yesterday. The girl explained to her surprised friend that she had not gone to the toilet for a long time. Sun unexpectedly tripped over a stone while walking and began to fall along with the girl. The main character fell. After falling to the ground, Zhao landed on his back on top of him. The girlfriend found herself right next to the guy, and they looked at each other in silence. Sun said in an apologetic tone to his girlfriend that he would now turn away. The girlfriend told the guy with displeasure that she couldn't move. She added that he should help her take off her panties. The main character felt surprised and embarrassed. He turned to the girl and said that he would help her. Sun reached out his hand to his girlfriend. The girl told him not to touch her. The main character turned away and closed his eyes. He didn't want to look at his girlfriend. Suddenly, the guy felt very embarrassed. Zhao looked at him with excitement. Sun looked at his hand with great surprise. He noticed that he was holding his girlfriend's panties. The protagonist apologetically shouted to the girl that he didn't do it on purpose. Zhao told the guy that she needed to lean on him to go to the toilet. The main character continued walking with the girl. They were both silent. Sun felt very uncomfortable. The girl understood that the guy was helping her. The main character carried his girlfriend in his arms across a forest clearing. The girl's panties remained on earth. The main character was carrying his girlfriend in his arms. Suddenly, the girl turned to him. Zhao told the guy in a shy voice that she had an itch there. Sun was very surprised. He could not understand what his girlfriend wanted from him now. The main character told the girl that he was a healthy guy and that she shouldn't continue. Zhao told her friend that when she went to the toilet, she was bitten by a mosquito there. Sun carefully laid his girlfriend on the ground. He decided to help her as soon as possible. The main character looked at the girl and told her that he would solve this problem. Zhao told her friend in a very shy voice to take it easy. The girl closed her eyes. She decided that the main character might grope her. Zhao waited quietly with her eyes closed. She didn't know what to do. The girl did not understand whether she should now submit to the main character. After a short procedure, Sun told his girlfriend that he was removing the needles. She opened her eyes. Sun held the needle in his hands. He asked the girl if she was itching more. The girlfriend stood up. She asked the guy what technique he used. Sun explained that he used the Xuanyuan technique. Zhao was shocked. She asked the guy, "Is he really the son-in-law of the Wang family?" The main character answered his girlfriend that this technique is owned not only by the Van family. The girl told the guy with a smile that she could now slowly walk on her own. Sun put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. He said that she should move herself. Zhao asked the guy, why did he continue to wear it? The main character answered the girl that a deity lives in his heart. The girlfriend was surprised. She asked the guy again, what deity did he tell her about? The main character told the girl with a smile that the master of the heavenly cloak lives inside him. The girlfriend looked at the guy in surprise. She couldn't understand what he meant. Zhao asked her interlocutor shyly, does he really want to say that she will now be his wife? Sun became agitated and embarrassed. He didn't know what to answer his girlfriend now. The main character spread his arms out to the sides. The girl looked at him with displeasure. Zhao was unhappy. She exhaled. The protagonist felt embarrassed. The girl explained to her boyfriend that she could not marry him. The Zhang family line would soon die out, and she was the last heir. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. He liked the girl's answer. The girlfriend told the surprised guy that she could live with his family. Sun explained to the embarrassed girl that he too was the only heir. Zhao told the guy that he talks as if every girl wants to be his wife. At this time, a very strong wind blew from the side. It began to blow the leaves off the trees. The wind suddenly touched the girl from the side. Her hair began to develop. The main character looked at his girlfriend silently and with an unblinking gaze. Sun noticed with fright how the wind caught the girl and the clothes on her. The main character looked at his girlfriend's body with great surprise. Zhao hugged her dress tightly. She shouted at the guy that he should have looked at her enough these days. The main character started to make excuses. He said that he didn't mean it at all. Zhao became very cheerful. The girl looked at her friend and said that she forgave him. She promised that she would find him if the Zhang family was absorbed by a stronger clan. The girlfriend looked at the guy with interest and said that in that case, he would be responsible for her. Sun thought about it. He didn't understand whether he should expect trouble now or whether he was lucky. The main character and his girlfriend approached the finish line sign in the forest. Sun said happily to his girlfriend that they had finally reached the finish line. Zhao told the protagonist to go to the bus and bring her luggage. The guy asked the girl, why does she need luggage? The companion said with displeasure that she did not want to go to the finish line with a bare bottom. The main character immediately realized that he had to help his girlfriend immediately. He decided to take off his pants. The girl was very surprised. The girl shouted at the guy with displeasure that there were a lot of people around them. The guy shyly suggested to his girlfriend that she put on his pants. Zhao thanked her friend very shyly. She looked at him carefully. The girlfriend asked the guy if he would really go further looking like that. Sun felt very shy. He turned towards the forest in fear. The main character told his girlfriend that they hadn't found ginseng. She could go to the finish line, and he would wait for her here. The main character stood in the forest and waited for his girlfriend. Time dragged on for a very long time. Sun looked from behind the tree with displeasure. He didn't like that the girl still hadn't returned. The girlfriend appeared in the forest thicket. She called the guy and handed him his pants. The protagonist began to dress. He asked the girl, "What place did she take?" Zhao told the guy that she came first, but she still did not help him find ginseng. Sun said slyly that there is no ginseng in this place. He added that he will organize a protest with the other participants. People were unhappy. They stood in a group and loudly chanted protest. The participants shouted that ginseng does not grow in this place. They thought it was unfair. The main character was happy. He said that people themselves had staged a protest without him. Zhao raised her hand and shouted in displeasure that the organizers should have explained themselves to them. The host turned to the participants and asked them to be quiet. The man explained that ginseng does not grow in this place. Therefore, no one passed the selection round. People got angry. They all shouted in unison that this was unfair. The main character asked if he would pass the selection if he found ginseng for himself. People around were surprised. The guy said that the main character has problems with his head. Another participant reminded that ginseng does not grow here. The host told the main character that he would pass the qualifying round if he found ginseng. The main character asked his interlocutor if he could go to the camp. The man pointed towards the tents and said that the boy could go there. The presenter was surprised. The main character ran at full speed to the tents. There were no people around Sunya. He decided to go inside the house himself so that no one would see him. The main character looked around carefully before entering so that no one would notice him. The guy went inside the tent. He looked around in front of him. There were dishes around. The main character shouted that he had found what he needed. The other participants were very surprised. Sun held a huge white carrot in his hands. He told his interlocutors that it was ginseng. The guys around were surprised. One of them said that Sun was holding a carrot in his hands and not ginseng. The main character slyly explained to his interlocutors that they call carrots little ginseng. The main character turned to the side and asked the presenter what he would say. The man thought. He looked at the main character with great displeasure. The presenter told the guy that he was very smart. He counted his result. The main character was sitting at a table and eating. There was a girl on a chair next to him. The girlfriend asked the guy discontentedly, could it be that a hungry demon had entered him? Sun consumed the food with great appetite. Some stranger came up and asked the main character if he was ashamed to eat here. Zhao and Sun were very surprised. The stranger asked the girl in a displeased voice why she was now having dinner with another man. Zhao very calmly answered the guy that it was none of his business. The main character turned around and asked the stranger sternly who he was. The guy said his name was Wang Yun. He still looked at the main character with displeasure. The main character answered the stranger that he had not heard of him. The girl told the guy not to anger Van. Wang pointed his finger at the main character and said that he had stolen his bride and wanted to take back his concubine. Sun got angry. He abruptly stood up from the table and walked towards the guy opposite him. The main character kicked his opponent with a huge swing, and he flew to the side. Van, after a powerful blow, remained lying on the ground. The main character stood next to him. The guy realized that he couldn't handle the stick himself. He screamed for his family to come running to help him. More fighters appeared around. They came from all sides. The main character was completely calm. Zhao shouted at the protagonist to run away. She explained that the rivals were very dangerous. Van told his opponent that he had hit him and now wanted to run away. The guy was very angry. He shouted that the main character had stolen his 2 women. Van told his friends to kill the main character. He pointed his finger at Sun. The protagonist grabbed his opponent's finger with a calm and quick movement. Sun broke his opponent's finger with a very quick movement and began to twist his arm. The attacker shouted at the protagonist to take his hands off. There were other fighters around him. Sun, with a very sharp and strong movement, twisted his opponent's arm and pulled him along with him. The main character began to swing the van around himself and held it by the hand. At this moment, someone ran up from the side and shouted for everyone to stop. Sun was holding his opponent's hand. He was lying on the ground. The interlocutor demanded that the protagonist let the fighters go and not disgrace him. Sun greeted his old friend Wong very joyfully and with a smile. The main character asked his friend who had just fought with him. An acquaintance told the boy that his cousin had just fought with him. He was the fiancé of the girl Jia. Sun asked his interlocutor, why did the stranger come to him? Wong said that the girl Jia broke the marriage contract. She made it clear to the guy that she would definitely not be with him. The main character was very surprised. He was interested in the story of his interlocutor. Wong looked at Sun and said that no one but him could have taken the girl away from his cousin. The guy said that his cousin wanted to absorb the Zhang family. To do this, he needed to marry a Chenchin girl. The main character was amazed. He couldn't believe that Van wanted to arrange a harem for himself from several girls. Van said that it is quite normal for representatives of wealthy clans to take several girls as wives. Most often, the brides themselves want to marry influential men. Van said at the end of the conversation that he would go and visit his relatives. The protagonist said goodbye to him. Late in the evening, the protagonist was resting in his tent. Sun happily thought to himself that he could really start his own harem. Pangguan appeared. He told the protagonist that he would now have a special training. The main character walked between the tables on the lawn. The participants were taking an exam. The next stage of the Battle of Doctors took place. The boys and girls wrote test assignments. The main character brought his work on paper and showed it to the teacher. Sun was able to win first place in the tests. He relied on his own knowledge. The leader told the participants to stand in order according to the place they occupied in the previous stage. Now the next stage was about to begin. The man turned to the tent and told Hong Luan to come out. The doors of the tent opened, and a beautiful girl slowly walked out. The stranger with purple hair looked at the people with an attentive gaze. The participants of the competition looked at the Hun with great interest and desire. The girl glanced at the main character. She knew that the guy took first place and even beat Dr. Ai Luna. The stranger looked around carefully. She needed to find a rich husband among the participants. Hong looked away attentively at the main character. Sun looked back at her. The stranger looked closely at the irritated other girls in front of her. Hong walked further between the rows. All the participants looked at her attentively. The stranger turned around and looked with great attention at another guy. The participant looked at the girl silently and with great interest. She passed by. Hong turned around and walked away. The participants silently followed her with their eyes. The man demanded that the participants write down the girl's diagnosis on paper. After 10 minutes, the host asked the participants if they had their answers ready. The man demanded that Wang Yun answer. The guy said that Hong's chest area looks very strange. Perhaps she has a tumor. The host demanded an answer from Wang Chen. The guy quickly said that he agreed with Wang Yun. The man demanded an answer from Sun. The protagonist smiled and told the host that he had a slightly different answer. The presenter looked at the guy with interest and demanded that he speak. Sun silently raised his hand up and waved it in front of him. The people around were very surprised. The guy asked the main character with displeasure what all this meant. Sun calmly explained to his interlocutors that the girl lacked intercourse. The man told the guy that he should diagnose the girl, not guess her desires. Sun answered his interlocutor that this was the diagnosis. The protagonist looked at the patient and demanded that she answer his questions. Hong smiled at the guy and said that she agreed with his demand. Sun asked his interlocutor if her mother had been injured when she was pregnant. The guy wanted to know if the girl felt lonely in the evenings. Hong said very excitedly that everything was fine with her love life. The main character asked the girl sternly if she had a regular partner. Hong was very angry and upset. She looked at the guy with displeasure. The main character looked at the girl with great attention. She was very surprised. Sun asked his interlocutor if she had ever been injured when she was in her mother's womb. Hong looked ahead modestly. She nodded silently and sadly to the protagonist. The main character threw up his hands and said that the girl was completely healthy. The presenter was delighted. The man told all the participants that the main character took first place. One of the guys was very unhappy. He said that everything was unfair. The participants said that there were many among them who claimed that the girl was completely healthy. He did not like that the main character was awarded first place. The host asked the main character to explain the reason to everyone. Sun said that the girl had an increased love attraction. He was awarded the victory absolutely naturally. He was able to immediately identify the problem after asking the girl several questions. The participants stood and listened to the main character with great surprise. The host said that Wang Yichen came in second. He explained that the lump on the girl's chest is not a tumor. It is just discomfort due to a lack of love life. The participant said dissatisfiedly that the main character identified the problem, but he does not know how to cure the girl. The main character told his interlocutor that he knew very well how to easily eradicate the problem. The guy said that even more artificial doctors tried to help the girl, but everything was unsuccessful. Sun told his interlocutor that he would help the girl in just 1 hour. If he failed, he would leave the tournament in disgrace. The guy sternly told his rival that he would pay him $1 million if he succeeded. Sun told his opponent in a confident voice that he agreed to his terms. The participant looked angrily at the protagonist and replied that he agreed. The presenter asked the guy what medicines and equipment he needed. Sun looked at his interlocutor and said that 1 bed was enough for him. All the participants went to the tents. They all went inside one of them together. The main character suggested that the patient lie down. The other participants stood around. Hong took off her shoes and stretched out on the bed. She said in a gentle voice that she was ready. The girl was lying down. She was looking at the main character with great desire. The main character felt very embarrassed. He looked at his interlocutor with great excitement. The girl looked at the main character and said that she belonged to him completely. Hong winked at the guy and asked him to go easy on her. Sun got really excited. The main character said in a trembling voice that he would give the patient needles. The guy told the man that the main character had their family heirloom hanging on his wrist. The man said with displeasure that the guy was completely right. The main character said that he is a descendant of the founders of the Van family. He inherited the handcuffs from his family master. The man told the guy that if he could cure the girl, they would recognize him as a legal relative and would address him as you. Sun replied to his interlocutor that he agreed. The presenter asked the guy what technique he wanted to use for the treatment. Sun explained that he wanted to fill the patient's love chakra to the brim. The main character smiled at the patient and said that they needed to change positions. The girl angrily shouted at the guy that time was running out and it was time to insert. Sun reminded the patient that she herself had asked him to be gentler with her. The main character took out the necessary needle and stuck it into the girl's body. Hong felt pain in her body. The people around were very surprised. They watched the procedure with interest. The main character closed his eyes and concentrated. He used the heart technique. The man told all outsiders to leave the room. Sun continued the treatment. The main character told the patient to be patient a little longer. He had almost inserted all the needles into her. The main character thought to himself that he still had 2 more needles to use. People were standing on the street. They were listening with great interest to everything that was happening. The main character went outside. He looked absolutely calm. Wang told the protagonist that he had cured the girl with his body. Sun explained to his interlocutor with displeasure that he would never exceed his authority. Sun looked at the guy silently. The participants looked back at him with distrust. At this time, someone from inside opened the tent door. The main character became very worried. The presenter said that, judging by all the signs, nothing was bothering the girl anymore. The main character turned to the participants and reminded them of what they had agreed upon. The man asked the guy for forgiveness for their insolence. Sun looked at the man cheerfully and with a smile and said that he forgives him. The main character turned towards the guy. The participant asked Sun with displeasure what he wanted. The protagonist demanded that his interlocutor stay away from the Chenchin and Jia girls. The guy looked angrily at the main character and said that it would be as he wanted. The man said that the conflict was over. He added that everyone could rest and that they would continue tomorrow. The next day, the participants received patients. People approached them in the order of the queue. Sun greeted the man with a smile and asked what was bothering him. The patient told the doctor in a stuttering voice that he had hiccups. The main character looked at the patient carefully. He was deciding how he could help him. Sun suddenly ran up to the man and hit him hard on the side of the face with his hand. After this, the main character ran up and kicked the fat man in the stomach. The patient is very surprised. After being hit by the main character, he suddenly flew to the side. The man asked the guy with great surprise, "Why did he hit the patient?" The fat man asked the main character in a dissatisfied voice why he kicked him. Sun looked at the man slyly and asked if his hiccups were gone. The patient happily said that he was cured. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he hit him to get rid of hiccups. This method is fast and effective. The satisfied patient thanked the main character with a smile and was very happy. The fat man ran to the side. He shouted that he would finally be able to speak normally. The main character told the next patient to come to him. Sun used very strange healing techniques against sick people. People walked in single file, hopped on one leg, and underwent other strange therapies. None of the patients complained. All of the main character's techniques were confirmed by practice. All of the main character's competitors were disqualified due to their mistakes. The host told the participants that the battle of the doctors was over. He wanted to announce who had won. The man said that Sunya won first place. The participants were unhappy with this result. The guy said angrily that the main character was cheating. Otherwise, Sun wouldn't have been able to cure so many people in such a short time. The man told the main character that he had to demonstrate his speed to everyone. He asked the guy to heal 10 people as an example. Sun said in a confident voice that he could cure 100 people in an hour. The main character was completely confident in his abilities. He was ready to show his skills to everyone. The protagonist turned to the ghost. Pangwan told the guy that he was ready, and they could begin. Sun began receiving patients. A blue gurgling sound appeared around him from behind. After 50 minutes, there was only one patient left for the guy. He prepared to receive him. There was an old man standing in front of the guy. The main character told the grandfather that he wanted to examine his hand. The guy knew that they had sent the old man specifically for the main character to make his life difficult. Sun asked the patient how he had gotten injured. The interlocutor replied that his hand had gotten caught on the machine while he was working. The main character looked closely at his grandfather's hand. He realized that something was wrong there. The participant watched the main character closely. He said that time was about to run out. Sun closed his eyes and remained silent. He was completely immersed in thought. The main character opened his eyes and looked sternly at the patient. He immediately understood everything. Sun reported that what he saw in front of him was not a fracture, but a specially created dislocation. People around were surprised. Someone shouted in surprise that something was unclean here. Sun activated his X-ray vision to examine the patient's hand. The main character took out his golden needle and poked it into his grandfather's elbow. The old man screamed. The protagonist grabbed his hand and twisted it to the side. Sun said with a smile to the surprised patient that now his hand would be as good as new. The man ran up and grabbed his grandfather's hand. He wanted to see everything for himself. The participant was surprised. He could not believe that the old man was healed so quickly. He examined his hand. The main character asked the man sternly if he had cast the spell of dislocating the arm on the old man. Sun told his interlocutor that he himself was a doctor and was engaged in similar dirty deeds. The protagonist grabbed the man's arm and twisted it sharply downwards to break it. Sun said angrily to the man that he had doubled the pain effect for him. The man screamed very loudly. His broken arm hurt a lot. Suddenly, the participant's pain went away. He asked the guy in surprise, "What did he do?" The main character explained to his interlocutor that his pain would get worse day by day. The man pointed at the main character with his hand and said that he would be disqualified. Sun wanted to harm one of the judges. The participant was angry. He looked at the main character with great hatred. The presenter told the participants that he would now announce the first 3 places. The main character became the winner. He was very happy about this. The man announced that second place went to a contestant named Yuan Long. The host said that the third place was won by a guy named Wang Yichen. The man explained to the participants that tomorrow they would enter a mysterious kingdom. He advised everyone to have a good rest. No one knows exactly what tests the participants will face. The next day, the participants found themselves in the mountains at high altitude. The main character said to himself with displeasure that he was really tired yesterday. Sun remembered that yesterday he gave the old men a chance to prove themselves. The ghost told the boy that they taught him everything they could do. They asked the boy to bother them less. The man told his interlocutor, Lai, that the Wang family was going to win. The contestant told the man not to get his hopes up. Yuan looked ahead and said that it would be very difficult for them. The main character stood next to him. Sun turned around and joyfully wished his colleague Yuan Lun good luck as he parted. Van happily shouted to the other participants that the fog had finally begun to clear. The people looked around and saw a mountain landscape in front of them. They needed to move forward. The judge said that such a test occurs once every 10 years. The participants must enter a mysterious kingdom and return from there alive. The main character and his companions boldly moved forward. Van was completely confident in himself. He looked at his colleagues silently. The main character looked forward silently. He was confident in his victory. Participant Yuan was silent. He was completely immersed in his thoughts. A few hours later, the judges stood and waited to see which of the guys would return and what the outcome of the competition would be. Lai turned to the man and told him to contact the protagonist. Sun could help the doctor and remove the effect of the trauma technique from him. The man replied menacingly that he did not believe in Sun's tricks. He added that his arm had not yet begun to hurt. Lai looked at his friend with displeasure. He realized that the man was very stupid and stubborn. He decided to stop communicating with him. The presenter looked forward and saw a human figure appear in the distance. The men saw that only 2 guys had returned to them. Lai asked fearfully, where had Sun gone? The man asked his interlocutor who got there first. Lai replied that he was the first. The man thought about it. He really doubted the guy's words about his victory. The main character cured the robot at this time. He wished for him to be healthy. The old man bowed to the main character. He said that he had been in captivity for many years and did not expect to see anyone. The grandfather explained to the boy that he was his ancestor. Sun asked his interlocutor with interest, do they really know each other? The stranger told the boy that he had helped him with great willingness and given him some medical advice earlier. As a result, Sun successfully passed the first test. The main character happily thought to himself that his mentor taught him how to interact with patients. The protagonist looked at the old man and said that they could begin further tests. The grandfather responded to the boy that he was easily ready to continue the tests. Various roots appeared around the old man. He demanded that the boy name all these medicinal ingredients and the effects they give. Sun was very surprised by such a demand. Van stood with his friends and waited for the main character. He couldn't understand where he was. Lin noticed that the man next to him was doubled over in pain in his arm. He realized that the trauma effect had already taken effect. The protagonist held a bag of potions in his hands. He did not understand why the old man asked to take protective ingredients with him. They could help him in the battle. Suddenly, the main character heard something suspicious in the darkness. He became very wary. Sun, with great attention and excitement, looked ahead of him. He realized that he was in danger. The main character saw a huge number of large and angry insects in front of him. He was very scared. A golden cicada appeared next to the guy. It rushed into flight at the dangerous predators. Suddenly, a huge and angry black bee appeared in the center. The insect looked at the man with a very angry and predatory look. The bee looked carefully at the cicada in front of her. The golden insect was frightened. The cicada flew very quickly closer to the main character to hide next to him. The golden insect hid behind its owner's head. Sun realized excitedly that he was seeing the legendary immortal silkworm killer. The huge bee accelerated. It was getting ready to attack the man. The main character looked at the bee with great attention. He realized that he needed to hold the line. The guy suddenly noticed how the insect bit him during the attack. Sun, in order to protect himself from the poison, stuck his golden needle into his hand. The protagonist used the golden needle sealing skill and the super elbow technique. The guy raised his hand in front of him. He was able to fight off the attack of the insect flying at him. Sun spread his arms to the side. He was able to throw the insect very far away from himself. The predator flew away and fell to the ground. The main character was ready to defend himself further. Sun activated the heart technique, and a pink mist appeared around him. The guy was able to stop an insect flying towards him with the help of pink mist. At this time, the golden cicada flew away from the guy's head and headed towards the predator. The silkworm found itself trapped in a pink mist, unable to attack further. The golden cicada flew up angrily and quickly and looked at the predator. The main character was delighted. He realized that his totem insect would now finish off the silkworm. The huge insect fell to the ground without moving. The cicada flew away. The chief was surprised. He could not understand what had happened to the huge silkworm. The suddenly defeated insect exploded. The main character jumped sharply to the side. Sun was surprised to see a small bug fly up to him and land on his face. A very small silkworm looked at the man with great surprise. The main character looked with great interest at the small insect that was sitting on his finger. Sun looked closely at the little silkworm. He thought it was very cute. The main character happily said that the predatory bee had now become a small bug itself. The man continued to his friend, so that the boys took several companions to re-enter the mysterious kingdom. Lee was confused. The man explained that the rules do not prohibit participants from taking companions in this way. They will be able to identify new young talents. Lai answered his interlocutor that they can try. The man looked at the exit from the mysterious kingdom in surprise. The main character appeared in the distance in the tunnel. He was carrying a large backpack. Van asked the guy why he walked for so long. He wondered if Sun had really collected all the trash inside. The main character answered his interlocutor with a smile that he found a lot of useful things inside. A very tired guy was resting in his hotel room after a walk. Sun woke up and stretched on his bed. He noticed that one of his teachers had appeared in front of him. The old man told the main character that he had already taught him everything he could do. Now he wanted to be reborn into another incarnation. The guy thought sadly that the old man had left him. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. The main character looked at the entrance with excitement. A guy and a girl came in. They congratulated the main character on his victory. The guest said that many people were waiting at the entrance to the hotel to congratulate Sun. Sun slyly replied that most of the participants simply wanted him to take them with him to the mysterious kingdom. The protagonist told his interlocutors that he had chosen them as companions. The guy told his interlocutor with excitement that they were not suitable for this role. Sun said slyly that the mysterious kingdom was full of valuable medicinal ingredients. They could be used to make potions. If the boy and girl went with him, he would give them a bigger share. The guy and his girlfriend said that they would be with the main character. The main character went outside and noticed a huge number of people near the entrance. The guy said that the other participants had already chosen their companions for their group among their relatives. So only Sun was left and people crowded around him. Suddenly, some joyful laughter was heard from the side. Sun and his friend turned around. The man thanked the protagonist for helping his daughter Hong. Two guys were carrying a large box at the side. The man pointed to the box and told the protagonist to accept it as a token of his gratitude. One of the guys opened the chest slightly. A bright golden light appeared from inside. Sun looked inside the chest. Spellbound. Golden treasures were shining there. Hong came up to the guy from the side and said that she can do a lot of things. He saw everything himself. The man said that his daughter is very smart. She will also be useful for the guy. The main character grabbed Hong by the hand and sharply replied that it was too late now. The girl looked at the guy with great excitement. She did not expect that he would refuse to take her. The girl's father was very surprised. He wanted the main character to take his daughter with him. The protagonist pointed his finger to the side and said that he would take the girl Zhang Chenchen and the guy Capo with him. Capo told the main character that his sister was much stronger than him. He suggested that Sun take his sister. Sun turned to his interlocutors and told them to decide for themselves. The man told the protagonist that his friends were from poor families and their names meant nothing in the city. The main character said that he doesn't care and he will choose for himself whoever he wants. The man got angry. He was very unhappy that the main character did not want to take his daughter with him. The girl's father turned around and looked angrily at the young people next to him. The man demanded that his interlocutors refuse the protagonist's invitation. The boy and his sister looked at each other with displeasure. They didn't know what to answer. The protagonist angrily warned the man not to threaten his friends. The main character looked at the man with displeasure and did not like that he was threatening him. The man angrily told the boy that he knew all the details about him. He even knew that his girlfriend dumped him in high school. The interlocutor told the main character that he could crush him at any moment and no one would protect him. The guy got angry. He shouted angrily to the man that they could check everything now. At this moment, two guards ran up to the guy and prepared to hit him. One of the fighters swung and hit his opponent in the stomach with all his might. The girl screamed in great fear for the soldiers to let her father go. Hong suddenly grabbed the girl's hand and twisted it to the side with all her might. The main character shouted at his rivals not to touch his friends. The man was amused by Sun's threats. Sun pointed his finger towards the girl with a very sharp movement. Hong was very suddenly struck by the unexpected substance. Blood gushed from her mouth. The girl fell to the ground. Someone shouted in fear that she had been struck by a powerful poison. The main character turned around and pointed his finger at the fighters who had grabbed the guy. The fighters were very suddenly struck by something. Blood gushed from their mouths. The man angrily asked the guy when he managed to poison his fighters. Sun looked angrily at his rivals and said that he even felt sorry for the poison he was throwing at them. The man took a closer look and noticed with horror how an insect appeared on the guy's head. The man shouted that he saw a golden silkworm. People around could not understand where this insect came from. Sun pointed his hand at the man in front of him. He wanted to hit him too. The girl's father closed his eyes in fear. He shouted at the guy to spare him. Sun looked at his frightened rival with displeasure. He decided that the man might still be useful to him. The guy took a small pill out of his pocket and kicked it with all his might. The pill flew at great speed and landed straight into the opponent's mouth. Sun ran up to the man to cover his mouth and force him to swallow the pill. The main character strictly demanded that the man call him master. The fighters ran up. They demanded that the guy let their leader go. The guy ran up and asked the boss in surprise what had happened to him. The man swung his arm sharply and hit the guy in the face with all his might. The man told his subordinates that Sun was now their honorary leader and master. The fighters were surprised. They did not understand why the fighting silkworm ended up on Sun's side. Van looked at the main character with concern and asked if everything was okay with him. Sun smiled sharply at his friend and replied that he was perfectly fine. The main character asked the man if the conflict was resolved. The interlocutor answered the owner that he had no objections. Sun asked his friend if he had already chosen his companions. The guy replied that he had chosen companions from his family named Wang Liang and Wang Yun. The main character slyly asked his friend if he wanted to exchange Wang Yun for the girl Wang Jiajia. At this time, someone from the side called the main character. He turned around in surprise. A man came up. He said that he was Wang Jiajia's father. The man explained that they could not send their people because they had unfinished business with the medical part. The guy turned around and told the man that he could help them remain a secret for free. The man was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the main character could help. The man pointed angrily at the protagonist and told him not to mislead people. Suddenly, the interlocutor was struck by a very strong poison. Blood appeared in his mouth. The boy, frightened and excited, rushed to his father and called him. After this, the guy got angry. He looked at the main character very angrily. Sun calmly explained to his interlocutor that the silkworm protects him from dangerous people. Therefore, the man himself is to blame. The boy was very scared. A strong tremor ran through his whole body. After that, the guy turned away. He didn't look at the main character anymore. Sun shouted to those around him that he was going to bed and said goodbye to them. The guy angrily thought that the main character would pay him for everything. There were many people standing near the entrance. One of them said that the Wang family had met a true master of acupuncture. The master turned out to be the future husband of the head of the family's daughter. Sun told his interlocutors details about the technique of 36 needles. The main character asked his interlocutors if they had written everything down. The man answered the guy that the information would not go beyond their family. The girl looked at the main character with great excitement and called him by name. The girlfriend unexpectedly kissed the guy and said that she was very grateful to him. The girl became very shy. She turned around abruptly and ran out the door. Wang asked the main character slyly if he could call him his sister's husband. Sun answered his interlocutor not to embarrass him. Lai told the participants around him that the kingdoms must close. He said that they would see each other in 10 years. Sun was very surprised, along with his girlfriends. He couldn't believe that he would have to wait another 10 years. Lai explained to the participants that the gates of the kingdom opened immediately after 10 years. If someone entered there, they would not see each other for at least 10 years. The main character was very scared and worried. He realized that the old man's son had deceived him. The girlfriend asked the guy excitedly, "What old man was he talking about?" Sun replied that all this was no longer important. The friend told her friends that they had to go because the other groups had already set out. Zhao ran and shouted that she was already on her way. Sun looked happily at his girlfriends. He decided that with such beauties he would not get bored. Unexpectedly, while walking, the main character commanded the girls to stop. Sun told his worried girlfriends that the last time he passed this place there were many steep cliffs. Zhao asked the guy what they should do now. The protagonist replied that he had a solution. He activated the X-ray vision technique. The guy and his girlfriends walked very slowly and carefully. Sun carried his girlfriends in his arms so that they would not get separated from him. The girls were silent. They felt very embarrassed and awkward. Zhao giggled very cheerfully. Her friend didn't like all this. Suddenly, the girl hit her companion with her head with all her might. Zhao felt angry. She didn't like that her friend just hit her. Suddenly, Zhao moved sharply and closely and kissed her companion. The girls quickly moved their heads to the sides. They felt shy. Sun put his girlfriends on the ground and said that they had arrived at the right place. The main character looked around and noticed with surprise that the girls were behaving somehow strangely. Sun looked ahead and decided that he needed to open the stone door ahead. The guy came up and put his hands on the doors. He got ready to open them. Sun pointed to the passage with his hands and told his girlfriends to go forward. 31 girlfriends looked at each other very excitedly and nervously. To make things less scary, the girls grabbed each other's hands tightly. The girlfriend grabbed Zhao's hand and said that they needed to go. They headed towards the entrance. The main character and his companions found themselves in another world. The guy and the girls were walking in the meadow. There were many pigs grazing on the grass around. The main character looked at one of the pigs and decided to hit it with a blow. Sun hit the animal on the head with a stick with all his might to knock it out. The main character threw the unconscious pig over his shoulder and carried it with him. The guy looked around carefully. He said to himself that the life around him was a real paradise. There was plenty of food, water, and girls around. Sun turned sharply to the side. He noticed a mysterious green glow not far away. The main character threw the pig carcass to the ground. He looked around in surprise and studied the mysterious crystals. The guy noticed with interest that there were some inscriptions on the crystals. These were engraved medical techniques. Sun looked around and was surprised to realize that he was seeing the Xuan Yuan technique. The guy suddenly noticed how he stepped on a bone that was lying on the ground. Sun noticed with fear how human remains lay on the ground in front of him. The main character looked around and noticed that there were a lot of human bodies around him. Sun decided to bury the human remains so that they would not be visible. Sun was sitting in his house with his girlfriends after dinner. The guy said happily that they ate well. The girlfriend told the guy with a smile that he has a culinary talent. Sun happily answered the girl that he is a real god of cooking. The girlfriend got up from her seat and headed to the bathroom. The guy was unhappy because the girl did not take him seriously. Sun turned around abruptly and looked at Zhao next to him with great attention. The main character suddenly extended his hand and grabbed his girlfriend's hand. Zhao asked the guy in a very frightened voice, "What is he planning?" Zhao told her friend shyly that there was a more secluded place. Sun smiled at the girl and said in response that he knew a wonderful place. The guy was leading the girl by the hand. Zhao told him fearfully that she was not ready yet. The main character and his girlfriend entered the cave. The girl said excitedly that she wanted to at least prepare. Sun pointed to the crystal for his girlfriend to read the inscription. The girl was surprised to realize that on the crystal she saw the family techniques of the Zhang clan. Zhao became very excited. She even had tears in her eyes because of her emotions. The main character told his interlocutor that with the help of family techniques they would return prosperity to the Zhang family. The girlfriend suddenly sat down and started crying. The main character was very surprised. Sun looked at his girlfriend with great excitement. She sat and whined. Sun extended his hand and gently touched Zhao's head. The main character told the girl that the Zhang family will still get better. She can remember the techniques so that she can pass them on to the right hands. Zhao smiled happily at the guy and thanked him for his support. The main character went outside to find his girlfriend, Kanu. He called her by name. The guy went inside the room and looked around. There was no one in the house. Sun thought about it. He had very dark thoughts about his girlfriend. At this time, the girl sat silently between the crystals and meditated. The main character continued to walk and look for his girlfriend. He called her by name. The main character saw his girlfriend sitting silently on the ground. He asked why she didn't respond. The guy came up to Kana from behind. She sat quietly on the ground and was silent. The main character looked at his girlfriend with concern. He didn't understand what she was doing in such a place. The girl said that she was trapped in a soul trap. The skeletons at the entrance were people who had also fallen into the same trap and died. They couldn't move. The protagonist touched the girl's face with his hand. He noticed that she had an ice body. Sun touched his girlfriend's hand with his hand. He realized that her heart might stop soon. The main character took out a golden needle to use it against the girl. Sun held out the needle to touch his girlfriend's head and help her. The main character pricked Kanu in the neck with a golden needle to bring her to her senses. Sun began to shake his girlfriend by the shoulder. He shouted for her to come to her senses. The girl sat silently and said nothing. She was completely paralyzed. The main character thought to himself that he needed to somehow warm up his girlfriend. A very bright flame appeared nearby. The temperature rose sharply. Sun took off his outerwear and looked at his girlfriend with great excitement. Kana sat and was silent. The fire could not bring her back to life. Sun felt the girl's pulse. He realized with excitement that she was only getting worse. The guy walked around the sitting girl excitedly. He didn't know how to help his girlfriend. Suddenly, the main character stepped on a branch near the fire and it crunched. Suddenly, several small sparks fell on the main character's head. He began to throw them off his hair with his hands. The guy noticed something very suspicious. He looked ahead with concern. The main character decided to himself that it was necessary to combine the heart technique and the internal needle technique. The main character pulled a small tuft of hair from his head. He needed it for the technique. The tuft of hair glowed golden. The protagonist prepared to use it. Sun let his hair fly and it flew towards the girl and hit her in the neck. The guy sat in a meditative pose opposite his girlfriend. They began to exchange energies. Sun sent a pink lightning bolt from his head to his interlocutor. Suddenly, the main character saw something in front of him. He was very scared. Sun saw two huge and dangerous demons standing in front of him. The predatory demons stood with weapons and looked at the guy very angrily. Sun realized that he was tied to a pole. He asked the demons in fear what they were going to do with him. The protagonist told the monsters that he personally knows the soul arbiter named Pangguang, so he can't be sent to hell. The main character looked closely and noticed that his girlfriend was standing opposite him. The guy realized that the girl was feeling better. He decided that her body temperature had returned to normal. Kana, with her eyes closed, told the guy in a calm voice that he had failed. Sun decided to himself that he would gather all his will into a fist and pull his girlfriend out. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that he had entered another dimension. There were very beautiful girls in white dresses flying around the guy. He was surprised. The main character decided that he was in heaven. One of the girls beckoned him to her. Sun extended his hand to the unfamiliar girl and followed her. A dead man's hand appeared behind the guy. The main character continued to sit opposite his girlfriend on Earth in a meditative pose. Kana opened her eyes. She didn't understand what had just happened to her. The girl said in a tired voice that she came to this place to meditate. Kana said to herself sensibly that she had fallen into the devil's soul trap. The main character still thought he was in heaven. He screamed in his sleep for the girls to wait for him and not run away. Sun noticed something funny in his slumber and laughed very loudly to himself. The girl looked at the guy happily. She realized that it was he who pulled her out. Sun shouted to the imaginary girls that he would catch up with them all now. The main character reached closer to his girlfriend to kiss her. He still thought he was in heaven. Sun fell on top of the girl. He shouted to the imaginary beauties to hug him. Kana called the guy by name very displeasedly. Kana started to fight off the guy with all her might. She couldn't push him away. Sun wanted to kiss her. The girlfriend was still resisting. The main character took off her clothes. The girl screamed very loudly and frightenedly. The main character did not hear her. It got light outside and the sun was shining from above. Sun woke up on the ground next to the girl. Their clothes were nearby. Sun opened his eyes and looked ahead. He didn't expect to see his girlfriend here. The main character lay and looked at the canoe in front of him with a stunned look. Kana asked the main character with excitement if he had woken up. Sun stood up on the ground. He couldn't understand what had just happened. 10. The main character became very excited. He never expected to see a woman's breast now. Kana lay on the ground and looked at her friend with great attention. The main character was frightened and reasoning with himself. He was very excited. The girlfriend looked down silently and shyly. Sun couldn't understand what had happened. The main character became even more scared. Kana looked at him with fear. Sun said in a dissatisfied voice that the dandelion boy had been defiled by an uncouth woman. The main character shouted to his girlfriend in a displeased voice that he was insulted and disgraced. Kana swung her hand with all her might and hit her friend in the face. The girl angrily shouted at the main character that he was an idiot. She threatened the guy that she would teach him a lesson. Sun started calling for help. He shouted that the girl wanted to beat him and first abused him. The main character decided to escape, but suddenly he slipped on a stone. Kana approached the main character threateningly. She decided to beat him. The girlfriend continued to beat the guy with her hands. Sun looked at her in surprise. The main character decided to defend himself. He grabbed his girlfriend's hand with his own. Sun threw his acquaintance to the ground with all his might. He found himself on top of her. Sun asked the girl with great interest and fear, what was she planning? The main character slyly told his interlocutor that he would also take something from her. He added that Kana stole it from him the first time. The girl screamed in displeasure and resisted. The main character decided not to listen to her. Jia was alone in the hut at the time. She decided to light the stove. The girl was sitting near the stove. There was a lot of smoke around and she started coughing. The girl was very unhappy. She did not understand what had happened to the stove. The girl called her friends with displeasure. She shouted that she could die of hunger. Kana was next to her friend. She addressed him by name. The girl asked Sun not to tell Chen Chen about their affairs. The guy told his girlfriend that they did it effectively. Kana angrily explained to the main character that he would break his girlfriend's heart. Sun shouted in fear that Chen Chen could have fallen into the same trap as Kana. He decided to urgently check on the girl. Kana told her friend that he could go. She would come later. Sun asked his girlfriend with great excitement what had happened. Kana told her friend in a very shy voice that she needed to come to her senses. The main character picked up his naked girlfriend with his hands. He didn't want to leave her. Sun told the girl joyfully that he could not leave her here alone. The main character held his girlfriend in his arms. He ran towards the house with all his might. Sun ran into the house. He called his girlfriend by name. At that time, she was sitting near the stove. Zhao happily turned around and greeted the protagonist. Sun told his friend that he was afraid that she might have fallen into a trap. Zhao was very surprised when she saw the guy with the eland. She asked with displeasure, "What is this?" Zhao asked her friend discontentedly why she was looking at her like that. Sun called the girls into the kitchen and shouted that dinner would be ready soon. Kana asked her interlocutor in a sly voice, "Is she really jealous?" Zhao calmly replied to her friend that she didn't care about her or the main character. Kana slyly answered the girl that Sun really liked her. Zhao replied that she didn't mind it. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses. She screamed in fear that she hadn't said anything. The main character was looking for his girlfriends. He shouted to them, "Dinner is served!" Sun ran out into the street and looked around. He was surprised that his girlfriends had disappeared. The main character noticed with surprise that the towels had also disappeared from the hanger. It was late at night. The moon was shining in the dark sky. The main character headed towards the river. The girls decided to go swimming in the pond together at night. Kana touched her friend. She said that she has good skin. Sun will touch her with pleasure. Zhao responded to her interlocutor with displeasure that she would not allow Sun to touch her. The girlfriend asked Zhao if she was sure of her words. Zhao responded to her interlocutor with irritation and excitement that she was sure. The main character suddenly appeared nearby. Zhao was very surprised by his appearance. Sun came up and looked very angrily at his girlfriends in the water. Zhao suddenly screamed sharply and wanted to run away from the guy. Sun ran up and grabbed his girlfriend by the hand so that she wouldn't hide from him. Kana looked at the main character and wished him luck. Sun smiled at his interlocutor. Zhao looked at the guy with great fear and displeasure. Sun felt embarrassed. Suddenly, the girlfriend put her arm around the main character. He was very surprised. Zhao looked at the guy intently and asked him to be gentle with her. The main character stayed in the river all night with his girlfriend. The next morning, the guy had breakfast with the girls at his house. Sun was sitting at the table. He said in a satisfied voice that they had eaten well. The main character watched with great attention as the girls washed the dishes after eating. Kana looked at the guy and said that she needed to learn heart techniques from him. Sun and his girlfriend were lying near the river. Kana asked the guy if he would marry her. The main character asked the girl what he should do with Chenchin. The girl angrily told the guy that he could have several wives. She explained that Sun must definitely enter the Chenchin family. The main character happily dreamed to himself and realized that he could have wives and concubines. Sun continued to happily dream to himself. Kana told the guy that he could really create a harem for himself. Kana warned her interlocutor that he could create a garem only with her consent and the consent of Chenchin. The main character looked at the girl happily and told her that he understood everything. Sun looked at his girlfriend with interest and said that they needed to do some heart techniques. Kana said irritably in response to her very displeased friend that he was a fool. Kana sat next to the main character in a state of deep meditation. The guy was lying on the ground. Sun, half asleep, began to move his hand in different directions. He caught on the crystal. The main character touched the crystal with his hand. The stone suddenly began to turn white. Sun woke up and stretched. He said happily that he was very pleased. Kana greeted her friend happily. Sun shouted to the girl that he was going to hug her now. The main character hugged the girl. He felt very good. Sun suddenly looked to the side and became very worried. He saw something. The main character knew that the stone next to him should be green. He did not understand why the crystal turned white. Sun thought about it and realized that he had witnessed strange natural changes. The girl told the boy that nature cannot change the color of stones. Sun suggested that his girlfriend return home. Otherwise, Chenchin might start to worry. The sky was very clear. The sun was shining. The main character decided to return with the girl. Sun walked with the girl in an embrace. He suggested that she once again have some privacy. Kana asked the guy to wait until the evening. The main character was walking and unexpectedly touched the crystal with his hand. A bright white mark appeared on the stone after the person touched it. Sun stopped in surprise. He realized that his touch had caused the stone to turn white. The girl asked the main character with excitement what had happened. Sun came close to the stone and touched it with his hand again. The crystal from the human hand began to gradually become lighter and whiter. The green crystal became absolutely white. Energy flowed through the guy's body. Sun said happily to himself that he could absorb stone energy into himself using the Zixuan technique. Kana asked the guy with interest how he could convey the green color to an ordinary stone. Sun said with surprise that he could use this technique in reverse. The main character excitedly touched the white crystal with his hand. The stone became greener from the human touch. The girl was very happy. The girl kissed her friend passionately. Sun shouted that they would get rich and he would be able to buy a villa with a car and a plane. The main character and his girlfriend forgot about everything during a kiss. A girl named Chen. Chen appeared from the side. She called the main character and his girlfriend in a displeased voice. Zhao pointed her finger at the boy and girl with displeasure and said that she had caught them. Kana shyly ran away to the side. The main character at this time spread his arms to the sides. Sun asked his girlfriend to step aside with him. He promised to show her something interesting. The girl was delighted when she saw the green crystals. She shouted that they would get rich. The main character and his girlfriends were near the green stones. They were shining in the sun. Gradually, the stones began to fade. The main character decided to return home. Sun stretched out on the lawn near the house. He decided to do nothing and rest. The main character was rolling from side to side. He had nothing to do and he was bored. The guy said happily that he was filled with stone energy and was lying down and bored. The girls were studying heart techniques at this time. At this time, an old man appeared in front of the guy. He told him a code consisting of numbers and directions. The protagonist realized that Xuan Yun repeated the code to him 3 times. He couldn't understand what it meant. Sun thought and decided excitedly that the old man could be telling him about the secret valley. Sun left the house and headed towards the crystals. He walked carefully between them. The guy walked near the stones and repeated to himself that he needed to go left 7 times and right 7 times. The main character headed in the other direction. He continued repeating the code to himself. Sun turned to the side. He told himself that he needed to go to the right 12 times. The main character approached the right place. Suddenly, a bright beam fell on him from above. Sun screamed in surprise. The very bright light blinded him very much. Sun covered himself with his hand to protect himself from the bright light. He noticed that there was someone nearby. The main character opened his eyes and was surprised to see a bunch of young warriors standing next to him. Sun looked at the ancient warriors with great surprise. He decided that he had ended up on a movie set. The stranger asked the main character what era he was from. Sun asked his interlocutor how old he was. The guy said his name was Zhang Fang, and he was 24 years old. He was from the Tang dynasty. He lived during the reign of Taizong. The main character told his interlocutor that he lived in the same era as the great doctor Sun Simiao. Zhang asked the protagonist, "Is he really a descendant of Sun Xiamiao?" The main character asked the other strangers who they were. The ancient warriors began to tell what era they were from. Sun said excitedly that they were all from ancient times. He wondered if they had all become ghosts. Zhang got angry. He called the main character a ghost in a displeased voice. The guy said that they are in the cave of the gods. People in this place do not age. Only the chosen ones can enter here. The protagonist asked, "Have all the people here passed the tests of Xuan Yuan?" Zhang answered his interlocutor that he too could be called a descendant of Xian Yuan. Sun said in a cunning voice that Xuan Yuan usually called him mentor. Zhang got angry because of the main character's words. He called him impudent. Zhang pointed his finger at the boy and told him that Sun Simiao bowed to him every time they met. The main character told his interlocutor angrily that he was a disciple of the great master Sun. He offered Zhang a competition. Zhang and Sun looked at each other angrily. Someone from the outside said that they hadn't had such fun for a long time. Zhang angrily told his interlocutor that if he lost, he would have to break his arm. The main character menacingly asked his interlocutor what he would do if he lost. Zhang said in a confident voice that he would not lose. Sun asked his interlocutor angrily, did he really think that he was the best in medicine? The boy turned around and looked back at his friends. They were all silent. Zhang strictly demanded that his friends not fall for Sun's provocations. The guy told the main character that if he lost, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Sun asked his interlocutor how they would compete. Zhang responded angrily to the protagonist that they would compete in questions and answers. Sun said with a smile to his opponent that he could begin right away. Zhang asked the protagonist, "Where are the other 36 hidden points in the Xuan Yuan technique?" Sun asked his interlocutor with interest, how did even he know about the 36 hidden points? Zhang told the guy that he found all the dots himself. He demanded that he give an answer. Sun pointed out in a confident voice that one of the points was on the vertebra. The main character showed with a gesture that the other point should be on the neck. Sun showed with a gesture that the desired point was located on the brachial artery. The protagonist continued to list the necessary points on the human body. Zhang was amazed that his opponent knew everything. The main character asked his opponent if he answered correctly. Zhang was irritated. He realized that his opponent had answered the question completely correctly. Sun glared at his opponent and said it was his turn to ask questions. Zhang stopped the protagonist with a gesture. The guy told the main character that he was younger than him. So it's not surprising that Sun knew about the hidden points. Zhang said that the previous question doesn't count. Sun, smiling, demanded that his interlocutor ask another question. Zhang told about a man who is 40 years old. He is overweight and he is addicted to alcohol. The man also eats fatty foods. Sun said that the man would get hepatitis. The guy immediately suggested a method of treatment. One of the warriors was surprised. He said that Sun answered everything correctly and indicated all the details. The protagonist looked sternly at his opponent and said that it was his turn to ask questions. Sun told about a 30-year-old patient. He often changes partners. The main one described all the symptoms of the man in detail. One of the warriors asked in surprise, "Can such a disease exist?" The other guy did not believe that such symptoms could be present in one person at once. Sun thought happily to himself that his interlocutors had heard nothing at all about AIDS. Zhang asked the protagonist if he was mistaken now. Sun replied that he was completely sure of what he said. Zhang was very surprised. He did not understand how this could be possible. Sun told the guy that if he couldn't answer, he could change the question. The main character told about the next symptoms of the disease. It was bird flu. Zhang was very surprised. He could not understand what kind of disease his interlocutor described. The guy bowed his head and said that he lost. He asked the main character, should he commit suicide? Sun realized that his interlocutor was very arrogant, but kept his word. The main character told the guy that he can stay alive. In gratitude, he should call him boss. The fighters surrounded the guy. They demanded that he tell them what was going on in his world. Sun said to his interlocutors with surprise that everything had changed a lot. He asked if there was anything edible in this world. The guy said that in this world there live immortal people. They don't need to eat food. Sun asked his interlocutors, do they really not want to leave this place? Zhang sadly replied that they wanted to leave this place, but they couldn't. Sun asked how this could be. The guy demanded in return that the main character go with him. Zhang stood with his companion near a huge stone. It was blocking some kind of exit. Sun looked closely at the stone. He noticed that there was some kind of inscription on it. The main character asked the warriors if they couldn't move the stone. There were more than 100 of them. Zhang said that they were doctors and they had no tools. Sun thought to himself that the warriors could unite and push the stone together. The main character could not understand why the men had not thought of how to move the stone. Sun unconsciously touched the stone with his hand. Suddenly, it lit up. The main character was surprised to notice how the stone under his hand began to change. Sun looked ahead with great excitement. He could not understand what exactly was happening. The main character was surprised to see several small fragments break off from the huge stone. Sun looked at the shards in his hands with great excitement. He said joyfully that he had found a way to get out of here. The main character stood near the entrance to a very deep and distant cave. The fighters stood together. They wished the main character good luck as they parted. The warriors shouted in unison for their boss to move forward. Sun walked through the cave. The main character approached the wall and began to throw stones aside. The girl was sitting in the company office. She was alone and very bored. The worker looked at the photo. She said that her friend had disappeared and 3 years had passed. The girl saw a photograph of the main character in front of her. She looked at it for a long time. The worker heard Mr. Yu come in. She immediately hid the photo under the table. A guy appeared with a huge bouquet of bright flowers. He called the girl Yan Er. The girlfriend was unhappy. She did not reciprocate the guy's feelings. The guy told the girl with a smile that he ordered roses for her from another country. Zhao looked at her interlocutor with a very displeased look. She didn't say anything to him. The guy closed his eyes and began to dream. He was waiting for the girl to kiss him now. Yu opened his eyes and looked at the worker with displeasure. He was very irritated. The guy slammed the bouquet on the table with all his might. Zhao sat silently in front of him. Yu told the girl angrily that his patience was running out. He demanded that the interlocutor tell him what she wanted. Zhao calmly told the guy that she didn't want anything and that he should leave the hospital. Yu told his interlocutor angrily that she was from a simple family and that she was very lucky that he had his eye on her. Zhao looked at the guy and said that he was not welcome here. She demanded that he leave. Yu got angry. He angrily told the girl that now everything would be bad. Yu snapped his fingers and called his servants over to him. A group of pumped-up fighters appeared from the next room. They approached their boss. The guy angrily told his interlocutor that he would take her to his home and feed her sleeping pills. Zhao realized that she was in great danger. She slipped her hand under the table without being noticed. Zhao pulled out a huge knife and pointed it at the guy. Yu and the fighters were very surprised. The guy angrily asked the girl, "Does she really want to scare him?" Zhao put a knife to her throat and said that she would kill herself if the guy came near her. Yu got very angry. He told the girl with displeasure that she had won. The guy ordered his soldiers to leave. They all headed towards the door. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. One of the fighters stopped near the exit. The girl decided to attack the fighter with a knife. He managed to knock the weapon aside. Zhao screamed angrily for someone to help her. Surprised people started coming out of the doors. Zhao was very scared. The bandits pulled her aside after them. Yu looked angrily at his captive and asked who would help her now. At that moment, someone hit the front door with all their might. The girl had a chance to save herself. Zhao happily noticed that her friend had appeared. Sun angrily shouted at the guy that he would answer for attacking his woman. Yu and his fighters looked at the guy in surprise. Sun asked his opponent angrily, "Did he really want to die?" Yu angrily shouted at the main character to get lost. The girl called her friend and asked him to save her. Sun looked at his girlfriend happily. He was glad that the girl was okay. The main character looked at the fighters with displeasure. He said that each of them could break one of their arms and apologize. Yu looked at the main character with displeasure and asked if he knew who he was. Sun calmly answered his interlocutor that he had mastered Zen and that he was provoking him. After this, the main character suddenly turned around and left the room. The girl was very scared. With tears in her eyes, she decided that her friend had fallen out of love with her. Yu shouted after the guy that he wanted to scare him and then run away. He ran to the door with the fighters. Yui was surprised to hear the protagonist ask someone to break everyone's limbs in the room. Yu was surprised to see a whole group of fighters with weapons burst into the room. The ancient warriors pounced on Yu and his servants and began to beat them. Zhao looked at this in surprise. The main character happily said that he had a whole army, which he led out of the divine cave. Sun looked to the side and was surprised to see his girlfriend appear in front of him. Zhao looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes. She called him by name. Sun looked at his girlfriend with a smile and told her joyfully that he was back. Zhao suddenly swung her fist and hit the guy in the face with all her might. The girl angrily asked her friend where he had disappeared to for 3 years. She grabbed him by the clothes. Sun explained to his girlfriend that he had participated in the Battle of Doctors. As soon as he returned, he immediately came to her. The main character hugged the girl to himself. He asked her for forgiveness for having offended her. Suddenly, a fighter appeared from the side. He called over the surprised protagonist. The fighter said that they had broken everything that could be broken on their opponents. He asked, what should they do next? Yu looked angrily at the main character. He threatened that he would finish him off and all his friends. Sun grabbed his opponent. He said that for Yu, every trip to the toilet would now be fun. The protagonist said that he hates threats the most. Sun added that he will give Yuya a massage now. Sun told his opponent angrily that he could soon forget about his hands. The warriors pulled Yuya aside. He was still shouting threats at the main character. The fighters pulled Yuya to the side and threw him with all their might onto the ground. Yu noticed that there were some people near him. He said menacingly that his father was the capital's chief. Strangers asked the guy if his father was a sad, bald, and fat guy. The main character stood with his girlfriend. She hugged him and called him by name. Suddenly, there was a noise from the side. Sun and his girlfriend turned around. The main character noticed his acquaintances. He asked how they ended up here. The main character, surrounded by his friends, was sitting in a luxurious restaurant. They were having dinner. Sun told his interlocutors that they had not seen him for 3 years. He asked how they were doing. The main character thanked his girlfriend Hong Yi for looking after the factory. The girl was very unhappy. She turned angrily to the guy. The girlfriend grabbed the guy by his clothes and asked why he didn't go to her first. Sun explained that before returning, he found out all the details about his girlfriend's. Yeoner's life was not going well. The main character noticed with displeasure that his girlfriend turned away. The friend asked the main character with a smile, "What are his plans now?" Sun proudly shouted to his friends that he would develop Chinese medicine at Chengxing Hospital. The interlocutor told the guy that Chinese medicine lacks something. Sun confirmed to his interlocutor that Chinese medicine lacks people. The main character pointed out that the best doctors from another world came with him. With their help, he would be able to develop Chinese medicine. At that time, the doctors were having dinner at the tables. The interlocutor answered the main character joyfully that then there were no problems. Sun, accompanied by his companion, came to the hospital to treat patients. Zhao told the guy that she studied Western medicine. She would be useless in this place. The protagonist reminded his interlocutor that she was the director of the hospital. Sun explained to his girlfriend that he had brought only the old men to this place. He added that he would hand over the position to a person he trusted. Zhao responded to the protagonist with fear that she had not studied management at all. The main character approached his girlfriend and touched her face. Sun explained to his girlfriend with a smile that the others would help her. The main character joyfully shouted that the hospital staff needed to be changed. He needed young and beautiful nurses. Zhao pinched her friend as hard as she could. She asked, "Did he really want to create a harem?" Sun explained to his girlfriend that the old doctors know nothing about the new era. Young nurses will help them. The girl asked the guy discontentedly if she should hire staff for him and if he considered her his secretary. Sun looked at his girlfriend attentively and said that she would be a secretary when she had work. The girl grabbed the guy by the ear angrily. He screamed in great fear. Sun noticed with fear how his ear turned red. He felt a strong pain. Suddenly, the girlfriend grabbed the guy's head with her hand and pulled him towards her. Sun was very surprised. He didn't expect that Zhao would decide to kiss him at such a moment. The main character was alone in the office with his girlfriend. She continued to kiss him. Zhao asked her friend with excitement, "What will happen next with the other girls?" They are also waiting for him. The main character thought seriously. He did not know what to answer his interlocutor. At this time, a man ran in. Chen shouted to the surprised protagonist that he had a new task for him. The main character was flying on a plane with a man. Chan told him the details of the trip. The man said that Warren Buffett has severe anorexia. It needs to be cured. Sun also needs to investigate a secret biological weapons base on the Japanese islands. Sun told his interlocutor that his words did not sound very attractive, but he wanted to go to America. The main character remembered that he could see his girlfriend, Fei Fei. A ghost appeared next to the guy. Pongguan told the guy that if he wanted to go to America, he would need to undergo special training. The main character asked the man with displeasure, has he really decided to deceive him again? Sun drove through the gates in an expensive car to the villa of billionaire Buffett. The guy got out of the car. The servant showed him that he could enter the door. The butler told the boy that the buffet would be ready by 6 o'clock in the evening. He could rest here for now. Sun thanked the servant. The main character walked in and saw men around the table. He greeted them. A doctor from the Japanese islands named Inoue asked the main character if he was a Chinese doctor. Sun asked his interlocutor with great excitement what kind of medicine he belonged to. There was a tea set on the table. Inoue said that Chinese medicine and tea culture are widespread there. Sun told his interlocutors that Chinese medicine is very great. It should take the lead in the world. The Japanese man handed the guy a cup. He asked him to try tea from the Japanese islands. Sun carefully took the cup from his interlocutor's hands and tried the drink from it. Inoue asked the guy with great impatience how he liked the drink. Sun replied with a displeased look that he did not like the tea at all. The main character told the man that he would now show him Chinese tea culture. Sun began to concentrate on pouring water into the teapot to prepare the drink. The main character took a special brush and began to stir the tea in the teapot. Sun moved the teapot around on the table to allow the drink to mix inside. The main character handed the drink to his interlocutors and suggested they try it. Inoue asked the guy with interest, "Is it really possible to drink such tea?" The main character held a cup in his hand. He told the Japanese man that he could try the drink. Sun tasted the tea with gusto. The men looked at him with excitement. The main character smiled and closed his eyes in pleasure. One of the doctors said that they could try. The men took up their cups and began drinking green tea from them. Suddenly, the doctors felt ill. They didn't like the taste of the drink. Sun prepared an ancient tea for men. If you drink too much of it, you can die. The doctors quickly ran away. One of them urgently looked for a toilet for himself. The butler appeared from above and told the doctors that it was time for an examination. The servant was surprised. He looked down and noticed that the doctors had disappeared somewhere. The butler told the joyful protagonist that he would treat Mr. Buffett without waiting in line. The servant invited the protagonist into the patient's bedroom. The man was lying on the bed. Mr. Buffett called out to Dr. Sun in a weak voice. The boy was standing near the bed. The main character activated his magical vision. He wanted to diagnose the patient. Sun saw that the man had dangerous insects in his stomach. The main character carefully examined the insects. He realized that the man had been poisoned. The main character told the patient with a smile that he needed to make a phone call. Sun went into the next room. He called the representative of the gang of poisoners. A fighter named Lude asked the guy, "What are the orders?" The main character asked his interlocutor if they poisoned Buffett. The fighter replied that they had already blackmailed Warren Buffett. He didn't think that other gangs would hound him. Sun replied to his interlocutor that he understood everything. The main character entered the bedroom. The man looked at him with fear. Buffett asked the main character in fear, "Can he be cured?" Sun smiled happily at the man and confirmed that he could be cured. The main character demanded that the servants serve the tea soup that he would prepare and bring cream. A telephone rang in an abandoned palace in Britain. The knight was very unhappy. He didn't like that the doctor's son was able to drive the scarabs out of the patient. During the treatment, Buffett vomited. He gradually got better. The patient wiped his face with a rag. After that, he threw it into a basin of water. Sun told the servant to take away the basin of water. The basin must be placed in the oven and destroyed with high temperature. The patient told the doctor with a happy smile that he felt better. Sun handed the man a bowl. He said that he should drink this soup. The man looked at the dish in surprise. He asked what was inside it. Sun explained to the patient that he had brought him sacred soup. If the man drank this soup for a week, he would be completely cured. A week later, the main character was getting ready to leave. The servant told the guy that he could call if he needed anything. Sun was very happy and pleased. He decided that tomorrow he would go to his girlfriend Fei Fei. The guy decided that he would take a walk through America at night. He walked along the wide streets. Sun ate a hot dog on the go. The streets seemed monotonous to him. The guy's golden cicada activated on his head. At that moment, a bullet flew past him. Sun looked to the side and noticed a bullet hit the building next to him. The protagonist looked up and noticed that the shooter was hiding on the roof of the building. Another shot rang out. The sniper decided to try to hit his victim. Sun noticed with horror how a rifle bullet was approaching him at full speed. The main character dodged very quickly, and in time, the bullet hit the glass. Sun picked up speed and ran down the street at full speed. The sniper continued shooting at him. The main character very deftly and quickly dodged along the street so that the sniper would not hit him. The shooter with the rifle told the boss that Sun was dodging very quickly and he couldn't hit him. The man told the sniper that he had completed his task and they could leave now. The shooter grabbed his weapon and prepared to quickly run off the roof. The main character kicked down the door to the roof. The unfamiliar man was still standing there. The stranger told the main character not to be afraid of him. He is here alone. The man said his name was Kai, and he was a descendant of the Knights of the Round Table. Sun angrily asked his interlocutor why he wanted to kill him. Kai responded to the protagonist that he had ruined his $2 billion deal. Sun asked his interlocutor, why is he blackmailing Buffett? He reminded him that the Knights of the Round Table fought for justice. Kai answered the guy that justice will not feed anyone. He added that if Sun gives him $2 billion and cuts off his hand, he will let him go. The main character asked his interlocutor, could there be other options? Kai told the guy that he could kill him and take the money that Buffett gave him. Sun suddenly attacked his opponent with a golden cicada. The insect flew towards Kai, who protected himself with a pink dome. Kai said angrily to his opponent that his bug would break from his heart technique. Sun pushed off from his place and ran forward sharply. He decided to attack his opponent with his hands. The fighter stood and calmly looked at the main character. He decided that he was completely protected. At the last moment, Kai noticed with fear how the guy's hand broke through the protection in his dome. The fighter received a very strong blow, and after that he flew to the side. Kai tried to attack his opponent in response, but the protagonist dodged. 22. Kai, after another attack, jumped back and landed on the roof. Sun looked angrily at his opponent and said that all his attacks would be useless. Kai looked at the main character with displeasure and asked, does he really crave death so much? Kai activated a protective pink dome around himself. He extended his hand forward. The main character got scared. He heard some noise behind him. A bright glow appeared at the door. Sun came closer to understand who could have appeared near the entrance to the roof. Pink bolts of lightning flew out from behind the door and headed towards Kai. Suddenly, a huge battle sword appeared in the fighter's powerful hands. The guy's body was covered in protective metal armor on all sides. The fighter's legs were protected by powerful metal plates. The main character saw in front of him an impenetrable knight with burning eyes. Sun was surprised. He couldn't understand how his rival could get steel armor. The main character stood frightened near the door. The knight shouted to him that it was too late to give up. Kai swung his huge sword and shouted at the guy that he was going to die now. Sun very deftly and in time dodged downwards. The sword strike did not touch him. The knight swung his sword again to hit the guy from above. Sun suddenly rushed to the side. At that moment, the knight struck the floor with his sword. The protagonist jumped back to a safe distance. Kai prepared to attack him further. The knight angrily told the boy that he was moving at a good speed. He asked if he would continue. Sun stood in his fighting stance and prepared to fight further. Kai ran forward and swung his sword. He shouted at the guy that he would kill him in 3 hits. Sun stood in a fighting stance. He noticed the knight next to him swing his sword. The main character dodged to the side very quickly. He prepared to attack back. Sun swung with all his might to try to knock his opponent down with a punch. The main character was able to knock down the knight with a blow to his body. Kai began to retreat from the strong blow. He decided to continue attacking the guy. The knight swung his sword with all his might once more to strike his opponent. Kai continued to swing his weapon in all directions. Sun continued to dodge in response. The main character jumped back to a safe distance. Kai looked at him. Kai looked at the guy with interest. He couldn't understand why he couldn't hit him. The protagonist could not understand what kind of armor his opponent was wearing. He knew that the power of Pangu and the power of Yang could pierce steel. Kai approached his opponent and waved his sword. He said that he needed to go to the club and meet a girl. He didn't have time for Sunya. The main character activated his vision. The knight accelerated to his maximum speed. He prepared to strike the guy straight away. Sun looked at his opponent with fear. He realized that he would not be able to defend himself. Kai swung his sword sharply to the side and managed to hit the guy in the chest. After being seriously wounded, the main character slipped and began to fall from the roof down. Sun fell down. The knight laughed loudly and angrily because of his victory. Sun activated the Zixuan technique to save himself while falling. The main character stretched out his hand towards Kai. He was able to bind him with his spell. Kai couldn't hold on. He started falling down after the main character. The knight in armor flew to the ground at full speed along with the guy. After Sun and Kai fell to the ground, there was a very loud roar. Dust flew everywhere. The dust began to settle gradually. The main character came to his senses. The wounded Sun cleared his throat. He decided to look around to find Kai. The main character looked closely and noticed a knight lying unconscious next to him. Sun asked his opponent sternly why he couldn't move. Kai, lying down, threatened the main character that he would get out now, and that would be the end of it. Sun looked at his opponent and said that he would now take him apart into pieces of iron. The main character grabbed the knight with all his strength and tried to lift him off the ground. Kai looked at the guy angrily and said that he would not be able to lift his armor. Suddenly, a car stopped at the side. The main character looked closely. The car door opened and a girl jumped out. She called the guy by name and waved her hand at him. The main character was standing on the street next to his girlfriend. Kai shouted that he was a knight of the round table and demanded to be let go. A guy came up. He asked the girl, Wei, what they should do with the knight now. Girlfriend asked the main character. Sun answered the girl that the knight first needs to be undressed. The guy with the chainsaw started sawing through the knight's metal protection from above. To remove the fighter's metal boots, huge pliers were used. The guy took a large drill to drill holes in the metal handguard. As a result, the knight's entire metal suit was completely removed from the Kai. The subordinate asked Wei with interest what they would do with the prisoner. The girl told her interlocutor that she was leaving with him. Kai would be at the complete disposal of her subordinate. The guy rushed at the frightened Kai with great desire and angrily. The main character and his girlfriend left in a car. At the end, they heard Kai's frightened screams. Sun, accompanied by his companion, arrived at a large building in an apartment. Wei carefully laid the protagonist on the bed. There was a pair of knight's armor standing in the corner to the side. Suddenly, the girl felt constrained. She decided to step aside. Wei ran to the door. She shouted at the guy to start cultivating. The girl slammed the door behind her very sharply. The main character was left alone in the room. Sun was sad and dissatisfied. He recalled the past events. A ghost appeared. He asked the main character, was he really beaten so badly that his face was swollen? Sun said in a proud voice to his interlocutor that he had fought with a knight in armor. Panguang asked the main character with interest if this was really his battle trophy. Panguang told the protagonist that he must now learn skills in the other world. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The main character woke up in his room. Sun sat on the bed. He said to himself joyfully that he had mastered healing in the other world. The protagonist closed his eyes and folded his hands in a meditative pose on the bed. Sun concentrated with all his might. He realized that he lacked energy now. The guy said to himself that he had spent all his yang power in yesterday's fight. At that moment, the door opened. The girl brought the guy food on a tray. She offered him something to eat. YY looked at her friend with embarrassment. She felt uncomfortable. The girl turned sharply to the side. She screamed to herself, displeased and frightened. Sun sat very awkwardly on the bed. At that moment, his girlfriend turned her back to him with a tray. YY heard the phone ring in her pocket. She decided to pick it up. The girl asked Jack's subordinate if he had removed the knight. Jack said fearfully on the phone that the protagonist must return the armor. Otherwise, his family will be in danger. Sun snatched the phone from his girlfriend's hand. He shouted at his interlocutor that no one would do anything to him. He demanded $1 billion for the armor. The main character told his interlocutor with a smile that she should not worry and that he was buying time. The girlfriend asked the guy in fear, what was he planning? Sun concentrated. He decided to tell the girl everything right away. The main character said to his girlfriend with a smile that he wants to master the technique of merging bodies. Sun decided to tell his girlfriend the details about the body fusion technique. YY was silent. She looked at her friend with great distrust. The guy said that he could give the girl a precious stone. The girlfriend answered the guy that she liked cars more. She asked him about the technique of merging bodies. Sun looked amazingly at his girlfriend and said that he should unite with her. Wei Wei asked her interlocutor, how could she unite with him because of his wounds? Sun told the girl with a smile that he was almost cured thanks to Chinese medicine. The main character noticed with surprise how the girl suddenly approached him. YY suddenly hugged the surprised guy and kissed him. The girlfriend abruptly pushed him away with her hands so that he fell. The main character couldn't resist. He was lying on the bed. His girlfriend was standing in front of him. Wei Wei lay down on top of the main character. She told him that she would do everything herself. The main character grabbed his girlfriend's hand with his own. They decided to stay together for the whole night. Sun and his partner were alone in the room. No one disturbed them. Wei Wei was on the bed with her friend. She asked if he was completely healed. Sun smiled at his friend. The main character told the girl that he would now be on top. She liked it. Sun was having a business meeting. He came with a girl. The man asked the guy if he had brought what he needed. The main character sternly asked his interlocutors, where is the money? Kai showed a huge suitcase, inside which there were $100 million. Sun sternly demanded that his interlocutor first give him the money. The man gestured to his subordinates to hand over the money. The main character received a suitcase with money. He gave his interlocutors a suitcase with knight's armor. Sun calmly told the man that if everything was okay, then they were ready to leave. The interlocutor shouted for the guy to wait. The man said in a stern voice that the shame of a knight of the round table is not so easy to wash away. Sun shouted to his interlocutor that he knew everything. After that, he launched his golden cicada. The insect was unable to attack people. They were under a pink protective dome. Sun looked at the insect and said in a plaintive voice that someone had hurt his bug. The protagonist was surprised to see Kai open the suitcase with the armor. The man activated his magical skills. Very quickly, all the armor covered the man's body and he turned into a knight. The man ran forward at great speed to hit the main character. The knight swung his sword. The main character managed to jump to the side. The knight stopped, his eyes glowing very brightly red. Kai shouted angrily at the main character, telling him not to even dream of escaping. Sun rushed to the side. The main character hit his opponent at full speed and he fell to the side. The boy saw in fear how a knight swung his sword in front of him. The knight's blow landed straight on Kai's chest. The boy received a severe wound. Sun told his rivals not to blame him, since they had asked for it. The knight looked angrily at the guy and shouted threateningly that he would kill him. The main character suddenly ran to the side to avoid the blow. Sun pointed his finger at the knight and demanded that he stand at attention. The main character used to look at the knight's armor with the help of special vision when it was in his room. Sun saw that the armor had a seal of dark conspiracy on it. He decided that he could subjugate the seal and take the armor for himself. The main character ran up close to the knight during a dangerous battle. Sun grabbed the helmet on the man's head with his hands and prepared to take it off. The rival asked the main character in fear, what was he doing? Sun explained to the man that he had immediately figured out that the armor was sealed with a spell. The guy wanted to appropriate the armor and remove the seal. The man told the boy that he had to leave. He threatened that the Knights of the Round Table would kill Sun's loved ones. The main character thought about it. He didn't answer the man's proposal. A friend came up with a man. She joyfully called the main character by name. Sun asked the man with great interest, "Did everything go well?" Chan answered his interlocutor in a confident voice that all targets had been eliminated. The protagonist pointed to the suitcase. He told the man that he would pay $1 million for the elimination of all the leaders of the Knights of the Round Table. Chan answered the protagonist in a confident voice that he could rely on him. The man said that the mercenaries would do everything in the best possible way. Chen explained that they would put on a big show with the knights. Sun hugged his girlfriend. He told the fighters that he relied on them. The man thanked the guy for his trust. Sun and the girl headed towards the exit. The knight asked the fighters in fear what they were going to do. The main character, accompanied by his companion, headed towards the car. A shot was heard in the building. Wei Wei asked her friend with excitement, "What will happen to the armor?" The main character answered the girl that he would give the armor to her friend Jack when everything was over. The next day, the main character woke up at home. It was early morning. Sun sat up in bed and heard a very loud knock on his door. The main character opened the door. The man told him in a tired voice that people had come from the street and they wanted to see the guy. Sun told the man to tell the people that he would get dressed and leave within 10 minutes. The main character was racing along the highway in a car with his new acquaintance. The man told the boy that his name was Wang Tong. He was a secret agent of the Chinese security service. Sun asked the agent if he had found any hidden bases on the Eastern Islands. Toon told the guy that they had found a hidden medical lab in the underground floors of the FBI base. The protagonist remembered that he had talked about the lab just to get them to leave him alone. He couldn't understand what the agents could have found there. Toon told the guy that he had to get into the FBI building and deactivate the lab's defense systems. Sun would get a special USB drive for this purpose. The man told the boy that in a week there would be a celebration of the 50th anniversary of the organization's founding. Most of the agents would take part. On the same day, security would be relaxed. Sun asked Tong if he would need to get an invitation to such an event. The man answered the protagonist that the FBI chief was experiencing serious health problems. If the protagonist cured him, he would receive an invitation. Sun happily replied to his interlocutor that he would be able to cure his boss without any problems. The car drove up to the building. The main character got out of the car and headed towards the entrance. One of the agents in the corridor indicated to the protagonist that he should enter the door. Sun confidently opened the office door and walked inside. He saw a man with a girl in front of him. The man at the table greeted the protagonist. The secretary next to him was silent. The main character was sitting with a man on the couch. The director asked the guy to help him with his illness. Sun activated his X-ray vision. Sun noticed a very strong dark aura around the man. He asked the director what happened to him. The man said that he was once a participant in an experiment on the human body, but the experiment got out of control. During the Cold War, the Americans opened the secret rooms of the Egyptian pyramids. They found the body of a girl there who was very well preserved. She looked as if she had been there for only a couple of days. Scientists examined the girl's body and found out that there was a mysterious energy in her. It kept her in an unchanged state. The experts decided that the energy could be used for their own purposes. They selected several people to test the possibilities, but all the test subjects died. The man said in a sad voice that he felt that his end was near too. Sun thought joyfully to himself that a body with only energy from ancient Egypt could only bring suffering. The director turned to the main character and said that he was also emitting strange energy. Sun could help him. The main character told the man that he could help him, but he would have to sacrifice his health. The director was amazed by such words. The main character told the man in a confident voice that he would help him, as it was his professional duty. The director fell to his knees in front of the guy. He told the guy that he was indebted to him for the rest of his life. The secretary was very surprised. The protagonist told the man that no thanks were needed. They could start already. Sun and the patient were sitting in his office. The protagonist began the healing procedure. The protagonist put his hands on the man from behind. The patient was half naked. The secretary watched everything that was happening with great excitement. The girl ran up to Mr. White in fear. She was worried about his condition. The director opened his eyes. He shouted joyfully to the girl that he had succeeded. The man turned to the main character. The guy sat silently. There were traces of ice on his body. Mr. White started shaking the main character. He couldn't understand what happened to the guy. The secretary told the man in an excited voice that the main character was melting. The girl was surprised. She said excitedly that the ice on the guy's body was melting. Sun came to his senses. He said that he needed to take a shower to warm up. The girl brought him a small cape. The man told the guy that he was inviting him to the organization's 50th anniversary celebration in a week. A week later, the main character arrived with his girlfriend to the celebration. Sun entered the formal event. The girl was holding his arm. Mr. White waved his hand to the main character and said that he was glad to welcome him. The man pointed and said that Mr. Steven was sitting next to him. He was the head of the organization. White told people that the main character was a wonderful doctor and named him. One agent looked at the main character with displeasure and called him an upstart. Sun extended his hand to Mr. Steven and said he was glad to meet him. Steven told Dr. Kim that he could meet the main character and exchange experiences. Kim responded angrily that Korean medicine is much better than Chinese. Kim looked sternly at the main character and said that Korean medicine is much better than Chinese. Sun angrily asked his interlocutor, "What kind of problems does he have?" In a calm voice, he explained to the main character that he was an uncultured Chinese. Sun shouted to his interlocutor that he would now hit him on the head. The girlfriend told the main character to calm down. Mr. White told the boys that they could find out whose medicine was more effective. They could try to cure Mr. Steven. Whoever improved the old man's condition would be considered the strongest. Sun looked at his opponent with displeasure and said that it would be funny for him to compete with him. Kim looked angrily at the main character and asked, "Is he really scared?" Sun said that he would only agree to participate on one condition. The loser would have both his hands cut off. The agent handed over Mr. Steven's medical record. He said that the doctors could look through it carefully. Sun said in a confident voice that he could deal with the disease without a medical book. The protagonist looked closely at the old man. He noticed that the pulse diagnosis had yielded nothing. Suddenly, the guy noticed some suspicious mark around him. He activated his X-ray vision. Sun realized that Kim was deliberately influencing the old man to hinder him. The main character pointed his hand towards Mr. Steven. A yellow light came out of it. The protagonist told his rival that he could cure the old man, but he wanted to give him a chance first. Kim slyly told the main character to say goodbye to his crooked hands. Sun looked sternly and confidently at the guy and said that he could begin. Kim began to perform magical actions with his hands. The main character watched him with interest. Kim put his hands close to the old man's head and began to influence him. Sun decided angrily to himself that he too would interfere with his rival. The protagonist directed radiation from his hand towards the patient. Kim became very tense and concentrated. He tried to heal the patient with his energy. Sun said in an angry voice to his rival that he was not succeeding. Kim decided to justify himself. He said that he was stressed because he had been busy the last few days. Sun told his opponent that he would now show him how to treat. The main character concentrated. A bright energy appeared around his body. Sun pointed his hand towards the patient. A yellow light emanated from it. Mr. Steven was very scared. He even screamed loudly from excitement. The agent became agitated. He pointed a gun at the protagonist. He shouted at the agent to let go of the gun. The old man said in a joyful voice that he felt much better. Mr. Steven felt strength in his legs as he prepared to get up from his wheelchair. The people around were very surprised. One of the agents helped the old man to his feet. Sun told the old man that he wanted to lie down somewhere. The treatment had taken a lot of his energy. Mr. Steven ordered his subordinates to set up a bed for Sunya. The protagonist demanded that White help Kim fulfill the losing side's conditions. The man happily said that he had completely forgotten about it. The agents came up and grabbed the doctor from behind. Kim asked them excitedly what they were doing. The main character headed towards the doors with his girlfriend. Mr. White was standing near the entrance. The girl asked the main character if everything was okay with him. The guy slammed the door behind him. Sun told his surprised girlfriend in a sly voice that he needed to restore his male energy now. The main character kissed his surprised girlfriend. She became very worried. The main character was standing in the room with his girlfriend. She hugged him and kissed him. The girl wanted to say something to the guy. He fell onto the sofa with her. Mr. White told the agent at the entrance that the protagonist was currently regaining his male powers with the help of his girlfriend. Mr. White strictly ordered the guards not to let anyone in. The girl was lying next to the guy on the couch. She told him that she liked it. Sun, without his girlfriend noticing, slipped a golden needle into his arms. The main character stuck a needle into the girl's neck. He told himself that he couldn't get distracted. And that's not why he came here. Sun jumped up from his seat and threw his shirt over his body. He remembered his task. The main character looked around carefully. There was no one around. Sun looked up and noticed a ventilation grill in front of him. He decided to climb into it. The main character slowly rose to the lattice on the ceiling. There was a glow around his body. Sun carefully lifted the grate and climbed up. He did all this silently. The guards walked slowly down the corridor. The main character waited until they disappeared. Sun decided to go down from the ventilation shaft. He carefully began to remove the grate underneath him. The main character jumped to the ground. He looked around carefully. Sun activated his X-ray vision. He looked around the corridor. The main character saw that there were many lasers in the corridor. They were shining in different directions. Sun flew very slowly down the corridor. He carefully avoided the laser beams. After the flight, the guy reached the door. He needed to get further. Sun walked up to the elevator door and pressed the button. He needed to move to the next floor. There were two ninjas on the floor. They were surprised to hear someone riding in the elevator. The elevator arrived at the floor. The fighter grabbed the blade and asked who had arrived. The doors opened and the main character launched his needles. The needles hit the ninjas in the head. They immediately lost consciousness. The fighters lay unconscious on the ground. The main character approached the door. Sun pressed the button and the door in front of him opened. A bright light shone from there. The main character looked in front of him attentively. He noticed a man at the table. The scientist in glasses turned around and asked the guy very displeasedly, "Who is he?" Sun angrily replied to his interlocutor that he was the man who wanted him dead. The scientist offered the guy to take the suitcase with money. There was $1 million inside. The man also said that the main character could take any girls he liked with him. Sun told the man that there were a lot of beautiful girls around him. He asked the scientist, did he really think that his life was worth $1 million? The scientist fearfully promised the guy that he would give him $50 billion if he spared him. Sun was delighted. He answered the scientist that he agreed to his proposal. The girl with green hair handed the guy a card and said that all the money was on it. Sun thanked the girl and told the scientist that he would kill him anyway. The main character swung his arm and launched golden needles in the direction of the man. The flying needles smashed into the glass. The man told the girls cheerfully to twist the guy's head off. The guards sped up to hit the main character as quickly as possible. The green-haired girl pulled out the weapon to use it against the boy. Sun swung his fist and hit one of the guards who was attacking him with all his might. The protagonist dodged the weapon and hit the girl with green hair in the stomach. The main character punched one of the guards who was attacking him. Sun ran up to the glass and prepared to break it. The scientist looked at the guy with fear. The main character hit the glass with all his might. It remained intact. The man calmed down. The scientist hit the button with all his might. He decided to call for help. Doors opened on the side and a huge demonic ninja appeared from there. The scientist shouted joyfully for the ninja to break the guy in half. Sun was scared and worried. He couldn't understand what kind of big guy was in front of him. The ninja swung his sword. He shouted at the protagonist that he was about to meet his death. Sun prepared to fight back. He launched several of his golden needles at the ninja. The needles hit the fighter's body but had no effect on him. He swung his huge sword. Sun barely managed to duck. The protagonist noticed with horror how Ninja swung his knee at him with all his might. Sun felt a strong blow to the face. He realized that he did not have time to dodge. The main character flew into the wall after taking a very strong blow. Sun looked angrily at his opponent. He didn't know how he was supposed to stop him. The fighter swung and launched metal stars in the direction of his opponent. Sun quickly jumped to the side to avoid the flying weapon. The angry ninja prepared to draw his sword to finish off the main character. The fighter hit the wall with his sword. The main character realized that he had a chance to kill the ninja. Sun jumped sharply to the side and rushed towards his opponent. The main character very quickly bent down and hit his opponent in the stomach with all his might. Sun managed to get the hang of it and tried to land a few more blows on his opponent. The main character swung his fist and hit Ninja in the stomach with all his might. The ninja was still holding the sword that was sticking out of the wall. Sun swung his leg to kick it. Sun decided to use a very powerful move and hit his opponent. The main character hit the ninja with all his might, but it had no effect. After hitting his opponent, Sun felt that his leg was hurting very badly. The fighter threw his sword out of the wall and prepared to continue striking his opponent. The ninja swung his ball to hit the guy. Sun managed to duck. The main character fell to the ground and bounced back to a safe distance. The scientist angrily told the guy that the ninja would make a cutlet out of him. Sun looked away confidently. He was preparing to use a cunning plan. The fighter swung his sword menacingly. He was ready to finish off the guy. The main character suddenly jumped up and ran towards the glass fence. The fighter swung his sword and prepared to hit the guy from behind while he was running. Sun ran up to the glass partition behind which the scientist was hiding. The ninja swung his sword. Sun quickly jumped to the side. The fighter slammed his huge sword onto the glass partition with all his might. The man was scared. He realized that he was now without his reliable protection. Sun ducked very quickly. He shouted that Ninja wouldn't be able to touch him. The main character jumped back sharply from the sword. He shouted that the fighter had missed him. Sun approached the glass. The ninja hit the partition with his sword with all his might. The scientist looked at the broken glass. He angrily asked the fighter what he had done. The main character suddenly appeared right in front of the man and greeted him angrily. The scientist noticed with great fear how a huge sword appeared right in front of him. The ninja cut the man in half with a powerful swing and blow of his sword. The fighter calmly watched as the blood from the dead scientist splashed on him. Sun became worried. He decided that the ninja had infinite stamina. The fighter shouted at the protagonist to come to him. Sun decided to try the needles against his opponent to deactivate the male principle. Sun swung his arm and launched golden needles at his opponent. The needles entered the fighter's body. He felt how they affected him. The ninja felt a strong burning sensation in his body. The needles had an effect on him. The fighter swung his sword and shouted that the main character would now accept his death. The ninja struck with his sword with great force. The main character managed to jump aside. The main character swung and threw several golden needles at the ninja. The evil fighter was struck by needles. He fell down and could not get up again. Sun looked sternly at his lying opponent and told him to continue lying there. There was a very loud explosion in the FBI building. Glass was blown out everywhere. The agents became worried. They did not understand what was happening now. The old man demanded that his subordinate report everything. The agent said that someone had broken into the secret laboratory. The guy said with excitement that only their people should be in the building today. White demanded that his subordinate bring him a list of all the people invited to the party. The guy said discontentedly that everything that happened was Sun's doing. White was very unhappy with the words of his subordinate Schmidt. Schmidt said sternly that all the people from the invitation list were in the hall. Only Dr. Sun was absent. White, along with his subordinates, headed towards the door where the guards were standing. The man asked the agent if he had heard any suspicious sounds. The agent smiled and told his boss that he had only heard the sounds of female happiness. White cleared his throat. He realized that he needed to go inside now. The man confidently grabbed the door handle and prepared to open it in front of him. The door suddenly opened wide. The man turned to the main character. The main character was with his girlfriend. They turned around in fear to face the people who had arrived. The main character angrily asked the agents why they had broken into his place. There was a girlfriend next to him. Schmidt apologized to the guy. He said they were looking for unknown persons in the FBI building. Sun told the agent that he could have warned him in advance before entering. He would have at least had time to get dressed. The main character was sitting on the couch with his girlfriend. Schmidt sternly asked the guy, what was he doing with his girlfriend in the restroom? Sun looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and said that he was asking a stupid question. The agent told the guy in surprise that he couldn't have had sex with the girl for 40 minutes because that was impossible. Sun told the agent that if he himself couldn't do it for so long, then there was no need to think that others couldn't either. Chief White asked Schmidt if he was finished with his questions. The agent said sternly that he was going to investigate. He pointed his finger at the ventilation shaft. Sun said in a calm voice so that the agents would not bother him. He explained that he did not come here for this. The main character happily thought to himself that he flew through the entire ventilation and left no traces anywhere. Late evening came. The main character and his girlfriend were getting ready to leave. Sun stood with a girl on the street. The man apologized to the doctor and said that everything turned out awkwardly. Sun told the man that if he or his loved ones had any health problems, they could contact him. The protagonist promised to provide services at a good discount. The man promised his interlocutor that he would definitely contact him and said goodbye to him. Late in the evening, the main character was relaxing in bed with his girlfriend. A ghost appeared from the side. He asked the guy if he was free. Sun replied to the man that he could not be busy when he called him. Pangguang activated his magic skill. A blue glow appeared on his hand. The protagonist, accompanied by his companion, arrived at the office of Souls in Hell. The main edge walked along with its companion. The dead souls greeted Pangguang. Sun noticed with interest and surprise how one dead man was working on the internet. The main character asked the ghost what he wanted from him. Sun stood next to the man. He assumed that Pangguang had decided to ask him to clean the computers of the deceased workers from viruses. The ghost told the protagonist irritably that acquaintances of those fighters whom he had finished off a week ago had appeared. They wanted to achieve justice. Sun calmly said that the scoundrels themselves attacked his friends. He finished them off so that they would not harm anyone else. Panguang looked very angrily in front of him. He told the protagonist that he needed to kill 1-year-old. Sun was very surprised. He asked the man who he would have to kill now. The next morning, the main character woke up in his apartment at home. There was a girl next to him. Sun heard through his sleep, displeased, as someone very persistently knocked on his door. The main character yawned deeply to himself and prepared to greet the guests. Sun opened the door and asked in a displeased voice what the guests wanted. The guy smiled and told the main character that Mr. Smith had come to see him. Sun explained to the guest that Smith could wait since he was very sleepy. The guy said in a frightened voice that Mr. Smith works for the FBI. He is also the father of the girl who is in the room with the guy. Sun agreed to see the guest. The servant showed the main character where he needed to go for the meeting. Sun walked into a separate room. He noticed an old man and several FBI agents there. Sun greeted Mr. Smith. He said that he could already walk on his own. The old man greeted the boy back. Smith turned around and told the agents that he was having private conversations with the doctor. The main character asked the patient if he had really become paralyzed after the accident 15 years ago. Smith answered the guy that he said everything absolutely correctly. The main character could not understand what the patient wanted from him. He remembered that he helped the old man get up from the wheelchair and returned the ability to walk. The main character asked Smith if he really thought that someone had cast a spell on him. Smith persistently asked the protagonist to help him find the culprit. The protagonist said that he would need the FBI's human and search resources. The old man told the guy that Agent White would prepare people for him. An hour later, the main character was sitting on the couch. There were agents with computers around him. Schmidt reported that he entered the necessary search criteria. Only 2 people were found. One of them is the heir of a billionaire, and the second is a high spiritual leader. The main character became agitated. He realized that they were talking about the Pope's cardinal. White told the boy that the cardinal was a very controversial person. The man said that the cardinal has special healing techniques. There are several thousand of his followers all over the world. The main character said that this guy is a suspicious type. The man told the protagonist that the suspect had recently come to America on a visit. They could arrest him. The main character angrily replied to his interlocutor that he would finish off the suspect. White told the guy that he didn't mind. He warned Sun not to worry about the consequences. Sun remembered that Mr. Smith's enemy was the same man whom Panguang had previously ordered him to kill. At parting, the main character thanked the man. White thanked the guy in return. A girl very quietly approached the main character from behind. He didn't notice her right away. The girlfriend hugged the surprised guy tightly and called him her beloved. Sun told his girlfriend that he needed to leave. Wei Wei told her boyfriend not to leave her. The girlfriend demanded that the surprise protagonist visit her at least once a month. Sun replied that meeting so rarely would be very little for him. Wei Wei cheerfully shouted to the guy that they could do it now in advance. The girlfriend was standing on the street. At that time, the main character was driving away in a car. Sun happily dreamed to himself that very soon he would meet his girlfriend Fei Fei. The main character arrived at the gates of Hollywood. He looked at them with surprise. His friend Fei Fei was supposed to be filming here. Sun said happily to himself that his girlfriend would be very happy when she saw him here. The guy imagined that the girl would immediately rush to him as soon as she met him. Sun saw his girlfriend tell him with tears that she missed him very much. The main character very clearly saw in his dreams how a girl hit him in the face and asked sternly, "Where did he go?" Sun approached the filming building. He remembered that the girl wanted to see him. The main character looked away with excitement and saw his girlfriend. She was discussing something with the director. Fei Fei noticed that someone was looking at her. She turned away. Sun turned and looked at the main character with great attention. The people on the set were amazed. They thought the girl was very beautiful. 11. Sun looked back at his girlfriend with a smile and called her cute. Fei Fei angrily demanded that the director give Sun the role of the main monster. The guy was amazed. He couldn't understand how he could be a monster. The director ordered his subordinates to change the main character's clothes. The worker came up and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He demanded that Sun be bolder. The main character wanted to justify himself. He shouted that he was not an actor and did not know how to act. The director gave the command and the camera turned on the set. Sun, dressed in a movie costume, rushed towards the girl to grab her. Actress and rose up sharply. Sun did not have time to touch her. The girl kicked the main character in the head with all her might while in flight. Fei Fei, with a sword in her hand, swung her leg and hit the guy on the neck. The director was very happy. He shouted to the actress that she had played brilliantly. The man told the main character with a smile that he would be able to play monsters and other evil spirits. Sun sat on a chair and rested. He asked the girl how she even thought of making him play the role of a monster. Fei walked up to her friend. She sternly told him to follow her into the shower immediately. The main character looked happily after his girlfriend. He said that he would go with her with pleasure. Sun, accompanied by the actress, headed towards the exit of the filming pavilion. The main character and the girl headed towards her car. The girl pressed the button and the van door opened. The main character was very surprised. Fei, without turning around, told her friend that the shower was inside. The main character threw his bag on the floor. He turned to his girlfriend with some request. The girl angrily demanded that her friend go and take a shower. Sun slyly asked the girl if she had a bathroom in her car. The girl became very worried. She imagined herself inside the bathroom. Sun decided not to miss the opportunity. He grabbed his girlfriend by the hands and pressed her to himself. The main character kissed his girlfriend at full speed. She was very surprised. Sun stood inside the girl's van. She continued to kiss him. Fei pushed the guy away from her. She looked at him with excitement. The girl excitedly told her friend that she missed him very much. Sun got very excited. The main character grabbed his girlfriend in his arms and carried her further into the van. Sun stayed with his girlfriend inside the car for love. The next day, the main character was relaxing with his girlfriend in her van. Sun was fast asleep on the bed. At this time, Fei was lying next to him on the pillow. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang. She reached her hand to the nightstand. Fei grabbed the phone in fear and shouted to the person she was talking to that she was listening. Sun heard his girlfriend's loud voice and immediately woke up. He opened his eyes. The actress told her interlocutor that she was nearby and would arrive soon. Sun asked the girl who called her so early in the morning. Fei answered her friend with displeasure that she had work to do. She had a film presentation planned for the evening. The main character told his girlfriend in a joyful voice that she had a nice view from behind. The girlfriend shouted at the guy very discontentedly that she was going to get dressed. Fei suddenly slipped. She could no longer stand on her feet. The girl fell onto the bed with all her might and hit her head very hard. Sun asked the girl with displeasure, "Has she really hurt herself again?" Fei turned around and said in a sly voice that she had a bruise where she was injured. The main character promised his girlfriend with a smile that he would sort everything out now. Fei told the guy that he should think about how she could go to the film presentation in such a state. Sun looked closely at his girlfriend from below. He wanted to help her. Fei nervously reminded the protagonist that she was late. Sun asked her friend to relax. The main character looked at the girl with interest and asked where else it hurt. The actress looked at her friend and told him to get ready. Sun had to go with her. Sun was surprised. He couldn't understand where he needed to go. His girlfriend explained that the main character played a monster, so he had to be at the film presentation. A girl in an evening dress walked along the red carpet. Fans crowded around her. A big black car pulled up. Someone shouted that there should be a star inside. Fans grabbed their phones and began furiously taking pictures of the actress. The girl slowly got out of the car and walked towards her fans. The actress was walking and there were journalists around her. Someone shouted that there was a Fei in front of them. The journalists started running around the girl and asking her different questions. Fei didn't give a specific answer. She asked to be asked the next question. The car doors opened and the main character appeared. People around could not understand what kind of person was in the actress's car. The fans around were jealous of the guy. Someone shouted that he also wanted to ride in a limo with Fei. The actress grabbed the guy's hand and told the people around her that her future husband's son was next to her. The actress stood next to the main character and smiled. The people around were very surprised. The fans were amazed. They couldn't understand who was standing next to the actress. Sun and the actress, arm in arm, ran inside the room to hide from the fans. The main character told his girlfriend that she has very wild fans. The director appeared. He waved his hand and greeted the guy cheerfully. The man hugged the main character. He said that Sun had made the best film debut of his entire career. A guy in a bright shirt came up. He told the girl that he had something to talk to her about. The girl called her friend Guy and said with a smile that her future husband's son was next to her. The guy looked at the main character and said that he didn't want to measure noses with him. Guy reached into his pocket to get the keys. He told Sun that he wanted to offer him a trade. The guy handed the main character the keys to a sports car. He wanted to exchange the car for a girl. Guy held the keys in his hands. He told the protagonist to leave the girl and take the car. The main character smiled and told his interlocutor that he was waving his inferiority complex in front of him. Sun suggested that the girl choose herself. Fei turned to Guy with a smile. The guy answered her very happily. The girl told the guy that money doesn't make her more attractive in her eyes. The guy got really angry. He swung his hand to hit the girl. The main character reacted in time. He kicked Guy with all his might. Guy flew to the side after a powerful blow from the main character. Fei told her friend that they were in America. Here you can't just wave your fists around. Guy angrily threatened the main character that he would kill him now. Sun looked at his opponent with displeasure and asked, "Has he really decided to defeat him?" The main character swung his arm and launched needles in the direction of his opponent. Guy started to itch all over his body. He shouted excitedly that he was itching everywhere. The guy scratched his body irritably. He couldn't calm down. Guy scratched his face very badly with his own hands. He angrily asked the main character what he had done. The boy screamed in fear that he was itching everywhere and asked someone to call an ambulance. An ambulance arrived and doctors ran out to help the guy. There were a lot of people crowded around. Someone said that you need to use a soothing serum for your skin. Guy screamed in fear at the doctors to ask someone to help him with his rash. At this time, someone called the guy by name. The doctors around were very surprised. A stranger appeared. He told the guy in a calm voice that he heard his cry for help. Guy lay exhausted on the ground. There was some unfamiliar guy standing next to him. Sun looked at the guy with excitement. He realized that the stranger was able to remove the effect of his technique with endless itching. The main character, in surprise, told his interlocutor that he was a cardinal of the Pope. The guy replied that his name was Xi Ping. He added that he worked for the Chinese Secret Service Huaxia. Fei was very surprised and could not believe that she saw a person from Huaxia in front of her. The guy extended his hand and directed a beam of pink light at the girl. The actress fell unconscious. The main character managed to support his girlfriend. The main character swung his leg. He shouted at his opponent that he would wring his neck. Sun looked at his girlfriend with great attention. She was unconscious. The main character activated X-ray vision. He did not notice anything special on the girl's body. He calmly told the guy that his cheap tricks wouldn't work against his divine techniques. Sun demanded that his rival remove control from the girl's soul. He promised that he would stop trying to finish him off. C told the protagonist that he knew that he had an order to kill him. He explained that he had a similar mission to kill Sun. The main character asked his interlocutor what he could offer him. He looked at the main character and suggested that he arrange a medical duel. Sun asked the guy very cheerfully, did he really think he had a chance? C laughed loudly. He said that if the protagonist wins, he will give up his mission to kill. If Sun loses, he will become his faithful slave. The main character, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the hospital for the competition. The doctor bowed and modestly greeted the guys who approached him. The man respectfully told the guests to move on. Sun and his companion entered a large room. There were many people around. C told his opponent that the medical battle would last 3 days. Sun would be considered the winner if he won at least 1 day. The protagonist angrily demanded that his rival first remove control from Fei's soul. He agreed with his opponent's demand. He simply snapped his fingers in the air. The main character was very surprised and looked at the cardinal with great distrust. Sun suddenly noticed the phone ringing in his pocket. He was very surprised. The main character took the phone. He noticed that his girlfriend was calling him. The girl asked the main character what happened and where he was. Sun told the girl that they were sitting at the banquet first and then she dozed off. The guy promised his interlocutor that he would arrive later. Sun looked angrily at his opponent and asked what they would do next. C explained that there were 2 groups of 60 patients on either side of him. The participant who healed his side faster would win. Sun could choose first. The main character said that he chooses the left side with the patients for himself. He added that the cardinal can turn on the stopwatch. He pointed his hands at the group of people and told his opponent that he could begin. Sun walked confidently towards the group of patients. He prepared to treat them. The doctor held a stopwatch in his hand. He prepared to activate it. The man pressed the stopwatch button, and after that, the competition began. The doctor shouted to the protagonist that his time had come. Sun fully concentrated. Sun, without thinking twice, launched golden needles from his hands at the patients. The needles hit the young patient's body. He was very surprised. Sun took his needles back from the patient's body with great excitement. The guy suddenly vomited violently. Large amounts of water came out of his mouth. The patient vomited a huge amount of water onto the floor in front of him. The man was amazed. He was very surprised by Sunya's medical techniques. The main character crouched down in front of the little patient and pointed one of his needles at him. After this, Sun touched one of the patients with his hands and began to transmit his energy to him. Sun placed his two hands on two different patients and began to heal them. The main character said that he was completely ready. He asked how much time. The man looked at his stopwatch and told the guy that he had spent 1 hour and 47 minutes. The doctor stopped time. The main character completely completed his task. Sun looked at his opponent and asked, "Will he double-check?" The cardinal shook his head. He prepared to treat his group. He walked towards the group of patients with absolute calm. There was silence around him. The cardinal turned to the man and said that he could start the stopwatch. The doctor pressed the stopwatch button and told the boy he could start. He stood in front of a group of patients. He spread his arms wide to the side. The cardinal raised his hands up and asked the Lord to grant people health. The patients prayed with their hands. He asked the Almighty to give them health without illnesses. He wished the children's spiritual and physical well-being. The main character stood aside. He watched everything that was happening with great excitement. The man skillfully noticed how a purple glow appeared around the cardinal and his patients. He turned around and said that he had everything ready. He asked the doctor how much time had passed. The man looked at his stopwatch and said that 3 minutes and 42 seconds had passed. The main character was amazed. He decided to check how his rival cured the patients. Sun ran up to one of the girls and grabbed her hand to check her pulse. The main character was amazed. He realized that his rival had actually cured all the patients. Fei Fei was in the banquet hall for a while. She was waiting for her friend. The main character entered the hall silently and discontentedly. His girlfriend noticed him immediately. Fei Fei grabbed the guy's hand. She told him that she was already starting to worry. Sun smiled at his girlfriend and said that he was dealing with a businessman. The girl ran up to her friend and shouted that she missed his body. Sun told his girlfriend that they should at least wait until the banquet was over. Fei Fei hugged the guy and said that she wants it right now and she is all on fire. People around looked at the behavior of the actress and the guy in surprise. Sun and his companion headed towards the exit of the banquet hall. Fei Fei held her friend's hand. She asked the servant to give them the most luxurious presidential suite. The main character was alone in the bedroom with his girlfriend. She hugged him and kissed him. Sun stood next to his girlfriend. They kissed each other and were completely absorbed. Two fish in an aquarium approached each other in the water to kiss each other. Sun was in a state of love with his girlfriend for 2 hours. The main character was lying with the girl on the bed. He told her that she was insatiable. Fei Fei answered the guy with displeasure that she had not eaten anything. Sun looked at his girlfriend with great interest and asked, "What's the matter then?" Fei Fei said in a modest voice that after she woke up, she had a great desire for love. The main character said proudly that he is already so courageous that he can make a woman want him even from a distance. The girlfriend climbed on top of the main character and said that they could do it again. Fei Fei, without wasting any time, kissed the surprise protagonist from above. The main character was lying on the pillow. He said in a tired voice that he had no strength. Sun turned to the side and noticed that his girlfriend had already fallen asleep. The main character prepared to get out of bed. He wanted to address the ghost. Sun turned around. He called Pangguan to help him. A ghost appeared from the floor. He asked the guy with displeasure what he wanted. The main character asked his interlocutor in surprise, could it be that he too had been tormented by a woman? Pangguan replied to the main character that he had dark circles under his eyes due to working hard without days off. The man stretched out his hand in front of him. He told the protagonist that he should go with him. A portal to the afterlife appeared on Pangguan's hand. The main character entered it with his companion. Sun was in the office where the deceased workers worked. There was chaos everywhere. Someone was shouting that help was needed. Sun looked around with great excitement. He asked the man what all the fuss was about here. Pangguan explained that their computers had been hit by a powerful virus attack due to a vulnerability in the system. Many prisoners had escaped. Sun asked in fear, could it be that a huge number of crazy people like Sei Ping had broken out into the human world? The man sadly replied that even more dangerous and delicious madmen than Sei Ping had escaped. He said that the Princess of Temptation had also escaped. The protagonist was very surprised after hearing the words from Pangguan. Sun asked the man slyly, does he really want to pin this runaway princess on him? Pangguan answered the guy that he would still pin the princess on him. Pangguan said excitedly, the soup of oblivion was stolen. Now he doesn't even know what awaits them all. The protagonist said with displeasure that he did not want to be burdened with impossible tasks. Panguan answered the guy that he could handle it. The ghost threw a magic yin-yang ring into the guy's hands. With the help of such a ring, the main spirits can be sealed back into the underworld. Sun put the ring on his finger. He asked the man, what will he get for successfully completing the mission? Panguan explained to the protagonist that he would be able to control up to 5 spirits at the same time. Sun asked the other guy with displeasure if he could offer something more useless. The man told the guy that he could help his girlfriend Fei Fei. Panguan explained to his interlocutor that he himself should have noticed that something strange was happening to Fei Fei. The ghost explained to his friend that Sei Ping had changed the girl's consciousness. Now she has an increased attraction. Fei Fei will very soon suck all the juices out of the main character. Panguan told the main character that when he stops satisfying his girlfriend, she will cheat on him. Sun became very worried. He asked the man in fear what he should do. Panguan told his friend that he would teach him new techniques. The man said that if Sun gained the princess's favor, she would teach him her special techniques. As a result, the guy would be able to control his girlfriend. The protagonist, accompanied by his companion, arrived at the palace. Sun was climbing the steps. Panguan told him that he was leaving. The main character saw a young woman in a red dress. He realized that he saw a princess. Next to her, a servant was waving a fan at her. The main character stood silently and looked at the princess. She was lying on the sofa opposite. The woman looked at Sun with a calm gaze, without any emotion. The main character timidly approached the woman and wanted to ask her something. Suddenly, the princess extended her hand forward. The hand turned into a huge whip. The guy was very scared. He noticed how a whip flew past him from the woman's hand. The princess hit her subordinate tied to a pole with her whip. The guy happily asked his mistress to punish him again. Sun thought to himself excitedly that he had gotten into some strange party. The woman stood up and walked towards the protagonist. She said that she had heard a lot about Sunya. The beaten servant asked the woman to untie him. He felt awkward. The princess sternly told her interlocutor not to call her aunt. She is still young and beautiful. The main character got scared. He covered his face with his hands to protect himself. Sun slowly moved his hands away from his face. He looked at the woman with excitement. The guy told the woman that he simply couldn't address her as you. The princess told her interlocutor that her name was Hong Lian and that she was a master of seduction. She promised the guy that she would teach him hot techniques. The main character asked the princess to help him prepare for the medical competition with Sepin. This is exactly why he came to her. The princess asked if the main character was competing with Cardinal Sepin. The woman abruptly waved her hand in front of her. The main character backed away in fear. The princess sat down. She said that she didn't know that she had escaped. The main character said that the cardinal had used an interesting technique. He was able to heal many people at once. The woman told the boy that she could teach him a similar technique. First, he would need to increase his internal energy reserves. The princess pointed out a hole nearby to the boy. She demanded that he jump into it. Sun looked into the hole with great fear. He noticed glowing eyes at the bottom. 21. Princess told the boy to use internal energy to destroy the eyes. Sun fell into the hole at that time. The main character saw a huge number of eyes in front of him. He screamed in fear. Sun was sitting at home the next day. He felt tired because of the mysterious eyes. The main character thought that he needed to get a good night's sleep now. Suddenly, the girlfriend hugged the guy and said that she really wanted him. Sun started to fight back against the girl. He shouted for Fei Fei to stop. Evening came. The main character felt very empty. Sun thought that he had been making love to the girl since the morning and now he no longer had the strength. The main character glanced at his girlfriend. She was sleeping. The guy realized that he needed to solve this problem. The guy remembered that today he had the second round of the fight with Sepin. He absolutely had to hold on to the victory. The main character arrived at the hospital. His opponent and the judge were already waiting for him there. At the meeting, he told his opponent that he could choose the side his patients were on. The main character answered the cardinal in a confident voice that he was choosing all the patients at once. C demanded from the doctor that they bring to him as many patients as Sun would have. The doctor looked at the participants and told them to get ready. After that, he started the stopwatch and shouted that the guys could begin. The main character activated magical energy around himself. A glow appeared around his body. The main character directed his hand at the patients. He cast a spell on them. Sun used special skills to collect and neutralize diseases. Sun turned around and told his rival that he had already cured all the patients. The cardinal asked excitedly how much time the main character spent on treatment. The doctor stopped the stopwatch. He said that Sun had spent 2 minutes and 25 seconds. The cardinal did not believe in his rival's success. He shouted for the doctors to recheck the patients. Doctors began to go around people and carefully check their health. The doctor excitedly said that all patients were completely cured. He turned around and asked the man if he had brought any patients for him. The doctor pointed to a group of people and said that the cardinal could begin. The man turned on the stopwatch and told the cardinal that he could begin. He began healing people. The doctor told the cardinal that it also took him 2 minutes and 25 seconds to heal. Sun was very surprised and looked at the stopwatch. He did not believe that there would be a draw. The main character excitedly told his rival that everything would be decided between them tomorrow. Sun returned to his luxurious presidential suite. His girlfriend was waiting for him there. Sun sat down on the bed very tiredly. He decided to see the princess. The main character folded his hands and said that he wanted to teleport to the underworld. Sun came to the princess's palace. The woman asked him if he had defeated Seiping. The main character answered his interlocutor in a sad voice that they had a draw. The woman looked slyly at the main character and said that he wanted to taste her body. The main character was thinking. He felt very shy. Sun told the woman in a frightened voice that he was abstaining. The princess told the guy that it was her unique seduction technique. The main character looked at his interlocutor and asked her to teach him some techniques. Tomorrow, he has a decisive duel with Sepine. The princess told the guy that he didn't smell grateful at all. He came today with such a face as if it was her fault for his problems. Sun asked the woman to help him. He added that he respected her very much. The princess slyly answered the guy that she would show him a couple of useful techniques. Sun said happily to himself that he already had a master level of cultivation. The princess explained to the protagonist that his level was considered the weakest in the cultivation rankings. The main character asked his interlocutor what her level was. The woman answered the guy that she was on the first-class planetary level. She had been practicing for over 700 years. The delighted protagonist told the princess that she was very cool. The woman was pleased and she really liked the compliment from the guy. Sun asked the princess to teach him the highest technique of controlling a woman's heart. He explained that he was not able to satisfy his girlfriend in time. The princess warned the guy that if he used such a technique on the girl, he would never be able to part with her. The main character sternly said that he was confident in his choice of a lifelong companion. The woman answered the guy that this technique works on girls up to the 8th level of female energy. Sun explained to the princess that Fei Fei was on the 9th level. The woman was amazed. She said that she thought that upon reaching the 9th level of feminine energy, the body of an ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Sun explained to his interlocutor that his masters had found a way to block the threat to his girlfriend's life. The woman looked sternly at the protagonist and demanded that he take her to Fei Fei. The guy excitedly told the princess that they were now in the underground kingdom. His girlfriend couldn't get down here, and the princess couldn't get up. The woman demanded that the main character put the ring on his girlfriend's finger. The princess looked slyly to the side. She decided that the ring could help her. It was a very bright day outside. The main character decided to help his girlfriend. While the girl was sleeping, Sun brought a needle closer to her neck to prick her unnoticed. Fei Fei woke up and opened her eyes. She looked at the guy with displeasure. The girlfriend rubbed her eyes and told the guy that they had been making love all night. The guy showed the girl the ring and told her to look at it. The girl got very excited. She decided that her friend was proposing to her. Sun realized that his girlfriend was wrong. The main character demanded that his girlfriend simply put on the ring. He explained that she should not take seriously everything she saw in the next 10 minutes. Fei Fei asked the guy with displeasure, "Did he really give her the ring as a joke?" Sun answered the girl that everything was so. The girl turned around with displeasure and said that the guy had fooled her. Sun demanded that his girlfriend cast a spell about exchanging yin-yang energy. Fei Fei looked slyly at her friend and said that she agreed. The girl closed her eyes and cast a spell about exchanging yin-yang energy. Suddenly, the girlfriend fell dead on the bed. The main character became very worried. Sun looked around with great excitement. He called the ghost. Pan Guang appeared. He asked the guy, "Did something happen to the ring?" The man noticed with surprise that the ring was on the girl's hand. The ghost angrily asked the main character why he gave his ring to the girl. He threatened that the girlfriend could change the order in the underworld. Sun reminded the man that he himself ordered him to learn from the Princess of Seduction. And this is a good chance. The man said that he no longer wants to see Fei Fei in the underworld. The protagonist smiled and told the man that he needed one more ring to complete the mission. The ghost looked at the guy with great displeasure. He realized that he would need help. Pangguan threw a ring to the main character and said that it would be the last. Sun took the black ring from the ghost's hands with great joy. The main character thanked the man. The ghost had already practically disappeared into the floor. Sun put the ring on his finger and said a spell about the exchange of yin-yang energy. The main character found himself in the underground kingdom with his girlfriend. The girl asked him where they were going. Sun saw the princess lying in front of him. He told his girlfriend that they were almost there. The woman looked at the main character with a smile and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Fei was very unhappy. She angrily asked the guy, "Who is this woman in front of her?" Sun explained to his girlfriend that his mentor was in front of him. The girl looked sternly at the guy and said that the main character wants his mentor. Sun was very surprised and amazed. He did not know what to answer his girlfriend to her accusation. The princess looked at Fei and greeted her with a joyful smile. The girl asked her interlocutor who she was. The princess looked at the girl and said that she would now explain everything to her. The woman took the girl by the hand with her. She told the protagonist to wait for them at the place. That same evening, the main character arrived at the hospital. He was supposed to have a competition there. The main character entered the hall and saw the cardinal. There were patients standing around. He looked very seriously at his opponent and asked if he was ready. The main character asked the guy what they would compete in. He told the guy that they would treat 320 patients at a time. C told the protagonist that this time he would choose his own group of patients. Sun replied that he didn't care. The man looked at the participants and told them to begin healing. He stood and looked at his patients. All the people had their eyes closed. There was a pink glow around. The guy was very focused. He closed his eyes and held a book in his hands. The cardinal was completely absorbed in the process of healing his patients. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. He told the people around him that all his patients were healthy. The doctor looked at his watch in surprise. He said that the cardinal had finished in exactly 30 minutes. He looked at his rival and said that he needed to call more patients. It was the protagonist's turn. Sun looked angrily at his opponent and said that he had already lost. The guy looked at the main character and said that he would not be able to cure the patient faster than him. The main character said in a sly voice that he would divide the patients into 3 groups of 100 people. He would spend 7 minutes on each group. The cardinal was very scared. He shouted discontentedly to the main character that all this was against the rules. Sun held 3 pills in his hands. He asked his opponent with interest, "Did they really discuss the rules?" The protagonist raised his hands up and threw the pills into the extraction process. Small black pills began to explode over the people. The cardinal was very surprised. He asked the main character in surprise, "When did he manage to master the technique of divine healing?" Sun calmly turned to his opponent and said that he had won. Late in the evening, the main character met his rival in the forest. The cardinal stood opposite the main character at a short distance. Sun looked angrily at his opponent and said that he would finish him off now and complete the mission. The cardinal told the protagonist with excitement that he would pay him 2 billion euros if he left him alive. Sun became worried. He decided to accept his opponent's conditions. The amount seemed large to him. A ghost appeared nearby. He said that the main character could take the money and then kill his rival. Pangguan gestured to the protagonist to agree. Sun was delighted. The cardinal looked at his opponent and asked impatiently, "Does he agree?" The protagonist answered his rival that he agreed with his terms. He took out his credit card and threw it in the direction of the main character. Sun caught the bank card with 2 fingers in mid-flight with a deft movement. C told his interlocutor the password to his card. He asked Sun if they were even now. The main character looked at the card with great excitement. He answered the guy that they were even. He said to his interlocutor with a smile that he had fulfilled his part of the agreement. Now his conscience was clear. The cardinal told the boy that he would not have time to use the money. 2 fighters with weapons approached him from the side. The fighters took aim with their pistols at the main character. Say demanded that the guy swear allegiance to him now or die. The main character answered his interlocutor that he would not be afraid of the pistol shooters. Sun pointed his finger at his rivals. They were amused and couldn't understand what he was doing. The main character pointed his finger at the fighters, and they got wounds in their heads. Shadows of shooters with guns appeared behind the main character. Sun explained to his interlocutors that he was also well prepared. There was a burst of automatic weapons fire. Say stood there absolutely calm. The cardinal stood calmly and watched as the bullets flew at him. He was not hurt in any way. He said angrily to his rivals that he had also prepared himself. The bullets did not hit him. Sun was surprised to realize that the Cardinal was able to stop the bullets with an energy shield. The guy shouted at his opponents to catch the bullets back. He turned them in the opposite direction. The flying bullets hit two fighters. The main character managed to dodge. Sun ran at full speed to hit the Cardinal on the move at speed. The main character shouted at his rival that he would wipe the smile off his face. Sun swung his hand to quickly hit his opponent. The main character wanted to hit the guy, but he hit him in the fist with all his might. The Cardinal stood confidently on his feet. He threw the main character aside. Sun was very surprised. He could not understand how the opponent could stop his attack. A ghost appeared. He told the protagonist that his opponent was superior to him in a direct confrontation. The Cardinal looked angrily at the main character and asked, "Did something really go wrong?" Sun got angry. He shouted at his opponent that he was celebrating too early. The main character swung and launched a whole volley of crippling needles at the Cardinal. He stood there and calmly watched as a whole bunch of golden needles flew at him. He was able to calmly stop the needles flying at him. He twisted them all into a big ball. The protagonist was amazed that his opponent stopped his needles. Panguang told the guy to retreat. Sun decided not to give up. He angrily and confidently rushed forward at his opponent. Si swung his fist to hit the protagonist. Sun jumped back. The main character decided to defend himself against his opponent using a combination of counterattacks. Sun swung his arm and with all his might decided to knock the Cardinal off his feet with his palm. He activated his defense and his body was covered in a pink mist. The Cardinal told the guy that he had very weak attacks and they couldn't do any damage to him. Sun looked angrily at his opponent and told him not to count on a quick death. The main character swung his leg and kicked the guy with all his might. The Cardinal looked at his opponent with displeasure and said that his technique had not worked. Sun threatened the Cardinal that he would bite him to death if he touched his girlfriend. Sun threw his opponent to the ground with all his might. He prepared to finish him off. He was very scared and tried to cover himself with his hand. The main character looked at him with burning eyes. The main character grabbed his opponent and was able to bite him to death. Sun looked ahead and noticed how, instead of the Cardinal, the outline of a soul appeared before him. Panguang appeared. He told the protagonist to quickly perform the soul imprisonment ritual. Sun activated his magic skill, and ghosts appeared next to him. Panguang happily told the protagonist that his mission was completed. Sun felt relieved. The ghost told the guy that he could start an additional mission. The protagonist was surprised. He shouted to the man that they had previously agreed on only one mission. At the airport, the main character was met by his friends. The girl waved her hand at him. The girlfriend handed the guy a small postcard. Sun asked what kind of wedding he was being invited to. The guy explained that Qinuyin and Xiaofeng had been together for 2 years. Now, they decided to legitimize their relationship. The girlfriend slyly told the guy that she expected a generous gift from him for the newlyweds. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement. He decided to approach her. Sun asked the surprised girl if she would agree to keep him company for the night. The girl turned away and said that she still needed to help Qingqing with her wedding preparations. Sun thought to himself, displeased that he would be alone tonight. In the end, he decided to take a walk around the city. The main character approached the entrance to an expensive hotel. He stood and looked ahead for a long time. The workers were talking among themselves. They did not believe that the main character could have money, since his clothes were very poor. At this time, someone from the side approached the main character and called him by name. Sun turned around and said joyfully to his girlfriend that he was glad to see her. The girlfriend asked Quan if she really knew such a poor guy. The girl calmly replied that he was her friend. The worker told her colleague that she shouldn't waste her time hanging out with poor people. The main character asked Quan how her acting training was going. The girl wanted to tell the guy everything. She was very worried. The girlfriend asked the main character, where was he for 3 years? Sun answered that he was studying medicine. Quan smiled at the guy and said that the acting lessons were not in vain. Sun smiled at his girlfriend and happily said that he even fell for her trick. Quan asked her friend what kind of purchases he wanted to make. She said that she would help him and pay for them. The worker told the girl that Mr. Lee had called. He would be here soon. Quan needed to show this customer some suits. The girl smiled at her colleague and waved her hand. She asked her to replace her. The worker reminded her colleague in surprise that Mr. Lee wanted to see her. Quan waved goodbye to her colleague and said that she was counting on her. Girlfriend asked the guy what he wanted to see. Sun replied that he needed women's outfits. Quan stopped abruptly and looked at her friend in surprise. Quan began to ask the main character with interest which of his girlfriends he was looking for clothes for. Sun explained to his interlocutor with a smile that he was looking for a gift for his mentor. Kwon smiled at the protagonist and said that she would be happy to help him. Sun explained to his girlfriend that he would pay out of his own pocket. Sun asked the girl to try on clothes for him. The girlfriend happily agreed. Kwon put on her nightgown and asked the guy, "How does he like it?" Sun took the phone to take a photo of his girlfriend. He liked her. A worker came up and told the main character that photography was not allowed here. Sun handed the girl a card and said that he would take everything here. The worker told Mr. Lee that Kwon was with another customer at the time. The man asked the saleswoman why she was serving another person and not him. "My friend said that Kwon should jump for joy. Mr. Lee is very rich." The worker looked angrily at her colleague and said that she could offer her candidacy for Mr. Lee. The girl turned to the side and looked at the main character with interest. The worker looked closely at who Mr. Lee had come with. Kwon couldn't understand what kind of woman was now with a rich client. The main character studied the woman next to him with great interest. The stranger turned around. She studied Sunya with great attention and interest. The main character liked the stranger. He stretched out his hands to her with great desire. At this time, the guy's girlfriend pinched him from behind so that he would not be distracted. Sun turned to the girl and told her not to be jealous. Mr. Lee laughed. Sun remembered that the woman in front of him was the target of his mission. The main character came up to the stranger and asked if her name was Faye. The woman winked at the protagonist and confirmed her name to him. Sun said in a confident voice to his interlocutor that he remembered her. The main character told the woman that she smelled like fish between her legs. Faye got angry. She asked the guy with displeasure what he just said. Sun demanded that the woman close her mouth and not spread the smell throughout the room. Faye threatened the main character that he would have big problems. The woman turned around abruptly and walked away. The man looked after her with displeasure. Lee got angry. He realized that the main character decided to ruin his plans for the evening. The man told Kwon to come to him and not stand next to the poor man. The main character answered his interlocutor that he himself was a pauper. Mr. Lee asked the guy, "Did he really come up with those words himself?" The main character stood next to his girlfriend. People started to gather around. Sun suggested that the man have a competition with him. Mr. Lee should buy everything that he buys. The man asked the guy if he had enough money to at least buy socks. Sun told his rival that they would now see how he would sing. Lee threatened the guy that he would regret having his eye on his girls. People stood around and watched everything that was happening with great excitement. Sun raised his hand with the card and said loudly that he wanted to deposit money. Mr. Lee was very surprised. Surprised girl stood next to him. The saleswoman was amazed. She realized that she was looking at a special platinum presidential card. The worker returned the card to the main character and said that everything was paid. Sun said he had contributed a couple of hundred to warm up. He asked his opponent if he would continue. Lee thought happily to himself that the guy only had a couple $100,000. The customer shouted loudly at the workers to pack every item they sold there. The main character and the man walked around and picked up goods for themselves. People around looked at them in surprise. Sun handed the card to the saleswoman and said happily that he was doubling it. Lee said to himself with suspicion that something was wrong here. Sun is spending money with very suspicious confidence. The employee returned the customer's card and thanked him for his purchases. The man asked the guy excitedly, "Where did he get the rest of the money on the card?" The main character turned around and told his interlocutor that he had a couple of $100 million. Lee was very surprised. He fell to the floor in great surprise. The main character looked at his rival with great joy. He waited to see what the man would do. Lee called his brother and asked him to urgently transfer $500,000 to his card. 10 minutes later, the main character sat and waited for the man to do something. Next to him stood an excited Kwon. At this time, footsteps were heard. Several more clients arrived. People looked at them. Lee greeted the new people. The girls bowed. Sun was very surprised by the new people who had arrived. The main character became wary and bowed slightly. His girlfriend looked at him with excitement. Lee turned to his interlocutor named Hoo-gi and said that the right guy was standing in front of him. Hoo-gi walked forward. He came very close to the main character. Sun silently and with great attention looked at his interlocutor. A girl was standing next to him. Hoo-gi shook hands with the protagonist. Sun asked Lao if the shopping mall was really his property. The people around were very surprised. They couldn't believe that the main character could be acquainted with the owner of the store. Hu took the guy around the store. He told him not to be shy and to choose whatever he wanted. An hour later, the main character returned. His friend asked if he was happy. Sun replied to his friend that he was still not satisfied. Hu thought about it. The store owner told the customer that there were a couple more places he definitely hadn't visited. The main character was surprised. He couldn't believe that there were still places where he hadn't been. Hu and his companions arrived at the expensive lingerie department. Quan turned away and walked away. She said that she had some other things to do. Hugh invited his friend to go inside the store. Sun agreed very excitedly. The main character arrived in the underworld. He wanted to see the princess. The woman tried on the clothes and asked the guy, "Does it look good?" The princess looked at the expensive lingerie from the package with great joy. The main character reminded his interlocutor that she had promised him something last time. The woman turned to the protagonist and said that she almost forgot. Sun stood and looked at his interlocutor with a very big smile. The princess activated her magic skill, and a white swirl appeared near her. The woman explained that the guy sees an elemental block in front of him. She uses her own elemental energy to create the lock. Sun was very excited. He listened to his interlocutor with great interest. The princess held the ring in her hands. She told the boy that the elemental lock can not only seal wounds, it can also block the enemy's vital points. The enemy becomes powerless. To create an elemental lock, you need to concentrate your internal energy into the lock. The main character asked the woman with great interest how he could learn all this. The main character noticed with surprise that something seemed to fall into his hands. The woman told the boy that he should release his yang energy and wrap it around the iron ring. The princess explained to the boy that he should go back and practice slowly. The woman turned around. She heard the main character calling her. The princess noticed how a small white cloud appeared above the main character. The woman told the guy that she could condense elemental energy locks and unlock them. "It's not that hard," Sun told his interlocutor that he could unlock them too. The princess was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy was so advanced. Sun said to the woman with a smile that it was just a simple elemental energy lock. The princess said that everything the guy showed was just a basis. The woman waved her hand. A white cloud appeared near her fingers. The princess demanded that the guy show her how to unlock it. The main character made several confident movements in the white cloud. After the guy touched the cloud, it fell apart into several pieces. The woman was very surprised. She cried out in fear, "This is impossible!" The princess said she would try now. She ran her finger near the cloud. Sun stood with a smile and drew his finger in the air. The woman asked the guy, "Where did he learn to do this?" The protagonist said that he is a disciple of the famous hacker Guo Shikuyun from Mount Liang. Sun said that if a person can break ordinary door locks, then he will be able to break elemental energy locks even more. There were a lot of people near the entrance to the expensive restaurant. They gathered and waited for the guests. A very expensive racing car pulled up. Everyone stared at it with great attention. Hu ran up to the car and opened the door. He wanted to help the passenger out. People were surprised. They couldn't understand why billionaire Hu Xiao was opening the door for someone. The main character came out of the open car door. Everyone looked at him with admiration. The girls looked at Sunya from the expensive car with great amazement and interest. Sun said discontentedly to his friend that he wanted a more spacious car. Hu told his interlocutor to rest. He had been complaining the whole way anyway. Inside the banquet hall, people were chatting with each other. The girl told her friend that her jewelry was made personally by the head of the gold Dafu family. A bright green stone sparkled on the guest's body. It looked very expensive. The girl got angry. She remembered that her friend had irritated her since childhood. A guy came up from the side and hugged his girlfriend in a white outfit. The guy told the girl that when the main character comes, she will have jewelry. The girl looked to the side with great attention. She was waiting for Sun to come. The main character entered the room accompanied by Hu. He was carrying a large golden box. The girl ran to meet the guest very happily. She needed jewelry. The girl asked the main character with excitement where her jewelry was. Sun opened the box. He told the girl that inside were the decorations that he had prepared for her and the guy. The guest was very amazed. She looked inside the box as if spellbound. The guest liked it. She said that the box was made of pure gold. She had never seen one like it before. The main character opened the box. Inside there were multicolored stones lying and shining. Sun reached out his hand and pressed the largest bright red stone. The decoration began to glow very brightly with a golden color. People around were surprised. There was a beautiful blue stone in the box. There were gold ornaments next to it. The girl looked at the treasure with great astonishment. She could not poison her gaze. 39. The guest thanked the guy. Sun remembered that he had learned jewelry making from masters from the underworld. Sun said that the jewelry set was very ordinary. He told the girl Zixuan that there would be a charity auction after the wedding. The girl looked to the side and noticed how her girlfriend became very angry. The guy pointed to the side and told the guests that they needed to go inside. Hu told the protagonist that the decoration in the box was only slightly better than what the master jeweler from the gold shop had made. The main character looked closely and noticed how a fairy appeared at the celebration. Sun noticed the woman sitting on the sofa and looking at him intently. The main character turned to the side. He looked at the woman who passed by with great attention. Faye sat and looked at the guy with great attention. She was silent. The woman stood up and walked up to the main character. She told him that she was glad to see him. Faye looked at the protagonist with great attention and invited him to chat this evening. The woman activated a magic skill. She stared at the guy. Sun looked around and saw a bunch of different girls around him. Someone was calling him by name. The main character was lost in his dreams. His girlfriends were standing close to him. Someone was still calling the guy by name. Sun stood and looked up dreamily. He heard his name as if from afar. The guy came up behind the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. Sun got scared. He jumped forward sharply and grabbed Hu with his arms and legs. The main character saw his embarrassed friend in front of him. He jumped back abruptly. Sun finally came to his senses. He asked sternly, "What is going on here?" Hu leaned aside and answered his friend in a frightened voice that he liked women. The main character angrily shouted at his interlocutor that he didn't like men either. An auction was being held in one of the rooms. A lot of people gathered there. The host announced the amount of 500,000. Hu saw a familiar woman in front and told the protagonist that she had been here before. The main character realized that Faye was sent here specifically so that she could confuse him with the help of the charm technique. The presenter ordered the workers to bring the next lot to the auction. The auctioneer said that the bracelet cost from 10,000. It is very heavy. It can be used as a home talisman. The participants sat and looked at the decoration with great interest. The guy couldn't understand who would be able to buy such a thing. Faye raised her sign. She offered 10,000 for the goods. The main character raised a sign and offered 100,000 for the necklace. Sun thought that if the woman wanted to disgrace him, then he would disgrace her in return. Faye got really angry. She turned around to look at the guy with displeasure. The price of the decoration began to rise. It very quickly reached 5 million. Faye held up a sign and shouted that she would pay 100 million. Sun and the woman glared at each other. The host demanded that both participants provide proof that they had property. Hu said from his seat that he would cover any expenses of the protagonist. The host was very pleased. He greeted Mr. Hu. The auctioneer asked the woman to provide her evidence. Faye was very angry. She jumped up from her seat in irritation and prepared to leave. The presenter watched with great surprise as the woman headed towards the exit. The auctioneer told the participants that the auction would continue. Sun explained to the man that if the woman started the malicious bargaining, then they would have to start all over again. The main character raised his finger and said that he would bet 10,000 on the decoration. The auction host shouted joyfully and with a smile that the bracelet was sold. Sun approached the table. The man told the guy that he could take the jewelry he had bought. The main character reached out and grabbed the bracelet. He couldn't lift it. The auctioneer told the surprised guy that the bracelet weighed a whole 160 kilograms. The protagonist looked at the decoration with great attention. He had already heard something about it. The main character drove a racing car at full speed to the hotel. Sun jumped out of the car with the box and thanked his friend. He was very surprised. He could not understand why the main character returned to the hotel so quickly. Sun abruptly ran into his room. He noticed that someone was already there. Faye, in a light outfit, looked at the main character with interest and asked why he returned so quickly. Sun got very angry. He asked the woman angrily, "Why is she here?" The woman turned to the side and called for someone to come into the room. Faye said that Yuan Feng was next to her. He was one of the escaped ghosts of the underworld. The man told the boy that he was a descendant of Yuan Shoucheng. The main character asked irritably why the man was helping the tyrant. Yuan slyly asked the guy if he had figured out who was righteous and who was the villain. Sun said with confidence in his voice that he is righteous and the woman is evil. Faye closed her eyes and offered the protagonist a deal. Sun asked the woman with distrust what kind of deal she was offering. The woman demanded a bracelet from the guy. In return, she promised to give him a technique that would be able to absorb the elemental power of other people. Faye explained to the boy that he had killed Seiping, but was unable to absorb his elemental power. In order to improve his cultivation, the woman gave the boy 3 days to respond. Sun said to the woman in a calm voice that he would give her an answer in 3 days. The main character left the room and slammed the door, he thought. Sun said he needed to quickly adapt to the weight with the power of Pangu. Then, he needed to figure out what that thing was in his suitcase. The main character moved to a parallel world. There was nature around him. Sun went to the Red Lotus Peak. The princess was there. Sun asked the woman if she knew what a Shannon herbal collection looked like. The princess turned and asked the boy if he needed a herbal guide. The woman said to the guy thoughtfully in response that it must be a book. The main character thought that he needed a herbal reference book weighing 320 kilograms. The boy asked the princess if she could find someone to find out what the herbal guidebook looked like. The woman explained that the herbal guidebook itself recognizes its owner. After the owner's death, such a guidebook becomes ownerless. If you pour elemental power into it, you can determine its authenticity. The main character told the woman that he would come back and try to do everything as she said. Sun was inside the hotel, holding the jewelry he had purchased in his hands. The main character noticed with interest how fire began to emanate from the bracelet. Sun closed his eyes and concentrated very hard. He needed to open the decoration. The main character opened his eyes abruptly. He stared straight ahead. Sun looked around in surprise. He realized that he really did have a herbal manual in his hands. The main character saw around him that the whole valley was filled with precious and rare herbs. He realized that he would become rich. Sun returned to Red Lotus Peak. He excitedly told the princess that he had found a herbal reference book. It was full of rare and endangered herbs. The woman looked angrily at her interlocutor and told him to help her with the revival. The main character was very scared and shocked when he heard such words from a woman. The woman looked angrily at the guy and repeated that he should help her. Sun was very much shocked. He could not understand what the princess wanted from him. The woman stood up and walked away. The guy watched her with great attention. The princess approached the main character and hugged him. The guy was very surprised. The woman looked at the surprised guy and said that all this started because of him. Sun asked the princess in amazement, "What does this have to do with him?" The princess looked at the guy and said that he brought so many beautiful clothes and she wanted to try them on. Sun thought to himself that if he had known, he would not have brought anything. The woman looked at the guy and asked how he rated her figure. Sun turned away. He did not want to answer his interlocutor. The princess hugged the boy and said that she had various arts and could warm him up. The protagonist excitedly told his interlocutor that she was the old man Xuanyuan's confidant. The princess replied that she had never been the old man's confidant. The woman added that she had never been in the arms of a man. The main character was amazed. He could not believe the words of his interlocutor. The princess looked at her interlocutor and said that she liked women. The main character abruptly pushed his acquaintance away from himself and ran away at full speed. The woman shouted to the guy that he could call her when he needed help. The main character woke up the next day at your hotel. He was sitting on the bed. Sun recalled his previous conversation with the princess with displeasure. Sun heard his phone ring. He prepared to pick it up. Sun grabbed the phone and greeted his girlfriend Fei Fei with a smile. The girl told the guy that tomorrow was her mother's 50th birthday and she wanted to send a birthday present through the guy. Sun replied to his girlfriend that he would do everything. The main character disconnected the telephone connection. He thought about how to help his girlfriend. Suddenly, a thought came into the guy's head. He realized what a woman might like. Sun decided to find ginseng that matched the woman's age. The main character felt as if a bracelet on his hand was vibrating. Sun looked at the bracelet with great attention. He realized that the decoration would help him find the right plant. Sun noticed a hologram appear on the bracelet. He said happily that there was an automatic search navigation function here. The main character made his way through the bushes. He was looking for the right place with a plant. Sun noticed the right plant. He happily shouted that he had found it. The boy bent down and prepared to pull the ginseng root out of the ground. Sun held a huge root in his hands. He was very happy that he had succeeded. The main character noticed how some black predator began to approach him from the side. Sun got scared. He decided to try to escape from the predator, but fell. The main character did not understand what was happening to him and who was attacking him in the meadow. Sun was very surprised. He could not understand what prevented him from plucking the ginseng. The main character saw a dangerous little predator in front of him. Sun realized that there was a purple jade mink next to him. The little animal looked at the man very angrily. He started walking towards the guy. The mink suddenly rushed forward to attack the protagonist. Sun barely managed to dodge. Sun continued to fight off the animal from all sides. He could not understand why it attacked him. The protagonist commanded his golden cicada to deal with the hole. The insect got scared. It trembled and hid behind the man's ear. The mink once again rushed at the main character. He barely dodged. Sun reached out his hand to grab the animal. The little animal wanted to bite the guy. Sun used his last strength to contrive and press the dangerous animal to himself with his hands. The guy noticed how suddenly the mink became very quiet and calm in his hands. The main character did not understand what was happening. He decided to call for help. Sun summoned the ghost to him so that he could explain to him what had just happened. Pangguan looked at the animal with interest and told the guy that he was lucky. Sun grabbed the mink by the neck. He asked the ghost how he could deal with this little thing. Pangguan slyly answered the guy that he could earn a fortune. Sun held the frightened animal in his hands. He decided that it had very valuable fur. The ghost explained what kind of animal the guy had. The mink can find first-class heavenly jade and divine medicines. It is immune to poison and invulnerable to water and fire. 20. Sun looked at the animal and asked the man how he should take care of this purple mink. Pangguan said to the protagonist with a smile that the mink likes to consume the golden silkworm. The boy hugged the insect to himself. He said that he could not part with the king of the golden silkworm. The man waved his hands and told the guy to forget about it. Pangguan told the protagonist that he was the new master of the Valley of 100 Flowers. He decided to show him everything around. The ghost pointed to the side with his hand and told the protagonist that in the cave next to him were written down various ways of growing spirit medicines. The ghost told the protagonist that they had already arrived. They were standing near a large stone. The main character became alert. He noticed that his bracelet had been activated. The bracelet on the guy's hand became brighter and brighter. Pangguan also became very worried. The man and the boy were surprised to see a yellow portal open in front of them. Sun stepped into the yellow portal to go to another part of the flower world. The main character, along with his companion and the mink, exited through the portal. The guy and the ghost were standing in the beautiful flower valley. The man told the guy that the Valley of 100 Flowers is divided into two parts, Qian and Kun. The main character closed his eyes and released the animal from his hands to freedom. The purple mink ran very quickly away from the man. The main character said that there is a lot of yin energy around him. This helps him to cultivate strength. The man turned around and explained to the boy that there was pure yin around him. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. The man told him that he would not be able to absorb pure yin. The protagonist closed his eyes and became completely immersed in the cultivation process. Sun sat and meditated silently. Pieces of ice began to appear on his body. Pangguan was very scared when he looked at the guy. He realized that he needed help. The ghost raised his finger up to call his ghostly helpers to him. A girl with green hair appeared. She asked what the judge wanted. The girl looked at the main character and was very scared. She did not understand what had happened to him. The main character was sitting on the ground in a meditative pose. Guests from the other world stood around him. The young warrior said with fear that Sun might not even survive. The old man said worriedly that the main character had not yet taken a deep breath. Pangguan reminded his interlocutor that he had to come up with a solution and that he was just observing. The old man said that people and ghosts have different paths. They can't do anything. The old man saw that there was a lot of yin energy around the main character. He thought that such energy should not be wasted. A small cloud of energy appeared between the protagonist's hands. The girl excitedly shouted that the pure yin energy in this Kun kingdom was changing. The ghost was amazed. He couldn't understand where the chaotic energy came from in the guy's hands. The girl explained that the main character transformed the yin energy into yang and expelled it. Sun said in a calm voice to himself that he had a very pleasant feeling. The main character opened his eyes and was surprised that guests from another dimension had come to him. Pangguan said to the boy in a joyful voice that he had achieved success after the disaster. The girl explained to the main character that he had found a way to harmonize pure yin energy. The guy's cultivation was interrupted at the second level. The main character looked ahead in surprise. He was very happy about his success. Sun looked at his phone. He noticed that it was already 17 hours and 35 minutes. The guy could be late for the celebration. The main character was heading to an expensive restaurant. An anniversary celebration was taking place inside. The guests sat at tables in the restaurant and happily chatted with each other. The man raised his glass. He thanked everyone for coming to his wife's 50th birthday. The main character ran down the corridor into the hall and asked the guests for forgiveness for being late. The man greeted the main character and told him that everything was fine. The man showed the guests the main character. He said that Sun was the boyfriend of the girl Fei Fei, and he cured her of a strange disease. The guests around were delighted. They prepared to approach and present gifts. Two young men came up with boxes and greeted Uncle Zhao. The guests said that they had presented a gift and hoped that the woman would like it. The man and his wife happily accepted gift boxes from the guests. The husband and wife opened the boxes and noticed expensive things there. The main character looked ahead excitedly. One of the guests examined him carefully. Sun reached into his bag. He apologized and said that he had only received a call this morning. The main character opened the bag. He said that he had prepared such a gift in a hurry. Sun took out a huge yellow root of real ginseng from his bag. The guests were surprised. The guy did not believe that he saw fresh ginseng with soil in front of him. The people around fell silent. They watched as the protagonist held out the root to the woman. The woman took the ginseng in her hands and said that she liked it very much. An old man came up. He grabbed the root in his hands and decided to examine it carefully. The woman told Xiao Zhao's friend that she would deal with the ginseng herself. The old man said that there was already a human face on the root. This meant that the ginseng was at least 200 years old. The old man told the surprised people that the ginseng root in his hands was 200 years old. It was a priceless treasure. The guests around looked at the old man in surprise. Some of them wanted to leave the party. The old man told the protagonist that he had already surpassed him in medical skills. The man asked the boy in surprise if he was the one who sent him the Xuanwu sword worth 1 billion. The old man said with joy and surprise that he would prefer to exchange the sword for wild mountain ginseng. The main character asked the old man if he would like him to bring him another root. The old man was delighted. He smiled and told the boy that of course he would like to. An unfamiliar man came in. He demanded that Zhao Yuan follow him. The man and his wife watched with great attention as an old man stood near the table. The old man was getting ready to go somewhere. The man rushed towards him with excitement. The old man was being taken away from the hall somewhere. The people around were very unhappy. The woman looked with excitement after the people who had left. She did not understand what was happening. The hostess smiled at the guests and said that nothing had happened. She suggested starting the banquet here. The main character and his companions approached a large door. The man said that they were near the right place. The man told his companions sternly not to talk nonsense. He explained that the young gentleman did not like it when people talked a lot. The old man explained to his interlocutor in a calm voice that they knew everything. The doors began to open. The guests prepared to enter the room. The main character and his companions looked ahead with great excitement. A young guy in a white coat was sitting on the sofa with his girlfriend. A man came in and called him. The young owner asked the man who came in if the guy had arrived. The boy told the guests that his name was Zhao Minryu and that he was the third oldest. The main character silently and with great attention looked at the owner of the room. Zhao sat on the sofa and hugged his girlfriend. She looked awkward. The man said that the third young master had several demands. Zhao doesn't need a lot of money, but he wants to buy whatever he wants. The house a guy wants to live in should be spacious, about 1 or 2,000 square meters. Zhao also wants the girl Fei Fei to come back and become his maid. The main character got angry. He didn't like the young guy's demands. The man was displeased. He turned and looked menacingly at the protagonist. The man swung his hand to hit the protagonist. Sun was very surprised. The man and the old man watched the main character with great excitement. Sun suddenly moved his hand forward and was able to block the blow from his opponent. The man realized with displeasure that he had not been able to knock the guy off his feet with his blow. The man was unable to stay on his feet after attacking the guy. He fell to the floor. The main character looked at the young guy and said that now it was his turn. Zhao was very unhappy. He irritably asked the protagonist, "Who is he?" The main character activated his magic skills. A yellow glow appeared around him. The old man ran up to the boy and put his hand on his shoulder. He told him excitedly to keep himself under control. Sun asked his grandfather irritably, "What kind of guy is this in front of him now?" The old man became worried. He decided to explain to the main character everything about the third gentleman. Zhao said calmly that he was a branch of the Zhao family in the secular world. Zhao Yuande was his grandfather. The main character asked his interlocutor if he really still remained a supreme being. The guy said that for mortal people he remains a transcendental being. The girl got angry. She rushed forward to attack the guy. Sun noticed the danger in time. He prepared to fight off the stranger. The main character extended his hand forward. He prepared to fight back. Sun threw the stranger to the side onto the floor with a blow. She fell unconscious. The main character rose above the ground and flew towards the young guy. Sun grabbed Zhao by the clothes and shouted at him threateningly that they would check everything now. The old man shouted in fear to the main character not to attack the guy. An angry Zhao grabbed the boy by the clothes and lifted him in front of him. A man ran up from the side and demanded that the main character let go of his opponent. Sun very calmly threw his opponent onto the sofa. Zhao looked absolutely calm. The man told the protagonist to calm down. He promised that he would talk to him in another room. Sun, accompanied by his companion, went out into the corridor. They walked along the floor. The man sternly demanded that the servant open the presidential suite for him. The main character and the man were sitting in a huge room. They were completely alone. Sun was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the man had just told him about the cultivator family. The man took the cigarette out of his mouth and said sadly that Zhao Minrui was the most beloved third young master of the family. The main character was amazed. He looked at his interlocutor with great distrust. The interlocutor told the guy that the cultivation families control hidden sects and large families in the world. The man put out his cigarette. The main character decided to ask him a question. The interlocutor stood up from the table. He told the guy not to apologize. He explained that Sun should treat Fei Fei well. The main character listened to his man with excitement. He didn't answer him anything. Sun walked down the corridor with his companion. They were heading to the room where the young man was. The main character was amazed. He couldn't understand what Fei Fei was doing in the guy's room. The girl sat on the bed next to Zhao. She looked scared. The girl told her friend that the main character is a mercenary and he stole her bracelet. Now Sun wants to kill her. Zhao looked angrily at the protagonist. He promised the girl that he would protect her. Sun got very angry because the girl was pretending. He shouted that he would kill her now. A man appeared in front of the main character on the way. Sun shouted at him to get lost. The protagonist rushed forward to quickly try to attack Zhao. Sun shouted at the girl Fei that if she resisted, it meant she was playing with the Zhao family. The girl thought. She turned around and silently looked at her friend. Zhao jumped to his feet. He shouted at the protagonist to stop. Sun extended his hand in front of him, preparing to grab his opponent. The protagonist grabbed Zhao by the throat and asked why he was doing this. Sun threw the guy aside with a sharp movement and shouted for him to get out. The main character swung and prepared to attack the frightened girl. Zhao got angry and asked the guy with displeasure, "How dare he?" The girl looked slyly to the side. She decided to justify herself to the guy. Fei looked at the surprised protagonist and said that he was just joking. The girl suggested that her interlocutors take a break from fighting for 3 days. She added that Zhao's health was more important. The main character agreed with his interlocutor. He said that then people would not say that he was making fun of her. Sun suggested that his interlocutor return to the Baihua Valley to get back the collection of hundreds of herbs. Fei became worried. She asked the guy with interest, "What is he telling her about?" The girl was unhappy. She realized that Sun already knew the purpose of the collection of hundreds of rites. Fei realized that if they wanted to kill the main character, then Sun could safely hide in the Baihua Valley and not come out from there. The friend turned to Zhao and told him with a smile that Sun was the same June doctor as she was. Zhao was very surprised. He was very interested in his girlfriend's words. Fei looked at the protagonist and suggested that they talk face to face. Sun became worried. He decided to himself in fear that his interlocutor had made something up. Fei opened the door to the next room. She told the guy to come in. Sun stopped next to the girl. He turned around carefully and looked back. The protagonist demanded that Fei not close the door. People around should not think that they are doing something secret. Fei looked at the main character and asked, "Will he have enough courage?" Sun demanded that his interlocutor tell him everything she wanted to say. He didn't have much time. The girl got angry. She really didn't like the main character's words. Fei relaxed and decided to tell her interlocutor everything at once. Fei looked at the guy and offered him a medical bet on the treatment of the third young master. Sun said to the girl with a smile that if she wins, he will give her a collection of hundreds of herbs. He asked, "What will he get if he wins?" Fei looked at her interlocutor and said that she would bring him the terms of the bet tomorrow. Sun answered his interlocutor that he would wait for her. The guy went further down the corridor. The main character opened the door to his room to find some privacy. Sun held the bracelet in his hands. He said that first we need to hide in the Baihua Valley and then go to the underworld. The bracelet began to work. A fiery glow appeared around it. Sun found himself in another world in nature. A purple mink approached him from the side. The main character looked to the side and noticed how the animal jumped on him. The joyful Sun caught his little animal in his arms and hugged it. Sun stood in nature with a mink in his hands and looked in front of him at the house next to him. Sun was lying on his bed in the house and resting. He was thinking about his affairs. A ghost appeared. He told the main character that he wanted to tell him something. Sun explained to his interlocutor that he had just been thinking about the underworld. He asked the ghost what had happened. Pangguang said happily to the boy that the collection of hundreds of herbs could be linked by blood. The main character was surprised. He looked at the man with great excitement. Pangguang explained that the collection contains many precious herbs that can only be obtained after being bound with blood. Sun turned and looked at the ghost happily. He said with a smile that we must hurry. The main character was in his house in the countryside, inside another world. A purple mink was sleeping on the floor of the house. Sun was busy with magical rituals. The main character poured a lot of blood from the fist of his right hand onto the bracelet. The protagonist asked the ghost, "How long does it take to complete the blood recognition?" Pangguang happily replied to his interlocutor that everything was almost ready. Sun continued to drip blood from his hand onto the magic bracelet. It began to glow. The guy looked at his hand and was surprised to notice how the bracelet began to glow very brightly. Pangguan appeared from the floor and told the protagonist that he would not be able to remove the bracelet from his hand until he died. Sun was amazed and looked at the decoration on his hand with great interest. The man remembered something. He wanted to say something to the main character. Pangguang pointed his finger at the animal and said that the marten could recognize the wound on the boy's hand. The main character was amazed after he heard about the marten's spirit. The little animal woke up. He looked ahead with great interest and attention. The marten suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the main character's hand where the wound was. The little animal kissed the main character's hand. Sun asked the ghost what level the purple marten was. The man told the protagonist that the marten is on the 5th level. She is a lower-level spiritual beast. Sun was very surprised. He did not believe the words of his interlocutor. The man said in a serious voice that the marten could rise to the level of an immortal beast. The animal continued to drink blood from the guy's hand. The man said that the marten could help find the spirit grass and the immortal grass. Sun thought about it. He pondered and reasoned over the man's words. Sun fell onto the bed. He said discontentedly that he would leave before the little animal became immortal. The main character came to the house where the princess was. He decided to talk to her. The woman asked the guy if he had figured out how to revive her. Sun asked his interlocutor if she could save him. The princess turned around with displeasure. The main character asked the princess to teach him cultivation. The woman told the boy that she would teach him everything. She asked Sin to help her go to the mortal world. The main character thought he didn't know what to answer the woman to her proposal. Sun stretched out his hands to the woman. He continued to ask her. The princess was irritated. The princess pushed the main character away with her hand and shouted at him to get lost. Sun flew far to the side. He decided to go to Pangguan for help. The main character conveyed the princess's request to his familiar ghost. The man got very angry. He asked the guy again what he said. Pangguang turned his back and told his friend to follow him. The ghost said that it was impossible to help the princess go to the mortal world. It would be a violation of heavenly rules. Sun said thoughtfully that there are many ghosts that make their way into the mortal realm from the underworld. Pangguang said that it is possible to enter the mortal realm. There are also loopholes in the heavenly rules. All this is not called escaping from prison. The man turned sternly to the guy and said that this was called reincarnation. Sun asked the man if a person loses all his cultivation and memories after reincarnation. Pangguang reported that cultivation could not be saved. As for the memories, he didn't know for sure. The main character and his interlocutor looked at each other cheerfully and slyly. The main character yawned deeply. He stood near the door to the room and prepared to go in. Sun knocked on the door. At that time, he had a meeting scheduled in his room. The man opened the door. He asked Sun to come inside. There were already people sitting at the table. The man was pouring tea into a cup. The old man told the boy to come in and sit down. The main character silently entered the room. He looked attentively at the people near the table. The girl sat and drank wine from a glass. She had a proposal for the main character. Faye turned her gaze to the side and looked closely at the main character. The woman opened the box. There was a green artifact inside. She suggested using this thing as a bet in a bet. The man shouted at the boy to agree. The girl explained that Faye showed Bayam Din the box. Such an artifact is used for alchemy. The main character asked his girlfriend Honglian what was so special about this Baimu Ding. The girl explained that the artifact can increase the effectiveness of medicines by 30%. It can also change the age of spiritual medicines. The main character said that there was a really important treasure in the box. Faye asked the boy if he recognized the thing in the box. Sun replied that he saw Baimu Ding. The interlocutor looked at the guy with attention. She really liked his answer. Faye told the main character sternly that they would swear on their souls and make a bet. The main character excitedly told the girl that he agreed to her terms. Faye walked towards Zhao. The protagonist shouted at the girl to wait. Sun said he wanted to examine the boy first. Then Faye could begin the treatment. The main character took the patient by the hand. He examined it carefully from all sides. Sun held Zhao's palm with his hand. He moved it in different directions. The main character stepped aside. He told the girl that now it was her turn. Faye handed the guy a small pill. He examined it carefully. The woman told the patient to start with this 9-cycle bodyguard pill. Zhao looked at the medicine in his hands with a silent and searching gaze. Sun said that it sounded very sophisticated to him. Honglian next to him said that the pill was made from the cold ice grass. Zhao swallowed the medicine. Honglian explained that they should use this pill as an aid. Faye placed her hand on the patient's back. She decided to continue his treatment. The woman concentrated. She decided to feel the energy of the Zhao guy in front of her. Faye felt a strong sense of excitement. She realized that the treatment was not going as it should. The girl still had her hand on the patient's back. She looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Sun asked his interlocutor, was she really charmed by his handsome appearance? Faye was very angry. She realized that the guy had interfered with her healing. The girl realized that the main character had changed the elementary lock in Zhao's body, and this did not give her the opportunity to continue the treatment. Faye decided that if she couldn't cure the patient, then Sun couldn't either. The girl said that the elementary lock in the guy's body is very difficult. She needs time to study it. Sun asked the interlocutor, can she really not cope with Zhao anymore? Faye told the protagonist that if she couldn't cure the patient, then he couldn't either. The main character, smiling, demanded that his interlocutor give him a Baima Din for a while. The main character began to activate the spiritual artifact. People looked at him with excitement. The magical artifact lit up, and various things started flying out of it. As a result, a green magic glowing pill rose up from Baimu Ding. The green pill was flying over the protagonist's hands. He decided to offer it to the patient. Faye said in a dissatisfied voice that Baimu Ding had produced a very nasty pill. Sun answered the girl that not all pills smell good. Faye asked the guy what kind of pill he was holding in his hands. The main character told his interlocutor that even if he told her everything, she wouldn't understand. Sun approached the patient and asked Master San to stand up. The main character asked the patient, what will he get if he cures him? Zhao looked at the protagonist and said that he would receive their family's friendship as a thank you. Sun asked the patient if there would be friendship if he did not cure him. Zhao asked his interlocutor what he wanted. The protagonist said that he needed help from Zhao without harming the heavens and principles. Zhao extended his hand to the protagonist and said that they had an agreement. The guy looked at the pill with great attention. He prepared to take it. The patient boldly threw the pill into his mouth. It was supposed to help him. The taste of the medicine was very unpleasant, Zhao grimaced. The patient heard some noise from the side. The main character swung his hand at him. Sun hit the patient on the head with all his might. The people around were very surprised. The main character delivered several powerful blows to the patient with all his might. The man wanted to stop Sunya. The patient shouted at the man not to come near. Sun continued to beat his patient. People around did not know what to do. Zhao felt surprised to himself that the elemental channels had begun to recover. Sun threw Zhao away with a powerful blow, causing him to fall to the floor. The guy stood up and asked Sun if he had used a count-level fist technique against him. Sun grabbed his hand and told him to give him back his float fist. Honglian asked the guy who taught him this technique. Sun happily replied that he was just showing off. Pangguang and Honglian watched the main character with great interest. The patient was sitting on the floor. The girl told the protagonist that he could restore the poetry channels. Faye explained that if the guy doesn't unlock the basic lock, the restoration will quickly come to naught. Zhao looked at his hands with great excitement. He felt a tremor in his body. The main character looked ahead with great joy. He decided to continue healing the patient. Sun placed his hand on Zhao's back from behind. He stood with his eyes closed. The main character realized with dissatisfaction that he was not succeeding at anything. Faye asked the main character, why didn't he unblock the channel in the patient's body? The girl remembered that no one could unlock the complex lock of the 9 suns connection in Zhao's body. The main character looked at his hand with great attention. A glow appeared around it. Sun began to twist his fingers in different directions. Tongues of flame appeared around. The main character felt a strong energy in his hand. He continued treating the patient. Soon put his Roku to the guy's back. He was very scared. The main character said with a smile that there was no lock in this world that he couldn't open.